financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, Number One Cochrane has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Only $59.99. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking. In addition, lose all the weight with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop Smoking Hypnosis, 2 p.m. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Overnight rains producing some very slick roadways. Give yourself lots of extra travel time. One of those accidents is on the southbound side of Route 28 approaching the Millvale off-ramp. Watch for delays around that. Also an accident in West Mifflin tying up Lebanon Church Road near the intersection with Route 885 Clairton Road. And if you're traveling through the North Hills, just be aware the HOV lanes are in the process of reopening along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season. Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley here with you. Intern Don DiTomaso hanging out with us all morning long. He's on the ones and twos, as they say. Mark Caboli from the Pat McAfee Show, Steelers Insider. He's going to be with us from 8 o'clock until 10. Wonder what we're going to talk about today. It's not good when the hockey team outscores the football team. That's bad news. Pitt loses to ECU. Mason Heinschel, I didn't think all that good. So that stunk for Pitt fans. But the Buccos got a hitter, a DH, a first baseman. Are the Pirates the bright spot in Pittsburgh sports right now? I'm bummed, and I'm bloated. I ate, and I drank so much over the course of the last 5 days. Christmas break, there is no time. You just are existing, floating through space. And I just ate everything in sight. I had to have gained 5 pounds, at least 5 pounds. Dom, how was your Christmas? Did you have a good time?
Yeah, no, it was a great time. Also overate. I told myself I was going to allow myself to overeat, and then once I get back to school, I'll start working out and going to the gym and the whole dealio. So I'm okay with it.
See, I've been working out like a maniac.
Yeah, okay.
I have. For a while now. But you can't outwork a bad diet. And I'll tell you, for the last month, it's been bad. Since Thanksgiving, it's like, well, New Year's coming up, so I'll make sure I eat right starting in 2026. I'll keep working out. And I have been. Sweating my nards off in my basement, jumping around as a British man tells me what to do. He doesn't live down there. He's on the internet. But you can't outwork a bad diet. My mom made brisket on Christmas. Had some filet. Had the 7 fishes, Christmas Eve. Yesterday, I ate a whole pizza by myself. Friends were over, but I pretty much ate a whole pizza by myself. Had a couple of pops. And it just never stopped. You wake up, you're eating leftovers. You're eating pumpkin pie for breakfast. I feel disgusting. Couldn't wake up today because I'm in this food coma of sorts.
Well, also, the time between Christmas and New Year's it pretty much doesn't exist.
Correct.
So anything that happens in that time,
It's kind of like Stranger Things, where I have no idea what's going on. It all seems rather pointless, and you're just sort of meandering along. It's been terrible, by the way, Dom.
Oh,
the
don't get
last
me started.
episode, terrible. Awful. I think the season started fine. Like the first swath of episodes they gave us, I was in, and I'm not going to do any spoilers for people out there who haven't seen. And I'm going to watch the thing to the end, and I'm hoping that they can redeem themselves with the finale. But this last episode was so terrible that I might have been more upset with that than the Steelers' outcome yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
because I trusted the Duffer Brothers. I don't trust Mike Tomlin. They've put out good television. They've known what they're doing. Tomlin doesn't. Tomlin can't get me by surprise. The Duffer Brothers did. What a shame.
Yeah, I think the season has sucked so far, and quite frankly, it makes the Game of Thrones ending look like Citizen Kane.
Maybe. We're going to have to wait and see, but I think you're right. I think you're right.
I mean, it's been terrible. Like so god-awful. And the other issue with this is Netflix put in like $450 million. If I was Netflix, I would go up to the Duffer Brothers and I would do this. I'd be like, Duffer Brothers, we gave you $450 million. We promoted this thing more than we've ever promoted anything. We put you on the same day as the NFL games, and you're giving us this slop.
What is with the paper? Why did you have to do the paper thing?
Because it adds effect to it.
Oh, okay.
Howard Stern once said that. He said you use props to add effect.
I totally agree. I don't know that it added anything there. It just had me confused. I was waiting for more. I was waiting for the paper payoff. I got no paper payoff.
I'm Netflix going to the Duffer Brothers and looking at the budget.
Oh, good. You think they print those out?
Yeah, I do.
It's 2025, soon to be 2026. They got that thing on the computer.
I hope Vecna goes out and just kills everybody, including the Duffer Brothers. Yeah, that's what I'm rooting for now.
The cast is way too bloated. It's way too bloated. They needed to pare it down more than just adding superfluous children to the mix that to me serve absolutely no purpose. And then the most laughable scene of all, in my opinion, I'll give a little bit of a spoiler here. It's nothing that will affect the plot for those of you who listen to our show and are also traversing the Upside Down and watching Stranger Things. When Nancy and what's-his-buyers are on a table and the romance is dwindling, and they're afraid that they're about to drown to death in yogurt. It made very little sense to me. They're sinking on a table in a room that is melting, and it does. It looks like they're just hanging out, really, in Mrs. Doubtfire's face whenever the cream's falling off. Like, that was the most dramatic scene of the entire season so far, and I just couldn't get past the dripping yogurt.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for like a sex scene or something at that point.
Yeah, if you feel like you're going to die, go out with a bang.
Literally.
No, not going out with a bang. We're just surrounded by yogurt. There's an obvious joke there I'm not going to make because I'm growing up. I am maturing. Texter, yesterday I ate a dozen pierogies with a couple of pops. There you go. See, a dozen pierogies, that doesn't even sound like that much. If I were equating the amount of pierogies that I would have had to eat as much pizza as I did, I'd had to eat 70 pierogies. Love pierogies. Texter, you say you don't trust Tomlin, but 2 weeks ago you were 100% confident the Browns were never going to be an issue, especially this year. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Did I think the Steelers would win the game? Of course I thought the Steelers would win the game. They were a favorite. Cleveland stinks. Shedeur Sanders, oh my God, that guy is terrible. He's horrendous. His second interception was maybe the worst throw I've ever seen. That's not hyperbole. Could have been fair caught. There's no reason the Steelers should have lost this game. But I said a couple of weeks ago, I said the opposite. I said, I don't feel great. You should beat the Browns. I don't feel great about it. They never win in Cleveland. What are you talking about? Texter, hey, Crowley, isn't it neat how it was all but a given that they'd win the division just days ago? Cool, huh? 2-game lead with 2 to play. How can they F that up? Oh, Mike Tomlin. And we'll get into the reasons over the course of the fan morning show proper.
I thought the point of the pre-show was to not talk about sports.
Oh, I'm pissed! Did you see we got video of Pluto?
No.
Really? You didn't see this? Big news. Big news. I got to find the link here.
I'm normally caught up on this kind of stuff. I'm
No,
very
you're not.
interested. Yeah,
Yes,
I am. I'm interested in astronomy.
Clearly not.
Well, Pluto's not even a planet anymore. Why do we care?
We sent something to Pluto. 9 years, 3 billion miles, and we get to see Pluto's icy mountains. And people are calling it one of the greatest accomplishments in the history of humanity.
Wow.
And it's interesting, but I think that's overstated. Hey, guys, look at the icy mountains. What are we possibly learning at Pluto? And is Pluto a planet? You know what? Pluto is like the Steelers. What do you got, 9 planets or 8 in Pluto? Like, the Steelers are always right there. Are they a playoff team or are they not a playoff team? Nobody knows, but you know they're going to be right there. We always know Pluto's going to be there. Pluto's hanging out. We can trust Pluto. Planet or not. Depends on the year. Same thing with the Steelers. Playoff team, no playoff team. God, I'm depressed. By the way, we set, just real quick, we set this thing 9 years. It took 9 years to go 3 billion miles. It doesn't, seems like it would take longer. Billion with a B. 9 years, that's not bad.
And what did we find on Pluto?
Ice mountains. Now,
is that brave? I mean, do we think a McDonald's was going to be there? Like, what's the news here?
That's right. I didn't look past the headline or the video, so I really don't know anything else besides the fact that it said 9 years, 3 billion miles. I don't even know if we sent a craft or if we sent somebody to get close enough that we could then film. If anybody knows, you can text us at 412-928-9370.
So you don't even know the story. You're giving me bleep for not. You don't even know what's going on.
Well, you know nothing.
I know as much as you do now.
That's right.
You ever see that movie with Sandra Bullock where she gets lost in space?
Of course.
It's a great movie, isn't it? George Clooney's in it.
Yeah, he goes bad at the end. Am I right about that?
I don't know if he goes bad. I think he dies at the end. Spoiler. I think he dies at the end.
R.I.P.
Not in real life.
Clooney. Handsome lad, that Clooney.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
Sandra Bullock, also not bad on the eyes.
That's what I should have said.
Although she was better when she was blonde in Blindside.
Oh, the Blind Side. There were some gratuitous shots of her backside in the Blind Side where anytime she'd walk away, the camera would start there and then pan up. And I'm like, okay, after the first one or two, it was like the camera guys at the World Cup in Brazil. Like, I know what you're getting at here. I don't mind it, but it's a little gratuitous. Texter, can we discuss how bad Nance and Romo were yesterday? They were bad. Every damn third in a million. Here comes Garrett. We're going to circle Garrett. Garrett. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. When Watt was going for it, there was not the hubbub. It was not the same level of let's circle this guy on every play. Am I wrong about that? I don't think so. And nobody bitched when in Baltimore he should have been given the NFL sack record, and then they took it away. Garrett.
No Tony Romo hate allowed, though. He was great.
Romo stunk yesterday. And I like Romo, but everything came down to Garrett. Garrett. They're 3-12. Who cares? It's not like it's DiMaggio's record, for God's sakes. Texter, no McDonald's. They did see a Dollar General on Pluto, though, Dom.
Okay, that makes sense. Did you stay up for the Bears-Niners game last night?
No, I watched Harry Potter.
Oh. See, now, it was a great game. That's a game that when you're a kid, that you stay up and you skip your homework to watch. There's always a couple of those. That's one of them.
Those were the days, man. The number of times I fell asleep on my couch downstairs watching Sunday Night Football, and I'd always try to stay up, but I very rarely would, unless it was the Steelers or some divisional matchup. But that routinely, every Sunday, fall asleep watching Sunday Night Football. You're right about that. You'd look forward to it. You'd watch Berman back in the day, NFL Prime Time, and then you'd watch the Sunday Night Football game, and now I'm getting goosebumps, goose pimples, hair standing up on my neck. Texter, Romo sucks every game. Get him, Dom.
No, I think he's funny.
He is funny. Jim!
That's what I could really care less about, like, in-depth, they're doing a box defense. Just make me laugh. I'm watching the game. I can figure out what's going on. If I can laugh and chuckle and enjoy your voice, then I'm good.
I'm actually in full agreement. And you know who's got a super annoying voice is Brady.
Yeah, it's not great.
I didn't give you time to guess. I can't hit. It just grates on me. And I find that when he does, like, sit-downs and other analysis-based things, I think he's very good. And I've watched a couple of documentaries where he's featured prominently, including the one with Charles Woodson on the Tuck Rule game. He's cool. Like, he seemed like a guy, like, genuinely I'd want to hang out with. But I don't know that he's comfortable in the booth, and he still seems too straight-laced, like he's going to get choked out by his own tie.
He's gotten better, though.
I agree with that.
He's gotten better.
I do think he's gotten better. He's not as good as Watt. I think J.J. Watt's really good, which color me shocked because I've always thought he is a little full of himself, but I think he's been outstanding. Texter, can we talk about how awful Boz has been this season? Well, last 2 weeks, man. I didn't think they should have kicked that field goal, the 54-yarder, after seeing the first couple of attempts. It just didn't look great, or the first attempt didn't look great, plus the wind and the rain and the slop. By the way, Acrissure's turf gets ripped on all the time. In Cleveland, they only seem to replace the turf between the hashes. It was like you're at Phipps Conservatory between the hashes. It's beautiful, beautiful grass. And then outside the numbers, like, shit, not in the budget. It doesn't matter. We're 3-12. Who cares? We don't need to replace the whole. Just replace the middle. It's like a comb over. Texter, didn't I tell you the Browns were spoilers? I told you. I don't know who you are. Put your name on the text, sir. Texter, I would rather listen to Romo or Brady and never listen to Collinsworth. I love Collinsworth. I think I'm in the minority here in Pittsburgh. Do you like Collinsworth?
No, I love Collinsworth.
Me too.
Not a Tirico guy, but Collinsworth I think is great.
Really? Not a Tirico guy.
Yeah, that's like sacrilegious since he went to Syracuse.
Right.
Monday night he was great. Sunday night, not the same.
Joe Buck is my favorite. I'm a big Joe Buck guy, which I also think is maybe not popular. But they lent credence to Monday Night Football again. Monday Night Football, I mean, they were just wandering through the wilderness for years trying to figure it out. And Tirico's not my favorite. I think he's good. But Joe Buck, I mean, he's my man.
I have a very strong opinion that Joe Buck is the greatest play-by-play announcer to ever live.
Why you got to one-up me?
I'm trying to one-up you.
I just sit here and I'm like, oh, I got this opinion. I don't think it's all that popular. I really like Joe Buck. And you're like, let me tell you something, Crowley. He's the greatest broadcaster in human history.
No, I'm not trying to one-up you. Baseball and football, I think he's the best to ever do it. Fully, strongly believe that.
He's really good. I'll tell you who else is good. Because you could make the argument, obviously, with Joe Buck that there's the nepotism thing. But he's clearly proven that he's worthy. Now he's in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. An Eagles kid. Noah. Outstanding. Absolutely fabulous. Small package, big voice.
I'm sorry?
Not a big guy, but the voice. That voice. You don't like him?
Yeah, he also went to Syracuse. He's fine.
Did you know him?
No, he graduated in 2019.
Because he's not even 30 yet, right?
No, I missed him by 3 years. He's still in his 20s. He sounds too much like his dad.
He sounds almost identical to his dad, but his dad's outstanding, so I'm fine with it. I don't think it's his fault. I don't think he tries to sound like his dad. I just think
sure.
happened. Like, I sound like my dad. You probably sound like your dad.
Like when he called the Penn State-Oregon game, I thought he did fine. But he's fine. He's okay. Todd Blackledge is great.
I never liked Blackledge.
Who do you think at the station would be a great play-by-play announcer?
Callis.
Someone who doesn't do it on the side.
It's a totally different skill set than what we do.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah. Well, I'm letting the listeners know. They might think, oh, you could talk while watching a game. It's totally different. I think Mulsey would be good. He's got great vocabulary.
It's a good answer.
Thank you.
Good answer, good answer.
I'm sure you have an opinion on this.
I was thinking Starkey. You, maybe.
Oh, okay, flattery. All right, I guess we need to talk about that Steelers game in 30 seconds or thereabouts. They made history again, folks, for all the wrong reasons. Bang!
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain and falling temperatures bound to make the rush hour a bit dangerous, so be sure to give yourself lots of extra travel time. Keep those speeds under control, please. We do have one accident. It's tying up inbound Route 28 in Shaler Township. This is near the Millvale off-ramp, blocking the right lane. Traffic getting by in the left lane, but watch for delays around that. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North and the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture. Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Saloni's Italian Bread. Smale Lincoln Greensburg. And Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant.
There's a 2nd and 8. This pass to Fannin. He caught it, and he rolls in untouched. Harold Fannin Jr. with his 71st catch of the year. Take a deep breath, Baltimore. 3 on the play clock. Rodgers out of the gun. Looking to the end zone, and it is incomplete. Incomplete and no flag. The Browns have pulled off the upset.
I didn't think we played poorly. We just didn't make enough plays. I thought they played well. I thought the game was kind of unfolding in the way that you would anticipate, but we never made that signature play that kind of got us over the hump. That generally is the deciding factor in games like this, and we generally make them. We didn't make them today.
I didn't think we played poorly. What the hell does poorly look like? You scored 6 points. The Penguins scored 7 goals. The last 4 times the Browns took the field, they gave up 23, 31, 31, and 26. One of those 31s belonged to the Titans. If scoring 6 points and losing 13-6 against a 3-12 team doesn't qualify as playing poorly, then what in the world Mike Tomlin does? We can talk about Myles Garrett and how they were trying to thwart his attempted history. We can talk about Aaron Rodgers not playing up to the standard that we now hold him to, where he's been elite the last 3 games. We can talk about a myriad of different things. But the man in charge is the man to blame, as so often is the case. The Steelers weren't ready to go from the drop of the puck, as they say. The Steelers outscored 10-0 in the first quarter, and now you're playing catch-up against a bad team, yes, but one that can get after the quarterback. There's your game. How the hell do you not come out ready to play? I'll tell you how. You never do. That game amounted to a playoff game. Did it not? Does anybody feel good about the Ravens game? Does anybody feel like they're going to win that game? Maybe by the end of the week we'll all talk ourselves into it. Nobody can feel good about it now. If you beat the Browns, you win the North, you rest your guys, you get a home playoff game. So, by that logic, yesterday was a playoff game. Which is why it's upsetting, yet not surprising, that they were down 10-0 after a quarter. Because in playoff games, that's all they ever do. Last playoff game, down 21-0 to the Ravens. Playoff game prior to that, 21-0 Bills. Playoff game prior to that, 35-7 to the Chiefs. Prior to that, 28-0 against the Browns. And against the Jags, they were down 21-0. The Steelers, they don't even get out of the driveway for playoff games. They don't give themselves a chance in playoff games. They haven't in 8 years, and yesterday was a playoff game, so the engine never got going. I said the Steelers made history yet again for all the wrong reasons. This stat was tweeted out yesterday, went viral. The Steelers are now winless. 0-4-1. In their last 5 games against teams entering 8+ games below 500. That ties the longest such streak in NFL history. Mike Tomlin can't even beat the bad teams. You should be obliterating these teams. And the best the Steelers can show for their last 5 opportunities against the dregs of the NFL is a tie. They lost in 2020 to the 2-10-1 Bengals. They tied the 0-8 Lions in 2023 with Mason Rudolph skipping passes in the end zone. They lost to the 2-10 Cardinals and the 2-10 Patriots in back-to-back weeks. And they lost, of course, yesterday to the 3-12 Cleveland Browns. The Steelers had been playing playoff caliber football the last 3 weeks. Offensively, they were averaging 28 points a game. Defensively, it had looked like they turned the corner. And our stream numbers, our YouTube numbers, our X numbers last Monday were the highest they've ever been since we've been tracking all that data, because people, for the first time in a long time, were optimistic about these Pittsburgh Steelers. But shame on you, and shame on me, and shame on all of us for not seeing that the most obvious thing was lurking just beyond the corner. The most obvious thing was waiting. Like a horror movie. ready to strike. In a game that amounted to be a playoff game, the Steelers didn't get out of the first quarter. And the Steelers, against one of the worst teams in the NFL, came away with nothing to show for it again. With Mike Tomlin, there is always another shoe to drop. And we'll get into the specifics of the game. But 30,000 feet, how the hell did none of us see this coming? The second that Derrick Henry scored his first rushing touchdown against the Green Bay Packers, we all should have said, well, that's it. Bah humbug. The Grinch is stealing Christmas. I realize those are two different things. I don't have all that much time to work with. We all should have seen this coming. I'm embarrassed that I did not. I was weary. I wanted to throw up before the game yesterday, probably because of all the holiday cookies and such. I just had a funky feeling, but I did think the Steelers would win. Shame on me. Defensively, on the whole, good game. You give up 13 points, you need to win that game 100 out of 100 times. But to start the game, the defense was putrid. That's on the head coach. You lost to Shedeur Sanders. The Browns were up 10-0 early, and he didn't make a single good throw in that stretch. The touchdown pass to Fannin Jr., where his leg fell off, was the worst touchdown pass I've ever seen. Kyle Duggar gets into position and then turns his back on the play like his controller got disconnected. Herbig had a chance at a pick six. Would have been the easiest walk-in pick six of his young career. Nice hands, feet. The game is much more on the offense and Mike Tomlin than it is on the defense, but there were plays to be made, and the plays were not made. Your kicker missed a field goal on a decision that I wouldn't have made. I'd have either gone for it or punted the football there. Bad decision, but your kicker now has shown cracks the last couple of weeks. Even the field goals he made didn't look all that good. Offensively, yeah, you have no DK Metcalf. Darnell Washington got hurt. Your left side of your offensive line isn't the guys you would rather be playing, though full marks to Dylan Cook for being solid in Broderick Jones' stead. What I'm saying here is, on special teams, gaff. Defensively, gaff. Offensively, horrendous. And when you lose the game in all three phases, how can you point anywhere else but then to the head coach to say nothing about the damn play calls? 9:55 to go in the fourth quarter. 3rd and 1. Rodgers goes no huddle instead of going with the tush push. False start, then an incompletion. 3rd and 4. Down 10-6. 5:39 to play. They hand the ball off to Kenneth Gainwell. How? 4th and 1. First half. 2:40 to go. Fade ball. Scotty Miller. You've got the tush push. You're even showing wrinkles off the tush push. And you decide they heave one up, basically to me, in the corner of the end zone. Great job, everybody involved. Good job, Arthur Smith. Good job, Aaron Rodgers. Scotty Miller was never open on the play, and the ball had no chance of being completed. Meanwhile, Thielen screaming as fast as a 75-year-old wide receiver can across the middle of the field. He's open for a first down. Nope, don't need it. Play calls at the end of the game, and this is probably more on Rodgers than anybody else. Who should we throw the ball to? Well, Pat Freiermuth got us down here. Let's throw it 3 times to my best buddy. We used to play video games together in Green Bay. MVS. Incomplete, incomplete, incomplete. Oh, and the kicker, you're going against one of the better corners in the league with MVS on 3 consecutive plays with your season on the line. There wasn't an aspect of the game yesterday where the Steelers were above the line. That falls, unsurprisingly, on the head coach. Let's open up the phones at 412-928-9370. We will get to the narrative that is sweeping across the interwebs and has made its way to national television in a little bit. More on the Steelers' slow starts when we come back, plus just a lot of you. Open phones until 8 o'clock at 412-928-9370. The hotline's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's an intern Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, there was another game on last night. Penguins get a win. They beat the Blackhawks 7-3 yesterday. It is the first regulation road win for Pittsburgh since December 4th. So a big win for the Penguins last night. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And let me also say, the Fan Early Morning Show, which was about 14 minutes ago, is brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Officer? Could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A help wanted sign was spotted for the Steelers offense on Sunday. They played in Cleveland, but they left the offense in Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers' crew couldn't get into the end zone a single time in the 13-6 loss to the Browns. And that means we get a game for all the marbles. Steelers and Ravens in Week 18. Winner gets the division. Loser goes to Cancun. I'm Denton Day.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com hypnosis.com/work.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. Stop smoking with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. No matter how many times you tried to quit, this hypnosis is designed to destroy your desire to smoke without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss 11 a.m. Registration 10:30. Stop smoking 2 p.m. Registration 1:30. MarkPatrickSeminars.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Snow and rain this morning, a high 41.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Leftover slowdowns from an earlier accident on the inbound side of Route 28, where crews have just cleared an earlier accident, reopening that off-ramp at the Millvale interchange. Meanwhile, in Baldwinboro, crews are on the scene of a downed tree that has restricted Glass Run Road in both directions at the intersection with Walton Road. Meanwhile, parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The start doesn't determine anything other than the start. I doubt that any of us got uncomfortable. It's the nature of kind of how these games go. I thought our ability to put some points on the board prior to the half and then have the ball coming out the second half really kind of made anything that transpired in the first half irrelevant.
Yeah, it would have if you'd have scored coming out at halftime. And falling behind 10-0, Mike, isn't about your guys standing in there in the midst of adversity. It's not about not blinking or any of that mumbo-jumbo nonsense. It's about math. If you're down 10-0, if you spot them a double-digit lead, your chances of winning go down exponentially. And he says the same thing after all these playoff games, too. The start is the start. The start's not the reason we lost. Folks, their last 5 playoff games, they've been down 126-7. You think you give yourself a chance to win? I'll answer it for you. No. 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring. It's also the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's talk to Anthony in Oakland first up on this Loser Monday. Hello, Anthony.
This was a loss of monumental proportions. And the coach is the absolute blame. He allowed the whole team to be tentative and more concerned about T.J. Watt's record than being aggressive. You know, I've seen this picture before, seriously. See, when you get to many years as I have, you've seen Steeler teams like this. This happened in 1990 when Warren Moon gets knocked out the week before. A guy named Cody Carlson is playing. The Steelers, all they have to do is win. They win the division in the Astrodome, and they get blown out by Cody Carlson.
Yep.
Then we got the Ryan Mallett game of 2015.
That's the game this reminded me of, Anthony. You have your chance, and you should win, and you're a favorite, and you're on the road against a bad team with a crap quarterback, and you lose.
Absolutely. So there's a pattern here, and it doesn't matter who the coach is, because we could throw some Bill Cowher disasters in there too, but we just don't have the time. But here's what you know what the Pittsburgh Steelers need to start doing? I'll get to that last, but let me go for Rodgers first. Sir, you're considered one of the greatest of all time. That game should have been on your shoulders. I understand that you had 5 guys named Mo playing wide receiver, but you have to propel them to greater heights, and you didn't do it.
Right, and we're not talking, Anthony, about a team that you needed to put up 30 points against. You needed to score 14 to win the game. So can Rodgers drag that cast of wide receivers to 14 points? He should have been able to do that. Absolutely.
But wait a minute. The Titans put up 30 on them.
Yes, they did.
I mean, see, I'm not going to have excuses here. You know what the Pittsburgh Steelers need to start doing? You know that song they play, Renegade? They play all the time at the stadium to get the people pumped. Let's replace it with Zombie, because that's what they looked like yesterday in Cleveland, and I'm sick and tired of it. Marcus Freeman, I hope you just stay tight, buddy, because hopefully there'll be a call for you when this disaster is over, when the Ravens come in here and roll them over them. Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. He says it's a monumental loss, and it is, but one that will lead to exactly zero change. If the Steelers get rolled by the Ravens in Week 18 for the entire nation to see, how's that any different than what happened last year? I'll answer that one. It's not. And last year didn't lead to any legitimate change. From a personnel standpoint, it did, but from a head coaching standpoint, it didn't. From a coordinator standpoint, it didn't. So what are we really doing here? If they lose to the Ravens, guys, on Sunday night, Mike Tomlin's still going to be the head coach next year unless he chooses not to be. So you say it's a monumental loss. Yeah, it could very well keep them out of the postseason, but monumental in that change is coming? That's wishful thinking. We'll get to the Myles Garrett narrative coming up in about 10 minutes. Larry in Greensburg next up. Hi, Larry.
How you doing today?
Crappy. How are you?
Crappy. You know what? They're losing on Sunday.
Probably, yeah.
They did not. You're right on the money. It was on Tomlin, the coaching. They're going in there flat as can be. I understand they came off a big win over Detroit. But you know what? You have to have your team up for this game to win that division.
Right. You can't play down to your opponent. You can't walk in there and go, oh, it's Cleveland. We'll show up and we'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers. And because we shoot rainbows out of our backside, we're going to beat them. No. You got to come out like it's a playoff game. And thank you for the call, Larry, at 412-928-9370. It can't be opponent adjusted. They were up for the Lions. Why? Well, it's the Lions, and it's the road, and they're playing for their playoff lives too, so we have to match the intensity. This game was more important because this game, you get hats and T-shirts afterwards if you win. The Lions game was a stepping stone to get you to the end game. And the end game was yesterday, and guess what happened? Thanos snapped his fingers. 412-928-9370. That's an Avengers Endgame reference. And if you didn't get it, well, then I'm very ashamed of you. One of the greatest movies in the history of American cinema. 412-928-9370. We got people texting in defending the defense because they really only gave up the 10 points. They held the Browns to that field goal at the end after Rodgers was unable to convert that fourth down. And yeah, I said that. On the whole, 13 points, you should be able to win that game 100 times out of 100. But y'all are missing the point. You didn't show up. Again. It's not a one-off. Big games, they are routinely a no-show in the first quarter. You've got a Browns team. People say that the Steelers are more concerned about Myles Garrett's sack record. No, you got a Browns team. That's probably all they gave a rat's ass about. Let's get Myles the sack record. You put your boots to their face early? They don't want to be there. They probably don't want to live there. It's Cleveland. It's cold. It's windy. It's rainy. It's disgusting yesterday. There's like 12 people in the stands, including Pony and Muller. You get up on them early. You make them realize, oh, yeah, we are the Cleveland Browns. But you gave them hope. Hey, you know what? We got 3 quarters. We can hold these guys off. We believe. You gave them reason to believe. That's the issue. You want to sit here and say, oh, it was only a 10-0 lead. You're down 10-0 to a 3-12 football team. They got off the bus. You didn't. That's the issue. And the defense had chances to win this game, too, by the way. Kyle Duggar made the worst play in the football I've ever seen on the Fannin touchdown. And Herbig's got a chance to return an interception for a touchdown. He drops the ball. So, yeah, they gave up 13 points. But on a day when the offense wasn't there, you could have scored a touchdown, should have scored a touchdown, and didn't. I'm not here for anybody defending any aspect of that game yesterday. 412-928-9370. Give us a ring. Open phones until 8 o'clock. You can also tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Up next, we will get into that Myles Garrett narrative, where the Steelers truly more concerned with stopping him than winning the game. We'll take your calls too. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Dom fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Browns win yesterday. Crowley's been talking about it all morning. 13-6 winners over the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers, 168 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, but not a great night from him. So Pittsburgh-Baltimore next weekend is on Sunday Night Football. Winner wins the division and is in the playoffs. Loser is out. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's our wrap-up-the-year sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Looking for extra cash this holiday season? Keystone Shooting Center wants to buy your used guns. Keystone offers competitive pricing on single firearms or entire collections. They are the fully licensed and legal way to sell your used or unwanted firearms. Stop by their store today for a no-obligation appraisal. They'll even travel to you for larger collections. Visit 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars or call 412-357-8000. Keystone Shooting Center, Pittsburgh's shooting destination.
Upgrade your sleigh at Joe Ball GMC.
Lease a brand new GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months.
$299 for a GMC SUV?
Yep, $299. No one sells for less. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glen Show.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? I did that my first 4 weeks. Have more? Do the math. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes. I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HAPPY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HAPPY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HAPPY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR, 4247, or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We didn't do anything against Miles that we don't normally do against Miles. The sack record's irrelevant. We got to minimize him if we want to engineer victory. We did the same thing last time we played him. I didn't think he had any sacks in that game either. And so we didn't take a different approach because of the gravity of the record. It's just standard business when you playing these guys and him.
Mike Tomlin has admitted to us that he lies to the media in press conferences. And we have called him out for perceived lies time and time and time again on this here radio program. With all that being said, I buy it. I don't think for 1 second that the Steelers were more concerned about Myles Garrett breaking the sack record than they were about winning the football game, which is the popular narrative out there right now. The Steelers would rather have lost that game than let Myles Garrett get the sack record. Bull bleeping bleep bleep bleep. No chance. They didn't give up a sack to Myles the first time around. They won 23-9. They didn't give up a sack to Garrett this time around because they paid proper attention to the guy. He can wreck a game, has wrecked games. He's the biggest reason why the Steelers have had such struggles in Cleveland. The last 2 times they played the Browns there, he had 5 sacks in those games. He was the biggest reason why the Steelers have had issues at the mistake by the lake. Every team that plays Myles Garrett wants to minimize his impact on the game. That's not bad coaching. That's good coaching. They lost the game not because they stopped Myles Garrett. In fact, that's one of the only things they did well in the game. They lost the game because they didn't have DK Metcalf. They didn't have Calvin Austin III. They didn't have TJ Watt. They lost Darnell Washington early. The quarterback was making terrible reads. On a 4th and 1 heave to Scotty Miller, he had a first down to Thielen over the middle of the field. On the 4th down play that decided the game, that should have been PI, by the way. Not that they deserved it. He's got Kenneth Gainwell for a walk-in touchdown. You drop a pick six. They complete a touchdown pass that should have been an interception by Kyle Duggar. And I'm supposed to sit here and go, oh, the reason they lost is because they stopped Myles Garrett? No! The reason they lost is because of all the things I just listed. Aaron Rodgers leads the Steelers to a 1st and goal opportunity to tie the game by throwing it to Pat Freiermuth. And on the final 3 plays of the game, he throws the ball to his Ernie, if he's Bert, 3 times against Ward, the best player potentially on that defense, not named Myles Garrett. They wanted to minimize Myles. Of course they did. Everybody does. That's not why they lost. They lost because they were inept in every phase at one point or another. Can we stop with the lazy, oh, God, they wanted to stop him from getting the record nonsense? I'm sure they didn't want him to get the record, but they didn't want him to wreck the game. For goodness sakes. 412-928-9370. The analytics world wants you to know that Garrett was chipped 41% of the time. That's not even the most he's been chipped this season. It's the 3rd highest chip rate in a game against Myles this season. And this was the game for the record for him. So can we stop with the friggin' madness? 412-928-9370. You've got a left tackle who didn't even make your team out of training camp. You've got a left guard who you don't want to be starting. You would much rather have Isaac Seumalo. So you've got a backup, really 4th-string guy at left tackle. You've got a backup at left guard. You lost your best blocking tight end by a country mile. And I'm supposed to think that the Steelers trying to minimize Myles Garrett was the wrong decision? I'm supposed to think giving those guys help was the wrong decision? No, they had opportunities to win the game that they should have made. And if they did, I guarantee you the narrative coming out of the game is, wow, the Steelers won because they stopped Myles. If Rodgers hits Gainwell on 4th down instead of throwing it through the arms of MVS and the Steelers win the thing in overtime, we're all going, oh, boy, oh, geez. Where was Mr. Sack Record? Where was Mr. Strahan? Where was Gastineau? They're popping champagne. TJ Watt's popping champagne. Oh, yeah, and the Steelers got hats and T-shirts. We're literally talking about the same thing in a different way if the Steelers win the football game. I will rip on this Steelers coaching staff, and I have, about everything, because they're not good enough at their jobs. I'm not going to say that they did the wrong thing by trying to minimize Myles Garrett's impact on the game. He wrecks games. They suck. He does not. So stop the guy who doesn't. Rob in West Mifflin, good morning.
Morning, Adam. What's going on, man?
I feel terrible, Rob.
Join the club, man. I don't know where to start, but I'm going to start with the game plan. Like, the game plan against Detroit was totally different. You went in thinking he was going to be in the shootout, so I guess the offense was open. I know DK Metcalf didn't play, but still, they played so conservative. Then I'm going to start with from Tomlin to Artie Smith.
Real quick, Rob, and I'll let you finish. But I think the reason the Steelers looked as conservative as they did was, yeah, of course they were worried about Myles, but because your number one wide receiver decided to punch a fan last week, so he wasn't there. The guy who's probably your number two, Calvin Austin III, he didn't play. a guy who's a massive focal point of your offense, Darnell Washington, got hurt very early in the football game. I'm not saying I think they should have been conservative, but I think that's why they were. And those reasons, to me, far outweigh the, oh, boy, we got to stop Garrett from getting the sack record narrative.
Yeah, I was saying that too during the game. But then I'm like, they had so many chances. My whole thing is, I know Aaron Rodgers processes a lot of things fast and everything, but for you to go to MVS 3 times on the goal line with Denzel Ward on it makes no sense to me. Then you did a 4-for-1.
They should have been more worried about Denzel Ward, Rob, than they were Myles Garrett, but instead they went head-on at the guy. He's their second-best defensive player, and that's only because one of the best of all time is on the roster. That guy's an absolute stud, and you challenged him with MVS? It was reminiscent, Rob, of when Richard Sherman got tested by Crabtree time and time again and then had the viral moment after the game. Like, that's what you're doing? You're throwing that guy with that guy? Ridiculous. Thank you for the call, Rob. 412-928-9370. Dom, I know you disagree with the Garrett take. I think a lot of people disagree with my Garrett take. I just think when you've got a great player on the other side, trying to take him out of the game isn't a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. And I think that had they won the game, we're not talking about it. And they had chances to win the game independent from the Myles Garrett game plan situation.
Sure, I completely disagree with you. I don't think it's lazy at all. In fact, I think the Tomlin thing is much more lazy, trying to put the blame on him.
Trying to put the blame on the head coach who fell behind 10-0?
As opposed to putting it on the most obvious thing that everybody watching the game besides you was pointing at and saying, this is what is happening right now.
And you know why they were? Because of your boy, Tony Romo. Tony Romo was more focused on the sack record than the game itself. And then it, through osmosis, bled into Nance, who was more focused on the sack record than anybody else. And so everyone who's watching the game, the millions of people watching on CBS, they go, oh, it's all about the sack record. It's all about the sack record. It's all about the sack record. So friggin' brainwashed. Even on the final play of the game. Again, with Baltimore fans watching, with Steelers fans puckered because the playoffs are on the line, they're focused more on Myles Garrett. It's lazy.
But Crowley, there's a difference between wanting to limit him, which obviously you want to do. He's one of the best rushers in the league, and being afraid to run your full offense because you don't want Rodgers to drop back and take the sack. And that's what was happening. If that's not what you saw, then I don't know what game you were watching.
I think they were petrified of Myles Garrett. But I think they should have been.
But there were
I don't think it had anything to do with the sack record. I think that's laughable.
There were times where they would have taken chances that otherwise they normally
And what makes you say that? Because Mike Tomlin's such an aggressive head coach? Because Arthur Smith has been so aggressive?
No, because Rodgers is not as trigger happy as he was yesterday. There were times where he had quick releases that if Myles Garrett was not chasing a record, he would have stood there and taken the pressure and tried to complete a pass.
I totally disagree. You've got Scotty Miller as one of your primary options.
What does that have to do with anything?
You're not going to be aggressive when you're throwing the ball down the field to Chris Muller, Andrew Filipponi, and Dom DiTomaso. And that is pretty much what they had at wide receiver yesterday.
But they threw it to him on 4th and short, so clearly they were being aggressive at times.
What, when they threw the ball up to Scotty Miller on 4th and 1?
Yeah. So there were times where they were willing to be aggressive.
Okay, but here's the thing. Rodgers actually could have got the ball out of his hand quicker on that play if he would have hit Thielen over the middle of the field. And getting the ball out quicker is what you're supposed to do against Myles Garrett, right? Because he's chasing the sack record. Instead, he throws the long pass down the sideline. They wanted to limit Garrett. Of course they did. Mike Tomlin talked about it on Tuesday. I don't think the record had anything to do with it. And it's the second consecutive game the Steelers have held Myles off the stat sheet. The first one they won. Why? Because playmakers made plays. This game, they didn't have any playmakers. And that's not excuse making. You got to win the game. I don't care who's out there. You have to beat the one of the dregs of the NFL society, the Cleveland Browns. I am in no way making excuses. But to me, that's why they weren't aggressive. I'm not defending them. But they weren't aggressive because they didn't feel like they had playmakers. And they knew that Sanders wasn't going to put more points on the board. And eventually, I think they thought the dam was going to break. And, well, we all know it didn't. 412-928-9370. Give us a call. We've got the injury report coming up next, and I think you'll get a chuckle out of this, Dom. One of the greatest unforced errors that I've ever seen in my entire life. Plus, your calls. Again, at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Dom fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
If you weren't able to stay up last night, you missed an unbelievable Sunday night football game. 49ers beat the Bears 42-38, which means San Francisco and Seattle on Saturday night is for the NFC West and the 1 seed in the NFC. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. Hey, it's Bob Pompiani, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. With real-time scheduling and precision scan-to-plan accuracy, they make your remodel fast, easy, and very convenient. That's why hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home to transform their bathroom, windows, doors, you name it, they do it. Plus, right now, when you buy a full bathroom model, you'll get a second shower for free and lock in an extra $500 off just for listening to the program. But you need to schedule this right now at westshorehome.com/fan.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now, in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Just when all the gifts are bought and you don't have another cent, suddenly you see the car of your dreams at the Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram wrap up the year event. Up to $13,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. Oh yes, it's true. And here we always stock more while others have few. Big discounts and trade values. Any competing offer we will beat. Don't waste your time shopping when no others can compete. So stop by today for all the deals that you crave. CrownJeep.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holidays. See dealer for details on all offers.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Eastbound Parkway West, delays starting right around the Banksville merge point down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 fairly steady. Also, the Parkway North, where the HOV lanes are open. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
To an extent, I feel like they were more worried about keeping me away from Aaron than getting the win, and I think that's what came back to bite them. So they'll have to fight it out with Baltimore next week. But I'm just proud of the guys for fighting and getting this win. That's the main thing.
Man, he's such a friggin' loser. That's Myles Garrett, who didn't get the sack record, and says, like a lot of people out there, including intern Dom, that the Steelers are more focused on stopping him than actually winning the game. I don't agree with that narrative, but Myles Garrett subscribing to that is the least surprising thing that I saw yesterday. Myles Garrett fails to set the NFL single-season sack record. He's got another shot, but he failed yesterday, and he's got to make it a positive. But he got shut out. You didn't get it. Now, I'm upset today because the Steelers lost the game. But Myles having that take is the most Myles thing that has ever happened. 412-928-9370, the 50-minute mark on the Fans, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We will get to DK Metcalf's absence and the effect that had on the game a little bit later on. We'll talk about Rodgers and his performance in about 10 minutes. Right now, though, the injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Darnell Washington, it looks like, broke his wrist. So I'm not super confident he's going to be able to play in that Ravens game. Other than that, Mike Tomlin said bumps and bruises associated with play. But the Steelers missing some key pieces. Calvin Austin, James Pierre, Eccles, Sayamalu. Who among those guys are going to play? Not sure. What we do know, kind of, is that Mike Florio said that it is unlikely that TJ Watt will be able to go against Baltimore. Awesome. Called him a quote-unquote long shot. And that's your injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. We'll take more of your calls in a moment, but we got to introduce some kind of levity into this thing today because we're all so miserable on this dreary Steelers loser Monday. Dom, I'm not going to out any of the people involved in this because it's embarrassing for everyone. But yesterday after the Steelers game, somebody that I know did something that can never happen. Walked over to a nice young lady and said, "When are you due?" And she's not pregnant. It was one of the greatest unforced errors I have ever seen in my entire life. How do you make that mistake? If you have any thought that someone could be with child, and you don't know the person that well, and that was the circumstance, you don't bring that up unless somebody else brings it up first, unless they bring it up. You can't guess. Everybody knows that. My 6-year-old knows that. You can't guess. Of course not. I almost threw up. I was laughing so hard because of the absurdity. And then the people who were offended, they left very quickly. And they said, no, it's all good. It's fine. That's not fine. It's never fine. Psychologically damaging an unforced error such as this.
Wait, so can you what exactly was said? Are you able to give specifics here?
When are you due? How far along are you? Actually, I think was the verbiage.
Oh man! And what did the lady say?
I'm not expecting.
Oh my God!
Yep. And then the person who committed the folly said, well, the way you were leaning back. No, don't double down. The only thing that should follow after that kind of an error is, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I had a couple beers. I'm not myself today. It's the Steelers' loss. But it can't be, well, the way you were standing, that can't be the response.
I think my move would be, I would try to say like, oh, I thought, Crowley told me that you were pregnant. That's, I misheard. Sorry. That's how I would try to play that off.
That is a good defense. I could have sworn I heard, not that you look it, but I was told, maybe I got you confused with somebody else. That's the only defense. Look at you and me, man. We're great at solving a problem 24 hours later, which is what we're also trying to do with the Steelers. And we will continue to do so with you at 412-928-9370. We'll take calls on the Myles Garrett narrative, on DK Metcalf's absence, anything and everything. But we'll start the next segment with Aaron Rodgers' play. Just how much is he to blame for the Steelers' failures in Cleveland yesterday? First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that in a moment. It's the Fan Morning Show.
At JeepOfPittsburgh.com, it's our wrap-up-the-year sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepOfPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Looking for extra cash this holiday season? Keystone Shooting Center wants to buy your used guns. Keystone offers competitive pricing on single firearms or entire collections. They are the fully licensed and legal way to sell your used or unwanted firearms. Stop by their store today for a no-obligation appraisal. They'll even travel to you for larger collections. Visit 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars or call 412-357-8000. Keystone Shooting Center, Pittsburgh's shooting destination.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of the multi-vehicle accident, shutting down the eastbound lanes of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. This is between the Somerset and Bedford interchanges. Traffic being detoured off as far west as the New Stanton interchange. You'll be rejoining the turnpike at the Breezewood exit, so just be aware of that. Also, an accident in Harrison Township. Crews on the scene at the intersection of Alabama Avenue and Freeport Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune into Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture. Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant.
tackle position. Back goes Rodgers. In trouble. And he's sacked from behind. And there is a sack by 91 Alex Wright.
You cannot tell me that Nance didn't think that was Garrett, right? The way he emoted there, he thought Myles Garrett got the record and then was disappointed to find out that it was right.
Defensive tackle position. Back goes Rodgers. In trouble. And he's sacked from behind. And there is a sack.
He wanted to say, and there is the record. So I think that's where the narrative came from. I know that Myles said it after the game, that the Steelers were more focused on him, and everybody in the national media has been running with it today. Intern Don's been running with it today. I think the narrative came because of the way that the broadcast set it up all game long. The broadcast was more focused on Myles Garrett than the actual outcome of the game, and thus people thought the Steelers viewed it the same way. I don't. And we'll take your calls on that. We can continue to do so. I'm happy if we debate at 412-928-9370. In the meantime, Aaron Rodgers, not good yesterday. Let's call it like it is. I've been a big Rodgers supporter, a big Rodgers defender. There's really no place for him to hide after that performance. Here's what he had to say after the game.
They got a good defense. But, yeah, we didn't execute very well on third downs. I didn't have a very good game. And I didn't run the ball, early like we wanted to. Pretty bad on third down.
I actually thought the Steelers did run the ball well. They ran the ball for 131 yards, 5.5 yards per carry, but they threw it 39 times and only ran it 24 times, which again, I think fits my side of the argument more than the Garrett narrative side. Like, if you don't want Garrett to get the sack record and you're averaging 5.5 damn yards a rush, just keep running the ball. Doesn't matter how many times he tackles Gainwell in the backfield then, right? Doesn't matter how many times he tackles Jalen Warren in the backfield. You want to keep him from the sack record, keep doing the thing that you've been doing well, which is running the football. 5.5 yards per carry. It's unforgivable that they only ran the thing 24 times and threw it 39 times. If they were so damn concerned about the record, why you drop it back 39 times against Myles Garrett? But there's no defense for Rodgers. Because of the stakes, this was his worst game of the season. Now, no Metcalf doesn't help. No Calvin Austin doesn't help. Roman Wilson only played 9 snaps, by the way, after getting gassed up all week by Mike Tomlin. Darnell Washington got hurt. That doesn't help Aaron Rodgers. But we didn't need a masterpiece. We didn't need a Michelangelo or a Leonardo or any other of the Ninja Turtles kind of masterpiece. We didn't need that. You needed 14 points to win the game. You only got 6. On the final 3 plays of the game, Rodgers was locked in on his buddy, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, to the point where it's nausea-inducing. You had gotten down there because you hit big plays to a good receiving tight end, in my opinion, Pat Freiermuth. Not in their opinion, but in my opinion. 2 big plays to get you into that goal-to-go situation, and you throw it 3 times to MVS. First 2 looked like they weren't on the same page. So then you try him again against Denzel Ward, the second-best player on the Cleveland defense and one of the better corners in the NFL. You're going to try that sorry-ass receiver on him 3 times in a row? That's on Rodgers. Because Kenneth Gainwell on that 4th down play that would have tied the game was wide ass open. On the 4th and 1 heave to Scotty Miller, Adam Thielen, wide open over the middle of the field, just ahead of the sticks. Rodgers needs to throw the ball to the appropriate guy. It wasn't going to be a masterpiece. But if he throws the ball to Kenneth Gainwell, you're playing for overtime. If he throws the ball to Adam Thielen on that 4th and 1, you've got a chance. And I also think Rodgers erred when it was a 3rd and 4, you're down 10-6, there's 5 minutes and 39 seconds to go, and instead of getting the tush-push crew out there on a third down, I got the wrong play. This was 9:55 to go in the fourth, 3rd and 1, Rodgers went no huddle instead of getting the tush-push guys out there, and then you get a false start, it's 3rd and 6, and you're effed. Take your time, get the right personnel out there. The tush-push, the Spartan, as they call it, has been one of the most effective plays they run. They've been very good in 3rd and 4th and short situations this year and of late. And you hurry up to the line. That's not on Arthur Smith. That's not on Mike Tomlin. That's on Rodgers. So I will blame Tomlin for the loss because we see losses like this every year, and there's one guy you can always point to. When the same things happen over and over again, and the one constant is the head coach, then yeah, you blame the head coach. But make no mistake about it. If Rodgers plays a D game instead of an F game, and he gets an F from me, the Steelers probably win the game. And we're talking about an AFC North championship and getting healthy for the playoffs and getting Watt back and getting Eccles back and getting Sayamalu back and maybe getting Washington back. But Rodgers failed miserably yesterday. That loss is on Tomlin, but 1B is probably Aaron. If it's not Metcalf, we'll get to him at the bottom of the hour. 412-928-9370. James in the South Hills is a big fan of intern Dom. Hi, James.
AFC North Championship.
Can you turn your radio down, James? All right, James. Call back. Give it a shot. Angela, the queen of the Fan Morning Show from Beachview. Hello, Angela. How are you today?
Awful. What was that? Was that Rod Serling in the Twilight Zone? I mean, what was that? Or do I sound like an idiot and say, oh, Vegas put the call in or the NFL put the call in so we could have prime time?
We have had more texts like that than you would believe, Angela, and I just don't buy that for a second. I don't.
I don't. Of course I don't. But come on. What was that? Jonnu Smith? What's the love fest with Jonnu Smith? I mean, I know that DK Metcalf, Cleveland knew that there was no big play threat, and the Browns knew it. They invited the Steelers to take shots downfield, and that's exactly what we did. We didn't even try any play action, attack the perimeter, run more. What the hell was that?
Angela, Marquez Valdez-Scantling led the Steelers with 9 targets. Scotty Miller was second with 7. If that happens again against the Ravens, you will not win. You're not going to beat anybody in the NFL when those guys combine for 6 targets. It's just not going to happen. And I realize that losing Darnell Washington early probably had something to do with why they became more pass happy than run happy. But if you're going to be pass happy then, and you've just lost that tight end, I don't know why Pat Freiermuth only got targeted 5 times. It's just a dereliction of duty. And thank you for the call at 412-928-9370. Let's give James another shot. He's a big fan of Dom. Hi, James.
Hey, Adam. What's up, brother?
How you doing, pal?
Hey, man, I really enjoy your show. Your show's fantastic.
Hey, thanks, James. Are you about to say something mean now, or are you trying to butter me up? That's okay if you are.
No, I actually go back with you all the way back to the 970 days, but that's another story.
My man.
You know, I hate to be that guy. I really do, because I was never, ever this guy. Really, you got to take my word for it. I thought the mere idea that the NFL could ever be fixed was completely ridiculous. I never played it. But, you know, after watching what happened yesterday and watching stuff around the league and the billions of dollars that are bet, I'm starting to raise an eyebrow.
See, that's why I actually think it's a cockamamie theory, James, and I appreciate you calling and listening and all the kind words, but now I'm going to say things about you. The NFL is a bajillion-dollar industry, and you're going to tell me that with all the people involved, that this is rigged? If that ever got out, it would be the end of the NFL. You're also telling me all these people would have to be involved in some big old conspiracy, and not one of these people would blow the whistle on it? Also, I feel like anybody who's doing the game was rigged thing are absolutely letting the Steelers, Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers, and everybody involved off the hook. If you're one of these people who thinks that the game is rigged, the NFL is rigged, what you're doing here is you're taking blame from Mike Tomlin and you're putting it on the league. And I think that's total nonsense. There was the pass interference call early, the offensive pass interference call early. That was phantom and totally ridiculous, and Romo called it out on the broadcast. Just nonsense. Just a terrible call. But if the league were trying to keep the Steelers from winning the game to set up a winner-take-all Week 18 Sunday Night Football contest, they probably don't call the taunting 2 plays later. The makeup call, the NHL makeup call. I'm not buying it, and I'm probably giving it too much oxygen right now. 412-928-9370. AJ in Cannonsburg next up. Hi, AJ.
What's going on, buddy?
Hi, pal.
2 things. First of all, Miles thinking that the Steelers lost the game because they were trying to prevent him from hitting the sack record is ridiculous because he had 0 sacks in the first meeting. It was a ghost on the stat sheet as well.
And they won the game. They won the game because they minimized Myles Garrett. Minimizing Garrett isn't bad strategy. It's good strategy. You have a 4th-string left tackle and a backup left guard.
It's the only way to win the game. Secondly, this loss is on Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers. Arthur Smith is notorious for this offense starting out flat with his 20 to 30 games, or his play calls to start a game. And then Rodgers, he apparently just wanted to feed his friends all game and make a bunch of terrible passes.
I mean, it did look like that at the end, AJ, didn't it? And I've defended Rodgers against the buddy narrative before, but it's the play of the game, 3 consecutive plays, and you go to that guy against that cornerback, it did look like he was force-feeding his friend. It's tough to argue otherwise, and thank you for the call at 412-928-9370. Yeah, Myles Garrett saying that the Steelers are more focused on stopping him getting the sack record than winning the game is what Myles was always going to say if he didn't get a sack. Let me make this somehow a positive. I didn't make history. How can I spin this positively? Here's what I'll say. I think it's ridiculous. But really, we're probably spending too much time on that too. Because they lost a game where if they'd won, they'd have won the damn division. 412-928-9370. Mark Caboli going to join us live in studio from 8 o'clock until 10. Doesn't mean we're going to stop taking calls, but we'll probably take fewer. So now's your chance to get in. Open phones for the next 45 minutes. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up next, what impact did the DK Metcalf absence have on this game? Would they have won had Metcalf played? That's next. First, it's an Intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Browns beat the Steelers yesterday 13-6. The Steelers are 1-6-1 in their last 8 trips to Cleveland. Myles Garrett did not break the sack record, but Steelers lose, and it sets up Pittsburgh-Baltimore next week here in Pittsburgh. Sunday Night Football, winner wins the North, loser is out of the playoffs. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Classic in San Francisco last night, 42-38. 49ers over the Bears. And what we learned is the Bears are a Super Bowl caliber team. They lost the game, but Caleb Williams and the offense is that good. On the run, there's not a better quarterback in the NFL right now than what Caleb Williams is doing. The Bears, like the defensive woes, are that stellar on that side of the ball. I'm Greg Cole.
Football's in full swing, and let's be real, there's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. So don't wait for a bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro football player prop bets, straight bets, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some sportsbooks protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop, Fanatics Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. So bet with the sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Most sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just flat. But Fan Cash, yes, Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. That's real value for your sports fandom. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drops that is offered live in the Fanatics Sportsbook app every single Friday. So switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Ah, the Internet, a place where your curiosity can flourish, unless online threats stop you. The Internet is wonderful, but you need to protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. NordVPN encrypts your browsing. Its Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Trade away your Sleigh for top dollar plus savings up to $12,000 on new GMC Sierras.
At Joe Ball GMC.
Or lease for $269 a month for 24 months.
$269 for 2 years.
Or 0%. Upgrade that Sleigh. Joe Ball GMC. Route 8 Glenshaw.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
I stopped smoking with Mark Patrick's hypnosis when nothing else worked. 1 year later, my wife Michelle and I attended the Mark Patrick Weight Loss Hypnosis Seminar. In 2 months, lost 43 pounds, and she lost 18 pounds.
And we feel great. Join Mark Patrick's Hypnosis, Lose the Weight, or Stop Smoking, only $59.99. Seminar Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight Loss Hypnosis, 11 a.m. Stop Smoking Hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews remain on the scene of two separate overturned tractor-trailer accidents blocking the eastbound lanes of the Pennsylvania Turnpike between Somerset and Bedford. Traffic being detoured off at New Stanton, and you're being allowed back on at the Breezewood interchange. So just be aware of that. Stay away from the area if you can. Crews still clearing an earlier accident in Harrison Township at the intersection of Alabama Avenue and Freeport Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ball went up, and then he did a good job of playing through me. I thought should have got a call, but no call was made, so that's what it was.
Maybe they're not making a call because you're Marquez Valdez-Scantling and he's Denzel Ward. That's what happens in Major League Baseball, right? Like, you're a veteran pitcher, a respected pitcher, you're going to get the strike calls, but if you're like Paul Maholm, you won't. Perhaps if it's DK Metcalf fighting through contact there, you wind up getting a pass interference. Perhaps DK Metcalf makes that play, but he couldn't, because he hit a fan and was suspended for 2 games and may well have cost the Steelers the division. There's a lot of reasons why they lost the game, but this receiving core the last 3 weeks has been really good because it's greater than the sum of its parts. But you need to have that guy there. You didn't have the guy. Here's what Tony Romo had to say about the Metcalf absence.
Pittsburgh probably wins this game if DK Metcalf is out there, because the coverage that you see, they press on the outside with no safety help. Usually there's a safety that comes over and wants to help double team when Metcalf is out there. They got to put him down in there and help on everybody else and in the run game, and he just couldn't quite create those big plays on the outside the numbers. And I think that was kind of the difference in the game. And they kept trying to at the end, 'cause it's like Aaron knows that's where the ball should go versus that coverage. But they couldn't make the play.
I think he's dead on. Nate Burleson agrees.
There were some shots that were taken downfield. That's a play that goes to DK if it's one-on-one coverage. You can see, like, he's looking for his playmakers down the field. And listen, this hasn't been something, they haven't really been consistent in the passing game. Really, the intermediate game has been the strength of this offense that allowed them to move the ball down the field. But DK's presence was missed. That's what they brought him there for. That's what they paid him for. In this play right here in particular, that would have went to DK Metcalf. So it's tough that he's not down. I'm not blaming DK for them losing the game. I'm just saying that he would have helped his quarterback if he was on the field.
If point A is the start of the game and point B is the end of the game with a victory, and you can't get to point B without DK Metcalf at point A, then how is it not in some way his fault? He's not going to play next week against the Ravens either. And one of the big reasons why they beat Baltimore the first time around is because they were aggressive downfield. DK was winning one-on-one matchups. Cleveland content to drape the Steelers wide receivers in one-on-one coverage yesterday, and you couldn't bank a bay because it's Scotty Miller and Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Adam Thielen. Those guys are all good pieces if you've got a number one. You don't have a number one, and it's not because he got hurt. It's not because his lung got punctured in an unforced error that was not in any way, shape, or form his fault. No, he hit a fan. Now, I thought, and I stand by this, that the NFL was a little heavy-handed here, and it shouldn't have been a 2-game suspension, just a 1-game suspension. But he should have missed this game either way. A lot of folks out there, including many in the national media, want to make this about Myles Garrett and the sack record and the Steelers being more focused on that. No, the difference between this game and the first Browns game was a lack of Metcalf. The Steelers didn't allow Garrett to have a sack the first game, and people celebrated it. He only had 2 tackles. In this game, no sacks for Myles Garrett. So what's the difference in the game? Well, first time they played, Metcalf had 4 catches for 95 yards and a touchdown. There's your difference. Doesn't mean Rodgers couldn't have played better. Doesn't mean the defense couldn't have started better. Doesn't mean Mike Tomlin didn't have head-scratching decisions. But one guy does make a profound difference. That's why you pay DK Metcalf $30 million a year. Because he's good. And without him, you're not as good. It's not a hot take. DK Metcalf is not primarily responsible for their loss, but his immature, unwarranted behavior absolutely contributed to it. And George Pickens, for all of his flaws, never cost the Steelers as much as DK Metcalf cost the Steelers with that moment where he let his emotions get the best of him. At no point did Pickens ever hurt the team as bad as Metcalf just did. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Ray in West Virginia. Good morning, Ray.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Except I'm not. I lied to you.
I know, man. It's a sad day right now. It is. When we look at the wide receiver room, let's go back to in terms of the wide receiver one. Let's go back to days when Mike Wallace was wide receiver one. Did we really have a number two back then? Not really. But AB emerged as the wide receiver one. And for some odd reason, we've always found that diamond in the rough when it comes to drafting a receiver or maybe signing a receiver, out of free agency. My thing is the position coach. I don't know. I forgot his name. My thought is why can't he develop a wide receiver too?
Well, you are pulling at the right thread here, I think, Ray. Coaching absolutely has something to do with it, and thank you for the call at 412-928-9370. But this is such an organizational failure. First of all, DK can't do what you did. Can't do what you did. You got to be out there. If you're out there, they probably win the game. If you're out there against Baltimore, you got a shot to win next week. But now you got a bunch of jabronis out there going up against a maligned Ravens secondary. I don't think it's going to look all that great. So, again, first and foremost, I blame Metcalf. But we talked about it at the trade deadline. We talked about it all offseason. What happens if Metcalf gets hurt? You don't have a viable number two. And what we were told by some of the water carriers was, they believe in Calvin Austin. They believe in Roman Wilson. Well, Calvin wasn't available because he's hurt. And they clearly don't believe in Roman Wilson because Mike Tomlin said all week long, this is his opportunity to stand up. And you know what? He played 9 snaps. 9 snaps. They, under Kevin Colbert, would find diamond in the rough wide receivers outside of the first round. And that list is long. Antonio Brown, Martavis Bryant, Juju Smith-Schuster, who had a great couple of years here in Pittsburgh before he kind of tailed off. Again, that list goes on. Mike Wallace, 3rd round. I can keep naming guys. But under Omar Khan, I think he's mostly done well in these drafts. He doesn't seem to have the Kevin Colbert touch when it comes to the wide receiver position. Because Calvin Austin is just a guy. And Roman Wilson, I don't think going to be a Steeler next year. Because they clearly have no use for the guy. Omar Khan deserves criticism here for not going out and getting a number two. And the guys that they drafted, he's done a terrible job identifying talent. Let's call it what it is. Adam Thielen, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Scotty Miller, by the way. Steelers wide receivers yesterday. 8 catches, 60 yards, no touchdowns on 21 targets. Roman Wilson, Ben Skoranek, 0 targets. Roman Wilson, like I said, 9 snaps. Shame on Omar Khan. And shame on DK Metcalf. 412-928-9370. The Steelers, in a shocking turn of events, have declined to void the $45 million guaranteed to DK Metcalf. They could have voided it for conduct detrimental to the team. They've decided not to. I think that's a laughable decision, and we'll get into that a little bit coming up next, plus your calls, again, on the hotline, 412-928-9370, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Browns beat the Steelers yesterday 13-6. Aaron Rodgers, 168 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, but overall not a good day for Aaron Rodgers. It was a good day for the Penguins. They beat the Blackhawks yesterday 7-3. Pittsburgh's next game is against Carolina at home tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
We're closing out the year, so here's a little test. Who carries the best SUVs and sells them for less? It's Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, of course. Biggest discounts of the year. Stop by to grab yours before they all disappear. 7-passenger Outlander with savings over $5,000 or 0% financing. Yes, the best deals in the land. Come find the Mitsu that fits you. All the deals that you crave. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holiday. See dealer for details on all of them.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-981-4455. That's 800-981-4455. 800-981-4455.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
To all the people texting in saying that the league rigged the game to set up a winner-take-all Sunday night football contest between the Steelers and Ravens, please stay off the drugs. If you were a real conspiracy theorist, then you should probably think the league would rig it in the Steelers' favor. Who do you think casual fans are going to watch more? Limping around, banged up Lamar Jackson, a Huntley-led Baltimore Ravens club, or a Pittsburgh Steelers team with Aaron Rodgers? Spoiler alert, more people are watching the Steelers always. They're one of the few teams in professional sports that move the needle just because of their uniforms, because who they are, because of the history, all that, because of their national fan base. So you guys are all playing chess. I'm playing checkers. If the league was rigging stuff, they'd want the Steelers in the damn playoffs. Absolutely. But it's not rigged. They did screw up at the end, though, which we'll get into. 412-928-9370. Ton of people waiting patiently on hold. We'll get to you in a minute. I cannot believe the Steelers decided to void the guaranteed money stipulation in DK Metcalf's contract. If you missed it, DK Metcalf, who of course was suspended for 2 games, and one of the reasons why the Steelers lost yesterday was him not being there, the Steelers said, you know what, we're still going to give him his guaranteed money. They didn't have to pay it, $45 million. They were let off the hook, and they decided to let him off the hook. And given what happened in yesterday's game, I think that's ridiculous. You got to send a message to this guy that what he did is not okay. And we all know that Metcalf is going to be here for the next couple of years anyhow. He was going to recoup the guaranteed money anyhow. But there is no need for the Steelers to do what they did here. There's no need for the Steelers to kind of sweep that all under the rug. Send a message, hey, we don't stand for this. And then when he plays, he's going to get his money anyhow. He cost them the game yesterday. It's not all on him, but his selfish act was a big reason why they lost the game. And Mark from Butler was there. Hi, Mark.
Hey, man, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, like I said, I was there. They were flat. Myles Garrett was not an issue, was not a factor in that game whatsoever. I mean, he had a couple rushes, but he was flat. He was just regular Myles Garrett.
Well, they did pay him a lot of attention, and I think that was the right move. And I've watched a lot of football, including the game that they played against Myles Garrett earlier this year. They didn't do anything different. They always pay him a ton of attention, because when they don't, he wrecks games.
Yeah. But like, he was flat. I mean, like, one time he got the crowd wound up. That was it. I mean, everybody was flat. The game calling yesterday was poor. It was Steelers playing down to their lesser teams, and that's the bottom line. They were outcoached and outplayed, and 13 points beat them.
Were you cold yesterday, Mark? It looked absolutely miserable on television.
No, I'm from the woods. I know how to get it.
My man. All right, good on you, Mark.
As far as that DK thing with that money, the Steelers missed a golden opportunity to send their players a message and to send the NFL a message. You do not do that, but they failed.
I wonder if part of it is because there could be an upcoming lawsuit and they want to stick up for their guy, and so they don't want to make it look like they're pissed. I mean, that's me grasping at straws. I think it's just a lenient organization and has been for a really long time. When guys act out they get shipped out. And in a lot of instances, these guys get exactly what they want. When you think about LeGarrette Blount, when you think about George Pickens, when you think about Deontay Johnson, James Harrison, it's a long list. Melvin Ingram, my God, the list continues to grow. Like, that's their version of punishment. We want volunteers, not hostages. You don't want to be here, you get out. It's a lenient organization, though. They should have suspended George Pickens last year when he showed up late for Christmas. But they didn't. And Mike Tomlin played like he had amnesia. Oh, there's a lot of pregame stuff that I'm dealing with. BS, man. I almost swore. For real. Oh, boy. They're a lenient organization from the top on down. I mean, Art Rooney II personifies leniency, does he not? How else do you describe keeping a head coach who hasn't won a playoff game in almost a decade? You let things slide. The Steelers are always going to wind up, I think, paying DK Metcalf the money, but make him earn it back by playing, staying on the field, playing well. They had an opportunity to send the message, and they failed. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Brian in the car. Hi, Brian.
Hi, how are you?
Terrible. How are you?
Well, I got two things. I'll make it quick. One, I disagree with you on the NFL being fixed. You see it all the time with the refs. They make calls that are just completely outrageous.
Yeah, I think it's because they're incompetent, Brian.
Yeah, well, okay. Look at the NBA. You said that'd be the end of the NFL. The NBA's in bed with 4 mob families, and they're still there. You know?
Well, here's the thing. You're going to have bad actors, right? Like, I won't disagree with that point. We saw it with the referee in the NBA. We saw it in Major League Baseball, in the Black Sox scandal. Like, we have seen it. I don't think, and here's where I'll disagree with everyone, I don't think that had an impact on the game yesterday, and I don't think that there's some widespread, top-down NFL conspiracy. Yeah, we will, if we all live to be 80 years old, we're going to see stuff come out. No question, we already have, as I've mentioned. But I don't think that there's some top-down NFL conspiracy. Oh, the league is rigged. No, I don't buy it. Again, if it was rigged, they'd want the Steelers in the playoffs. And they'd have wanted Mahomes in the playoffs again this year. And they'd want the Raiders to be good. And they'd want the Giants and the Jets to make the playoffs because of the massive markets. Like, if it's all about ratings, you'd want your big market clubs to perform well. And most of those big market clubs don't know their rear end from a hole in the ground. You know, Major League Baseball, they only care about the big markets. Like, that's how they get their ratings. The NFL would get better ratings if your flag-bearing franchises were more competitive. If your big market franchises were more competitive. But they go the other way. They want parity. They want everyone to be 9-8. So, no, I don't think that the league from Roger Goodell on down is rigged. I think it's laughable. 412-928-9370. That being said, they missed a call at the end of the game. Clear as day. I'm not making excuses. I just see it like it is. And we'll talk about that a little bit coming up next before Mark Caboli joins us for the final 2 hours of the program starting at 8 right now. It's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A great game last night if you weren't able to stay up and catch the end of it. The 49ers took down the Bears in a last-second finish. It was unbelievable. They beat Chicago 42-38, which means Niners-Seahawks on Saturday night will be for the NFC West and the NFC 1 seed. Oh, my God, Week 18, can you believe it? Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit. Not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smell Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are rewarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
The season of performance is happening now, and Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next holiday adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with holiday perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? I did that my first 4 weeks. Have more? Do the math. Awaken180weightloss.com.
There was a time I didn't think I'd make it out. Every day was about survival. But the day I was ready to get help for my addiction, everything changed. I found recovery. I found purpose. If you're at the edge, I've been there, and there's hope on the other side. Get help now.
Get Help Now is Pennsylvania's free 24/7 helpline for drug and alcohol recovery support. Visit pa.gov/gethelp or call 1-800-662-HELP to get started. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is the Tri-State's premier billiards and game room showcase. Hi, I'm Mike Leon, and for over 40 years, we've delivered on our guarantee to provide the best quality, selection, price, and service when it comes to customers' game room needs. From our luxurious pool tables and accessories to our shuffleboards, bar stools, game room furniture, and more, Leon's has everything you need. Come see us nearby on Route 19 in Wexford or visit us online at leonsbilliards.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still dealing with an earlier double overturned tractor-trailer accident blocking the eastbound lanes of the Turnpike. This is between the Somerset and Bedford interchanges. In addition, they have stopped traffic on the westbound side of the roadway at the entrance to the Allegheny Tunnel as they deal with the backups there. Meanwhile, an earlier accident tying up the intersection of Alabama Avenue and Freeport Road in Harrison Township. Parkway East, that is getting in line at Edgewood Swissvale at both directions as you enter the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West is heavy around the Banksville merge point. Route 28 heavy between the 31st Street Bridge and East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take a deep breath, Baltimore. 3 on the play clock. Rodgers out of the gun. Looking to the end zone, and it is incomplete! Incomplete and no flag! The Browns have pulled off the upset!
Ball went up, and then he did a good job of playing through me. I thought should have got a call, but no call was made, so that's what it was.
MVS is right. Aaron Rodgers also said after the game that should have been pass interference. That final 4th down heave to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. It's not why they lost the game. They played so poorly that they never should have been in that position to begin with. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. One thing you won't hear me say, though, is that they didn't deserve the call. You make the right call. And the right call there is pass interference. Textbook pass interference. Rodgers never should have thrown the ball to MVS. Probably shouldn't have thrown it to him in any of those goal-to-go situations, and he threw it to him 3 freaking times. But he did, and it was PI. Denzel Ward is all over him. MVS had one hand to work with because Ward's all over him. That's a pass interference call, should be 100 times out of 100. And I've never in my life been one of these guys who goes, let them play. Let the players decide it. No. If there's a flag that should be thrown, you throw the flag. If there's a penalty, it's a penalty. In the first quarter, the second quarter, the third quarter, or in the final moments of the football game. A penalty is a penalty is a penalty. They screwed that up. Now, no more than Rodgers, who could have hit a wide-open Kenneth Gainwell for a walk-in game-tying touchdown, and didn't. But, yeah, the referee screwed that up. Does anybody have an argument with that? Dawn, they missed that call.
Oh, yeah, badly.
But you're not going to hear me say the Steelers didn't deserve it. They ultimately didn't deserve to win the game because they were bad at different moments in the game on all 3 phases. And you need to score more than 6 points against a team that had given up 23, 26, 31, and 31 the last 4 times out. But you're in position to tie the game, and a defender's draped all over your wide receiver. You have to make that call. Now, people are going to call us, and they're going to say they didn't make the call because it's rigged. No, they didn't make the call because they're freaking incompetent. Because we haven't seen refereeing as bad as this year in a long time in the NFL, and it's bad every year. But the Steelers deserved that call because it's a penalty. What? So Denzel Ward can do whatever he wants because it's the last play, meaningful play of a football game? Hell no, that's not how it works. Not how it's supposed to work. So that steamed me up. Again, in no way am I deflecting from this being a Mike Tomlin loss. In no way am I deflecting from DK Metcalf's role in this, Aaron Rodgers' play, the Herbig dropped interception. Who knows what happens if the Steelers do tie the game? Perhaps they lose to the Browns in OT. But you need to make the right call, and they didn't there. 412-928-9370. More of your calls upcoming, but Mark Caboli has entered the chat. He is live, in the flesh, in studio, safely back in Pittsburgh. And we're going to start off with the purveying narrative that's out there that the Steelers lost this game because they cared more about Myles Garrett than the division championship. First, fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, very windy, very cold, temps in the 20s all day. Tomorrow, cloudy and cold, temps also in the 20s. So at least we've got the weather to look forward to. It's Fan Morning Show.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt?
Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-554-4706. 800-554-4706. That's 800-554-4706.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Glimmer of hope in the Turnpike incident. They have reopened one lane on that eastbound side between Somerset and Bedford. Scene of a pair of overturned tractor-trailer accidents. Traffic, however, still pretty heavy in that area and still being detoured off at the New Stanton interchange, getting back on at Breezewood. Meanwhile, we do have an earlier accident being cleared in Harrison Township, Alabama Avenue at Freeport Road. Parkway West, you are jammed right around the Banksville merge point to the Port Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture. Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Saloni's Italian Bread. Smale Lincoln Greensburg. And Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant.
We didn't do anything against Miles that we don't normally do against Miles. The sack record's irrelevant. We got to minimize him if we want to engineer victory. We did the same thing last time we played him. I didn't think he had any sacks in that game either. And so we didn't take a different approach because of the gravity of the record. It's just standard business when you playing these guys and him.
The narrative out there on social media and now on our airwaves with intern Don is that the Steelers cared more about the Myles Garrett sack record than they did winning the AFC North. I just can't believe that people are minimizing Myles Garrett into a negative. When they won the first game, that was one of the big talking points coming out, Mark, was that he didn't register a sack. If the Steelers had converted one of those goal-to-go situations and won the game in overtime, people would be singing the praises of the Steelers today for not allowing Myles to get Aaron Rodgers on the ground. But because they lost the game for so many reasons, and because Myles said what he said after the game, people are giving that narrative oxygen. I think it's ridiculous, man. I think it's laughable. And in fact, I agree with Mike Tomlin. Watch the first game. They did all the same stuff. This time they had a fourth-string left tackle and a backup left guard and lost their best blocking tight end. So you're going to have to do some things to minimize the one player on their entire team that's scary.
Yeah, the thing I think of is back in the day when Bill Belichick was always praised for taking out the other team's number one receiver, right? You would double him and put your best guy on the other one. And he was a genius for doing that, for totally eliminating, guys who were like Terrell Owens and Chad Johnson back in the day by able to do that. You totally eliminated Myles Garrett from being a game-changing player here with one tackle. Yeah, I don't even remember the tackle right here. I think Myles Garrett was a little bit rear end hurt, and he went out there and he was able to say something like that to switch the narrative around. Joe Thomas jumps in on Twitter, and there's a shock. He's backing his buddy Myles Garrett just like he backed his buddy Myles Garrett 7 years ago with the Mason Rudolph incident. I mean, you're going to chip. I mean, he got chipped, 40% of the time?
41% of the time, which wasn't even the most he got chipped all season, Mark. It was the third highest chip rate percentage.
What was the first game? Was it in the 30s? Was it in the 30s?
Yes.
So
the difference in the first game, by the way, is that you had a full complement of skill position guys. I mean, you had DK Metcalf. You had Darnell Washington.
And you had Broderick Jones starting to play decent ball at that time, too.
It's apples to oranges. When you don't have your full complement of skill position guys, don't you think you're going to get the ball out quick? Aren't you going to get the ball out quick against anybody?
They did that all year. I mean, Rodgers got rid of the ball faster than almost anybody in the league. I mean, he was a little bit quicker yesterday, but, rightfully so, because he didn't have many receivers to be able to throw the ball to. But nothing has changed this offensively than is did the whole year. And to suggest that this team would prioritize, whatever that word is.
Prioritize.
Yes, it's early. Preventing Myles Garrett from breaking a sack record against them when he pretty much is probably going to have 3 or 4 next week against a garbage Bengals team. Just for what? Just to say that he didn't do it against us. It's just asinine to me. But it is a topic that a lot of people believe out there.
Yes. I think more people than not believe it.
Yeah, I put a tweet out and I got absolutely destroyed over it, but whatever. I'm just going to tell you what I think about it. If this team is thinking that their main goal was to stop him rather than win the game, you're just absolutely crazy. Stopping him allows you a better chance to win the game.
They thought stopping Myles Garrett was their key to victory, and Mike Tomlin made that abundantly clear in his Tuesday press conference. He was asked, why have you struggled so much in Cleveland? His answer, Myles Garrett. They won this year by Garrett not registering a sack. So it doesn't take a genius to figure out, hey, we think that the only guy who can beat us is that guy. Let's try to stop him. And guess what? If Nick Herbig holds on to an interception, they win the game. If Kyle Duggar picks a ball off, that's one of the worst touchdown passes I've ever seen in my life, Mark.
Wow.
Instead of falling down and making no play on the football, they probably win the game. If Aaron Rodgers throws it to Adam Thielen on 4th and 1 instead of Scotty Miller, they might win the game. If Chris Boswell, who never misses, makes a field goal, they might be in a position to win the game. If Aaron Rodgers throws it to Kenneth Gainwell on 4th down, they might win the game. If the referees make the appropriate call on 4th and goal, and they should have called a PI, the Steelers might win the football game. There's a million different reasons why the Steelers lost this game. Stopping Myles Garrett from sacking your 42-year-old quarterback is not one of them.
I was just wondering how long you could go on there. I saw you delaying there just so you can come up with some more. But that was pretty impressive.
Well, here's another one, Mark. If you don't want Garrett to set the sack record, don't drop back and throw 39 times and run it 24 times when you average 5.5 yards per carry. You could have kept the game on the ground for 40 carries and probably won the game by the way you were running the football, and you also would have achieved the goal of not letting Myles Garrett get your quarterback on the ground. It just doesn't add up to me.
Yeah, and this is a guys that put together games of 3, 4, 5, 6 sack games that totally changes the complexion of the game. I just don't see that's the case. I think when you look at why they lost this game it's not hard. The wide receivers. I just boil it down to that. Period. I don't think it's because they were preoccupied with stopping Myles Garrett.
I don't think they were preoccupied. I think they were appropriately occupied with stopping Myles Garrett.
But they chipped him 40% of the time.
Good.
Ooh.
Good. It might have looked a little bit different if Darnell Washington were in there too, and that might be one of the reasons why they didn't run the ball as much as I would have liked to see them run the ball.
Or I think where they might have messed up some, if you have any argument, is using Kenny Gainwell in that role a little bit too much of being that chip guy. But that was probably after the fact of Darnell, too.
Yeah, they even lined him up at tight end at one point, Mark.
Yeah.
He was in line.
He's your best receiver. Right?
And he only had 3 catches.
That's a big
If we want to talk game plan, we could talk game plan. It was a terrible game plan, and they got off the bus a little bit slower than the Browns did. The Browns led wire to wire, man. That is unacceptable. Yeah, I thought the play calling was suspect, and I think Rodgers has to own a lot of that too. It's his decision to throw it up on 4th and 1. It's his decision when it's a 3rd and 1 to rush everybody up to the line in a no huddle.
Scotty Miller one. I would really like to know what happened there. I would imagine there's 2 plays called in the huddle, and the look said, I can't run the ball on this one, so I have to throw here. And I really don't want to throw at this position right here, but that's what my brain tells me to do because that's where I'm supposed to be throwing it.
And he's got
I don't think he was
wide
happy.
open over the middle of the field.
I think that would happen a couple times. He lucked onto some receivers.
It did. It definitely happened at the end of the game on that 4th down.
He was hell-bent throwing at the MVS, huh?
That was absolutely a PI, though.
Yeah.
100 times out of 100, you got to call that pass interference. Not that the Steelers should ever have been in that position. You should not be needing to count on the referees making the appropriate call of a football game against a 3-12 Browns club that's playing for nothing, and you're playing for hats and T-shirts.
And this is a team that did nothing other than the heave-ho of Shedeur Sanders to Fannin.
They made one play offensively, and that play should have been an interception. That play should have been picked off. Do you disagree? No, of course not.
What's Shedeur up to? 11 interceptions over the past month?
Mark.
Wow.
Mark. How?
I went across the field. My 8-year-old knows not to throw that ball.
Not only can you, that late in the play, not put the ball in that spot, I can't remember the last time I saw an NFL quarterback throw a lollipop like that. How in the world do you think that you've got a shot? But you know what? That guy just beat you, and you add him to the list. You lost to Jameis Winston, who had never played in the snow in his life, had never won a game when it was below 40 degrees. You lose to, what's his name, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. You lose now to Shedeur Sanders, who will not be starting for anybody in the NFL next year.
Yeah, another thing is there's probably a good likelihood that Stefanski's gone about a week from now, too. Talking to some of the Browns guys.
Really?
Too. He might be gone, along with Shedeur would probably not go with him, but they're going to replace him, so it's still a mess out in
that used to be a yearly tradition, Mark. Yeah. The Steelers would beat the Browns in one of the final 2 games of the season, and then they'd fire their coach. And now that guy who's on the hot seat with that quarterback just beat you with everything on the line.
Oh, did they beat you or did the Steelers lose?
Fair. In fact, I'm probably giving them too much credit. I just laid it all out. Whenever I went through that laundry list of things the Steelers did to fail, someone wrote excuses. Those aren't excuses. Those are reasons.
Boy.
You got to make a play. Herbig, make a play. Duggar, make a play. Rodgers, make a play. Somebody, anybody, make a damn play. That's providing zero cover for anybody. You're better than them. Go out there and prove it.
Oh, your texters. I mean, there's a lot of, for lack of better words, haters out there that was just biding their time, and they see an opening here, and here they come. Full board.
The opening to what? Criticize me?
No, criticize the Steelers. They've been waiting and waiting and waiting the past month.
See, I don't think that's the case. I think it's actually the opposite.
There's a group. I think there's a group of them, a faction of them.
Here's what I think. At 412-928-9370. I think Steelers fans finally bought in, and then the other shoe dropped. And I can only speak because I am a Steelers fan, and this is the lens I've been viewing it through. They played damn good football the 3 games that preceded this. Mm-hmm. Damn good football in difficult circumstances. Winning in Baltimore is hard. I don't care how good they are or whatever. And they went in there, and they punched him in the mouth, and they're up 17-3. People say it's a lucky win. It wasn't. They controlled that thing at the beginning, and the Ravens were playing behind the 8 ball the rest of the way. Then you go into Detroit, and you get it done. And I know Detroit just lost, but it was all over for them. The Steelers killed the Lions. They killed their spirit. They played great football. Mm-hmm. And I was buying in, and I think a lot of people, judging by our calls and texts, people were buying in. And now, because Steelers fans are so mad today, Mark, like me, because the rug got pulled out from under them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big group of those, but I still do believe there's a small faction which is saying, I can't wait till they do this.
Well, is it your implication that they shouldn't be critical today?
No, I'm just saying they were quiet. I said no matter what you can do, no matter what the Steelers
they were winning.
No matter what the Steelers can do, they're not going to believe. They hate the Tomlin, they hate the Rooney, they hate the organization and what have they stood for over the past 10 years, but they could not really express that over this 3-game winning streak, and now there is an opening, and rightfully so, and they're taking advantage of it.
Yeah, Steelers fans are mad today like me, and you can give us a ring at 412-928-9370, I think, because it looked different. You have a Hall of Fame quarterback, you played your best football in December, which is a departure from the way things have been of late, save for Mason Rudolph flying in with Santa Claus and saving Christmas. And I think fans thought, you know what, the AFC is wide open, and I think we all had visions of sugar plums dancing in our heads. I mean, you got Pompiani saying he thinks they're going to play in the AFC Championship game. You got Starkey saying he could envision the Steelers contending for a Super Bowl.
I can't wait till he walks it back today.
He's not. He's not going to walk it back.
The Super Bowl?
Well,
I can see them going to the Super Bowl. He's walking that back.
But I don't.
Right, Tom?
I don't consider that a walking it back, I guess would be the verbiage here I can nitpick. Like, when circumstances change, so too should opinion. And if you're buying into the Steelers through the last 3 weeks, I totally get it. But no one's going to buy in the rest of the season now. Even if they beat the Ravens, you shouldn't buy in. You shouldn't.
I think they go in there and do their job.
No, because this is what
pretty good, and you're going to be right here next week,
not.
pounding on the door and saying Super Bowl, baby.
Absolutely
I
not.
don't believe you.
Because they just showed what they're capable of.
I don't
Mark.
believe you.
This is who they are under
You're
Tomlin.
Joe, average Steeler fan.
They do just enough to be in the games that matter every year and lose the games that matter every year.
I don't believe you. They win this game 28-7. You're pounding on the table next week, and like I said, make your trips to Santa Clara. We're coming, baby. That's you. That's a lot of fans. That's you. I know that's happening. I know you're going to do that, Adam.
You almost called me Joe.
I almost called you Joe because you're walking back.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I think there's a question that's on the tip of every Steelers fan's tongue, and I'm going to ask Mark that question when we return. But first, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Browns beat the Steelers yesterday 13-6, so Pittsburgh is now 1-6-1 in their last 8 trips to Cleveland. And Steelers-Ravens next weekend is now a big one. Sunday Night Football winner wins the division and makes the playoffs. The loser is out. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood, your money, your move. Last night was a 2-point conversion in Buffalo that Josh Allen missed. Tell me if you've heard it before. Crunch time, and Josh Allen misses. Philadelphia Eagles, 13. Buffalo Bills, 12. Should the Bills have gone for 2? Well, not if they knew they wouldn't get it. Allen chokes it away. The Super Bowl hopes choked away as well. I'm Greg Cole.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
It's the holiday season, and there's no better time to gather with friends and family and enjoy the great taste of Duquesne Pilsner. Born on Pittsburgh's South Side in 1899, Duquesne has satisfied the thirst of generations of Pittsburghers with its golden body and crisp, refreshing taste. This Pennsylvania brewed lager is now accompanied by a refreshing 96-calorie light beer as well. This holiday season, remember to grab a Duke. Available at better beer retailers near you. Duquesne Pilsner. Cheers.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Only $59.99. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also, lose all the weight you want. Only $59.99 with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating, and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, little problem in spots right now on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The eastbound lanes remain blocked between the Somerset and Bedford interchanges. Scene of a double overturned tractor-trailer accident as crews remain on the scene. Watch for some slowdowns on the westbound side as well in that area. Also, we do have an accident tying up the ramp from I-79 southbound to the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange, and an earlier accident still tying up the intersection of Alabama Avenue and Freeport Road in Harrison Township. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I didn't think we played poorly. We just didn't make enough plays.
What? If that ain't playing poorly, I want to see what poor looks like. Mark, they could not have played worse. You started down 10-0. You've got arguably the worst starting quarterback in the NFL. Lead them to that 10-0 lead. And it reminded me of so many playoff games. Mark, this is what happens when Mike Tomlin coached teams. They get to the big game. Yeah. You look at it. They were down in the playoff game against the Ravens, 21-0. They were down 21-0 to the Bills, 35-7 to the Chiefs, 28-0 to the Browns, 21-0 to the Jags. They're not competitive in games that matter. And I realize that this game became competitive, but I think if you get out to a 10-0 lead, those guys don't want to be there, Mark. They're 3-12. They're thinking about going to Boca Raton. I don't know why that popped into my head. Or Belize or some tropical island somewhere. Like, they don't want to be in the rain.
I think we saw that they don't want to be there. They had a couple plays early in that game. What did they do after that? The defense is good. I mean, they are the number one passing defense.
They weren't good against the Titans.
Well,
they weren't good in the last 4 games.
They're number one against the pass rate.
Mark.
They got some front stuff. They haven't allowed a 300-yard passer in 3 years. So it's
Mark,
not like
I don't give a rat's ass. You got to score 14 points.
What I am telling you
They gave up. Just real quick. They gave up 23 last week, 31 the prior 2 weeks, and 26 before that. This is not the 1985 Bears, man.
Yeah, the Titans are, I guess, very comparable with their receivers. You probably couldn't name
Are
Steelers
you gonna-
receivers and the Titans, right?
Okay, I thought you were trying to defend the Steelers. No, look, there are reasons and there are excuses. The fact that the Steelers didn't have Metcalf and didn't have Calvin Austin and then didn't have Darnell Washington, of course, I'm not naive enough to think that doesn't make a difference. Of course it does. I'm not asking them to score 30. I'm not asking them to score 20. I'm asking them to score 14 measly points to beat the dang on Browns. But here's a question that's on the tip of every Steelers fan's tongue. You ready for it, big guy?
I was just going back to we didn't play poorly. I don't eat very poor, but I just only eat those 4 donuts today. I don't eat bad.
I know. I don't eat bad, but for some reason I gained 15 pounds since Thanksgiving.
Don't know why.
I must be all the steel I'm throwing around. That's all muscle. That's such a joke to me. He also said, I'll play the clip so I don't take it out of context or bastardize it here. But Mike Tomlin doesn't seem to think, and this is what he says after every playoff game, that falling behind early is a big deal. This just in, it is.
The start doesn't determine anything other than the start.
Buddy, you gave them life. You allowed them not to just think they've got a chance, to then know that they've got a chance. How you spot them a 10-0 lead and you score 6 points too, and I'm supposed to think that the start isn't a reason you lost the game? And then he would go on with this convoluted nonsense. Well, we wound up scoring, and then we got the ball back, so that kind of made it moot. No, it didn't, because you didn't score.
I think.
What are you talking about?
I still can't believe we listened to his press conference and actually take what he says and think it means anything. He's just spewing words that he's forced to say.
Well,
after
read the
a
damn
game.
room.
He doesn't. I mean, everything he says doesn't make sense. So
he cares. You can't tell me he doesn't care whenever he's yelling at Brooke Pryor coming off the field in Detroit.
Who wasn't there?
Who wasn't even there? She's taking shrapnel. It's ridiculous. All right, here's the question.
All right.
If the Steelers lose on Sunday, Is Mike Tomlin the head coach in 2026?
Yes.
Is he the head coach for the Steelers in the 2026 season? I don't want you to get out with a loophole.
I don't understand the difference.
Well, because it'll be 2026 when they play.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I think absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, haven't we learned?
We've learned nothing.
I think at least maybe I have learned to just let this play out. Then let's make those decisions, not rash, but let's make these seasons when the whole complete picture comes together. I mean, we just haven't. Maybe if they come out there and they beat the Ravens and they play in the first round against the Texans and play well, all of a sudden your mindset changes compared to if they come out there and lose by 50.
Sure.
But
that's what I'm saying is if they lose to the Ravens, what a collapse!
Yeah, it's a collapse.
It's a massive collapse. You could have sewed it up against Cleveland. That's to me the worst loss of Mike Tomlin's career.
Wow, there's a lot of those.
Yeah, there are. It makes it easy to do a talk show.
I don't know, that Browns playoff game was pretty embarrassing.
Well, regular season game. Okay. Because this cost you an opportunity potentially to make the playoffs. You say you got to wait and see where it all goes. I'm saying if they lose, that's where it went. Where it went was down the tubes.
So those last 3 games where he got him back to that does not matter in your eyes?
Why would it?
I'm just asking.
We're an end results industry, aren't we? Like if I don't get ratings, they fire Callis. But after they fire him, then they'll fire me.
So if they win next week, then win a playoff game, they should extend him because you're result based guy.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't. He should have been fired in my mind 3 years ago. I'm not one of these guys, 10 years ago they should have fired him. No, you're showing your ass. I mean, 10 years ago, the Steelers were routinely competitive in playoff games and advancing, actually, in the playoffs. But, no, for me, he'd be gone yesterday. But I'm just wondering, when is enough? Like, the last 3 times they played Baltimore, they've rushed for over 200 yards. If that happens again, and boy, ain't that a possibility after seeing what that guy just did against the Packers.
Didn't you all tell me that Derek Harmon is the difference maker and nobody can run against the Steelers because Derek Harmon's in the game?
Do you think they're going to stop Derrick Henry on Sunday?
You know, those 40 carries on a 30-year-old body, he can't be feeling too good right now. I think, honestly, there's a better chance of them stopping Derrick Henry than them putting up points right now. That might be a pillow fight again, man.
We'll get more into the Ravens matchup coming up at 9 o'clock. I just don't know how, if they lose and they just urinate away their chance to win the AFC North and have a home playoff game, how you can possibly come back next year and everything from the top down.
I just think they've just totally misidentified their personnel yesterday. They thought those guys were players. All they are pieces, and I think they overestimated what. I mean, I like Thielen and Miller for what they are: third down receptions, guys, chain movers, but you need to have a dog next to them to be able to do that.
And
I think they underestimated the lack of the dog mentality of that number one not having it.
I said it earlier in the show, but the whole is greater than the sum of its parts in the receiver room. If you've got DK, if you've also got Darnell Washington out there who's going to command some attention and he can do different things for you. But they just haven't had that dynamic number 2 guy, and this is where you need one. Because when DK's out there, they showed us the last 3 weeks, they can move the ball. Rodgers can be effective. In the last 3 games he played like an MVP candidate. But you take that piece away, and all of a sudden, who the hell respects Thielen?
Honestly, I don't know if you could tell from the TV copy, but man, they were packing that box, playing straight up man, saying, You're not beating us, man. If you're going to beat us, you're going to beat us for like a 7-yard out or something, or 4-yard slant. You're not beating us. And that then compromises the run game. And and that's probably why they had to throw the ball so many times, because you're just running into a brick wall of 8-9 guys. It's just one guy complicates everything here. And I mean, they do have a guy they want to. The guy that averaged about 23 yards a reception yesterday, only in the biggest part of the game.
Well, to me, that's actually more on Rodgers. At the end of the game, to get you down there, you trust.
He came right off
Pat
the field,
Freiermuth.
He came off the field after that second catch. I mean,
Then get
what
his
are you
ass
doing?
back in there. It's not like he's tired from his 3 catches. For God's sakes.
I mean, him and Kenny Gainwell, if you make them a bigger part of the offense, I think you can get by without DK Metcalf. But you got to make him a bigger part of the offense.
Like I said, we'll get into the Ravens matchup more in the 9 o'clock hour, but I think you're 1,000% right. If you have any prayer of winning the game, you're going to have to score some points. And Freiermuth and Gainwell are going to have to be your biggest dudes.
He's your MVP, probably Gainwell. And he touched the ball 8 times.
Yeah, that's just...
I mean, what are we doing here?
It just can't freaking happen.
Easy throws, quick throws, what you want.
Let's get to the DK Metcalf side of things when we come back. The Steelers' decision as well to not have his $45 million in guarantees voided. And also the curious case of one Roman Wilson. If you blinked, you missed him play yesterday. First, though, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Browns beat the Steelers yesterday 13-6. Aaron Rodgers only 168 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, but overall not a great afternoon for Aaron Rodgers. And now, next weekend, Pittsburgh-Baltimore is setting up for a big one on Sunday Night Football. Winner takes the division. Loser is out of the playoffs. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Think Verizon, America's best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Verizon has you covered with the most ways to save with phone deals, streaming, and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Just when all the gifts are bought and you don't have another cent, suddenly you see the car of your dreams at the Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram wrap up the year event. Up to $13,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. Oh yes, it's true. And here we always stock more while others have few. Big discounts and trade values. Any competing offer we will beat. Don't waste your time shopping when no others can compete. So stop by today for all the deals that you crave. CrownJeep.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holidays. See dealer for details on all offers.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mark Caboli with us in studio until the end of this here radio program. Intern Dom, behind the glass. Do you think if DK Metcalf plays yesterday, the Steelers win the game?
Absolutely. I don't think it's debatable. Because I'm telling you, it's just a trickle-down effect, just having him on the field. I mean, maybe he has the 4 catches for 40 yards or something like that, but it has a trickle-down effect to the tight ends, to the wide receivers, to the running game. I mean, you have to have the least of that threat. You have to have – you would see so many too high safeties with him up there, people rolling to his way, be able to create different matchups for the other guys. Plus, he's able to, take maybe the throw to Scotty Miller – down the sidelines, one of the two of them that was, I think, went incomplete. Maybe he catches it because he's a freak athlete.
I also think there's a better chance if everything goes exactly the same. The whole game goes exactly the same. Mm-hmm. I think if Rodgers is throwing that ball at the end of DK Metcalf, you're more likely to get a penalty.
Yeah.
I mean, Denzel Ward's a hell of a player. MVS is just a guy. He might catch that. Yes. Yeah. What do you make of the Steelers' decision to decline to void Metcalf's guaranteed money? I don't like it because they're always gonna wind up paying that out, Mark.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna play the next 2 years here. I think that's almost guaranteed. Mm-hmm. And I just think it sends a bad message that you're okay with the behavior. And this guy, hey, look, this fan's an absolute loser, jerk off. There's not enough words in the English language that I can say on the radio that can describe that guy. And the NFL did fail. Because Glazer reported that, and multiple reports came out, that the NFL security really screwed this up a year ago. But you still can't contact a fan. And I think the Steelers could have sent a message here. Hey, you have to earn this back. You have to earn our trust back. And I think there's some a little too much leniency going on here.
Yeah, I think they might have been telling him in some ways is, hey, man, we understand this was just a one-off, so we're not going to, like you said, the money, it sounds like you take money away from them, the $45 million, but you really don't. I think the show of faith and saying, hey, I know this was an unusual situation, but we take care of our guys, the guys that we truly, truly believe that probably didn't, well, I won't say did nothing wrong, because obviously he did do something wrong, but there's numerous times in the past where guys, they could have recouped signing bonus for guys that retired, and they decided not to because it's a better of the franchise. Maybe they, I hate to rip on the Pirates and take a stray here, but the Rowdy Tellez type of situation, they don't want to be that type of organization saying, I'm not taking care of my guys. I
get what you're saying. The optics of it are so bad following the loss.
Because it's going to be...
Especially when we've agreed they win the game with Metcalf.
But you're going to pay him anyways.
And that's why I think you don't touch it.
Or maybe you just don't tell Jay Glazer.
Correct. It to me, this guy has almost single-handedly torpedoed their chances of winning the division.
He must feel
quite significant.
He must feel like garbage.
He should. And the
probably
league screwed this all up too, from what I said previously. But also, it should not have been a 2-game suspension.
No.
But this is in no way making excuses for DK because his absence cost them dearly yesterday, and he has no one to blame, frankly, but himself.
If they do end up not making the playoffs and have this collapse, I mean, a lot's going to be put on Tomlin Rooney, but this guy's going to go down and live in infamy, so to speak, of being that guy that caused this. Hey, you remember that time back in 2025 when DK Metcalf slapped that guy and we had a chance to go to the playoffs and have maybe a potential decent run and he screwed us?
I just can't believe you let that clown get under your skin. Look at him. He wore a friggin' backwards Lions cap at the press conference. I felt like we were watching Veep, for God's sakes.
Yeah, something didn't. The plastic folding tables, the mute button was on during the Zoom call.
It was. I'd say it was an SNL skit, but it's funnier than anything they've put out in the last 20 years. That's more like it, yes. Absolute clown show behavior from that guy, and the NFL has to wear this too. But first and foremost, DK, you can't – we'll go back to what we said last week. You can't walk over to that guy. You can't. If you can't trust yourself in that situation, you can't put yourself in the situation.
But if this guy did this to DK last year and – he's probably does it to a certain player every single game.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not a one-off of DK, I don't think. I would imagine he has a person he picks out routinely on the other team to try to get under their skin. You should be able to notice that if you're the Lions organizations, the Lions security, and say, hey, this guy, he can't be sitting here and doing this. I mean,
correct. And as I understand it, the man is married. And I think he has children. Like, somebody had sex with this guy, and probably continues to have sex with this guy. Maybe. That guy doesn't he sell? Isn't he a realtor? Like, how are you gonna buy it? Like, that guy on Sundays, he better be a totally different man on Mondays. Because can you imagine trying to buy a house from that guy? Have him sell your house? What a fool. Anyway, Roman Wilson, Mark, played 9 snaps after Mike Tomlin was gassing him up all week as the guy who was going to benefit the most from these terrible circumstances with DK Metcalf. This guy's he's never going to be a player. He's never going to be a guy for them. A wasted draft pick.
It's getting to that point where you just scratch your head. I mean, not only did he pump his tires up on Tuesday, but then he came out and told Labriola basically he had a good week of practice. And
right.
We're expecting him during his Sunday little conversation.
He got brought up unprompted in the interview by Tomlin prior to the game.
I mean, that was obvious. Only thing I can think of, and this is pure speculation, is the quarterback doesn't like him. Not like him, doesn't trust him.
Well, if he doesn't like him and doesn't trust him, and he's won 4 MVPs in the Super Bowl, I'm gonna say that Rodgers probably has a pretty good radar for these kind of things.
He has to just not be able to trust him. But you're at that point of desperation where if it's between him and MVS, I don't know if I'm trusting him anymore. I mean, I don't know about you. He looked like he was going through the motions to me yesterday.
I agree.
He didn't seem interested.
And for the now second consecutive year, one of their fatal flaws, the wide receiver 2 position, is coming back to bite them in the ass.
I thought they had it. I thought this was going to be different because, like I said, they had some decent role players. But you take away the number 1, and those role players become just overwhelmed.
Yeah, Blake Lazat's a good 4th-line center, but if he has to fill in for Evgeny Malkin, you're probably not going to be as good of a hockey team.
We can probably say that about the baseball team's third baseman, too, but...
No, Jared Triolo is darn near irreplaceable, Mark. Let's go to Darryl in Baltimore. I guess it's out. You wrote phonetically? Darrell. Well, I'm an idiot. Hi, Darrell.
Hello. What's going on?
My bad, man. What's up, buddy?
No, I'll wait for you. Listen, I'll bring some entertainment to your boring show.
Oh, thank you, Darryl.
With your boring, crying fans. You got some nerve talking about some penalties and all that. With all the bad penalties that they called when we played y'all the last time.
Oh, you're a Ravens fan, Darryl, are you?
Absolutely.
What gave you that idea?
Huh?
Hey,
oh, yeah, I'm a Ravens fan. Yeah.
Hey, Darryl.
Yes.
Which call specifically did the referees get wrong?
Oh, you already know. I'm going to say Isaiah Likely touchdown.
He should have caught the ball, Daryl. He didn't catch the ball. He didn't get 3 feet
He
down.
caught the ball. You only need to get 2 feet down. And to go out of bounds.
You need 3.
You need 2 feet. Look at the rules.
You need 3. Look at the rules, Daryl.
You need 2 feet. You need 2 feet. You need to have 2 feet in bounds when you catch the football.
Daryl, you're telling me you think John Harbaugh is going to win this game coming up on Sunday? You believe in John Harbaugh?
Yeah, I believe in
Hendry.
Well, if we keep playing Mark Henry, not Mark Henry, Derrick Henry.
You don't even know what you're saying, Daryl.
Ultimate troll job. Ultimate
I'm
troll
the most
job.
entertainment of your show all day. I'm born and raised in Baltimore. It's not a troll.
Well, Daryl, you sound like an ass. I almost said something I'm not allowed to say.
I waited on him for like daggone near an hour.
I know. Get a life.
I do have a life. I'm working. We work down here. We don't sit home and just play video games and complain about.
You were on hold for 48 minutes, Daryl. You must suck at your job.
And I bring entertainment to you, so you could have got the guy you got on your guest on right now.
You can't even use English.
Put me on instead of him.
Daryl. I hope you have a happy New Year, Daryl.
And Happy New Year to you, too, and enjoy your loss coming up. And I got to cuss these Steelers fans, all these Steelers fans in Baltimore that's coming around here who was hoping y'all beat up on the – I mean, put it this way. You should have beat Cleveland. I knew you was going to beat Cleveland.
No crap, Daryl. Daryl, listen. You call back after the Ravens lose. We'll talk to you on Monday, all right?
I'm glad you're the only Pittsburgh fan in Pittsburgh that thinks that the Steelers are going to win this weekend.
No, I don't. I just didn't want to give you the pound of flesh. But I appreciate your call and your patient waiting.
Darrell's going to go play some video games with Lamar right now at midnight.
I think it's Daryl.
Whatever.
It's the row. Yeah. Okay.
See you, buddy.
All right, man.
Troll job. Wow.
I like that guy. I like the cut of that guy's jib.
Oh. He says, let me call this Pittsburgh station and turn it up a little.
Look. Let's get into it next. Because the only reason I have any hope for Sunday night is because when Mike Tomlin looks in a mirror, John Harbaugh looks back. Like, we all think Tomlin's going to screw it up. And he might. But Harbaugh, sometimes he one-ups Tomlin with the screw-ups. So how do we feel about Steelers-Ravens Part Duh? We'll get to that. Plus the injuries mounting for the Pittsburgh Steelers. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Right now, it's an Intern Dom Fan headline.
Now, Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins got a win last night over the Blackhawks 7-3. It is the first regulation road win for Pittsburgh since December 4th. They're back in action tomorrow. They host the Carolina at 7 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-939-1441. That's 800-939-1441.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVay offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVay or visit callmcvay.com. Some restrictions may apply.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great. And they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still dealing with an earlier double overturned tractor-trailer accident, which has closed the eastbound lanes of the Pennsylvania Turnpike between the Somerset and Bedford interchanges. Traffic being detoured off as far back as New Stanton and being allowed back on at the Breezewood interchange. Meanwhile, the Parkway West just a little heavy past the Banksville merge point. Parkway East getting in line at Edgewood Swissvale. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Upgrade your sleigh on a brand new GMC at Joe Ball GMC.
JoeBallGM.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It was 63 degrees at midnight. It was 50 when I walked through the door. It's going to be 31 when we leave. Nasty.
Don't like it.
The low at 22. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Hello of Asante Samuel.
You like that bit, do you? I don't think he exactly bathed himself in glory yesterday, but the defense did only allow 13 points.
You would assume that Pierre will be back this week.
Okay, so I did want to get into that. We'll get to the Ravens coming up at the top of the hour. If you actually give the Steelers a puncher's chance to win the game at 412-928-9370 hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. But Pierre, Eccles, Watt, Washington, Calvin Austin, who I think is kind of a big deal. Sayamalu. There's 6 guys. If you're going to beat the Ravens, I feel like you need all of them. How many do you get back?
Wow. I think Sayamalu will be back, which helps. Then you'll be able to use Spencer Anderson. You wouldn't have to switch him back and forth. So that should help with the jumbo package. Austin, I would assume he would be back. I'm not 100% sure about that quite yet. Those hamstrings can be tricky.
Yes, they can.
Obviously, Metcalf's out. Pierre, I said, will be back. Eccles, I haven't heard much about him, but that's a huge one because you were able to put him in the slot, move Ramsey back to the safety where I think he's much better than in the slot, especially in this game now with you have Henry want to run the ball downhill. So I think that's huge. Am I missing anybody? Washington.
Well,
I doubt if he's in. I mean, broken arm. You're not going to be a blocker. You're not going to be able to catch. So I know Tomlin poo-pooed about. I haven't heard yet, but you got a broken forearm. You're probably not playing.
Is Watt going to play? Did you say Watt?
I didn't say Watt because he wasn't even close last week, man.
Just going through the motions out there?
I mean, he did a couple walkthrough things, and that's about it.
Florio said on what is it? Football Night in America, that Watt is a long shot to play.
Yet Pelissero said he's going to play, right?
So just think about this for a second. Intern Dom, you're perfect for this. Just think about this. The Steelers, one win against the Browns, away from clinching the AFC North, resting guys the final week of the season,
huge,
hosting a playoff game, and their two highest paid players didn't play in the game because one got stabbed and his lung collapsed, and the other punched a blue-haired friggin' Detroit Lions fan.
It's a bizarre world.
Are you kidding me?
What's going on here? This is how it ended. This is how the Mike Tomlin era ends. A blue-haired freaking Detroit and his stabbing of your $40 million linebacker.
Yeah, Florio called it a long shot. I think that's what they were using to do the procedure.
You know, honestly, I don't know. With Watt, he's going to have to ramp it up something huge, I think, to be able to get to that point.
And I'll tell you what.
Know. Even if he is back, he's not going to be 100%. He's not going to play 50% of the snaps.
I think a game of this magnitude, if you can play, you got to play. The exception would be if your lung collapsed. You let him take as long as he needs. I mean, you just do. It's not
your
the same thing.
I don't think it's your choice either. I think it's his choice.
Absolutely, as it should be.
And number two is it's a little bit easier to take of how Highsmith has turned up the game and how Sawyer has been playing. And Herbig, you would imagine, will be a little bit better than he was yesterday. So you can maybe get away with it. Maybe if he had a bum knee, you wrap it up and shoot it up and get in there. But we're talking about surgery, 18 days ago or whatever, on a lung.
Right.
Jeez. You better be 100% sure you're okay, plus, before you allow that guy to go out there. I'm sure he wants to go out there. To me, he looks like he may have dropped a couple pounds. Maybe he's on a wake at 180 or something like that.
You're probably not lifting, right? I mean,
he's still quick. I mean, he still wins as they call it, the get-off drill last week. So he hasn't lost any speed.
The get-off drill. I think that's what they use for the procedure. All right. How are we feeling about Steelers-Ravens? Because yesterday I gave them a 0.0% chance of winning this game on Sunday night. But then I took a couple of deep breaths and I slept. And I'll tell you how I'm feeling about it next. We'll get Mark's opinion on it, too, and perhaps Dom DiTomaso's. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Ah, the Internet, a place where your curiosity can flourish, unless online threats stop you. The Internet is wonderful, but you need to protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. NordVPN encrypts your browsing. Its Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally Start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news from the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The detour has been lifted, and one lane of traffic is being allowed through on the eastbound side of the Turnpike. That's between the New Stanton and Breezewood interchanges. Now, traffic is getting through, but you can expect a very heavy backlog in that area as a result. Once again, one lane of traffic back open on the eastbound Turnpike between Somerset and Bedford as they work on that earlier accident. Parkways east and west, a little heavy into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture. Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Saloni's Italian Bread. Smale Lincoln Greensburg. And Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant.
And you look at it as next week's playoff game, and so you have to move on quickly. You got to learn from some of the stuff that happened today, and then move on as fast as possible. Because, like I said, it's just the playoffs start a week earlier for us.
Adam Thielen after the game saying the playoffs start a week early. I guess they didn't get the memo that if they had beat the Browns, they'd have won the division and made the playoffs.
If they would have beat the Bengals about 2 months ago, they would be in the playoffs still.
I know, that one's sticking out in my mind too, Mr. Caboli. Those games, you can't lose either of them. And they're the most Tomlin losses of all time. You say there's a lack of nuance, but that's the score, man. I mean, that's the reality. Here's a stat that was making its way around social media yesterday. Steelers are winless 0-4-1 their last 5 games against teams entering 8+ games below 500. That's the longest such streak in NFL history. So you got that one yesterday. And then you got the typical Thursday night road loss by Tomlin. But the special twist was that it was Joe Flacco. See,
I don't buy much into that stat other than the most recent one. Because the other ones were just whatever, mid-season games, right? This one had a lot more meaning to it.
Oh, I buy into it, but this one was the one that hurts the most, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is the one that you point that sticks out.
But
it's not that Lions 0-8-1 one when Mason played. That doesn't stick out to me.
Of course it doesn't, because you love Mason more than your son.
He found out eight minutes before the game he was playing.
That's what backup quarterbacks got to do. But we don't need to relitigate the past. You know what it reminded me of, Mark?
Uh-oh.
The Mallet loss.
There's so many.
You win and you get in, and they were wearing their stupid gold pants. I remember it like it's yesterday, and you lost to friggin' Ryan Mount. Then you got all the help you needed the following week. Now here we are. We got another game that matters, and it's Steelers-Ravens. The Ravens are a 3.5-point favorite right now. The line opened at Ravens -3. Now they're a 3.5-point favorite. ESPN's FPI gives them like a 60% chance of coming into Pittsburgh and winning. Now, that being said, Adam Schefter on ESPN just said that the Ravens are preparing to play this game without Lamar Jackson. Folks, I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know what to make of that.
Wow. First of all, we're talking about what, 2-time MVP?
I don't think we're talking about that guy.
I'm taking my chances with some guy named Snoop, a guy that has a nickname that's which it's a whole different story that you don't want to get me on a rant on. The guy has a nickname of the most famous guy with that famous nickname. It's just crazy to me. But I'd rather have a guy named Snoop than a 2-time MVP. I'm sorry.
I don't think that's who you're getting, though. Like, you're going to get a significantly compromised Lamar Jackson. Doran said at the very beginning of the year, Doran said, I think Lamar's lost a step. And then now, every single week, for the last 5 weeks, he's been held out of a Wednesday practice with a different ailment, whether it was the ankle or the knee, and now it's his back. Like, if he plays, he's going to be like 60%. So, like, you say he's a 2-time MVP, and he himself, yes, did achieve those great things. That's not the guy you'd be playing on Sunday night.
But you're still playing Snoop Huntley.
There's no excuse to lose the game, no matter who the quarterback is. You're at home. It's a compromised guy or the backup quarterback, and you've got Aaron Rodgers.
I shut down Derrick Henry at all costs, and say, Snoopy, can you beat us?
The thing is, with a compromised Lamar, I think it makes it easier to shut down Henry.
Would really much rather have Snoop Huntley than Lamar.
I have back problems, Mark. It's tough to It's tough to play. It's tough to do a radio show with back issues. Even tougher to play in an NFL game. Who would you rather see, Dom?
Maybe you should try that dry needling.
I'd be more scared to see Lamar. I don't know what you're talking about. You've lost your mind.
He's hurt. Snoop just put up 41 points on the road at Green Bay.
Well, if Lamar plays, he's not going to be hurt. He'll clearly be healthy if he's
He'll be healthy enough to play, but being healthy enough to play is different than being healthy.
He put up how many points in
41
by handing the ball up to 22 40 times? That's considered putting up 40 points?
You don't think he had anything to do with it with his ability to run the football? He ran for 60 yards.
Once you've crossed the 150 threshold, you're probably thinking it's probably not the quarterback.
I just don't think Lamar can run the way that he would like to. I mean, he injured his back falling to the turf. He's not the same guy right now.
I just think there's some, honestly, for your argument, I think there may be some disconnect between he and the head coach, so that might go a long way in wanting him to play.
I mean, we have
there's something going on there. Like you said, every week there's a different element. Is there?
Well, and the Baltimore Sun did a nice little expose on the relationship between one Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson.
Who ends up winning that battle? Stare down, if there is one.
I think it might finally be what it takes to get Harbaugh out of town. And that, my friends, that man, Jonathan Harbaugh, is the reason why I do give the Steelers a shot to win the game on Sunday. I'm more worried about the offense, frankly, than the defense because they can't create any separation without DK Metcalf, and who knows whether or not Calvin Austin will return. But Harbaugh finds a way to out-Tomlin, man. Like, all the things that we've talked about on the radio and the callers and the texts and the tweets and everything, they're saying all the same stuff about Harbaugh down there. They're just coming off a win. I'm sure Ravens fans feel better today, of course, than Steelers fans do. They didn't expect to get life, they got life. So if we did the same thing, I think Ravens fans would be calling in Baltimore saying, oh, we think we're going to beat the Steelers. But in the back of their minds,
they got Snoop Huntley.
They're thinking about Harbaugh. Like, I want to sit here and say Tomlin's not going to win this game. Of course he's not going to win this game. But does Harbaugh win this game? Beats me.
We were literally talking about the two most tenured coaches in the NFL, probably two of the three most winningest active coaches, or two of the four probably, because I'm guessing Andy Reid has more wins than maybe Sean Payton has more wins than them, and they're like want to be kicked out because they've lost their way with their team. It's just crazy.
I like milk, Mark. I'm a big fan of whole milk. You like milk, Dom?
I'm a big fan.
Skim milk?
Skim's fine. I prefer the whole stuff. I like the real thing.
What about almond milk?
Yeah, that's not milk.
Cheap imitation, but I don't mind it.
What about coconut milk?
Not the same thing at all. Not even in the same category.
Why they call it milk?
My point is, I like whole milk.
Creamer?
Barely know her. If the whole milk is in my freezer or in my fridge for 15 years, it's not going to taste the same.
Depends if it's sealed.
Like, we could talk about how Harbaugh and Tomlin are long-tenured coaches. At least Harbaugh has won some playoff games. Mike Tomlin I mean,
I don't know.
It's the same conversation with Lamar, frankly, man.
Well,
like you say Lamar's won 2 MVPs. That's not the guy who's going to be running onto the field at Acrisure. Just the same way Mike Tomlin's not the guy who won a Super Bowl.
Oh, the Sean Payton creamer tastes pretty good after about 15 years. But all of a sudden, Andy Reid's creamer sour. Does that mean he's a terrible coach now this year?
He didn't do a good enough job this year, no. But he won 3 of the last 5 Super Bowls. So, you know what? I think I'll give the guy a pass.
I'll tell you who's a pretty good coach.
Stefanski.
Ben Johnson.
How about goat's milk?
Never had it. Big fan of goat cheese, though, which would actually probably be a fly in my analogy there.
You know,
because if goat's milk hangs around long enough, doesn't it become goat cheese?
Are we the only species that drinks other species milk?
I think so, yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you suggesting we stop drinking milk altogether?
No, I'm just saying that's just strange, don't you? Who's the first person to say, let me drink this milk?
Yeah, the first guy that pitched that idea didn't have a lot of friends. Guys, you know what we should do? See that stuff coming out of that pink part of the cow? Let's drink it. Yeah, Jimmy didn't have many friends. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Do you give the Steelers a chance on Sunday night? If so, why? I'm giving them a puncher's chance, baby, because of John Harbaugh. And who do you want them to start at quarterback? Snoop or the compromised Lamar Jackson? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Browns beat the Steelers yesterday 13-6. Aaron Rodgers 168 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, but the Steelers lose, and now they play the Ravens this weekend, Sunday Night Football. Guys, we're just talking about it. Winner takes the division. Loser is out of the playoffs. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Officer, could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood, your money, your move. Playoffs on the line for the Pittsburgh Steelers. All they had to do was beat the Browns, and they couldn't. Aaron Rodgers and company failed to get it done. The door is still open for the Baltimore Ravens to make the playoffs in the AFC. Is Mike Tomlin gonna Mike Tomlin again and keep Steel City out of the postseason? Probably. I'm grateful.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Reign. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Okay, holiday time. Hello, Colin Dunlap here for Schultz Ford. First, let me tell you about all those great locations. You may have some time off. Why don't you go look at a new ride? Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. No matter where you are, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, there's a location near you. Always SchultzFord.com, too, even if you're far, very far from my voice. So give a listen here. There's such a large selection of inventory. That's what you'll notice first. Also this, they do all those little things. Great things, like mobile service. Something small you need done, they'll come right out to your house, do it right there. Pick up and delivery. Maybe something a little bigger. Grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it back when it's finished. So all those great locations, the customer service can't be beat. Make your holidays a lot happier. Get the Schultz Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and always SchultzFord.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of a vehicle fire on the outbound Parkway east near the Bryn Road overpass. That's between Edgewood, Twistvale, and Wilkinsburg. We do have a disabled vehicle, however, partially blocking the right lane in that area, so expect some slowdowns and keep your eyes peeled for that one. One lane back open on the eastbound Pennsylvania Turnpike between New Stanton and the Breezewood interchanges. Traffic is being detoured around it. It's only the left lane that's open, so you can expect a very heavy backlog, but they are making some progress in that accident scene. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with a solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com. Happy holidays from Hellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Steelers have been outscored 126-7 in their last 5 playoff games. That's when they really start playing. After the first quarter. Yesterday basically amounted to a playoff game. Steelers were down 10-0. Mike Tomlin says the start, though, it doesn't matter. As if it's a one-off. As if it isn't what happens every big game. That's why, to me, Tomlin is the number one guy to blame for yesterday's loss. But the great thing is, the Ravens have a Tomlin of their own. The other team has coaches, too. And so, do you, Steelers fans, believe the Steelers have a shot to win on Sunday night? 412-928-9370. And who do you want the Ravens to start at quarterback? A healthy Snoop Huntley or a compromised Lamar Jackson? 412-928-9370. Troy from Mount Washington has been waiting for a long time. You're usually a ray of sunshine, Troy.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to be a ray of sunshine this morning. I'll tell you that. That was a sick loss, probably worst loss I've experienced in the past 7 or 8 years when it comes to Tomlin and the Steelers.
I would agree with that, Troy, because they got our hopes up again, man. And I think for the first time in a long time, myself included, I think Steelers fans were starting to buy in.
Yeah, and the opponent, and I'm telling you, I mean, if you watch that game at all, Shedeur just doesn't even look like a real quarterback. Those throws were all ducks, and it's just to lose that way was terrible. But looking forward, Crowley, I mean, you hit it right on the nail, and Dom and Kaboli are wrong on this.
Thank you.
It doesn't really come down to the skill level for me. Obviously, he's a two-time MVP. I get it. But we're talking about this year, and we're talking about right now. And if you looked at the game plans, this is what I trust more. I trust John Harbaugh to put a game plan together for Snoop Huntley better than I do for him to put a game plan together for Lamar Jackson.
Troy, that's exactly right. When the rubber met the road and they didn't have Lamar, they handed the ball to Derrick Henry damn near 40 times.
And if you look at Snoop Huntley's games this year and how they played during those games and how he played during those games, it's just like when Lamar gets in there, he gets nervous because he knows Lamar can do so many different things that it just makes his mind, we're not going to run the ball and we're going to pass it, because not only when we pass it, Lamar can run it. So he looks at it as different options that they can do. But you know how I feel about Sleepy Time Rodgers in night games. And a big question and a big concern that I did not have all year that I have right now, and I need someone like you or Kaboli or somebody to answer this. When we're talking about giving Aaron Rodgers autonomy, and we're telling him he can do what he needs to do, and that's what we trust. I don't know, but to me, it just kind of seemed like in that last game that there were checks being made at the line. And I need to know, are these Arthur Smith's trash play calls, or are these Aaron Rodgers checking to these plays that should not be there? And did he purposefully not go to our guys, but go to his guy?
It's tough, and thank you for the call, Troy. It's tough to argue that last point. The final three throws going to MVS. It's just a bad look. It's a bad look. Freiermuth got you down there. They pulled him, so that's not on him. But 3 straight throws to MVS because he's a guy you trust, and on 2 of them, he probably ran the wrong route. It's not a good look. As for the 4th and 1 throw to Scotty Miller, that's Rodgers. I mean, that's a Rodgers decision. He sees 1-on-1 on the outside. He's gonna throw it up.
Once again, I think there's 2 plays called in the huddle for the majority of the time, and he has to choose which one the defense dictates for him to throw to. So, and if you look at those final 3 plays that he threw to MVS, nobody was open. Nobody was open. He might have predetermined.
Kenneth Gainwell's open.
No, you're not throwing the ball, in my estimation,
to the team MVP?
To a guy 5 yards short of the end zone on a 4th down. That's my thought.
So you go against the number 1 corner on Cleveland with MVS?
What I am saying is you got to throw the ball into the end zone at that point. Could you imagine him throwing the ball short and he gets stopped at the 2-yard line?
Ben threw it short. Ben threw it short on the immaculate extension to the best player on that offense. And I hate to break this to everybody. Kenneth Gainwell's the best player in that offense, not named Aaron Rodgers.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying I think the defense dictates where he throws the ball at, and nobody was winning that one-on-one battle.
Look, I think Arthur Smith called a horrendous game, but Aaron Rodgers picked a hell of a time to play his worst game as a Pittsburgh Steeler, and he absolutely did. He was dreadful.
When did Rodgers look his best?
Dreadful.
When did he look his best?
Last 3 weeks.
No, I'm just in yesterday's game when they went quick and he was calling plays on the fly and drawing things up in the dirt.
Fair enough. Right? Fair enough. But I also think he erred on the 3rd and 1 when they rushed to the line of scrimmage and he's going no huddle. And the prudent thing there probably would have been to take your time, get the jumbo package on the field. Even without Darnell, you still got the Spartan package, which has been very effective for you, and you've actually shown some wrinkles off it.
They called timeout?
No, they got the false start. Then it's 3rd and 6, and then he got pressured and wound up dirting the ball.
The Scotty Miller one, I think, was whatever. It was 4th and 1. They brought in the jumbo, called timeout. They were going to throw Jonnu Smith in there. They decided that maybe.
This was the one game, Mark.
Why can't anybody else do the old push? I know Darnell's 320, but can't you find somebody else?
Yes.
Shouldn't there be somebody else that's able to do that?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Of course you can.
I mean, Spencer Anderson. Somebody should be able to grab him and throw him in there.
The Steelers have won the prior 3 games because they were aggressive and it was road rages and all that fun stuff. But in this game, we all saw it. The Browns weren't going to – they could have played the game for 15 more quarters. The Browns weren't going to score again. Shedeur Sanders was mud. The Steelers, they gave their points up, but they weren't going to give up any more. This was the one game where I actually would have been okay with, hey, we need a yard? Let's get a damn yard. Instead of going for the home run ball. You need to be thoughtfully aggressive. And they weren't in this game. To the phones? Okay, George.
Pickens?
George from Washington. Hello, George.
Hey, guys, what's going on? I just wanted to say about with the offense. I mean, yeah, Rodgers did have a bad game. I mean, did have his worst game as a Pittsburgh Steeler. But at the same time, I mean, what did he have to work with? I mean, Darnell Washington was out hurt. Calvin Austin's out hurt. DK Metcalf's on suspension. I mean, what does he really have?
You're not wrong, George, at all. However, he didn't need to put up 30. He needed to put up 14, and he couldn't even do that.
Oh, I agree with you.
Against a team that had given up 23, 31, 31, and 26 the last 4 games. And Mike Tomlin talked about them like they were the 85 Bears going in. Appreciate the call, George. Tomlin said it was the best unit in the AFC North. He must not have watched the last 4 games. That's what I can't – there are reasons, there are excuses. Yes, they weren't going to have a great offensive output. On the road, rain, your number 1 wide receiver's gone. Probably your number 2 wide receiver's gone. Darnell gets hurt. All fair. You needed to put up 14. That's it. And you couldn't do that. It's unacceptable.
Especially when your defense gave you the ball, 3 times?
Yep.
And how many points they score off those turnovers? I don't think any.
Nope.
You can't win games like that against anybody, let alone a crappy Browns team.
That's right. You think about, you said it earlier, Tennessee, how many wide receivers can the average Steelers fan name on the Tennessee roster?
0.
And they put up 31 points against the 85 Bears. Good for them. Vince in Weirton. Hello, Vince.
Yeah, good morning, guys. This is just a reflection of Team Tomlin. You get what you sow, and the players on offense seem to show up when they want to show up, and changing of the guard is imminent. Even the national announcers are starting to question Tomlin, for his results. And, not having DK Metcalf, because, again, can't manage your players. An unfortunate incident, these guys are, they're like kids. You got to babysit them, I guess. It's just sad. It really is. And I think this week's game is going to be their playoff game. This is the wild card game for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, then they're going to lose, right, Vince?
I'm almost 100%. I took a chance on them yesterday. And the last 3 times they've had key games where I thought that they had the momentum. It was in their favor. They laid an egg. So, Tomlin's the golden goose that keeps laying eggs, but eggs of the wrong kind. They're rotten eggs.
Thank you, Vince. Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. On the topic of eggs and milk and things of that nature, Mark, people are saying that cats drink cow's milk.
Yeah, because we give it to them.
Point Kaboli. Also, did you know that we are the only mammals that drive cars?
Let's hope so.
412-928-9370.
You sure no chimpanzee has done that in the past?
You know what? I'm absolutely not sure about that. I'm sure a texter will let us know. It's 928. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Is all hope lost, or do you think the Steelers can actually win their way in on Sunday night? 412-928-9370. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. They're going to have to do it sounds like, without Watt. They're definitely going to have to do it without DK Metcalf. Do you give them a chance? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's an intern Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins got a win last night over the Blackhawks 7-3. First regulation road win for Pittsburgh in almost a month. Pens are right back in action tomorrow. They host Carolina at 7 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. He may have been born in the Cretaceous, but Phillip Rivers is still a gamer. The venerable vet played admirably in his return at Seattle. This week facing a so-so Niners secondary number 18 and drop back EP80 since week 10. He could turn back the clock. Give me the over. Rivers 163.5 pass yards at -115. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Drinking and driving will change your whole world. The next time you're out with your friends, consider what would happen if you got pulled over after drinking. Like the legal fees, or the time in court, or a DUI on your record. Your decision to drink and drive could change someone else's world, too, if you hurt or kill them in a crash. Instead, what if your decision to call a sober ride changed your world for the better? Drive sober, or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Just when all the gifts are bought and you don't have another cent, suddenly you see the car of your dreams at the Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram wrap up the year event. Up to $13,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. Oh yes, it's true. And here we always stock more while others have few. Big discounts and trade values. Any competing offer we will beat. Don't waste your time shopping when no others can compete. So stop by today for all the deals that you crave. CrownJeep.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holidays. See dealer for details on all offers.
Home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. Hey, it's Bob Pompiani, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. With real-time scheduling and precision scan-to-plan accuracy, they make your remodel fast, easy, and very convenient. That's why hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home to transform their bathroom, windows, doors, you name it, they do it. Plus, right now, when you buy a full bathroom model, you'll get a second shower for free and lock in an extra $500 off just for listening to the program. But you need to schedule this right now at westshorehome.com/fan.
It's the holiday season, and there's no better time to gather with friends and family and enjoy the great taste of Duquesne Pilsner. Born on Pittsburgh's South Side in 1899, Duquesne has satisfied the thirst of generations of Pittsburghers with its golden body and crisp, refreshing taste. This Pennsylvania brewed lager is now accompanied by a refreshing 96-calorie light beer as well. This holiday season, remember to grab a Duke. Available at better beer retailers near you. Duquesne Pilsner. Cheers.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Happy holidays. Enjoy the City of Pittsburgh's annual Gingerbread House competition presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible masterpieces on display in the City County Building's Grand Lobby through January 2nd. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghpa.gov. Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with A La Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diavolo, and bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at alafamiliafinefoods.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit smaleacura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. Ends January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Adam Schefter says the Ravens are preparing as if Lamar's not going to play on Sunday night. Now Ian Rappaport echoing the same sentiment.
Interesting. I'm preparing to get this thought out of my brain of you just dancing to that music coming back. Holy mackerel.
Listen, we all have lives to live, Mark. I can't just sit here and be all doom and gloom all day long about the Steelers.
Can I say you don't have much rhythm?
I think that's clear and obvious to everybody watching on the YouTube stream. Actually, my issue's never been rhythm. I got the rhythm. I just don't have the moves. Those are two separate things.
If you say so.
Mm-hmm. Dom, are you a good dancer?
Nah, I've been told I'm not very good.
Are you an eager dancer?
What do you mean eager dancer?
Like, will you, at a wedding, will you go out there and cut a rug?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like, I plan on dancing at Donnie's wedding.
Oh, you were invited.
Oh,
Yeah, I was.
Go figure. I wasn't.
You've,
I see, Donnie. I guess I shouldn't have brought it up.
Yeah, you've traversed in some sensitive waters over here,
It's
buddy.
okay. I wouldn't have went anyways.
That's probably why I didn't get the invite. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, Crowley, cut the excuses out. I just don't understand people.
You make so many excuses, man.
What excuses I haven't made a single excuse.
You're waffling, too.
How? Now, you've traversed into sensitive waters. I said it's not a surprise the Steelers' offense didn't play well because of what they were missing. But you needed to score more than 6 points.
Thanks.
You need to score 14 to win, and you should be able to do it with you and me and intern Dom at wide receiver.
Maybe it's the defense's fault. Maybe Jack Sawyer shouldn't have cut back.
He shouldn't have cut back, and Herbig should have caught that ball. Those aren't excuses. That's me lambasting them for not making plays. Like, catch the ball, Herbig.
Hey, maybe
I've been singing your praises all year. You're better than
Why are you
Highsmith.
such a negative Nancy? Maybe this sets them straight.
Negative Nancy?
Maybe this sets them straight to really go into this Baltimore game more focused to be able to win, to go on this run. Why do you have to be so negative?
Mark, if they beat the Browns, they could have gone into this freaking Baltimore game wearing street clothes.
That wouldn't have been very fun.
And then T.J. Watt, whose lung was punctured, would be able to recover for an extra week.
Oh, Cam
And
Hayward,
Aaron Rodgers, who's 42, and Cam Hayward, who's pushing 40, and Adam Thielen, who aged in dog years between games, I think.
And it wouldn't have been an 8:25 Sunday night game. That's the only thing I agree with you on that one.
What about that?
I hate it. But that's just me. Well, isn't Rodgers going to be sleepy? Wasn't that the Chargers narrative?
The Chargers narrative, yeah.
Because it was the West Coast and it was too,
even though he
too
seemed
sleepy.
wide awake in that Bengals game when he was throwing the ball all over the yard. To Pat Freiermuth, by the way, who...
Throw him the ball.
Throw him the ball.
The ball. Throw it.
He got him down there, and then they yanked him off the field.
He you know what? He can't... Right, all you hear is, he's a good zone buster. You know what? If you're putting an inside linebacker on him or a safety, I like my chances with Pat Freiermuth. You know what? He's a pretty good guy that goes up the seam.
Yes.
Pretty well. He can beat this. He can do everything. He can turn. And look at the plays he's made. Look at the Cincinnati's plays. He's made plays. When you're so short-handed in that position, get him the ball.
It's pretty simple to me. Even if we all agree that Pat Freiermuth hasn't been utilized enough this year.
At all. Forget it.
How in a game like this, where Darnell Washington gets hurt, where you don't have DK Metcalf, where you don't have Calvin Austin, and you're throwing the ball to guys like Scotty Miller and Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Adam Thielen, do you not think, hey, you know who's a better pass catcher than every single one of those guys? Pat Freiermuth.
You know who else, too? Why not line up Mr. 14 out there and say, go ball? We saw he can run some routes.
You're right about that.
That's why I think this should be an eye-opener to Arthur Smith and whoever makes these decisions. Who knows who really it is. You know what? These guys can't do this. So we do have to change. We have to do Gainwell. We have to do Freiermuth. We got to put Jonnu in a situation. We have to change because if it's going to be MVS getting 9 targets, we're not going to win this game.
I agree with you 100%, and I have zero faith that they're going to look in the mirror and see those things.
There has to be change. Has to be.
Matt in Scottsdale's waking up real early. Hi, Matt.
Hey, good morning, guys. I put a bet in 2 nights ago for the Ravens to beat Green Bay and Cleveland to beat Pittsburgh, and it was the easiest money I ever made, man.
If you don't mind me asking, because no one knows who you are, Scott, how much money did you make?
$550.
Yeah, it's a pretty good chunk of change.
So a $100 bet, $550. So
I think you're one of the few.
Great. It's a win.
You're one of the few. Was that like an emotional hedge kind of thing, or are you one of the few people who wasn't buying in? Because I think Steelers Nation had bought in.
It was an emotional.
Yeah.
It was an emotional hedge. It was a total because you know why? Here's the thing. Unlike Mark, who sounds like he's like the fan that you sit with, and he's like very calm when things happen. He sounds like he watches the games on Ludes. I freak out and I go crazy. So
Ludes, isn't that cough drops?
I need that emotional hedge. Otherwise, I'm in the ER.
Thank you, man.
I've seen too much to get emotional over football.
He's talking about Quaaludes, Mark.
I understand that.
Okay, good.
But
did you ever do Quaaludes back in the day?
Yeah, just all the time, man. I mean, I'm playing home run derby at age 24, and you think I'm doing quaaludes.
I was merely asking, and I think you doth protest too much. Let's go to Steve in the car. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, guys, what's up? You guys got kind of touched on what I was thinking. You know, Farmer got him down the field. Like, why aren't you throwing to your 6.5-foot tall tight end with hands? You're throwing to MVS in the corner. Like, I just don't get it. Like, and as far as Rodgers goes, dude, I love that he's here, but it just seemed like maybe he was preoccupied with not giving up that sack record, and he was getting rid of the ball even like quicker than he normally does.
I didn't even do that.
Was there a dumper?
I totally disagree, and we've been over this a million times. I think in order to beat the Browns, you have to minimize Myles Garrett.
Yes.
And if, just as an example, flipping Nick Herbig catches the ball and returns it where it should have gone right into the end zone, we're probably today talking about how great of a job the Steelers did not letting Myles Garrett beat them.
And if Kyle Duggar doesn't lose the ball and the raindrops or the haze or the fog or whatever that was over that lake, then they probably win the game too.
Mark, who was the player against the Packers who was vertical, jumping through the air?
No idea what you're talking about.
Which defensive back was it, Dom, in the Packers game that jumped backwards in such
I was at wrestling. I didn't watch
the Steelers Packers game.
I thought you meant the Ravens.
Is Bechtold in there?
No.
Bechtold's too busy worrying about Penn State's.
I can't remember which
record.
Steelers defensive back was flying through the air and is probably still hanging upwards at Acrisure Stadium. Juan Thornhill. That's it. That's our guy. It was Juan.
Juan tried to jump and he misjudged it by about 12 yards.
Yes, I did not convey that very well.
Why'd you think Bechtold was going to get that and not Marker myself?
Because neither of you did, and I was grasping at straws.
We were confused by the question.
Yeah,
Mark thought you were talking about Saturday.
Yeah, I didn't know what you were talking
He's
about.
on the Ludes.
On the Ludes? I mean, you're talking about the Packers game. Why would I be thinking about a Packer game from 2 months ago?
I will acknowledge I did not do a good job there in the setup. Which play made you laugh more? Thornhill parallel to the ground at Acrisure or Kyle Duggar turn around on the duck of all ducks from
probably Thornhill, because when you really stop that in a proper location, in which I know about, when you stop a video in a certain location, it makes you look foolish. Like when I was pretending to be sleeping. It can make you look foolish, so I think that made him really look foolish. Now, Duggar was just like, I don't know what was going on there. He just didn't see it. So I would say Thornhill. And he
both bad.
Struggled.
Both bad.
I mean, what, bad or bad signing?
I mean, I think Duggar's been really good this year.
Duggar's fine.
Thornhill was a disastrous signing that we all said at the time was not going to work out here. And then he's spouting off saying it's going to be historical defense. Historical defenses don't let Shedeur Sanders complete that ball.
Well, historical defenses don't have one Thornhill on them.
That's correct. Dan in the North Hills. Good morning, Dan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Wow, what a game yesterday, huh? I mean,
I don't know about that.
For the Steelers to look the way they did, I mean, you have a 4-time MVP guy outshined by Shedeur Sanders. That's pretty hideous.
I mean, I don't think that's what happened, but
well, he had a 74-point QB rating, and Rodgers had like 64.9.
I mean, his one touchdown pass should have been an interception. But, yes, you can't lose to Shedeur Sanders.
But the point about that is, if you look at Kyle Duggar, I think that's his name.
Yep.
He had a clear shot of intercepting that ball or knocking the guy into the next world.
He did neither.
He ducked. It's sort of like it was a setup by the NFL to say, hey, let this guy score.
Thank you for the call, Dan.
You know what cracks me up about Cleveland? They're bragging about this win. We prevented the Steelers from potentially making the playoffs. Okay, but what did you really do? You gave the team that left your state a chance to make the playoffs instead, so you're a lose-lose situation.
Yeah,
anyways.
But here's the way I always boil this down, and particularly in college football more than anywhere else. Like, you beat your rival. I mean, that's the be-all, end-all. But were Browns fans happy yesterday? Yes. Are they happy today? Yes. Am I happy today? No. Did I try to drink myself into a coma last night? Well, it's anybody's guess.
You know, that somebody was holding a sign in the stands that said, "This is our Super Bowl." That was pretty sad.
And it was obvious, and we knew it going in, and they were ready. They were ready to play.
For the first 6 minutes of the game, but that's
yes,
all,
Mark, that's all it took.
That's all it took.
They scored 10 points in the first 6 minutes, and then it's over.
I wonder, I didn't even look. Shador must have had like 30 yards passing from the second, third, and fourth quarters, right? He was at 120, 130, and he ended up with like 160.
Yeah, 186.
My goodness, what a disaster. But you know, I do think it's funny that the team that picked up and left your city, now you give them a chance.
I know. To the victor go the spoils, though, and the winner always gets to set the narrative.
Hey, but at least Myles Garrett didn't break the record against you.
Segment brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. One more segment of fun. Woo! But first, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Browns beat the Steelers yesterday 13-6. Pittsburgh is now 1-6-1 in their last 8 trips to Cleveland. So now Steelers-Ravens next Sunday. Sunday Night Football is for the division, while the loser is out of the postseason. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
We're closing out the year, so here's a little test. Who carries the best SUVs and sells them for less? It's Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, of course. Biggest discounts of the year. Stop by to grab yours before they all disappear. 7-passenger Outlander with savings over $5,000, or choose 0% financing. Yes, the best deals in the land. Come find the Mitsu that fits you. All the deals that you crave. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holiday. See below for details on all of them.
My name is Brian. I've lost 42 pounds on Awaken 180. I had a triple bypass in 2018. I had a hip replacement 2.5 years ago. My focus was just getting healthy and being consistent. With this plan, once you establish yourself, if I decide to cheat, I can cheat. I'm burning enough calories a day. I don't have any fear. You know, it's not really a diet. It's a lifestyle change. It changed my perspective on how to eat better and just kind of control yourself. And I hope what this does, I hope it enables somebody in their 60s that has poor health and no hope, that gives them hope. That's my goal.
Thank you so much, Brian. This is Chris Muller. Brian sharing his Awaken 180 story is the exact reason I continue to share my story with all of you. There's hope, there's a plan, and you will succeed with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking. I lost 70 pounds and my friend lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months.
Join Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar, Lose the Weight or Stop Smoking, only $59.99. Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis, Lose the Weight or Stop Smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Eastbound Pennsylvania Turnpike remains restricted. This is between Somerset and Bedford as crews continue to work to clear those earlier accidents involving 2 overturned tractor trailers. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, we had an earlier disabled vehicle removed from the outbound side near the Brinton Road overpass. Traffic pretty much back to normal there. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal in Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Bob Pompiani.
That's where I bought my car.
With Bob Pompiani?
Oh, with Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, whatever.
Did you drive it to Cleveland?
No, I drove the old lady's car.
The beater? Or is the beater dead?
The beater's dead.
Beater's
dead. No, actually, I sold the beater.
How?
Somebody bought it?
Unreal. Was it because it was like John Voight's car? Seinfeld reference?
And it could be like a bite mark of my teeth on a pencil or something in there, right?
Do you think that I bet you there's some...
They paid $2,000 for that piece of garbage.
Yeah, I think it was the Caboli factor. Would you be more likely to buy a used car from Caboli or someone else, even if you didn't know Mark?
Yeah, from Mark. I trust him. In fact, I'm going to be looking for a new car here in the next few months. So
Are you?
Go to South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Kia, whatever. I can't ever. There's so many names on there.
Great read.
Yes, honestly, they were great people.
Now, do you guys recommend getting like a used car or going with just a brand spanking new one?
Here's the problem here, Dom. You get better rates with new cars, but
what would you
cheaper to be?
What would you feel better about
overpriced.
driving on the road? A brand new state-of-the-art driving machine, or one that at one point was a brand new state-of-the-art driving machine and has now been beat to the ground?
Well, I'm not driving around in a piece of crap. I'd get one that's in relatively good
certified pre-owned.
I was trying to walk him into that Lamar Jackson take is what I was trying to do.
Certified pre-owned, you know what you can do, but you get a better percentage rate if you buy new. You can always lease, but I wouldn't.
Leasing is when you say, like, you get the car for 3 years, as long as it's in, relatively good shape, you're good.
The best thing to do is then buy a used car off a guy who leases it.
Now we're getting too complicated.
Yeah, you've lost me now, Mark.
Maybe I'll just buy a bike and just bike around everywhere.
E-bike.
You can't
Yeah,
be that
e-bike.
guy.
Why not?
There
I
was
can be whatever I want to be.
I'm trying to give you advice. You don't want my advice?
No, I do.
advice.
No, I'm sorry. What's the advice?
You get a side-by-side.
No, I want the advice.
Aaron Rodgers might have an extra one left over.
There was a guy that I went to college with named Mike Ploger. Awesome dude.
He sounds like a West Virginian.
He's from Maryland. He would ride to his classes, I swear to God, on a unicycle. And this guy pulled more ass than anybody I've ever met.
Is it true that my current boss used to have a moped at Morgantown?
Craig?
No, Pat McAfee.
Your current boss.
Craig.
Nothing would surprise me.
I think I thought Wes told me that story.
That he used to drive a moped around Morgantown?
Yeah. I don't know how true that is, but Wes Euler said that, so don't blame me.
Okay, very good. All right, well, that's a great show.
Great show.
Mm-hmm. Really happy to be a source of catharsis today and talk to a lot of angry Steelers fans.
Cannot
and
wait
one really
till
happy
Monday.
Ravens fan.
I cannot wait till Monday when they win this game. You'll be coming in saying, how's Ken Carmen say it? Super Bowl. How they do that?
Super Bowl, Super Steelers.
That's what you're going to be on Monday.
Well, it depends how they win.
If they win by 1, you'd do that.
I would not.
I'm back, baby. That's what you're going to say.
No, I want them to win. I'm not one of those jerk-offs, but there's really nothing they could do that would make me feel like they're going to win a playoff game the next week.
They win that game 42-0. You'd be coming in here naked.
You think they're going to win it 42-0?
No, I'm saying if.
How many touchdowns for Ben Skowronek? All right.
Ben Scarano got a broken hand. He's not going to be catching any.
God, what a group of wide receivers. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Very windy, very cold, temps in the 20s all day. I would advise if you're built like Craig Riley, don't even wander outside. You'll wind up getting blown into the mon.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. We'll talk teens tomorrow at 5:40. Goodbye. Thank you, Mark.
At Smale Kia,
Thank you, Dom.
there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit. Not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your wrap-up the year sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-554-4706. 800-554-4706. That's 800-554-4706.
The season of performance is happening now, and Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next holiday adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with holiday perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, it will all come down to this as the Steelers lose in Cleveland against the Browns yesterday in a game they had multiple opportunities, but decided that MVS was the best option on 3 separate plays with goal to go as they lose 13-6 to the Browns, not able to tie it and either go for 2 and win it or send it into overtime as the Steelers lose in Cleveland for the 4th consecutive year. And now it sets up winner take all against the Baltimore Ravens, the final game of the 2025 NFL regular season. Sunday Night Football, Acrisure Stadium, 8:20 against the Ravens. Win, and you're in and our division champions. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a jam-packed Monday on Pomp and Joe.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Here's a 2nd and 8. This pass to Fannin. He caught it, and he rolls in untouched. Harold Fannin Jr. with his 71st catch of the year. Second possession starts with Sanders looking down the field. Beautiful strike to Tillman. And a big gain for Cleveland. The pass was perfect. Into the secondary, they go for 42. First down with 5 minutes to go in the half. Pressure, tip, pick, Sawyer. Knocked down and saved by Jenkins. Highsmith forced the entire turnover. On the near side is Miles Garrett. And here they go with Hayward. Look at Connor Hayward racing down the sideline. That's a great call. Need 10 for a first. Rodgers pass deflected. And the Browns stop them 4 straight plays. Take a deep breath, Baltimore. 3 on the play clock. Rodgers out of the gun. Looking to the end zone, and it is incomplete. Incomplete and no flag. The Browns have pulled off the upset.
Oh, he was
was a manic Monday for sure, and it will be on Reaction Overreaction Monday, and that's what we're here to do. Bob Pompiani sitting aside from me because there's no Joe Starkey in the seat, so Austin said put the cardboard cutout. We don't have one of Joe, do we, Austin?
No Joe cardboard cutout, so we just have two of you, Bob.
Well, we're going to soon take that one down because it's getting freaky on me when I look over there and I see myself, so that will eventually come down.
A little strange, huh?
But Joe has the day off, and I'm sure wherever he is, he's thinking about all the stuff that went on yesterday. Welcome to the Pomp and Joe Show. Bob Pompiani, along with City Limits, Austin Bechtold, and we want to tell you that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net, and the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you, and I'm sure the text line will be cranking up today. On a day the Steelers missed a golden opportunity. Having the Browns, a 3-win team, all you had to do is go there and win. And sure, they have a very good defense, but they have one of the worst offenses that have been decimated by injury. And yet, to start that game, you would have never known that. 10-zip Browns after one quarter. And you could talk all you want about how, in the end, first quarter slow starts don't matter. That's not true. Those starts can kill you, especially when you have an offense that can't produce a touchdown. 10-0 start, and the difference of yardage at one point was 103-6 in favor of all people Shedeur Sanders, who I came away thinking that he is not going to be their franchise quarterback. I see too many things in his game that make me wonder if I'm Cleveland, they're going to have another high pick. They may redraft that same position or ride with Deshaun Watson. They got issues there. But, Austin, somehow, some way, Shedeur Sanders throws up 3 dead quails, and one of them goes for a touchdown. The other one is picked off. And then another one that should have been picked off wasn't picked off. I thought, how in the world does this guy win this game? If I had told you at the beginning of the game that Shedeur Sanders would have a better quarterback rating than Aaron Rodgers in this game, I don't think many people would have believed it.
Well, the Browns did not win this game, Bob. The Steelers completely lost it. Like, Shedeur Sanders, I agree with you, is not the answer for Cleveland. On those first couple of drives, he played very well. But the amount of wounded ducks that he threw up there, you would think it was duck hunting season by what was spiraling through the air and falling to the ground, because it didn't seem like there was a completed spiral for majority of the game from Shedeur, especially in the second half. No, he's not good. But this was a case of the Steelers, once again, Bob, losing to a, what's the best word to say it? Unproven, terrible quarterback and a terrible team in Cleveland. Another bus ride home, 2.5 hours of thinking how you could lose to a mess of a franchise like this 4 years in a row. They've done it. And again, it puts them in a very difficult situation going into Week 18.
It certainly does. And the stat that came out of this game that was really just stunning is the fact that since 2020, the Steelers are 0-4-1 in games where they play a team that was at least 8 games or more under 500 and is the longest streak in the National Football League history. Of those 5 games, you might remember the 2 in 2023. That's the one, the 2 I remember. It was Trey McBride in his breakout game against the Steelers when Arizona came here, and they lost that game to a 2-10 Cardinals team, and then they lost the very next week to the Patriots, who were also 2-10.
Oh, yeah, I was there.
Another tight end, Hunter Henry, lit it up with 3 touchdowns in that game. And then, of course, this one here. And listen, the Browns are just a mess, to be honest. They all knew that. Everyone watching knew that. And the Steelers somehow played into their game. And by that, I mean the Browns, everyone knows, they haven't given up a 300-yard passing game in like 2 years. They're very good against the pass down the field. So the Steelers, without their 2 best pass receivers, in DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin, passed the ball 39 times versus running at 24, where in that 24, in my view, they had success. It was 5.5 yards per pop. They just came off a game in Detroit where they ran the ball for 230 yards, and yet they passed the ball more than they ran it, even though they didn't have people there who can do what they needed to do. What I will tell you is this. When you don't have DK Metcalf, and again, he should never have gone over there. That may cost them the entire season the way this is going. You don't have him for that game. He would have made a difference. You don't have him the following game. You may not have Austin again. And your receivers are guys who were unwanted. And that's pretty much it. guys who've had careers in the NFL, guys who've made plays, but they were unwanted. A guy like Marquez Valdez-Scantling was cut twice. He sat on a practice squad here for a while, and then he gets the last 3 targets of the game. He got 9 targets. He got more than Pat Freiermuth. That doesn't make sense to me. Kenneth Gainwell, who is probably your best receiver on the team, he led them in receivings the last 2 games in Detroit and in that game against Baltimore. Or what was before? No, Miami. He was the top targeted and receiving man on their team, even though he's a running back. They didn't go to him hardly at all. And to me, 4 targets, I think it was. It's got to be more than that, especially when you knew you didn't have weapons on the outside. They did not go over the middle enough, and I know that I've been sounding like a broken record with this. A lot of people have, but that's where Pat Freiermuth makes his living. Schwessinger, their outstanding rookie linebacker, was hobbling on one leg. I would have targeted him almost every time I could with either someone like Gainwell or someone like Freiermuth, but they didn't do it really enough for me. So there are a lot of critical plays we can go through, and that's what we do here. We're talking about what happened. It is the Overreaction Monday. So if you have a take, call 412-928-9370. We can discuss that. And Baltimore, of course, had to live up to their end of the bargain, and they did by going to Green Bay and winning, although I thought Green Bay was just absolutely terrible in that game, although Malik Willis was certainly not bad at all. He played well. But it was simply a case that the Ravens knew they didn't have Lamar Jackson, which made John Harbaugh's job a lot easier. Because when he does have Lamar Jackson in there, he tends to overcomplicate things. He outcoaches himself is what he does. And he goes away from the bread and butter of his offense, which is running the ball. Because he didn't have Lamar Jackson the other night, he had to go with Tyler Huntley, and he made life simple. Hand the ball off to you-know-who, 22, Derrick Henry, 36 carries, 215 yards or 16 yards, 4 touchdowns, and just bring big Patrick Ricard in there and say, follow him everywhere he goes. And they do it differently. It's not always the same play, but it's the same 2 people. That's what you're going to get a lot here. And it takes me back to the end of last year when the Steelers couldn't stop that combination in the wild card game down in Baltimore. So, the bottom line is they're going to get set for a heavy dose of that. And I think the Steelers should counter with a heavy dose of their running backs and Pat Freiermuth more than anyone else. This game is going to be in Pittsburgh, of course. There's still a lot to be gained. You win, you get in, and then you take on, who knows, 1 of 3 teams or 4 teams possibly, because Jacksonville could be in that mix now. Bills lost yesterday. That moves them down. That means the Texans move up. Could be the Texans coming here. Whatever it is, here's the other thing, Austin, that I really thought coming into this game. You needed to win, not just because you win a division, because you needed some rest for some of their banged-up players and also some of their starters who've been playing a lot. And by not winning, you forced them into a short week. Baltimore has 1 extra day because they played on Saturday. They got to play a high-intensity, physical, brutal game against Baltimore because that's what it is. That's what it always is. And if you survive that, you got to come right back, and who knows, you may have to play on a Saturday the next week. So I was really hoping they could win the game and give some guys some much-needed rest, and now that does not happen.
So you are out Darnell Washington in this upcoming game with a broken arm. I would imagine he's not going to play. T.J. Watt, it seems like he's not going to go. Mike Florio last night on NBC called it highly unlikely that he will play.
I was surprised he made that distinction. Were you? Because he's practiced now, and I get it. If they would have won, there's no need to play him at all. But now, you don't think there's a chance?
Well, we've seen conflicting reports on, the next meaningful game, T.J. Watt, the Steelers expect him to play. Well, now why are we getting all this backpedaling? What that means to me is that people around the NFL and the Steelers expected there to be no problem in Cleveland for them to slay the dragon and all these demons that they've had playing in Cleveland at that stadium, win the game, and then T.J. Watt can just rest for a week, and then he returns for the meaningful game in the playoffs. Well, now that is not the case. They might have to move up the timeline, and that could prevent T.J. Watt from just not playing. So you're out Watt. You're out Darnell Washington. Sayamalu's banged up. Calvin Austin is hurt. You're not going to have DK Metcalf in this game. Lamar could be back. Florio said it's like a 50-50 shot. The odds are stacked against you. They've been so poor in primetime games this year, outside of that Monday night game against Miami, and it's Miami. I have very little confidence that they're going to go in there and win this game, but I'm sure Baltimore probably feels the exact same way in Baltimore Sports Talk Radio today.
I guarantee you they do, and hopefully we'll be talking to some people from Baltimore about their vibe because they're going to get in, but they have the same, John Harbaugh has been under a lot of pressure too in some of the things that he has done. So this is going to be interesting how they, play this game. But it is Baltimore favored by 3 here, and I think that's probably the accurate line to start this, given what has just happened, and the Steelers are going to have to bounce back. Can they win? Sure they can. I mean, they've beaten some pretty good teams this year. They're going to have to play one of those games where they dominate the line of scrimmage. But, as we saw yesterday, they couldn't do that to a large degree against Cleveland. Baltimore's defense is not as good as Cleveland, so I think you can, possibly hang your hat on that. But their scheming yesterday was not good at all. And again, slow starts. That has been a hallmark of what they've done for the last several years. Can't get a lead early. You can't put a lot of points on the board early. They were trailing 10-0 in this game to start. When you do that, you're asking for trouble because that defense, when they play with a 10-point lead, they don't very often give it up. You can say what you want about their offense, but they had a 127-6 yardage advantage right out of the gates. So I'm sure that's something that, even though a lot of people will say, well, they still had 3 quarters to win the game. Well, you can't dig a hole that big. Not on a game. You should be the team coming out and dominating the first quarter, given the fact that you knew that this was, as they say, a hat and T-shirt game. They had to win the game to make life a lot easier. They did not.
Right, but let's not act like a 10-point lead for Cleveland, a 3-12 team, is insurmountable, though, Bob. They had plenty of opportunities, especially in the second half, to be able to come back.
They ran into that defense. My point, Austin, is starts matter. If you put yourself down, I don't care what game you're talking about, the margins for error shrink. You can't be making mistakes, and they made a ton of mistakes as a result.
Yeah, starts matter, but finishing matters too. How about the play calling from good old Artie in that second-to-last drive where it ends up being 4th and 10? They can't get any yardage. 4 plays, they get nothing before the batted ball at the line of scrimmage where they turn it over, Cleveland gets a field goal, and then they go right down the field because it was like discovering El Dorado. Pat Freiermuth in the offense actually can work over the middle of the field and can actually work for you.
That's just ridiculous to even consider. He only had 3 catches yesterday. He more than any of these guys, especially in the middle of the field, can do damage. As I said, their outstanding defensive linebacker, who's going to win probably Defensive Rookie of the Year, couldn't even walk. Why don't you target everybody?
Go right at Washington.
Target. Now, the other thing about this game, and then we'll get to your phone calls at 412-928-9370, is the Myles Garrett component to it. Hey, listen, the Steelers know how to play against him. They do. First time they met, he had no sacks. He was virtually invisible. All the emphasis came on what they were going to do with Myles Garrett. He's 1 sack away from rewriting their records as he came in with 22 sacks. Watt and Strahan, 22.5 to lead the way. And while a lot of people believed that the Steelers were playing more to try to protect that record for Watt than win the game, I don't believe that. I do believe they were mindful of him. But when you play him, you know what you're facing. You have to chip him. You have to do a lot of things. And what that does is it means it limits your eligibles. You cannot use the same amount of people in the pass game when you are dedicating a lot to try to stop him. And they did stop him. He had a day which was 1 quarterback hit, 1 tackle, no sacks, much like the first time they played. But nobody in the first time was even talking about the sack record. I think the sack record made everyone think that they were trying really hard. They're doing what a lot of teams want to do against Myles Garrett. Don't let him impact the game. He did still impact the game because of how he plays.
He did, but I don't feel like they were so overly cautious of Myles Garrett where it cost them the game. Like, Bob, we've seen them. Again, you got to remember Dylan Cook. He's had a couple of good games, good performances. He's still a 3rd, 4th-string offensive tackle. And they have had multiple occasions this season where they have chipped pass rushers, whether it's been Hutchinson, whether it's been Chubb in Miami, whoever. And they've also brought over some extra help. The Steelers have also not faced anybody as good as Myles Garrett this year, who is on such an elite pace to break the sack record. So I don't think that their attention towards him was overly excessive.
I don't either. I think it was normal. I think that's what you want to do. You want to get him so he's not a factor in the game.
Right, which they did the last time.
Right.
2 games against the Steelers this year, he had no sacks. Like, I didn't think he would break the sack record in this game. They've also been getting the ball out of Rodgers' hands so quickly. It's not like they changed that much.
No, they've done it all year.
Right.
They're trying to minimize any impact he may take. And that's smart.
It's not like the offensive philosophy and the identity of the game was completely different. Now, if Arthur Smith was in his bag in that game against the Detroit Lions, Arthur Smith was carrying around a lump of coal in this game because it was atrocious, some of the play calling, especially just let's just balance the left side of the line and then toss it out to the right, where it was clear that the blocking was not amounting when you were running opposite of Myles Garrett. So again, not even moving the ball down the field, looking down the field on multiple opportunities that they had late in the game, especially the fourth quarter, where you had chances, that long drive where they came up 4th and 1 and let's throw a go ball to Scotty Miller. Yeah. I kind of throw more of that on Rodgers, though, in the choice route.
Yeah, I do think that's Rodgers trying to make, but he doesn't have the players to make the play. Scotty Miller is Scotty Miller. He's a decent guy to have on your team, but he's not going to win those battles. That throw was not very good, by the way. And let's think about it. They had a tush push, which resulted in 29 yards. They're in scoring territory. They get 3 points. They had 2 interceptions, which result in no points. They had a third interception possibly that was dropped and could have been returned in more points. They miss a field goal. If Boswell, and again, this is really nitpicking here, because to me this was not how this game should be remembered, but if he makes that 54-yarder at the end of the game, they're in field goal position to win the game. And you would have said, yeah, it's ugly, but they got it done. So many things went wrong in this game, which has opened the door for an 8:20 Sunday night kickoff. And I hate those Sunday night kickoffs.
To the surprise of no one, right?
To the surprise of no one. They were waiting for that San Francisco game to finish to make sure that San Francisco-Seattle would be meaningful. So that's their late Saturday game, preceded by the one that could determine the NFC winner between Tampa Bay and Carolina. And then this is going to be how it was ended.
As soon as 4 p.m. came, you knew that it was going to be
It was just a matter of waiting. So a lot of people have been waiting on the line limits. Let's go right to them.
Yeah, let's start with our guy, Emmanuel in Carnegie.
Emmanuel's Mr. Positivity normally, or at least he's more optimistic than most. How are you,
Emmanuel? Throw some arrows today.
I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Happy holidays. The 2-hour trip from Cleveland was bad.
How do you think it was for the team? They had to take a bus. That was a long bus ride home.
Yeah, and then playing in the rain at that. But my point is, we have a 16-game body of work of this team now. You know, we are who we thought they are. At the end of the day, you can talk about the play calling. You can talk about the lack of talent. We have a body of work of 16 games. They may beat Baltimore. I really think they might, to be honest. When you count them out, sometimes they respond.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference between a great team and a good team is you find a way to win that ball game. I remember looking back in the 2008 season when we went to the Super Bowl the last time we won. We beat Cleveland in Cleveland 10-6.
Yeah.
Like Mike Tomlin used to say, it's not about style points. You find a way to win that ball game. We had so many opportunities to win. And again, like I said, the body work of this season shows that we're just too inconsistent to make a big run in the playoffs. But that's my point. I'm disappointed. You know, there was lights of hope. You know, the 3-game winning streak. But then again, you know, I try to judge the team quarterly, every 4 games, and it just shows you we're inconsistent.
Very inconsistent, and that's the thing. Thanks, Emmanuel, for that call. You know, if this goes the wrong way and they lose on Sunday, all you have to do is look back and say to yourself, in a season where this division became wide open for them to win, Joe Burrow misses how many weeks? 3 months, right? So that put a nail in Cincinnati's coffin, even though a lot of people picked them to win the division and beyond. And then you get a Baltimore team, which had given away 3 big-time fourth-quarter leads, right? And they had injuries as well. Lamar Jackson was banged up. The door was wide open, and yet you still couldn't get through. That's what's on the table. That's what's on the line on Sunday night. They have to win this game to put all of that stuff to bed. If they don't, it's going to bite them all the way back, because this was – what was the percentage, Austin? The ESPN percentage of them before this weekend to win the division was like 89%.
Oh, very high. I mean, Baltimore's playoff chances going into the game in Green Bay was like, I don't know, 10, 15, somewhere right around there. And it opened the door where, I'll throw it out there now, I thought that Baltimore winning that game on Saturday night was actually a good thing for the Steelers, because that means that what we've seen in this 3-game winning streak, the momentum that they've taken into it, they can try to ride the hot hand, not have to think about, oh, should we sit our starters for 2 consecutive games? Man, was I wrong there. They completely came out and laid a dud. Think about how good they were in Detroit. And then again, it's the reoccurring nightmare that is the Cleveland Browns. And this is what I found the most damning of anything, Bob. I put this out there on Twitter. It got some decent traction. The quarterbacks that the Steelers have lost to during this 4-game losing streak in Cleveland. They lost in 2022 to Jacoby Brissett, Dorian Thompson-Robinson in 2023. Last year, Jameis Winston in the snow when George Pickens said that he thought the Browns were terrible and that the weather was the reason why they lost, and the weather cost the Steelers the game. and Shedeur Sanders, who continued to slide in the draft and nobody wanted, and said, I'm not going to Philadelphia because I don't want to be a backup quarterback, or go to Baltimore because I don't want to be a backup quarterback. And that is who beat you. A guy that was throwing up ducks and couldn't complete a pass in the second half.
No, totally. And again, it's a start they allowed to happen. They came out firing the ball down the field, which I don't think the Steelers really expected. And the Steelers, on the other hand, 3 and out the first time, not one pass attempt. I would have just tried to change things up. And through the course of a game, when things are going that badly, I would expect something, deep in the playbook to come up, a play that you haven't seen, just to try to jumpstart this team. But that, of course, did not happen. By the way, Cleveland is going to pick another quarterback. I'm convinced of it.
Who?
I don't know
who's available in this
draft. They're going to pick 7th. I was looking at the updated draft order, and the Raiders are going to be number 1. You know that, just because they lost to the Giants, who were number 1. Now the Giants moved to 2.
Giants,
Jets
how dumb.
3.
2 years in a row.
2 years in a row, right.
Week 17. If you lose, you get the number 1 pick, and you win. And I know the players aren't going to throw it or anything like that, but
it's just the way the Giants and the Jets are. Every year, they're in a market like New York, and they got the 2 and 3 overall picks in the draft. Then it's the Titans, the Cardinals, Washington, and then Cleveland. So we'll see what Cleveland does. The Bengals are also in there, so they need some help in a lot of different ways. Back to the lines we go. Who is it next?
All right, let's go to Tim. He is in York.
Tim in York.
Hello, Tim.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
Good. What's up with you?
Look, not much. Just sitting at work. The fact that we're sitting here with them losing is not surprising at all. Their coaching is just horrible. You have 4th and 1, and you have 4th and 1, and you throw the ball downfield, and then you rush 4 guys when they are 3rd and long as well. It's just their coaching is horrible.
Yeah, I thought the scheme going into this one was not good on both sides. The defense got better as the game went on, but the damage had already been done in that you gave up 10 points to a team who had no business scoring 10 points on you, in my view.
I don't understand why Mike Tomlin just cannot have this team ready to go into Cleveland. Like, when they had Ben, it was dominant. It was dominant. It was no contest.
Nobody won more in Cleveland than Ben Roethlisberger. Even the Browns quarterbacks couldn't win as much as he did.
You knew that you'd be able to do that. So maybe Ben was just masking a lot of what the real problem was in that divisional game.
Maybe he was, but again, you have to have, on that night when you knew the Ravens win, I thought they were going to come out. If anyone was going to take a lead and have a 127-6 yardage advantage in the first quarter, I would have bet it would have been the Steelers. Just because of watching Cleveland and their offense just labor through this season, how bad they have been. 412-928-9370. Want to tell you the fan hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Back to the lines. I see they are jammed, Austin.
Yes, they are. Let's go to Joe. He is in Cincinnati, and he's now on.
Cincinnati. Are
Joe.
you a Bengals? Joe.
Joe.
Joe, are you on a
Sounds like Joe's talking to somebody.
He's on a Zoom.
Joe?
Joe.
Joe? Joe?
Hello?
Oh, there he is.
Hey, guys. Hope you had a good Christmas.
What are you doing, on a Zoom somewhere talking to somebody else?
No, I'm actually we're flipping a house right now, and I got kind of caught off guard. I was waiting and then talking to someone else, and now you guys are here. So
All
perfect.
right. You're in Cincinnati. Are you a Steelers fan?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I moved here 5 years ago, so definitely have not given that up. Although it's become harder and harder year by year. So I just kind of wanted to talk about this game, kind of in a bigger picture. I think in a vacuum, it's easy to blame this on, say, Aaron Rodgers or, just some guys being out. But when this happens year after year, even with full lineups and no real excuses, it makes you think that obviously this is a coaching issue. This is an organizational issue. And that's what's been so frustrating. Like, for me, I think I can see that, yes, Aaron Rodgers didn't have a great game, but you know what? If we would have been able to develop a quarterback and make the right choices in the draft, we wouldn't even be in this position. And same with wide receivers. I think that the arrogance of this organization with, just thinking, oh, we're going to land Ayuk. They're just going to come here because we're the Steelers and not really have a plan for that. It's all just coming to bite them right now. And so that's why it's hard for me just to look at this as, they were out a few players. Like, no, this is a bigger picture issue that's just going to continue to plague them if they don't move on.
It's become a trend, Joe. But I want to ask you this. Do you think they could win? And if so, how far do you think they could go in the playoffs?
I mean, it's really hard for me to say they're going to win. I mean, maybe they will just because the blind squirrel finds the nut, but I don't see them going far at all, not with the receivers they have and not with this offensive game plan being so Jekyll and Hyde.
It has been that. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call and happy holidays to you. Merry Christmas. I think he hit upon something that we've been talking about for 2 years, and that's the number 2 receiver. They've tried, but they haven't succeeded in finding anyone. They decided to let Pickens go because they didn't want to deal with him, but I'm sorry. He was going to have those big numbers. I thought he would, and he has. He would have looked good opposite of Metcalf, and they are only going to get a third-round pick. That's what they got in free agency as a compensatory pick. So you could have ridden it for one more year, then say goodbye, which I really thought was going to be their plan. But they didn't do it. But ever since then, they brought in how many different guys here now, from Adam Thielen to Marquez Valdez-Scantling to last year others. They just have not been able to find anyone, and quite frankly, it's been a big problem.
I wonder if the Cowboys' thoughts on George Pickens have shifted at all based on what's happened in the last couple of weeks with him throwing tantrums on the sideline and how he was just basically suspended for a game, benched for a game or a drive in Vegas. So I wonder about that. But yeah, you're right. The fact that Calvin Austin has this big of an impact on the offense, where his absence is so huge, so critical. Where was Adam Thielen? Why was Freiermuth not schemed open? He was their leading receiver.
Why was MVS targeted more than any receiver?
And on the final drive, you target MVS 3 times, and he doesn't even know what route he's running twice. So Aaron Rodgers.
Another question: what happened to Roman Wilson? Because this week we were told he was going to have a significant opportunity because no one else is available, and that he did not get one target. What is going on there?
Yeah, that was hilarious that Tomlin, during his weekly presser, said, this is a huge opportunity for Roman Wilson. He's been working so hard. I can't wait to see what he does. And he played under 10 snaps. And if you told me that he played targets. 0 snaps,
I would have
believed it.
I don't even notice him out there. And that's a shame. He's a guy they picked in the 3rd round. And I thought when he was in there earlier this year, when he had opportunities, Austin, I thought he made some decent plays. He made some down-the-field catches, and for whatever reason, it's just not going on that way. We have plenty more phone calls on the way at 412-928-9370. Also, you can hit the text line up. I'm sure there's some interesting comments on there, and Limits will see what those are as we go along. But we're talking about this. We're talking about what lies ahead. I want to get into the Baltimore game and talk about what do you think is going to happen, and how will the Steelers approach them? How will the Ravens approach the Steelers? Because the Ravens have had their history, too. I mean, they've gone to playoffs several times with a 2-time NFL MVP and have fallen way short. I think maybe the best thing for the Ravens is not to have Lamar Jackson, and I think you saw that what happened on Green Bay. They decided to do what they do best, and that's run the football down their throats. If they use the same approach, can the Steelers stop it this time? 412-928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We have a rundown of a lot of callers. We'll talk about this game, what comes up next. We'll also get into the Penguins, who had their biggest offensive output of the year, 7 goals, chilly goals, and we will get into Pitt and what happened to Pitt. I know you went to see Penn State, and you had a nice time. Yes. And Terry Smith, congrats to him on 4 straight wins, how they played. But, man, these bowl games have become awfully meaningless to me.
And Rob Long from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore will join us at 105.
Rob,
so that'll be fun.
Yeah, he's always interested. I'm just curious of his thought going into the weekend and what they think now down in Baltimore. So Rob always brings it. We'll talk to him at 105. In the meantime, I want to tell you about West Shore Home because, holiday season is going to be over, and all of a sudden you look at your house, you're going to have things moving around, shuffling here and there, and you'll notice you need some things upgraded. Home remodeling. It's a part of all of us who has, if you have a home for a long time, you're going to need it. You know what? It shouldn't have to be stressful. Sometimes you look at it, and it seems that way. West Shore Home is proving that it doesn't have to be. By using cutting-edge technology from real-time scheduling to precision scan-to-plan measurements, West Shore Home makes your remodel fast, easy, and convenient. Now, you may need a tub-to-shower conversion or maybe a walk-in tub installation. As you get older, that's a nice option. Full bathroom remodel. How about new windows, an entry door, a patio door, even full house flooring? Hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home with their projects. Why? Well, a lot of reasons, but on top of the list is because they use teams of highly trained employee installers. They don't have subcontractors. All the work is their work. This ensures a consistent, world-class experience every time. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you're going to get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off just for being a fan of the program But if you schedule now, westshorehome.com/fan, you will get that $500 savings. westshorehome.com/fan. Buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lose 13-6 in Cleveland. The Penguins actually scored more goals yesterday than the Steelers put up points. So it sets up Ravens, Steelers, 8:20 Acrisure Stadium, the final game of the NFL regular season. It's win and you're in. And there are multiple win and you're in situations in the NFL this week, including Carolina and Tampa Bay, the first game of the weekend on Saturday at 4:30, all leading into Steelers-Ravens on Sunday night. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Philadelphia Eagles had -2 passing yards in the second half of Sunday's win against the Buffalo Bills, and yet I still think they're the best team in the league. And the reason why? The defense is unbelievable, shutting down Josh Allen and company, and this is the Eagles' formula for success. Play great defense, don't turn the ball over, who cares about passing yards, and I think the Eagles are going to go back to back. I'm Nick Costos.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Maybe you haven't heard about us. We're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless has you paying for more data than you might need. Why? They might want you to cover the costs of younger people who do use all that data. If you're not using the data, you're probably being used. We've heard time and time again that some Big Wireless customers get stuck paying hundreds and even thousands more for years and years because they think it's hard to switch. Not with us. It takes just about 20 minutes and you can change your plan anytime without extra charges. We use the same towers as the big guys, so you'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Our plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband. He lost weight. More important, cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend went and she lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months. So does Mark Patrick hypnosis work? Oh yeah, it works. Nothing has changed my life more. Well, except maybe my husband. He's so proud of me. Makes me cry.
What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking or your money back. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Upgrade your sleigh at Joe Ball GMC.
Lease a brand new GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months.
$299 for a GMC SUV?
Yep, $299. No one sells for less. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
We didn't do anything against Miles that we don't normally do against Miles. The sack record's irrelevant. We got to minimize him if we want to engineer victory. We did the same thing last time we played him. I didn't think he had any sacks in that game either. And so we didn't take a different approach because of the gravity of the record. It's just standard business when you playing these guys and him.
That's Mike Tomlin talking about stopping Myles Garrett, who only had one tackle, no sacks, no tackles for loss, not much of a stat line at all. And I agree with that. I mean, the whole idea when you play him is that you got to try to neutralize him. And they did. But unfortunately, they didn't do enough on the other end of it offensively against that defense. Yeah, the sack record was talked about all week. It came down to that game. The broadcast team made it a big point of emphasis. So every time you saw Aaron Rodgers getting rid of the ball, I mean, he would have done that in normal circumstances if he had outlet to do it. So I think that may have been a little overblown by people. I understand why it became an issue and a talking point. Here's an interesting thing, Austin. The Steelers on Sunday night this year are 0-2. You had alluded to their primetime performances. They're 0-2, outscored 60-35, outgained 252 yards. The Ravens on Sunday night are 0-2 also. They've been outgained by 189 yards. So it's a battle of two teams that have not done well on Sunday night.
Sounds like a battle of who wants to go to the playoffs and lose in the first round in your home playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. When you play a game like this, it's like a playoff game already, to be honest. So they add one to the ledger, which, you know, if you look at the odds, and this is all according to analytics, they're not in favor of the Steelers when it gets to the playoffs, even if they do make it to the playoffs. Chance to win the AFC, according to ESPN Analytics, the Broncos 23%, the Patriots 16%. They still can get a first-round bye. Jags at 13%, Bills at 12%, Texans only 12%. I would have given them a higher percentage there. Chargers 11%, Ravens 8%, Steelers only 4% chance, according to their analytics. Now, that can all change. But I'm surprised at the Texans. I think they're playing as good a football as – I know their offense is somewhat challenged. They don't score a lot of points comparatively, but their defense is good enough to make them involved in every single game.
I think that's a C.J. Stroud stat there, Bob, where there's still not a lot of confidence, where his rookie season was his best season, and the last 2 years he's digressed from what he originally showed during his freshman campaign, if you will. Steelers at 4%, Bob. Don't you think that's a little high?
I mean,
are they high putting these numbers together at 4%?
They have
Shouldn't
to
it
have
be
come
like
with
one?
numbers. I think
Half?
four is pretty much where they are. I
Right.
mean, in other words, long shots. The longest of all shots to get in and win the AFC. 412-928-9370. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday, 12 p.m. 937thefan.com contesting page. And our good friend, the General, does a great job out there. I see you were in New York.
I was in New York.
So how was your weekend in New York?
Really fun, Bob. Really fun. So my sister Olivia and I went to watch the Pinstripe Bowl, her senior year, my final year for grad school at Penn State. And we drove up on Friday, checked out New York. We saw Saks Fifth Ave with a great light show. It was really cool. Rockefeller Center, saw the tree, went to Times Square, saw Madison Square Garden, went after
Never been there?
Never been in New York.
Oh, man,
this is my first time in New York.
You got to go to Madison Square Garden for a game.
No doubt.
I mean, any game.
Christmas in New York, man, it was special. My dad had hyped it up. He's been there multiple times about how cool it was going to be. And then we went to the game on Saturday. Ben Tenuta, our video guy, was also there at the game. Didn't get a chance to see him, though. Penn State won. It was a very interesting experience watching a football game in a baseball stadium. We were 5 rows from the end zone, the Penn State end zone, and my depth perception was like all thrown off because it just seemed weird watching the game in a baseball stadium. It was. But then afterwards, we went to the 9/11 Memorial, and we saw where the towers were.
To watch that, to go there.
Yeah.
So many people who died in that day. I mean, just terrible.
And want to see One World Trade all lit up as well. And then we went to see the Empire State Building. And
you crammed a lot in, is what you're saying.
I was scared to death riding the subway.
You should be scared to death riding the subway. Some of the stuff that goes on in the subway right now.
Yes, I was so afraid, like getting on the subway. And I was trying to like not show it so that my sister wasn't afraid. But then when we got in the car driving back to State College on Saturday night, we both said, yeah, the subway was like very freaky. But then once we actually were on the subway like 4 or 5 times and we got used to it, then we felt all right.
Yeah, it shouldn't be the way it is up there. Are a lot of incidents that happened on that subway. All right, good for you. You saw a game where Penn State and Terry Smith, what a good job he did to get to 4-0. And we'll get into college football a little bit later because Pitt laid an egg, a big egg. They were 12-point favorites, and they lost that game, and that's been a recurring problem with that program. But right now, we want your phone calls about the Steelers and the Ravens, how you see the game matching up. Let us know what you think. We got a lot of people on the lines, don't we?
Yeah, here is Joseph. He's in Hopewell to chime in.
My old stomping grounds. What's up, Joseph?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
So I'm probably going to get a lot of bad feedback on this, but that game was fixed, man. I believe the NFL is so fixed. I think it's worse than the WWF wrestling right now. I mean, I told everybody that this game, put your money on the Browns. I mean, the NFL needs a big game, a keystone game next week. Don't be mad at me, but I think the whole thing is fixed now.
I think because of the way it's all worked out in sports, Joe, I think you know that's what people are now thinking. It's a big conspiracy, but it's worked out in the NBA. There have been actual incidents. It's happened in baseball. I think prop bets have changed the entire dynamic of people willing to get involved for money to throw, especially prop bets. That's what we've seen a lot of, you know. We've seen Terry Rozier making $26 million a year decide that $12,000 bet to look like crap, he'll do it.
Yeah.
Luis Ortiz, all that. I don't think it applies to teams and the games. I really don't. If it's they could have won that game several different ways. They lost it. They weren't being scripted to lose it. They lost it.
Right, like if you're talking about like the Miami Dolphins with the whole tanking situation and what happened with Brian Flores, I feel like that's completely different than a team that can clinch the playoffs, sit all of their starters for rest purposes, than just a throwaway game in Cleveland against a 3-win team where they've already had trouble playing.
Right. It's not fixed. People want to think it is. It's not. I know why people think this.
Yeah,
and
I understand
the more
the
incidents you see, you're going to think that because, again, prop bets to me are the biggest problem of all. That's where – and when you decide as a league, and all of these leagues have done it, then I'm going to go in bed with sports betting agencies, and you're going to have them as part of your promotional schedule. You're going to have in-stadium casinos, essentially, to bet on, just like you see at PPG Paints Arena.
Yeah.
And, you're dealing with the devil at times there. And so it wouldn't surprise me that there are incidents, especially, again, with prop bets. But there's no way I look at that game and thought, oh, it was fixed so that the Steelers, how about if they make a play at the end and win the game? Is it then fixed? Come on. That just does not happen.
Well, where I think that a lot of people try to point the finger in that direction, too, is officiating.
Sure. But not yesterday. You to me, you couldn't make that call.
I thought that the Cam Hayward – you talking about the final play?
Yeah.
The final play with Valdez-Scantling, that's AFC North football, final play of a game where unless MVS is being dragged down like a rag doll, they're not going to call it.
Exactly.
They're not going to call a penalty.
But I thought Cam Hayward, first of all, I hate that rule, that body weight rule. You can't help yourself. I mean, come on.
Well, and think about this too, Bob. Cam Hayward, as he was taking Sanders to the ground, turned himself.
He tried to avoid it.
It's not like he belly flopped on Shedeur Sanders. Right. When you're moving however fast they are on the football field, he even turned Sanders where he landed on his side and Sanders did as well. Sure, did some of Cam Hayward's body land on Shedeur Sanders? Yes. But what are you expecting a 300-pound defensive lineman to do in that situation where Sanders is just releasing the ball a half second earlier than that, if not even shorter amount of time? I thought the call was completely ridiculous.
Yeah. It's in the books. They need to take it off the books, to be honest. That's just the way it is. It's a stupid call, stupid rule. All right, back to the lines we go. They're still jumping.
All right, here's Seth in Long Island.
Seth is one of our regulars, and he lives in Long Island, but I'm sure he has some interesting points about that game and about the game coming up.
Yeah, hey, Bob. Hey, Austin. Happy holidays. Happy New Year to you, gentlemen.
You too.
So, thank you very much. So listen, yeah, I always call myself an optimistic realist, right, Bob? Meaning that, I'm always a half-full guy, but looking at this team, watching this team, it's like the line in Godfather, right? Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in, and I was believing 3 wins in a row. And then to lose that game with the way that it was coached, the way it was played, you guys touched on it already. Roman Wilson, where was he, man? He was like on a milk carton. Man, he must have done something so bad to the coaching staff or Rodgers. He can't even get a ball thrown to him when you have nobody out there. And again, you guys touched on this already. No wide receiver, the arrogance of this organization for 2 years, they were not scared at all without DK Metcalf. There was nobody that was going to challenge them down the field. Right. They had 9 guys in the box like almost all the time.
And they still covered guys, even with that many guys in the box, and they still made it hard to find open receivers. Although there were, I'm going to tell you, Aaron Rodgers missed some really open receivers at the end of the game. Gainwell, that's another thing. The fact that he wasn't even looked at as much as he's been looked at, he's a weapon, and he wasn't utilized enough.
Yes. And that's the one I wanted to point out. I'm glad you brought it up, Bob, because you can see the videos. Trey Essex posted it. Everybody, a lot of people posted it. But he didn't even look his way. He was intent on going to Valdez-Scantling the whole time. And you also said this already. Why did they pass 39 times when the running game was so proficient against the Lions, and the fact that they look so good against the Lions? You have weapons like Gainwell, you have weapons like Warren. What are you doing, giving them the ball 24 times? They should have ran it like what the Ravens did with Derrick Henry on Saturday, 36, 40 times. Just ran it, and pass when you have to. But it was very disconcerting to see that loss. And my sense is that if they beat the Ravens, it'll be exciting. But I'm concerned about getting in and being one and done again. So thanks for
thank you, Seth. Well, listen, the field seemingly is open. Although again, the Steelers are. I really would have thought if they had won that game impressively, 4 in a row the way they were going, there are a lot more people buying in, and they just went the opposite direction. And again, I'm not going to not bring this up as much as I can. DK Metcalf cost them. He should never have gone over to where he had there was no business for that in the middle of a game. None whatsoever. I don't care what that guy is. He's an idiot. He could be the Ravens MVP at this point.
Very strange that the guy that was acting like an idiot might end up being the guy that cost the Steelers the season. The blue-haired, painted-chested man wearing a backwards hat to a press conference could be a huge reason why the Steelers don't make the playoffs. You can't make it up.
No, and he just has to be a lot better than that, and he wasn't. DK Metcalf. 15-minute mark on the van brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. As far as the weather today, well, that's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. You got a chance of snow. Wind was really kicking up there. And it's supposed to be 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 40 over the next 24 hours, so be careful out there. The high temperature, 33. That's a big drop. 33. Honus Wagner coming out of the box.
Yeah, how about
Honus
that?
Wagner. Low of 23. Lots of numbers to choose from, but you've chosen Joe Hayden.
There'll be more numbers and names connected there later on in the show, Bob.
I'm sure there will be. Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, we're talking about this. I do ultimately want to get into some other things. Are you going to have a Limitless Express here today?
Yes.
We're going to do that?
We'll run through the Limitless Express today. We'll be inside the locker room. What the players had to say about the disastrous loss.
That'll be interesting to hear that. And it's also interesting to see so many people who agree with Myles Garrett. I don't. First of all, Myles Garrett just needs to, worry about his team as opposed to himself. By the way, even if he does make this record, he'll need all 17 games. Watt did it in 15. You could throw that back at him if he wants to play that game. 412-928-9370. Let's squeeze in one more call before we take a break, top of the hour, and have an Austin update.
All right, here is Greg. He's in the car.
What's up, Greg?
Good morning, guys. Hey, I'll tell you what, as much as I love the Steelers, I'm rooting for Baltimore this week because I hope that means the end of the Tomlin era. And DK Metcalf hurt him. But again, it gets down to the Tomlin culture. He goes over there in the middle of the game. There's no discipline. The Steelers should be, whatever that bonus is or that part of his contract, they should not be paying it. Send a message to that team because Tomlin can't. I'm ready for Mike to go. He's got to get on with his life work, and he's got a lot of diapers to change.
All right, Greg, thanks very much. What I will tell you is the Steelers have decided not to void that $45 million, and they know that he's a big part of their future. So I never really thought they would. I know a lot of people out there did, but if you're going to want him to be invested in what you're doing down the road, and they have him for 5 years, they could release him. Of course, everyone could do that if you want to go year to year, but they're not in a position to do that. And we'll see. At the end of the season, they'll make whatever decisions are necessary moving forward. I think in all sports, we talk about expiration of coaches. You get to a point where it does, Mike Sullivan went through that with the Penguins. Coaches all throughout, no matter what sport. I remember once talking to a couple of coaches who were college coaches, and they said, we're all in the same boat. We're hired to be fired. That's just the way it goes, just a matter of when it would happen. So if things don't work out, they'll have discussions about everything, and we'll see where it takes them. But in the meantime, more calls on the way. We're also getting the Penguins. Pitt with a big loss yesterday or Saturday. Big in the sense that they were big favorites, and they somehow could not beat an ECU team that had 9 guys opt out, including 2 of their coordinators, and still the Panthers came up short. We'll get into that and much more. 412-928-9370. Joe Starkey is off today. He'll be back tomorrow. I'll be over at the Tomlin press conference tomorrow as they get set for the Ravens. That's what we got in store for you all the way until 2 o'clock here. 412-928-9370. It's the Pomp and Joe Show with Austin Beckgold behind the glass. And do you get a new haircut, or am I just saying things by the way?
No, I got a haircut last week. Actually, Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve.
I got a haircut,
in advance of your New York trip, right?
Yes.
So, be all ready. Yeah, good. I like it.
Still worried about my hairline right now, Bob. I might have to call the doctor.
You're going to overreact to that.
Oh, yeah, I am.
412-928-9370 is stated. That's the number. Donald, Dan, Mike, James, Steve, and Brandon all coming up next right here on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Well, Bob, it was a good day for the Penguins as they beat the Blackhawks 7-3. Artur Shilov's the victory. 21 saves on 24 shots. Anthony Mantha with his 12th of the year. Brian Rust his 14th. 2 goals rather for Brian Rust, now 15 on the year. But it was Justin Brazeau who was the big scorer for the Penguins with his first career hat trick, now with 11 on the season. Noah Chari also added in a goal. Penguins 16, 12, and 9, 7th place in the Metro. They'll play against Carolina tomorrow at home, 7 o'clock, PPG Paints Arena. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Mike Kepelakoriak, Cranberry Dental Studio, DJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Truck, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bluefield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit. Not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
If you're struggling with weight and frustrated with dieting each and every year, Mark Patrick Hypnosis can help. Join the over 500,000 people who have attended Mark Patrick Hypnosis with great weight loss results. Mark Patrick Hypnosis will be in Pittsburgh on Sunday, January 11th.
After this hypnosis, I want to eat good food.
Since August, I can honestly say I have not had one potato chip.
It was life-changing for me.
And I don't think about desserts like I used to.
Bridget, how much have you lost now?
I had lost a total of 83 pounds.
Holy cow.
It's easy, it's fun, very relaxing, and very successful.
And I would just say go for it.
Only $59.99. Lose all the weight you want. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Attend this program and find out how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your weight loss goals. There's limited seating, so get there early. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lose 13-6 against the Cleveland Browns in a win, and you win the AFC North situation. They lose. The offense goes lifeless. Defense only allows 3 points in the second half, and it was basically just because the offense gave the ball back to Cleveland at the 20-yard line, kicked an easy field goal, and the Steelers, with goal to go in the final seconds, Aaron Rodgers threw it to MVS 3 plays in a row, and it came unsuccessful 3 plays in a row. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Back to Pump and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond. Let's go, let's go! It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ball went up, and then he did a good job of playing through me. I thought could have got a call, but no call was made, so that's what it was.
Can't rely on the referees, Marquez, Valdez, Scantling. Can't rely on them on that situation. It would take an egregious act for that to happen. Was it pass interference? I guess by the letter of the law, you could have made that play, but they're not going to call a flag on that play. They're just simply not. Although back in Detroit last week, we saw a couple of plays that were called that, fit the bill, and they called them. They didn't have to call, especially the one that went to Amon-Ra St. Brown. It didn't look like that was that egregious, but they called it. Steelers benefited by it, so it all evens out. That's why I said about this conspiracy theory, these games are fixed. They're not fixed. Officials make calls. It's a tough thing to do. And Scantling was targeted 9 times. So this is what I put out before the game yesterday, Austin, and tell me if you agree. Because before the game, without your 2 top receivers, and you knew you had no depth there, I tweeted this out, and I thought this is how it's going to be. If not more tight ends in this opportunity, which I thought they would target tight ends a whole bunch, then more Kenny Gainwell.
Yes.
Because last week in Detroit, 9 carries, 50 yards. He had 5 receptions, which led the team with 78 yards of receiving, which led the team. 100-yard scrimmage games in 2 straight, 4 out of 6 that way. And when he scores a touchdown in a game this year, the Steelers are 5-0. So I thought the way it was going to go, and we had a little contest about targets. I thought Freiermuth would get the most, Gainwell would get the second. Not even close to being right, as it turned out. And this is on the heels of the Steelers outrushing the Lions in the previous week, 230-15. Why wouldn't they double down more on that and just do what kind of Baltimore did? Say, we're just going to let our offensive line, and they were operating at a 5.5 per rush clip against Cleveland yesterday. To me, against the number 1 ranked defense with no receivers, you're going to throw the ball 39 times? Why?
Kenneth Gainwell only touched the ball, Bob, 9 times. 7 carries for 26 yards, and he had 2 receptions for 14. 9 times for the guy that has been arguably, and I think it's a winnable argument, your most dynamic weapon all season long, that has done things that no one else on this team has been able to do with their versatility. And you don't try to exploit Cleveland with Gainwell?
Right, or Freiermuth. Again, he's the most sure-handed guy. Right before halftime, middle of the field, they throw to him. He makes a catch. They get a field goal out of it. End of the game, couple of catches down the field. He's open. I know that they're trying to keep the play in front of them, Cleveland is. But still, he makes those plays, and yet he only had 3 receptions.
It seems like there's just something about Cleveland, Bob, where Kenneth Gainwell just doesn't appear or they don't want to use him. In the game against Cleveland earlier this year, 6 carries for 22 yards. He had 6 catches for 14 yards.
Yeah, but that was more than what we saw yesterday in terms of attempts and targets.
Right.
So just do it. Anyway, Aaron Rodgers, when you don't have Metcalf, when you don't have Austin, he was 8 for 21 for only 60 yards when targeting wide receivers. So it did not work. That's a 38.1 rating with passing to wide receivers. And, again, with no DK Metcalf, that's a critical loss and a critical mistake that he made. in Detroit. And I know we have a Metcalf caller, too, so let's get right to it. At the phone lines, 412-928-9370.
Yeah, here is Dave in Morgantown to chime in.
Go ahead, Dave. What's going on?
Hi, Bob. I'm in the car. I just want to know two things. Metcalf seems like a hothead. If you look back in the year, how many times he got flagged for unsportsmanlike conduct or personal fouls. Number two, why wasn't Freiermuth targeted more in the game instead of with a minute and 40 seconds left?
It seemed like, and thanks, Dave. First of all, I'll get to your Metcalf point. I don't know if he's a hothead. I think maybe early in his career he was more of that. I thought I had no problem with that signing, none whatsoever. Did I expect him to get suspended? No. A lot of people thought George Pickens would get suspended. He didn't. Metcalf was the one who did it and could very well cost them their season. With regard to Freiermuth, it seems like in the most critical parts of that game yesterday, who did they go to more? At the end of the first half when they needed a field goal, it was 88. At the end of the game when they needed to move into range to get a touchdown, who was it? 88.
Yeah, and then when they needed to score a touchdown in a goal-to-go situation, who did they go to? The guy that was on the practice squad for 3 weeks before you elevated him and is a journeyman wide receiver that has played for multiple teams.
Right, and I think, Aaron Rodgers has a history with him, and that's fine, except that's what it is, a history. It's not something that's relevant right now, and that's why he was cut twice. And all due respect to Marquez Valdez-Scantling, he's had a nice NFL career. It's just that when he becomes your number one targeted guy, you got problems against the number one passing defense in the NFL.
Well, I have a take on this. So MVS was obviously brought here because he is an Aaron Rodgers disciple. And we have been very complimentary of Aaron Rodgers, his ability to make changes at the line of scrimmage, see things like what he did with the Gainwell play and say, just run a go route, throw it up to him, and Gainwell made an incredible play. The freedom that Aaron Rodgers has had to be able to take over went to an excessive amount this last week, where he trusts way too often the ability that MVS was just going to go up there and make a play. Where Kenneth Gainwell was wide open on the fourth down play. Would he have scored? Who knows, but I think it's a better chance than a 50-50 ball to MVS. Where Rodgers was having miscommunication with MVS on multiple occurrences in the end zone. It wasn't just one play, it was twice. And then they throw a very contested go ball to that guy.
Right.
It just got way too out of hand with Rodgers' trust for MVS, where he should have been looking for other options, including Freiermuth.
And again, as complimentary as we were to Arthur Smith last week in Detroit, I thought he called his best game of the year. At this point, when they're struggling to move the ball and get points at all, why not go deep in the playbook and come up with something that Cleveland or anyone else has not seen yet this year? That was the time to do it, I thought, and they didn't do it. Want to remind you, Fan Twitter is brought to you by Southwest Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southwestkia.net and the text line, which has some interesting text on it, brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And some of the interesting texts coming in here, Austin, are concerning Channel 11 locally here and the fact that Verizon and Cox Broadcasting, I guess it is having an issue. So a lot of people are concerned that they won't be able to watch this game on Sunday night. I thought that might have been resolved, but apparently it isn't. If you have a take on it, let us know. And maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought it might have been resolved. But apparently, according to the texters, it's not resolved, and we'll see where that goes. 412-928-9370. What are some of those texts about the Verizon thing? I thought it was over, but it's not over.
Yeah, I guess there's still a dispute going on between Verizon and Cox Media where some people might not be able to watch the game.
Wow.
This Sunday, unless they get that entirely worked out.
They'll get enough pressure, they'll have it solved by then, I believe.
It's also, like the YouTube TV discussion with ESPN earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, it eventually goes away and they get a deal done. A couple of questions to throw out to you guys calling at 412-928-9370 as part of this conversation. Who's your NFL Coach of the Year? I think it's going to be as hotly contested as ever with guys like Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. Cohen's done a great job. Mike Vrabel in New England and Ben Johnson in Chicago. All turnarounds, big-time turnarounds in the first year. And then who is your MVP of the NFL? All that part of this. So if you have a thought when you call in, let us know. Back to the lines we go.
All right, here is Donald. He's in Atlanta.
ATL, they still have a chance to cause some problems. And, everyone thinks it's just going to be a showdown between the Buccaneers and Panthers. But if Atlanta wins the next two and force a three-way tie, that impacts how this thing is going down. What's up, Donald?
Hey, number one, never happened. Atlanta can't beat Los Angeles tonight. That won't happen.
LA could, rest some people. They're not going to get the number 1 seed, so I'm not sure how that goes.
Yeah, but Atlanta, even if they do rest them, Atlanta, with Kirk Cousins, you either get the good or you get the bad.
All right. What's up?
What I want to check on or talk about is why is it that we continue to – I understand that we're trying to get Garrett not to have the sack record. That's fine. But why not try to run at him instead of away from him all the time? Every play was run away from Garrett instead of running at him. Force him to make the play running the ball. Second of all.
But it's the same concept that teams run away from T.J. Watt in the run game. They do. They go in the other direction.
They go in the other direction, but they also have success with it. We have 3 great big tight ends that we can run at Garrett and make him make the plays. But, okay, let's go back and talk about the play where he missed. Why didn't he just go to Freiermuth down the middle? 2 straight plays. They went maybe 50 yards on 2 straight plays. Why not continue going to Freiermuth?
I don't even know. Ball. Was he on the field for those final 4 plays? I
think 1 of the 4. Maybe 2.
He should have been not only on the field but targeted again in option-wise. Although, again, Gainwell was open on the one and Rodgers never saw him. He was focused in on
Gainwell was wide open. He was wide open on that side. I don't understand the play calling. I don't like the wide receiver screen with only 1 receiver out there, a small receiver at that, trying to make a block on the number 1 corner of the league. It just doesn't make sense. I don't understand the play calling at times. I just want to know, what are we going to do? Are we going to keep Smith, or are we going to let Smith go? I say let him go and let's get
I don't know what they're going to do at the end of the season. I think if they lose this, this will be the 2nd straight year of a collapse down the stretch. It could result in multiple changes. Thanks, Donald, for the call in ATL, 412-928-9370. We're going all across the country here. We got callers from all over, don't we?
Yeah, Ken is in Cleveland, the scene of the crime this past weekend.
As a Browns fan or a Steelers fan, Ken?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
I gotta be honest. I think DK Metcalf was one of the situations that should have not taken place, and he screwed him. And everybody in the stands was chanting DK, and then the Steelers fans started chanting Freiermuth. You know what? They're done. I mean, I don't know how they're going to get any further. Baltimore's going to kick their
because
rep.
Baltimore has lost a lot of games and underachieved in bigger games, too. I mean, you got 2 teams that have done a lot of that lately.
Yeah, but Baltimore's got the running back that is tough to stop.
You know how you stop him, since you brought it up here, Ken, is you get him to fumble. Last year they played a game where he fumbled early and was taken out and wasn't the same. When he fumbles, he becomes more hesitant. He did this again this year when he has. But if he doesn't fumble, he'll run you right over like roadkill.
I think the other thing, too, is that everybody's taking it for granted when they went to Cleveland. And Cleveland's got a good defense, and people in Pittsburgh just don't want to admit it.
Well, they have an awful offense, and there's no excuse to losing given what was on the line. To me, that was just incomprehensible, but yet it was comprehensible based on some of the games that have happened in the past.
Pittsburgh, 2 field goals, you can't win ball games. Even if they make the playoffs, who the hell are they going to beat?
Well, listen, they beat Detroit in Detroit where the Lions were desperate, and they I thought 3 quarters dominated them in that game, and that's what made people believe maybe this is a little bit of a roll they're going on late season opposite of last year. Thanks for the call, Ken. But, this loss just takes all the wind out of the sails. They got to regain that at home on a Sunday night where they have not done well this season. All right, let's move along. Where are we going to next, Sir Limits?
All right, let's move along to Brandon. He's in Youngstown.
Hey, Brandon, what's up?
Hey, Bob. How you doing? I hope you had a good Christmas.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a few quick things. I mean, it kind of seems like it's all the same, phone calls, so I'm probably hitting on stuff that you guys are probably over by now. Henry coming to town after, that Madden-like performance definitely worries me, even though I don't think he'll replicate that in Pittsburgh. I just don't. I think I think we'll scheme well against him. I really do. But I just think that, the fact that we're even in this spot shows that 3-game win streak really just masked what we all know. Changing in coaching and culture are overdue. And with yesterday, play calling, just overall. But then, Bob, why does this offense only look aggressive in desperation? Like on that last drive,
Right.
Rodgers is pushing the ball, using fire moves, moving down the field.
With no
Look,
timeouts, I get it. And why didn't
Exactly.
they change this? Go no huddle, move it up, quicken the pace, do anything. It's just so reluctant to do that kind of stuff, and I don't understand it. All throughout that game, I was saying, speed things up. Rodgers is good about noticing substitutions, and just make it chaos if you have to.
Exactly. And I understand there's 2-minute drills and there's moments that, you can't stay at that pace the whole game. I understand how it works, but for most of the game, we're dinking and dunking. I think it seems to me we throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage more than any other football team. And all season long, this trend, it's a tiny one, but and then I'll end here. But DBs and linebackers dropping interceptions has been all season. Herbeck had a pick 6. I understand the conditions. He gets a pass for that. But the rain was a factor, but it's just exhausting, Bob. I mean, it's been all year. That would have changed the game. I know it doesn't matter now. It's a what-if thing, and it was raining. But it's just these tiny little things that are just it just comes back to the undisciplined football team. It's just like opportunities that are in front of us that we just don't capitalize on. 2 interceptions, we get no points. Boswell struggled, I understand. But we just aren't opportunistic, and it's so exhausting. Where do we go from here? I'm just over it.
Thanks, Brandon. A lot of people have the same sentiment at this point, and they can at least put you in a situation if they win that game impressively on Sunday night. They give you some hope in the first round. As I said before, sports has a weird way of changing the dynamics on things just when you think you have it figured out, and then everything changes. If they can win the game and do it in a good fashion, get a home game against somebody that, who knows, it could go in that direction too. So we'll see what happens at the end of the year. But, yes, I agree that this has become too much of a trend. They need to do something different here. In that game, I would have done anything different, moved the ball at a quicker pace. I would have taken more shots. I would have been creative with some of these play calls. You saw the tush push that was their best play of the day. It was a 29-yard thing. That was it. Nothing else came close to that, to be honest. And that should not be the case. They should scheme things better. The scheming, was it a result of the talent not there, or was it a result of the scheming was just not that good? It's probably both, but scheming to me has always been an issue when they lose like yesterday.
Well, and I think another problem with this, Bob, is they gave us hope again. Based on what they showed over the last 3 weeks, it's the same old Steelers at the end of the season, up and down, on the seesaw, not knowing what you're going to get. And you think that they turn a corner with Aaron Rodgers winning against Baltimore, winning against Detroit, taking care of business handily against Miami, where they have a quarterback. They played that game not to lose.
Yeah, I thought
they didn't play that game to win. They played
were
it
very
not to lose.
conservative, and they should have been the team coming out there, especially in that first quarter, doing everything to try to get a lead in that team and make it so that Shadur Sanders had to come at them. And you would have seen potentially 6 interceptions in that game because I don't think he's that good. All right, Coach of the Year. Call us with this, too. I want to change up the dynamic a little bit. If you had 3 choices, you can make other guys available to here, too. But those 3 I mentioned, Liam Cohen in Jacksonville, massive turnaround in the first year. Mike Vrabel in New England, massive turnaround. But he's also made Drake May an MVP candidate who had a 90% completion percentage yesterday on 5 touchdown passes against the ridiculously low New York Jets. And then Ben Johnson, what he's done in Chicago. Who would you, if you had those 3 to choose from, who would you give the vote to?
Well, and I would also throw Dave Canales of what he's doing in Carolina in there in the discussion as well. He's not top 3, but he's also somebody I think should be in the discussion.
What about Kyle Shanahan? If you look at the injuries they've sustained over the course of their season, Brock Purdy, their starting quarterback, out for 8 games. They lost Warner for the season. They had another substantial loss for the season. Kittle's missed 8 games. Christian McCaffrey has missed a couple, not as many as he normally does. Yesterday, Trent Williams, trying to run down a pick 6, messes up his hamstring. He may not be available. All their key players have been injured, and yet here they are fighting for the number 1 seed. I'm throwing it in there just because I think he's done a hell of a coaching job.
Yeah, McCaffrey's been surprisingly healthy this year, and yes, he has done a really good job. I would say Liam Cohen. It's either between him and Vrabel. Like the
Why
Bears,
not Ben Johnson?
Ben Johnson's done an incredible job there too. I just feel like Jacksonville being Jacksonville, where many people were writing off Trevor Lawrence as just being completely broken and them not having any skill players and their defense being Liam Cohen completely flipped the Jaguars on its head. Now, You could say the same thing for Vrabel. You could say the same thing for Ben Johnson. But I think it was just a little bit more unexpected with expectations coming into the season for Jacksonville, where a lot of people were picking the Bears and a lot of people were picking New England to take a big jump and potentially be wild card teams where they're ultimately division winners. Nobody was thinking Jacksonville was going to make the playoffs this year.
No, I agree with that. And even though they had a guy, number one overall pick, but the two coaches couldn't get the best out of him, and they have struggled. He's been an outstanding guy down there. So when you call in, give us your choice on that. And I'll throw out MVP of the league. I'm still going Matt Stafford. A lot of people would think Drake May would be that guy. Back to the lines we go. So a lot of things on the table for you to talk about. Give us a call. Who are we going to next?
All right, let's move along here to Corey to talk about the Steelers. Or Cody, I should say.
Cody's in Minneapolis. What's up, Cody? How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Good, thanks.
Good. So, first of all, I will talk a little bit about the game. But I do, as far as Coach of the Year, I got to go Ben Johnson because people were right off Caleb Williams as a bust, but he's looked pretty good this year with a competent coach.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I still – there are three good choices, but go ahead.
As far as the game, I think people calling it fixed, that's nothing more than a cop-out to me. That loss was nothing more than an embarrassment, pure and simple. And if the Steelers game yesterday and the Ravens game on Saturday are anything to go off of, I wouldn't be shocked if we got a flashback to the Bills game on Sunday night. Henry rushing all over us, Renegade getting booed, the fire Tomlin chance. If that's the case, Steelers don't have a chance to turn around and win 3 in a row. But I don't think Tomlin's going to be fired because he's got his winning season. And it's, I love this team. But yesterday was the first time in a long time I skipped over frustrated after a loss to just disgusted.
Yeah, I think that was embarrassing. Just because of what was on the line, I agree with you, Cody. That can't happen. I don't care what the circumstances are. And, yes, we've discussed a lot of them. No DK, no Calvin Austin, this, that, and the other teams have the same problems. Look at what Cleveland had to endure on their offense. Quinshawn Judkins is their best runner. He got messed up his leg last week. He wasn't even available. They were down to a free agent running back who did well when he had an opportunity to. They've had multiple injuries to their tight ends, wide receivers. Nobody's feeling bad for anyone. You got to win that game. It's pure and simple. They didn't. It's the way they lost. It takes a lot of the wind out of the sails. Thanks for calling from Minneapolis, though, Cody. Appreciate that. We'll see on Sunday night. I think it's going to be heavily watched, and it could change your opinion about if the Steelers come out and just dominate. I don't think we'll see that, but if they dominate Baltimore, I don't care who plays for Baltimore. If they dominate them and win impressively, you may have different thoughts moving forward. How about Dallas, Texas? We got people from all over the country calling here, Austin.
Yeah, here's Dan to chime in.
Hey, Dan, what's up?
Hey, fellas. Kind of along the same lines, but I want to throw out a dark horse for Coach of the Year. First of all, what about Sean Payton in Denver? He's done a heck of a job.
He has. I think a lot of people had Denver.
Quarterback, and I mean they're looking for a 1 seed, right?
But I think people thought going into this season with their defense and with a second-year Bo Nix, they were going to be a factor. Maybe not number 1 seed, but they thought they were going to be a factor.
Yeah, the dethrone the Chiefs is a big deal, right? I mean, that's a heck of a coaching job.
Let me ask you something before you go on, and that's about George Pickens. What is the view in Dallas, since he's going to be an unrestricted free agent with George Pickens?
It's like I told everybody, he's one heck of a player when he's dialed in, but then, he takes these weird kind of manic games off, right? Where he just,
and we saw that this year.
He seems disinterested. So I don't know. They've got a heck of a decision to make there. But he's, he's freaking, when he's on, he's so hot. I mean, it's almost like I would sign him if I was the Cowboys. Because when that sucker's on and you got CeeDee Lamb on the other side, that's potent. And, Prescott. You got Prescott to throw the ball. So, I mean, I think they sign him. He's just George.
What was your original point about the Steelers, Dan?
Original point about the Steelers is it would be better off, I feel like, if they just went ahead and lost. And maybe it'll trigger true change, which we've needed for quite some time. Going along at 9-8, 10-7, whatever, with this sort of, top of the middle view of the NFL. Well, what does that get you? Nothing. We've kind of, you can argue, or have we wasted T.J. Watt as a Hall of Famer's career? Have we wasted Cam Hayward? I mean,
they're getting to the point. That's been a conversation piece we've had many times on this show, that these guys are getting to the point where you try to win when they're here, and so far that hasn't happened. And I think Cam has played really well this year. He has been there every single game, and yet they may not in position to do that. So thanks, Dan.
Right, and I think they start off, and it's like there's nothing wrong with Aaron Rodgers. He's Hall of Famer, but I mean, going in with a 41-year-old quarterback, now 42, it doesn't give you much hope when you look at the landscape of the AFC and the other, young, vibrant quarterbacks that everybody seems to have, and then this stubborn refusal, game after game, year after year, to utilize the middle of the field in the passing game. Yesterday, they had the Browns, linebacker, young star, he couldn't run. They still didn't throw the ball.
I was surprised. Right? Thanks for the call. That's a good point, and I've made it earlier. I made it yesterday. It was happening. We're sitting up there watching with Arthur Moats, and we all talking about the guy's got one leg. How are they not going after him every single time they had a chance?
Yeah,
I would have.
Dude's just hobbling around the field, and is clearly, and he's probably the defensive rookie of the year, not playing in a position where he's at 100%, 90%, even 80%. So the fact that they didn't attack him, whether it be just a slant route or just run right at him, I didn't understand it. There were so many coaching gaffes in yesterday's game, and it all falls back on the head coach, who, again, fooled us again with the winning streak to back to potentially being 9-8 again if they lose this game and missing the playoffs, and another huge collapse.
And let me ask you this. Would this collapse be more so than last year? I think yes, given what was at stake. Last year, they knew they were going into this gauntlet of games, 3 in 11 days, against all superior teams. So it's kind of like you thought, well, that's going to be a tough one to swallow. This one, when you had Lamar Jackson as banged up as he's been, and as big of a hole as they dug at 1-5, and you have Joe Burrow missing almost the entire season, and that team completely out of whack. Those are the two teams people thought would advance and be Super Bowl contenders.
Right.
When both essentially take themselves out of this, you have a golden opportunity to win a division. And yet, yesterday, you would have thought that they were the team playing spoiler.
Well, it's because of who you lose to. Like, let's say hypothetically they do lose out. You lose to a 3-12 Cleveland team that basically had no offense and no skill position players and no weapons. They made Jerry Jeudy look like Jerry Rice in the first half especially. And then a Baltimore team who, Bob, is 3.5-point favorites in your building where we don't even know if Lamar Jackson is going to play. And they're 3.5-point favorites. And if they beat you, especially with Snoop Huntley, Bob, I tweeted this out, and I really wonder about this. If they're losing by a score or two late in the second half, what is the vibe going to be like in that building? The Fire Tomlin chants and the just emotion in the stadium is going to be very intense, much more than the Buffalo game.
I hope that they come out and make a big statement and win a game. I want to see what happens in the playoffs, because that's the one area that is a big point of conversation about not winning play. I want to see, because they've been dominated in those playoff games. Not even, we talk about slow starts. That's been the embodiment of what this problem is, these slow starts, especially in playoff games. 412-928-9370. Again, give me your vote for who you think should be coach of the year at this point. And also, we're going to get into the Baltimore View. We have Rob Long coming on 105 today. We also have a Limitless Express. When are we going to do that? We have to take a trip around the NFL and talk about all these other games. When are we going to do all this?
Yeah, we're going to finish with a trip around the NFL after we talk to Rob. We have to do some decisions as well, Bob.
Lots of decisions. We could go on and on. A lot of people have already called with those decisions. We'll find out what some of those are going to be. When we come back, Keith and Belverton. We got Dennis and Cheswick, Greg and South Hills. More calls on the way at 412-928-9370. Austin has a headline for you. This is the Pomp and Joe Show without Joe, who's on vacation this week. Hope Joe's having a good time. Should I give an honorary Yelp just because he's not here? Do you have one that you could throw up just to make us feel at home?
To make us feel at home?
Yeah, because every time we go to break, we hear this.
Bob, you also have a message for the people.
I do, and it's about West Shore Home. Because I've been telling you, home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. We're going to get to the part of the year where you're taking down your Christmas decorations, man, and you look at your house and say, I need some help here. West Shore Home proving that it doesn't have to be stressful. They do it by using cutting-edge technology, from real-time scheduling, precision scan to plan measurements. West Shore Home makes your remodel fast, easy, and very convenient. You may need a tub-to-shower conversion, How about a walk-in tub installation? How about a full bathroom remodel, new windows? You need a new entry door, patio door, whatever it may be. Even full house flooring, they have the answers. Hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home with their projects. So the question is why? There are a lot of reasons why, but the biggest is because they only use teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors. This ensures a consistent world-class experience every time. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you're going to get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off just for being a fan of our program. But you need to schedule now. westshorehome.com/fan. Buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bowl season has wrapped up for two of the local teams in the area as Pitt football loses to East Carolina in the Military Bowl 23-17. Panthers had multiple opportunities, but Mason Heinschel and the team just not able to put together enough offense. Only 7 points in the first half in what was a 7-3 game against East Carolina, as the Pirates are the ones that beat Pitt, as the Panthers fall now to 8-5 on the season. Penn State beats Clemson in the Pinstripe Bowl at Yankee Stadium 22-10 and win it for Aliquippa and Gateway Zone. Terry Smith. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In Week 17, the New York Giants lost by winning, and the New York Jets won by losing. Winning does nothing for these teams right now as far as this season is concerned. The Giants had a chance to lose and put themselves in position to get the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Instead, they won, and now the Jets have better draft position because they lost to New England. That's a win for the Jets and a loss for the Giants. I'm Nick Costos.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. wesleyfinancialgroup.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
We're closing out the year, so here's a little test. Who carries the best SUVs and sells them for less? It's Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, of course. Biggest discounts of the year. Stop by to grab yours before they all disappear. 7-passenger Outlander with savings over $5,000 or 0% financing. Yes, the best deals in the land. Come find the Mitsu that fits you. All the deals that you crave. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holiday. See below for details on all of them.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the holiday season, and there's no better time to gather with friends and family and enjoy the great taste of Duquesne Pilsner. Born on Pittsburgh's South Side in 1899, Duquesne has satisfied the thirst of generations of Pittsburghers with its golden body and crisp, refreshing taste. This Pennsylvania brewed lager is now accompanied by a refreshing 96-calorie light beer as well. This holiday season, remember to grab a Duke. Available at better beer retailers near you. Duquesne Pilsner. Cheers.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight, only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. Stop smoking with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. No matter how many times you tried to quit, this hypnosis is designed to destroy your desire to smoke without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss 11 a.m. Registration 10:30. Stop smoking 2 p.m. Registration 1:30. MarkPatrickSeminars.com.
Trade away your sleigh for top dollar plus savings up to $12,000 on new GMC Sierras.
At Joe Ball GMC.
Or lease for $269 a month for 24 months.
$269 for 2 years.
Or 0% upgrade that sleigh. Joe Ball GMC. Route 8 Glenshaw.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Snow showers this afternoon, the high 41.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pump and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
We're back. Joe Starkey having a much-deserved vacation this week. Tomorrow, Austin Bechtold will be in the hot seat. He'll take you through Tuesday, and a lot to talk about. It'll be Mike Tomlin's press conference getting set for the Ravens, who had an extra day off since they played on Saturday, and that line is Baltimore by 3 on a Sunday night winner-take-all battle. Also this week, we're going to get back to the college football quarterfinals. And interesting games here. You have Miami, which is almost a 10-point underdog to Ohio State. That's 2 versus 10. Miami won in a really, to me, shockingly low-scoring game against Texas A&M at 10-3. Is Ohio State worthy of a 10-point pick against Miami?
Maybe not 10, but they definitely should be favored by a touchdown.
Yeah, I agree. They're the team right now playing at high level. Miami, although deserves to be in this field, but as a 10th seed, they got some uphill climbing to do. That'll be on New Year's Eve, December 31st. Then on January 1st, New Year's Day, you got 3 straight games. You got Oregon, Texas Tech, 4 versus 5 there. Oregon's a 2.5-point pick. And then you have Alabama, Indiana. Indiana, 6.5 points. There's a part of Alabama that scares me if I'm Indiana. You?
Yeah, just because it's Alabama and Ty Simpson's a good player, and they had a pretty solid performance in their win against Oklahoma, where, I mean, especially in the second half, they pretty much dominated. I still think Indiana's going to win that game, and Mendoza will do enough, and the year of Cignetti will continue. I like almost all the favorites this week, Bob. Outside of the Oregon-Texas Tech game, I think Oregon will win.
And Ole Miss and Georgia's the last one, the Sugar Bowl, 8 p.m. It's Georgia minus 6.5 against Ole Miss, playing without Lane Kiffin. And we saw Kyle Whittingham decided not go into retirement. And $8.2 million will make you think differently about everything.
Yeah, so much for that
retirement. He was at that university at Utah for almost 30 years, first as an assistant, then a 21-year head coach. He was really good for them.
He was, and when he ultimately decided to retire, I wonder if it was with the thought of Michigan in the back of his mind.
Well, after that mess, I'm sure he didn't think Michigan was going to have an open opportunity there.
Right.
But when Sherrod Moore does what he does, then all of a sudden, boom, everything changes. Money talks.
And I thought it was interesting. He said it's basically like a 5-year run for him. Like somebody asked, are you going to finish out your entire contract here? Because he's in his 60s. How much is he truly going to be able to give to Michigan? But really successful guy at Utah. I mean, had a good run.
Physical team he put together every single year.
It's not like it's a dynamic place that you can win every single year and depend on NIL as well now. So that's a good hire for Michigan. Maybe not a home run hire, but it's a very good hire.
We'll get back to the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Provided trusting plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years in just a minute. One thing about Pitt, though, in this game, I saw the point spread jump up. People were just betting on Pitt because ECU, in that game, East Carolina, right? All these opt-outs. The line started the week at Pitt -4. It ended up Pitt -12 because their quarterback, Caitlin Hauser, went into the transfer portal. 19 touchdowns, so they had to play with 2 guys who had really not played all that much at quarterback. Then their top running back decides that he's opting out after 7 touchdowns and almost 800 yards rushing. Then their top wide receiver transfers, Yannick Smith. Then 2 offensive linemen, and on top of that, their offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator all get other jobs. They leave. Somehow Pitt managed to mangle this and lose. I just didn't see that coming.
I think mangling it is probably putting it kindly, Bob. So this game was going on when I was at the Pinstripe Bowl. And as I keep following along with it, I was like, what the heck is going on with Pitt? Like, in all sincerity, Mason Heinchel's playing. It's the final game for Randy Bates. Why does Pitt just continue to have problems with teams they should easily beat?
Exactly.
It was Toledo a year ago, and the game above Sports Bowl or whatever they call that thing now in Detroit. So they lose that. They lose this. Bob, these are inexcusable.
Inexcusable.
Losses.
And they happen every year, and now we're back to an 8-5 season. Started differently. People, then they met the big dogs, Miami and Notre Dame, and they couldn't handle it. So that's where Pitt is right now, kind of mired in the same situation. At 412-928-9370. All right, let's get back to the phone line. Steelers, of course, still the topic with the Ravens coming up on Sunday night, 8:20. Everything on the line.
All right, here is Chris. He's in New York.
What's up, Chris?
Hey, Bob. How are you? First of all, I'm a season ticket holder, believe it or not, from New York.
You fly in every week?
I went to 3 games this year. That's what I did. 3 games, and then hopefully for a playoff game. But the reason I'm calling is I felt watching the Steelers game yesterday, there was no urgency, Bob. I felt that.
Agreed.
I felt that the body language. When we played Detroit, our defense, everything was in place. We knew where Detroit was going. We get beat so many times over the middle and to the sidelines. It's ridiculous. I mean, I don't care who's out there. I really don't. Who's ever playing, they have to manage giving up over the middle and to the sideline. And then the offense. How are you running sweeps? Running sweeps against a really good defense that the Browns have. There was no urgency yesterday, Bob. The body language, I felt that the whole team yesterday seemed confused. Am I right or wrong here?
No, I think you're totally right. And again, the first quarter told the story. 127-6 yards advantage for Cleveland, a team that does not have much of an offense. It's injured. It's not good. Shadur Sanders is not good. Sorry, he isn't.
I want to say, I want to say that yesterday, his football being thrown was so wobbly, it wasn't even funny. And the touchdown pass that he gave up, that
Duggar,
thank you. That was one of the worst passes that I've ever seen, and we can't intercept it or knock it down.
Anything. He looked like it was just a flyby. I don't know if he lost track of it, but those conspiracy theorists out there would look at that play and say, oh, there's something wrong there. And that's what happens when this stuff has become topical with other sports and, like I said, prop betting and everything else that's gotten into trouble. But you're right. They had opportunities to make plays. They get 2 interceptions, could have had a third. No points on that. You talk about complimentary football. That's where you're supposed to complement the turnover and turn it into points.
And where was Freiermuth at the end of the game?
Good question.
And the other tight end. I mean, those are the Bob. It was so fun. Bob, I almost got thrown out of a bar in New York because they just basically think I'm a diehard Steeler fan. Like I said, I got season tickets, and I can't. It's so. What's frustrating is that this team. First of all, I think Metcalf basically cost us. Maybe I'm wrong.
He did.
And you know what? Because we would have won that game yesterday. Because everyone would have been focusing on Metcalf, and we would have had our other guys wide open all day. And I feel bad for Washington. He breaks his arm, and I don't know, Bob. They better come up next week. I'm sorry, real quick. I want them to come out next week, like you said, physicality, and they have to set the tone early. Because if they go down, like Limit said, if they go down 17-3, 17-0, the fans are not – because I sold my tickets to friends in Pittsburgh, and they already said, Chris, what do we expect? I go, I have no idea, but they already said that they'll leave. They'll leave at halftime, they said, if the Steelers are getting blown out.
Well, hopefully it'll be a good game and at least get into the playoffs and see what happens, Chris. I'd love to see that possibility because I still think it's kind of a wide-open AFC. Not that I would expect them to do much when they get there based on yesterday, but they also went through a couple of games where you had to be optimistic about how they were playing. So thanks for the call, man. Appreciate that. And, another thing that happened, I got a lot of texts last night, Limits here, for people who were upset with the NFL again for waiting so long to determine. They always do this. And even though you had an inkling this game would have been on Sunday night, a lot of people have to make plans, and a lot of people have to fly out to get back to a workplace on Monday. And it seems like the NFL
NFL don't care about that.
No,
Bob.
it's all television.
Yeah,
I get
NFL
it.
doesn't
It's
care.
all television. All right, let's go back.
That's in the back of their minds. That's the last
understand
priority.
that,
It's all
but
about TV scheduling, just like these bowl games in college football. It's all about, well, where can we best position it for these matchups? People were complaining, why is there no Penn State Pinstripe Bowl? I think we all would have wanted that, but Penn State and Clemson sells more. I mean, look who Pitt's opponent was, East Carolina, and East Carolina ended up winning in the Military Bowl. It's all about money, unfortunately. I would have loved to have seen Pitt Penn State.
It's all about television money specifically.
Correct.
They determine who wants what and what gets sold and what time of day this is. So a lot of people, and I saw it last night firsthand, were saying this is ridiculous. I have to be back. I'm flying in. I got to change my flights. I get it. All right, one more call before we go to the top of the hour. And by the way, the 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Route 19 Peters Township. Who do we got?
All right, here's Dennis in Cheswick.
What's up, Denny?
Hey, Bob. Happy New Year. Many more.
You too.
I have my notes written down here.
Oh, how about that?
Came
He's
prepared.
prepared. I like that, Dennis. What's on top of that note list?
Right now, as you lose momentum, you have to get the points. Never take the points off the scoreboard. That field goal, if they would have went for a field goal, that creates a lot more momentum.
Which one are you talking about here?
The first one, how far was that out, Bob? They went for it, and he threw the pass.
On the 4th and 1 call you're talking about, did they go to the end zone? That would have been
Way at the beginning of the game.
yards.
That's a short. Remember them old-time coaches? They always says, never take points off the scoreboard.
Well, the points weren't on the scoreboard, though, Dennis. They had not yet gotten to the score. They were going to go. I have a bigger problem with 4th and 1 going for it all. Now, I understand how play calling works. If it's a successful touchdown, people were saying that's a brilliant call. They didn't expect it. But, the drive to me was just keep on grinding along the way they were going. They could have picked up 1 yard there, but they didn't. Yeah, if they get 3 there and instead of nothing, but if and that's all that thing where whatever the saying is, they missed a 54-yard field goal. And if that goes in the last part of the game, they kick a field goal to try to win the game. They don't have to score a touchdown. They would have had 4 field goals and no touchdowns and won the game. Cleveland was that bad after the first quarter offensively, and the Steelers made them look bad offensively, which is what they should have done from the beginning of the game.
Here's the thing. Everybody's going on 4th down anymore. That's the thing now.
Okay, but going for the gusto or going for the first down? You could have they needed 1 yard.
But them points are there. And that sets the tone, Bob, for the rest. I mean, there's momentum there. They come away with nothing. If they would have got them, it's a toss-up call. I understand that, but I'd go with Mike Vrabel for
Coach of the Year. Yeah,
and,
I mean, all 3 are good choices.
And then, yes, they are. And then Derrick Henry, Sunday night. Big question,
I don't think there's any question. Thanks, Dennis. You're going to see if you had to put an over and under, Austin, on the number of carries he's going to get. 36 the last game. That was the most he's had this season and they had to do it. And this is why I said from the beginning to you that without Lamar Jackson, they may be more dangerous.
Why? I don't understand that, Bob. Why do you think they're more dangerous? Just because they'd be in their own heads thinking that Lamar...
John Harbaugh doesn't have to defer to too many things in the pass game or whatever Lamar does. Plus, he's not... And I think what this does is simplify the game for him, so he doesn't have to make stupid calls. In other words, this is your bell cow. This is how you win. This is how they win, period. They ran the first game of the year. Henry goes over 200 yards against Buffalo. They blew that because why? Because they started to get fancy at the end of the game instead of running him all over the place.
Who do you think gives the Ravens a better chance to win, Snoop Huntley or Lamar Jackson?
Again, in this situation, he's not going to be 100%.
You're taking Snoop Huntley.
I'm taking the philosophy that comes with running Derrick Henry more.
So why can't they have Lamar play and run Derrick Henry more? Why can't they have both?
Why haven't they done it?
You don't think that anything can change based on this last performance for Derrick Henry, or maybe there's some.
I'm just saying philosophically, the decision's kind of made for you. And by the way, Huntley, it's not like he's some guy who just came in and he's been with them for a long time.
Yeah, but it's not Lamar.
He's not.
And I've been very critical of Lamar.
As a 2-time NFL MVP, has had some of his worst games in games like this and some of his worst games in Pittsburgh.
Right, but again, why are you paying him $50 million then?
I understand
Just
what
to
I'm
sit on
saying.
the bench? I know he's not 100%. Who's 100% at this point?
It's strictly a philosophy thing for me, that they don't have much else other than, and quite frankly, with a run game like that, even Snoop Huntley can make plays to the outside.
Lamar is not as mobile, but I do, right now, due to the injury. But I
he's
do
got a
think,
back problem. They say it's 50-50, and if it's 50-50, he ain't going to play.
I do think that and why do you think that is? Do you think that's Lamar with the speculation that he wants more money going into next year with the contract to be redone, or
I hope that's not the case.
What is the case then?
He's just he's not physically healthy to do it.
If he's 50-50 and he's for the team, he should be out there playing.
If he's 50-50, I don't want him out there. I want someone who's better than that health-wise, running the show. This guy has been around a long time. He's not some scrub. He's actually been a Pro Bowler, even though I think that was a generous pick for him, Huntley. But again, it just makes it so that they don't have to outthink themselves. I think John Harbaugh has outthought himself so many times this season that he's cost themselves games, especially late.
I do agree with that. I still think a threat of Lamar, especially in the passing game, because he's improved as a passer,
I get that.
with them still depending on Derrick Henry.
They don't run him the way they used to. He doesn't run himself the way he used to.
Lamar.
So he's become more of a, and honestly, the last few weeks, passing the ball has not been his strength, even though he's become a better passer over the years. I just think you should expect, again, the question is over and under. How many? If I gave you 30 as the number, over and under carries for.
I'd say just under, just a little bit under, but it's going to be around 30.
It'll be
25 to 30 is
All
probably
right.
the number they'll give it to
Something
him.
I'm looking at right now on one of the websites here that I like to look at for over and under possible numbers. Targets for Pat Freiermuth. 5.
Under. They don't throw it to him.
It's an easy bet to go over. They should do over.
It should be an easy bet to go over, but they haven't. Like, Pat Freiermuth had 3 catches
I know.
this past game.
I don't
3.
understand it, and it's been that way all season long. He's one of those guys I would target much more than anyone else.
2 were on the final drive. That's it. He was your leading receiver with 63 yards because he had a 29-yard catch. Pat Freiermuth this season, this is his splits. These are the receptions that he's had. Since the Buffalo game, he had no catches. Baltimore, he had 2. Miami, he had 3. Detroit, he actually had 4. Can you believe that? All 4 times he was targeted, he caught the football. And 3 targets against Cleveland.
That's the other thing. When you target him, he makes catches. And he turns, they say, I don't know where this came from. He's a zone buster kind of guy. I don't care what he is. Yesterday, with that middle linebacker, as hobbled as he was, that's a mismatch that could have been happening over and over again because he wasn't coming out of the game, and they didn't do it enough.
There have been 5 games this season where Pat Freiermuth has had either 1 catch or no catches at all. There have been games where he's not even been targeted. They didn't target him in the Buffalo game.
No,
so what makes you think that he's going to be over that number in 5?
Because he's their best option with no Metcalf. I don't know about Austin if he doesn't play. If he doesn't play, who would you rather go to? It should be Gainwell in the pass game I'm talking about and Freiermuth.
Well, I agree.
Those 2.
I agree
Warren
with that.
also could be effective in the pass game. He got 0 targets there yesterday in that guard. But the point is they should also run the ball more. They're good at it when they do it. They can mix it up, short passes, run. They should have success. Baltimore's defense is not that good.
The only time that Pat Freiermuth had 5 catches in a game earlier this year was 5 catches for 111 yards and 2 touchdowns against Cincinnati. The game where we all said, where has he been?
But even 5 is not enough in that game. They should have gone to him more. They lost that game, one of the killer losses of the season. But this one yesterday was the worst of all. We got to take a break here. It's 412-928-9370. Get your comments on that. Who's your coach of the year in the NFL? Who's your MVP? I think it's Matthew Stafford. Do you agree or disagree? Or are you going to make a case for Drake May?
I think it's Drake May. I do think it's Drake May. Based on what New England was, a 4 or 5 win team a year ago. High expectations for the Rams.
He's been terrific.
Like, Stafford's been great, don't get me wrong. But what Drake May has done in just his 2nd season for a Patriot team that was dead last year and hired a new coach and made an offense that had no weapons. You bring in a couple of players to bring on Stephon Diggs. Drake May has been incredible. He's
really
my
has.
MVP.
So what's your take on that? Call us at 412-928-9370. Austin has an update for you. We'll come back with a lot of other stuff concerning not just the Steelers, but we'll delve into quickly the Penguins. We talked about Pitt a little bit. The Pirates were waiting on more news. Is there a Japanese third baseman coming to Pittsburgh? I see this. I don't know what to believe on social media.
Yeah, there's a lot of just random
But I would
accounts.
love, if it's not him, Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah.
Why not? He's still dangling out there at $15 million a year. I don't care if he hits 197. What I want him to do is hit home runs, and he can do that. All right. We got more coming up. It's the Pomp and Joe Show without Joe. Austin has a headline. It's all coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines. Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin saying after the game that Darnell Washington suffered a broken arm in the matchup, so it seems like he's not going to be able to go potentially for the whole remainder of the season. Tomlin giving no further update than that. Isaac Seumalo missed the game. Calvin Austin missed the game. TJ Watt did not play as well, and highly unlikely is the way that Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk was talking last night on NBC Sunday Night Football coverage about the chance that Watt has to play in this game against Baltimore, also giving it a 50-50 chance that Lamar is able to play. So key injuries to monitor. Mike Tomlin will meet with the media tomorrow, and you can hear it right here on The Fan beginning at noon. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good urchin guys.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Happy holidays from Number One Cochrane, because Number One Cochrane is making spirits bright with their best savings of 2025 during the year-end wrap-up. Get up to $12,700 off MSRP on new select models, or find starting prices under $19,000. You can take advantage of super low lease payments and the most attractive financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, Number One Cochrane has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Okay, holiday time. Hello, Colin Dunlap here for Schultz Ford. First, let me tell you about all those great locations. You may have some time off. Why don't you go look at a new ride? Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. No matter where you are, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, there's a location near you. Always SchultzFord.com, too, even if you're far, very far from my voice. So give a listen here. There's such a large selection of inventory. That's what you'll notice first. Also this, they do all those little things. Great things, like mobile service. Something small you need done, they'll come right out to your house, do it right there. Pick up and delivery. Maybe something a little bigger. Grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it back when it's finished. So all those great locations, the customer service can't be beat. Make your holidays a lot happier. Get the Schultz Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and always SchultzFord.com.
I stopped smoking with Mark Patrick's hypnosis when nothing else worked. 1 year later, my wife Michelle and I attended the Mark Patrick Weight Loss Hypnosis Seminar. In 2 months, lost 43 pounds, and she lost 18 pounds.
And we feel great. Join Mark Patrick's Hypnosis, lose the weight, or stop smoking, only $59.99. Seminar Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Greentree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins put up more goals than the Steelers score points on Sunday. That's typically not a good thing, as the Penguins went at 7-3 against the Chicago Blackhawks. On the road in Chicago, Artur Shilov's 21 saves on 24 shots. Brian Rust, 2 goals. Justin Brazo with a hat trick. He now has 11 on the season. Anthony Mantha scored his 12th. Noah Chari is 3rd. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
AFC North matchup. We certainly didn't make enough plays today, and they did. You got to compliment those guys on an outstanding winning effort, and it's back to work for us. We've been here before, and so certainly we got a big week ahead of us, man, in a big game in Acrisure next weekend. They had a lot to do with it. They made some plays, and I'm never one not to compliment worthy opponents, man, and certainly they made plays today.
Yes, they did, but they're the number 1 ranked defense in the entire NFL, even with that offense that they have to put up with every single week. So, yeah, they made plays, but I think the Steelers helped them make plays along the way. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Fan Twitter brought to you by Southwest Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southwestkia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Yeah, the Steelers contributed to this by doing a bad job of scheming guys in better positions, a bad job of relying on the guys they should be relying on, Freiermuth, Gainwell. They ran the ball far less than I thought they would against a team that gives up more yards on the ground than they do in the passing game. So that's a game that they'll look back on, and it may be the one that denies them an opportunity. DK Metcalf has contributed to this with his 2-game suspension. Just never should have gotten there Austin. He did, and he's paying the price for it, and so are they. And so now, going into this last week, without a number 2 receiver and without a number 1 receiver, they have a bunch of guys who weren't on their roster to start the season.
So Jay Glazer said something very interesting on Fox yesterday, Bob, regarding – he talked to Mike Tomlin regarding the reaction from Tomlin to Metcalf, his interaction with the fan,
I knew
and
of this.
much more. Here it is.
But I actually have the security communication between the Detroit Lions and Seattle Seahawks security from a game last year when DK Metcalf, when he was with the Seahawks, complained about that exact same fan to security. And at the time there, he asked that that fan be removed over very derogatory comments. I'm not going to repeat what the comments are that are on here. And obviously, guys, we don't condone ever hitting a fan or anybody else, but in this, it says, when we investigated during the game, the individuals around him states and corroborated that the fan was being out of line and had indeed said these derogatory statements. They even asked us to remove the guy. The odd part of this also is that the Pittsburgh Steelers had no knowledge of this.
Okay, so that was last year. When Mike Tomlin found out about it this year, the incident happening, what was his reaction?
This was actually kind of funny. Where I was talking to Mike Tomlin about this morning. He said, look, I was mic'd up. When you're mic'd up, nobody wants to talk to you. So I didn't know. Finally, Arthur Smith came over to him and wrote it on his call sheet. DK hit a fan, to which Mike Tomlin went, okay then. Can't make it up.
Yeah, you don't want to put what your reaction is on mics. That's the problem with those mics. You're always mic'd up, and everything you say can and will be recorded for who knows when. So, but the bottom line there, again, is that he should never been put that. Did the NFL fail in what they did? The Players Association should have a problem with them. And the other thing is, if he noticed that same fan, the blue hair, and it's hard to miss him because, you know, he's one of those guys you just never want to deal with and thinks he's a superstar when, in fact, he's a clown. Then just tell the security again. Just say he's still here and he's doing stuff. Get him out of here. I reported him last year. You don't go over and take matters into your own hands. You just don't. It's a stupid thing to do. That's what he did, and he cost them 2 games of a suspension. But I think the league has some culpability in here as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to take away from that from Glazer, especially how Mike Tomlin found out about it is interesting. Why are we miking up coaches as well in these situations?
It's routine.
I know
Not
it
only
is.
him, quarterbacks, they're all mic'd.
Or shouldn't there be some
It's all
level
content by the NFL. They love it.
Shouldn't there be some level of transparency that the NFL, kind of like that, what the Steelers had with Hard Knocks, where they had final say over a lot of things that went out?
Right.
Don't they have the same thing with if they tell Mike Tomlin this, like they can speak freely and not be worried about that going out?
Them, hey, we don't want this going out, but you never know. One day it might come out. You know, it may not be that exact same day, but they keep things for many years. And some of that stuff does come out eventually.
Is Mike Tomlin forced? Is he held at gunpoint to be mic'd up?
I think it's. I'd have to check into whether or not the NFL. I think it is something they prefer on all coaches.
I'm sure they
prefer
for
the content that they're looking for, which is also part of the overall money-making league that it is. So, they're always looking for reasons to sell something.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but what I took from Glazer is that what DK Metcalf told James Harrison and told Ocho Cinco that they went on and said on their podcast about DK Metcalf, about the fan calling DK Metcalf a slur and also DK Metcalf's mom a slur occurred last year when he was with Seattle.
Correct.
Okay. So that makes the argument from the fan that he was trying to have DK Metcalf apologize for what was said. It was said that the clarification just needs to be that it might not have been in this instance in Detroit. It was rather when Metcalf was playing for Seattle a year ago, not when he was playing for
regardless, I mean, he can go and security people should take care of that. But there's no way that he should have gone over there and done it. That's on my point. That's on him. He shouldn't have done it. Just ignore it and say, hey, that guy's here. I've told you about him last year. NFL take action against him, and then just continue with the game. But that did not happen. 412-928-9370. We got a lot more calls we'll get to. We also have decisions.
We do.
There are a lot of decisions.
And for decisions, we should welcome in John and Kennedy to join
John and Kennedy. Sounds like a familiar caller to our program. Hello, John.
Hey, Bob. This is actually Martha in Washington, Bob. I don't know how that became John and Kennedy. How are you today?
Dog you. You couldn't just resist it, huh? You're on vacation and you still had to call into your own program.
I'm enjoying the show, Bob. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Can I take back my Steelers Super Bowl pick, please, from last week? Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, it changes. You have more evidence. You like to talk about evidence week to week. Joe, that was inexcusable. You can't lose to that team. I don't care what situation you're in or what situation they're in. You just can't lose that game.
That was horrifying. Why doesn't Limits want the coaches mic'd? That's great content.
That's what I told him. It's
What's
all
your
about
objection
content.
to that, Limits?
Well, it's not that. I just think that if you're Tomlin, you should be able to have the creative freedom because you were the one being mic'd up to where Arthur Smith should not be so scared to go over there and talk to me. He has to write it on a card. I would rather Tomlin be able to have that transparency and then just like they did for Hard Knocks, say, hey, don't use any of this. I don't want to see it out there. Like, I am wearing the mic.
I do want to see it out there. I do. It's great content. That's why they're mic'd up. Who cares what
and
he
the quarterbacks are all mic'd up, too. They put it in a place where you can't tell.
Look,
but
I like it personally. But if I was Mike Tomlin, that is the mandate that I would try to give. Like, look, I'm doing a favor for you. Like, I'm not being forced against my will to be mic'd up. This is not getting out there, just like they did for Hard Knocks.
All right,
Here's
Joe.
the other thing.
Or John and Kennedy.
Here's the other
Go
thing,
ahead.
Bob. And it's Martha. Please call me by my proper
Martha,
name.
I've been victimized so much by you and Pony, and I'm afraid to take any calls now.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
If Jay Glazer had this communication between the league and I guess it was the Seahawks last year, then why didn't anybody know about it? How could the Steelers not know going into this game? Now, Glazer said they didn't know. How could there not have been extra security over there? And more to the point with
DK could have
Glazer,
reminded them, say, hey, I was here last year and I see that guy over there. You know, just don't take it into your own hands.
well, no, he obviously made a terrible mistake, but there were many failures along the way.
Yes.
And the other thing is Glazer, if you're going to go as far as to say, I have this communication from last year, and the language was vulgar, I think is the word he used. Okay, you don't want to say exactly what it was. Was it similar or exact to what was being reported? You got to at least tell people that, right, Bob?
Yes.
Otherwise, we don't know.
Yes. I mean, I expected a little bit more on that, absolutely. So
Why does he hold back if he has the exact language there? That's the other part that I didn't understand at all. And the league went too far with Metcalf, by the way, too, based on the Shaq Lawson example from 2 years ago. Shoved a fan in Philly, initiated the physical contact because of whatever the guy was yelling at him, and he didn't even get a fine from the league. So you go from no fine at all to 2 games. But that doesn't excuse Metcalf. I'm sorry, Bob.
no, I'm glad. What's your thought about Ravens Steelers now? Since you're down on them, do you think it's going to end this weekend, or do you think they'll somehow win?
It depends on a couple of things, doesn't it? Is T.J. Watt going to play? That's A. And then B, is John Harbaugh going to use Derrick Henry, or is he more afraid of Derrick Henry than Mike Tomlin was of Myles Garrett yesterday?
Yeah, see, this is why, Joe, I said it's better, and Limits was surprised I said it, but I think philosophically it's easier when you have Tyler Huntley because you know you're going to rely on Derrick Henry and Patrick Ricard. Right. You know, just give him the ball until someone can stop him. And we saw at the end of last year in the wild card game against Baltimore, the Steelers could not.
If I'm Harbaugh, first of all, the Ravens would have won the division by now if they hadn't ignored the fact that they have Michael Jordan on their team. If I'm Harbaugh, I don't leave that stadium without giving Derrick Henry the ball 35 times in that game. That would be my rule going in, is we don't leave without that guy carrying the ball or catching it 35 times. He has to touch it that many times. It's incredible what they've failed to do, having that guy on their team.
Well, having failed to do, the Steelers haven't used Freiermuth in any way that they should have either. So I think they failed in that regard yesterday again. Not until they needed him at the end of the first half, at the end of the game, did they go to him.
Just amazing that when they finally cut it loose at the end, they moved the ball right down the field. They were scared of Garrett the whole game. I don't know if you saw Brian Baldinger's breakdown. He said Myles Garrett was right when he said the Steelers were more concerned about Garrett than winning the game. I think that's a fact. And Exhibit A is late in the game. They're in a 3rd and 4. A 3rd and 4, which is a passing situation 100% of the time practically in the NFL. And instead they did a running play to Gainwell to the far opposite side of Garrett. They played the whole game scared of that guy. It was really something to behold. It really was.
Don't they do that every time they play him? I mean, that's the whole idea.
No.
You don't want him to be a factor, so you scheme against.
If you have to shut down Myles Garrett to win, then how come he has 22 sacks and they're 4-12? Nobody else shuts him down. They just play their game. They figure he'll get his and we'll win. I've never seen a game plan like that. Rodgers got rid of the ball in a 10th of a second.
Right,
They
but he's
ran
been doing
away
that all year.
They passed away from him. They did everything else. They used Gainwell. They used up Gainwell to chip on Myles Garrett, thereby containing Gainwell on their own without the Browns having to do it. It was a scared game plan, a Myles Garrett-centered game plan. He ain't setting the record against us. Plus, we don't want him to beat us. Oh, my God, one guy, Myles Garrett. Asked earlier in the week, Mike Tomlin said, how come you never win in Cleveland anymore? He said, Myles Garrett, as if it's happening because of one guy. He must have forgotten about DTR's game-winning drive. He must have forgotten about Jacoby Brissett and Nick Chubb tearing them up.
Forget about
He
Jameis
must have
Winston.
forgot about Baker Mayfield and somebody, Odell Beckham, catching that ball a few years back. It's a hell of a lot more than just Myles Garrett that beats the Steelers in Cleveland. Tomlin must forget about what his defense has done there in recent games, too.
And that's the other thing.
I've never seen such a scared game plan in my life.
Right off the bat, you saw that defensively where they were just, sitting back, not doing anything. They allowed Shadur Sanders to pass the ball right down the field. They had 6 passes before Rodgers attempted 1, and you wouldn't have expected that right off the bat. So they're down 10-0 to start. And while you may think, not you specifically, Joe, but Mike Tomlin thinks this and others also that you should be able to overcome it, it's still a big part of the game. Your first quarters have put you in terrible positions when you can't respond to overcome it, and they never overcame it.
Just play the game. But get Kenneth Gainwell involved in the pass and run game more and have him not worry about occupying Myles Garrett. Seems to me, and I bet you behind the scenes they were like, he ain't setting that record against us. That's TJ's record. I'm not saying they prioritize specifically the record over winning the game, but the idea of shutting down Garrett, not going anywhere near him the whole game was the entire focal point of their game plan. And then finally, on the last drive, Rodgers said, screw it, I'm winging it down the field. And they were down the field about 80 yards in 3 plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And they did that right before
Freiermuth.
halftime, too. When they needed to get in field goal range, who do they go to? Pat Freiermuth, middle of the field. And they have Schlesinger, who's their best defensive player, not named Myles Garrett, who's on one leg, can't move. And they just let him out there the whole time with, not targeting him. Isn't that what, when you lose a star cornerback, what do? They got an injury. They bring in some undrafted. What do? They throw at him every single time. And I didn't see much of that.
Absolutely. I mean, other teams, it seems to me, say, you know what, Myles Garrett's, it's like a basketball game. Do you see teams, when they play a bad NBA team, say, we got to shut down their star player? No, they say, let the star player get his. The rest of the team stinks and we'll win. The game plan yesterday was just mind-boggling.
Yeah. So are you going to stay on the whole time here, Joe? Or if so, are you going to count this as a day of work?
I don't know. What should I do, Bob?
I count it as a day of work. I mean, you are working.
How was your Christmas?
It was good. It was nice. The grandkids all over the place. A lot of people over. It was fun just to hang out at home and eat, drink, and be merry.
Did you show everybody the new keychain I got you from the fan?
No, I did not. But I have it. I have it so that whenever I need it and feel like I'm missing you, I'll have it. And so it's going to be a keepsake in my house.
It can be a good luck charm. And how about limits? Did you go home and show everybody the toddler Kenny Pickett jersey I got you and tell them it was too big?
That never came out of the bag.
No? That thing cost me a pretty penny.
We had more pressing things to discuss at Christmas dinner.
Bob, is this going to get ugly on Sunday? What if the Steelers lose by a couple of touchdowns?
Well, they don't get ugly. It'll bring us back through the Buffalo game, I think. And, yeah, I mean, honestly, they got to go out and make a statement here in this game. And if they do, what chance do you give them in the first round of the playoffs, depending on who they play? And right now it looks like it could be the Texans.
I mean, at this point, I'm flummoxed, Bob. I've gone from the season is over and so is the franchise. They might as well fold to they're going to the Super Bowl. I don't know. I think if they're a healthy team at home in a playoff game with Watt and Metcalf and I think a good quarterback. I mean, I don't know what happened yesterday. I think a good quarterback. I think they can beat whoever comes in here in the first round. But right now, man, right now they're in big, big, big trouble. Big trouble. They may not have Watt. They don't have Metcalf. Washington is gone. I can't imagine they're a confident team. And that's what you get for losing to the Cleveland blanking Browns.
They had everything set up. That's the other thing, Joe.
Are you kidding me, Bob?
They could have had a week off, rest all your guys, take it easy, get ready, and now it's going to be, how these games go, right? They're physical every way. They're going to be banged up by the end of it, and they got probably a short turnaround into their first playoff game if they should win.
Right. That's right. And this is what they did to them. They did this to them. They lost to Shedeur Sanders. Are you kidding me? They should have had 2 picks. He threw 2.
He's terrible,
as far as I'm concerned, he threw 2 pick sixes. The fact that Jack Sawyer never made it to the end zone and Nick Herbig dropped one isn't my problem. He threw two pick sixes, one of the worst moonball interceptions you'll ever see in your life, and another interception. He's horrible. They have no run game. They have no offensive line. They have very few receivers. Their best receiver, tight end, got hurt on that touchdown play. I mean, they were playing. How do you lose that game?
I don't know, but they did. And no touchdowns, and now here they are. Wasted opportunity, which will have ripple effects down the road, no question about it. John and Kennedy, man, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, John.
I know. You can't wait to get rid of me, Bob.
No, I don't know if you're supposed to stay on or not. Are you going to stay on?
Got you, Joey.
Tony!
What do you mean, for the rest of the show?
Yeah, I don't know what your plan is. You tell me.
I don't have a plan. I thought I would call in. You guys were doing a great show. Limits was firing off opinions left and right. And I figured I would call in to chime in and ask if I could change my Super Bowl pick around.
Yeah, and so what would it be now?
I don't know. What's your New Year's resolution, Bob?
I actually don't make resolutions. I used to, but I don't anymore because I never follow through on them. So it's a waste of time. Always, Joe, is simply this. Just be happy and healthy. If I can achieve those 2 things, then I think I'm a pretty rich person. That's it. Simple. As simple as the Ravens' game plan will be this week. Follow Patrick Ricard with Derrick Henry.
Well, you raised an interesting question. Would you rather face Lamar or Huntley? Like, who gives the Steelers a better chance to win? I'm not so sure that I wouldn't rather see Lamar at this point, which sounds crazy.
No, I know. I just talked to that with Austin about that. I think it just makes John Harbaugh's job a little easier because he knows who he has to go to, whereas this year there have been 4 different games where they did not run him enough. I thought it cost them fourth quarter leads.
Bob, does Limits have a New Year's resolution? Suddenly he's gone silent.
He went, no, he's been working back there. He does a lot of stuff. I watch every day, and he's got a new haircut, too. So go ahead.
I don't know, Joe. Do you have any recommendations for me for your New Year's resolution? I feel like you have one.
No, I'm open to anything, Limits, at this point. I think perhaps wearing that Kenny Pickett toddler jersey might spice things up for you a little.
I'm wearing a Pinstripe Bowl T-shirt that I got at the game, Joe.
Oh, my God. You went to that game?
Yeah, I went and visited New York for a couple of days. It was awesome.
My condolences. Anything you choose will be fine, Limits. And I'll see you on Wednesday, or maybe not. How about you, Bob? Will you be in Wednesday?
No, I'm off the rest of the week. I got a lot of stuff planned with the family, John.
John and Kennedy.
Thank you, Bob. Happy New Year.
I look forward to seeing you. We'll have a lot to talk about next Monday for sure when we reconvene together here. So we'll see what happens on Sunday Night Football. John and Kennedy, ladies and gentlemen, a.k.a. Joe Starkey. Hey, Mom, is on the line. And now he's off to the rest of his vacation today and tomorrow. All right. We have a lot of people on lines. Let's get a couple of quick calls before we take a break here, Austin. I know they've waited for a while here. So.
All right, here's Dino in Scott Township.
Hey, Dino. What's up?
About time I finally, first-time caller, I get to talk to the legendary Bob Pompiani. How you doing, Bob?
Dino, it's great to hear your voice, and thanks. I hope you're not a last-time caller.
Oh, no, not at all. I talked to Pony and Morris quite a few times. But back to the Steelers and Tomlin, I agree with Joe. Like, I don't know how you do not go into this game and throw the kitchen sink at them, knowing that you're without DK Metcalf for the 2 games, possibly without TJ Watt, uncertain on his situation, and just not throw the kitchen sink at them. And, like, this is your go all or go home type of game to get yourself into the playoffs. I just don't get it. The game plan to me was just ludicrous.
It was too conservative, and it didn't feature enough of what they needed to do. And again, I'm not going to let defense off the hook. You can say, well, they only gave up 13 points and 1 touchdown. That's too many for that offense. That offense ain't very good, and they're banged up, and they don't have playmakers really anywhere. And the one guy they did, he caught a touchdown on a pass that should have been intercepted, and he ends up re-aggravating his groin. Yeah.
It just was an all-around just crappy play calling and scheme to me. Just a lot of the play calls. I mean, these end arounds, the Jonnu Smith a line of scrimmage throw to Jonnu Smith. I'm just over that. Like that play hasn't worked since we had Antonio Brown. Yet we see it 3 times a game. It just don't make sense to me.
Yeah, well, listen, I thought there should have been deeper playbooks. Go come up with something, especially, and thanks for the call, Dino. I appreciate you being a first-time caller, and happy holidays to you. But why not come up with something different, even if it's just kind of, speed up, quick, hurry up, do anything to get them off their game a little bit. And when you, especially after 2 interceptions, which puts you in prime position. Did you know, Austin? They did not go to the red zone all game until the very end. That was it. That was their only trip.
Well, they didn't score a touchdown. They couldn't move the ball. You would have thought that the Browns were the 85 Bears the way that they played that game. And Cleveland has been vulnerable against other teams this year, Bob.
That's what I mean. And they didn't even give it an opportunity to work. So now they put themselves in a quandary here. They have to win this game, and they have to go all out in it as opposed to having a kind of a nice, relaxing approach to the playoffs.
Well, think about this. This great defense for Cleveland, and yes, it is a very good defense, gave up 31 points in a loss to Tennessee.
They did.
Cam Ward put up 31 on them. The Bears also put up 31 on them. Buffalo put up 23 on them. Those were just the 3 games prior to this one, where a Steelers offense that was averaging 28 points per game in their last 3 doesn't even score a touchdown and only posts 6 points.
Yeah, it's unacceptable for the magnitude of the game.
The
Who's
Jets
next?
scored 27 on them this year.
I know. I mean, they give up points, but some of those are, pick sixes the other way. But their defense overall against the pass has been good. They've given them a lot of runs on the ground that have killed them.
All right, Bob. Here is Doug. Doug is in McMurray.
Doug is in McMurray, and now he's on the Fan. Hey, Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to talk about Tomlin, but I do want to start off by saying it's nice to hear Starkey actually objectively critique the Steelers in the light that they should be viewed. He actually did a very good job with that.
You mean John, don't you?
Yeah, John Kennedy.
Okay.
Because I think he's just been missing the mark on this team the past 3 weeks. I mean, they really should have lost to the Lions on the last play of the game if it wasn't for, that funky call or even a couple plays before that with the OPI. So I don't think his analysis of the Steelers prior to this game was accurate, and he did a great job objectively finally viewing them.
I think he's been critical of them pretty much all year. I think he got, like a lot of people with 3-game win streak, and it's easy to get enticed into thinking this is what it is. And have they made, you go to Detroit, not many people thought they'd win the way they did when they dominated them in the third quarter. So, your expectations changed a little bit, and I think that's what happened.
Yeah, but sometimes you still got to try to view it,
Correct.
Don't ride the highs and don't ride the lows. But I wanted to talk about Tomlin, and I think you actually kind of shook your head in the post-game yesterday when I was watching after the game. Like, Tomlin just doesn't take any responsibility. It's never his fault. It's always the defense or the offense, or we didn't properly execute. Getting tired listening to Tomlin not take any responsibility. Like, about one time saying, hey, this is on me. I did a bad job. I didn't discipline DK Metcalf. That's the same problem we had with Pickens. I couldn't control Pickens in the locker room. He can't discipline his team. He's a player's coach. And there's
Well, Doug, we're having problems with your connection there, but thanks for the call. And I expected that yesterday, honestly. I thought that would be the first thing that he would say, just because it's all about coaching. It's all about the head coach in those kinds of situations, and that's just the way it is. So bottom line now, they have a chance like Baltimore does. They got a second life. The Steelers have given them that second life. They have to snuff it out if they can on Sunday night, and they'll have a chance to do it at home. And will be a playoff game. Playoffs start early for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and this is where it begins. 412-928-9370. We have decisions coming up. We're going to talk to Rob Long down in Baltimore, his thoughts about this matchup and what people in Baltimore are saying. But before I do that, I want to talk to you about West Shore Home, because you're at a time of the year after the holidays where you're going to actually be taking stuff down, looking at your home and say, hey, you know what? I need a new this or a new that. Home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. It can be if you allow it. West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. By using cutting-edge technology from real-time scheduling to precision scan-to-plan measurements, West Shore Home makes your remodel fast. They make it easy, and they make it convenient. You can get a tub-to-shower conversion, a walk-in tub installation, a full bath remodel, new windows, entry, patio door, it doesn't matter, even full-house flooring. Hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home and their projects. Why? A long list of good things, but on top of it, because they only use highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors. It ensures a consistent world-class experience every time you call West Shore Home. And right now, you can buy a full bath remodel, and when you do, you'll get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off just for being a fan of the program. But you got to schedule at westshorehome.com/fan. westshorehome.com/fan. Buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Monday Night Football tonight right here on 93.7 The Fan as the Rams play in Atlanta against the Falcons. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage will begin at 7 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app, 8:15 kickoff. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Los Angeles Lakers bounce back from their Christmas Day blowout against the Rockets by beating Sacramento on Sunday night with a very, very defensive effort, but I still think the Lakers are in big trouble this season. The underlying metrics are not great. LeBron doesn't look happy out on the court, and the Lakers are not one of the best teams in the West. Where I think this is headed, LeBron waiving his no-trade clause ahead of the trade deadline. I'm Nick Costos.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Happy holidays from Number One Cochrane, because Number One Cochrane is making spirits bright with their best savings of 2025 during the year-end wrap-up. Get up to $12,700 off MSRP on new select models, or find starting prices under $19,000. You can take advantage of super low lease payments and the most attractive financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, Number One Cochrane has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Happy holidays from Pellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit SmaleAcura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. Ends January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds, and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day, and nothing worked until Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick Hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again, my blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Stop smoking, lose weight now without cravings, irritability, or your money back. Only $59.99. Join Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar and lose the weight. Stop smoking, feel great for only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
He had eligibles on the play, and certainly he was one of them, and he's a capable guy. I got no qualms about us playing to win the game in the way that we did.
That's Mike Tomlin talking about 3 consecutive passes to Marquez Valdez-Scantling at the end of the game. Yeah, he's eligible, but he was a guy who wasn't even on your roster here but a few weeks ago. He's been cut a couple of times on the practice squad because of injury, got an opportunity to play mostly, and a relationship with Aaron Rodgers. That's not a reason to ignore other guys who were eligible, and I thought Kenny Gainwell was one of them, and Pat Freiermuth should have bbeen targeted much more, especially down there at the game. 412-928-9370. We have some decisions to talk about in this game. You want to do a couple of quick phone calls first, and then we'll get into them? Because I know a lot of guys have been waiting here for a while, and I hate to do that to you if you're waiting that long.
Take Matt in San Francisco.
San Francisco, home of the 49ers, who might get the number 1 seed and host a Super Bowl. How about that?
That is right. Good morning, gents. Morning, Bob. Good to hear your voice.
Hey,
I've been on before, but not when you are. So this is extra special. But
thank you.
Yeah, you got all kinds of takes, which I'm sure you guys have been hearing all morning, and we'll hear all day. But starting with that game yesterday, and I've been a user since 1975, and I've seen a lot. And what before that game, I knew we weren't going to win that game. And here's why: Mike Tomlin is masterful at not bucking dubious trends. He has not won there in 6 years.
Well, it's 1-6-1, and without Ben Roethlisberger, they haven't won in 5 or 6, right?
Yeah, I think it goes back to 21 was the last time we won in Cleveland. Maybe a little bit further back, but in any regard, I'm looking at that game going, it ain't gonna happen. You've got a menace on the other side, just licking his chops to break our guy's sack record. And Cleveland has nothing else to play for, and one of the most dangerous teams to play are those. And the play calling. This is what Mike Tomlin seems to do. He has this tendency to beat the teams that we probably shouldn't be viewed upon to beat before the games. But every time it's an inferior opponent, this is what he does, especially when it matters most. And as far as that last play, that miss to MVS, I don't know if you guys saw it, but Kenny G was sitting at the 2, so wide open, he could have caught the ball and rolled in for the score.
And he likes Rodgers. Normally likes Kenny Gainwell. He does. He looks for him, and he was their leading receiver the last 2 games, and in this game, an afterthought almost. So, Yeah.
That is correct. And so what I saw, in addition to that being, and we've seen some bad ones, gents, but that might have been the worst offensive output I've ever seen out of a Steelers unit ever.
Well,
and, you know,
I
they're
could
not
go back
using
and
the
find
weapons
some
they
similar
have.
to that, but you're right. They didn't have many weapons to begin with, and Metcalf's suspension is killer, and it may be again.
Yep.
Austin out, and you got three guys who really are afterthoughts. All due respect to them.
Yep.
They've had their share of good years, but they're there because they just needed warm bodies. You know?
Warm bodies. That's it. So, in my opinion, now coming into for the Ravens, now as far as sports betting wise, a lot of that money is going to shift on the Ravens. The popular money is going to go there. Watch the sharp money, because this is the type of game where no one's going to give us a shot. Don't be shocked if we win it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
I don't know how.
I wouldn't be, but you're right. There'll be something that comes up. And, Matt, thank you for the call from San Francisco. Up against a little bit of time constraints here, but we appreciate it. Call again. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But they're underdogs. They like that. They'll use that. Next thing you know, they could win a game, and then we'll see what happens afterwards. All right, we got decisions. Austin, this was a game of so many decisions.
Yes, and, man, it's kind of hard which one to start with. Let's go with MVS 3 consecutive times.
At the end of the game.
Goal to go, ended the game, where there was miscommunication on what looked to be an in-cut, but he ran out on one of the plays. There was obviously the final play that it was a 50-50 ball, where I don't remember the last time MVS has won one of those. If it was DK Metcalf, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with it, but still don't like the route concept there.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one, too, we had two instances that we saw where MVS and Rodgers were just not on the right page. So I guess it's just, we'll go back to him again. Then third time's the charm. Instead of Gainwell, who is open, maybe he doesn't get in, but I still think that it's a higher quality opportunity with Gainwell streaking towards the end zone over the middle of the field. If he breaks off one tackle, he's in. Then MVS in a contested ball like that. I just think that Rodgers' decision-making in those moments were very poor.
Yeah, he did not have a good game at all. He missed guys. I think he was trying to force it too much to a guy he's played with before. But it takes time to get involved. The fact that he was the leading target guy was a mistake in my view. I still think I go back to the simple stuff of Gainwell and Freiermuth were your two best players coming in. With all these other absences, they should have gone to him more.
The next decision that really made me scratch my head was the play to Scotty Miller on 4th and 1. They throw a 50-50 ball. Again, a 50-50 ball. It was on the far sideline to Scotty Miller where the ball was thrown out of bounds by Rodgers.
It was a bad throw.
At the 22-yard line, you could have just kicked the field goal in what was a 10-3 game at that point. To the point where you kick the field goal, you get closer, but still, you want to score a touchdown there. My big problem with this, Bob, was why are you not running the tush push? You have been so successful in that Spartan-like play.
Mm-hmm.
I know Darnell Washington is hurt. You can't find anybody else to push Connor Hayward forward?
Or do a sequence off like they have been doing. They could do a lot of different things from that. And I'm telling you, one day, Aaron Rodgers, who's sitting back there waiting, it just looks like he's taking himself out of the game. You watch one day, he'll have an impact on one of those tush pushes. It'll be another sequencing. But, yeah, I would have preferred that just because they've had success with it. You're down there. And it wouldn't have disappointed me if they decided to kick a field goal there either. I would have taken those points given how this game was kind of unfolding.
Yeah, I would have either taken the points, but the number one thing on my mind would have been to run the tush push again. They've done so well with it.
Yeah.
So
ever since they adopted it as their own and want to do stuff with it, they've been very good.
It makes me think this. Are they they've been so Darnell Washington reliant this year, whether it's as a pass-catching tight end or mainly just blocking? Do they think that much of Darnell Washington where it's not Connor Hayward in the way that he is able to push ahead on like a quarterback sneak, but it's Darnell Washington, all 300 pounds of him, that push him ahead, and that's the main reason why the play is successful?
Well,
Connor Hayward?
I don't know. I don't think they can rely on one guy that much that way. I think there are other guys. No, and that's my point. Whether he's in there or not, they still should have success with it based on how they've run it.
So why isn't Pat Freiermuth behind him pushing?
It could be.
Why isn't an offensive lineman
any
eligible pushing back there?
Any of those guys who weigh 300 pounds, put them back there and tell them to push.
You want to play that game? Why don't you have Keanu Benton come in and push him forward, or Y.A. Black? It would serve a similar purpose.
Sure.
Why go away from the play despite having one player miss action. I think that it was coaching malpractice.
Next decision.
The next decision that came to my mind was the decision on 4th and 10 to go for it with about 2 minutes left. You still have all 3 timeouts. So in doing that, you basically give Cleveland a field goal where if you punt the ball away, you score a touchdown, you win the game, where you would have scored a touchdown, maybe you go for 2 and win it, or you play for overtime. They probably would have played for overtime, but who knows? Hindsight's 20/20 now. Was it the right decision, Bob, to go for it on 4th down and 10 where the ball was batted at the line of scrimmage? You gave Cleveland a free field goal where it was their only points of the second half. Or should they have punted it away and just had their defense
I could be okay
stop
with
Cleveland?
that call because I think there's no way Cleveland was going to move the ball at all after that. I would have kicked it and maybe done that. Absolutely. But I also don't have a problem necessarily at that point because they haven't mustered anything offensively. They got to get and keep possession if they wanted to. That was less of an offensive thing for me than some of these other ones. But, yeah, I would have punted. My choice there would have been punted, 3 timeouts. I could do what I got to do with those things. As it turned out, they had to use them at the end of the game where they're just trying to kill the clock so that Cleveland would set up a field goal. And even that I thought was a mistake by Cleveland. I thought, you know, if you're going to run the ball, fine. Just don't run it the same way 3 straight times. Because you're leaving 1:40 on the clock with Aaron Rodgers, who's capable of moving down the field, which he did. You know, you could have put the game over and done with there. And what are they're a 3-win team? What the hell do you have to worry? Just try to put the game away at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm the Browns, or if I'm a Browns fan, I'm applauding what Cleveland did. The Steelers are giving you 3 free points.
Right, but they're also going to get the ball back with 1:40 left with a chance to tie the game because it's only a 1-possession game.
Right, but the defense of Cleveland has dominated the Steelers mainly because of how they played.
Guess what?
But also the game plan.
In that situation with no timeouts, they moved all the way down effortlessly to the 15-10-yard line. And I knew that would be the case because typically when you're in those defensive players who are always on, aggressively trying, they're going to go away from it. It's just an epidemic in the NFL where they play prevent defense.
Right.
They know what's ahead of them, so they're going to give you stuff with an opportunity to win a game. I would not have preferred that if I was a Cleveland fan. I would have tried to go for the jugular right there so they never touch the ball again.
Well, yeah, you could, but then that would eliminate the Steelers having to use another timeout, and what would have been more valuable in that situation? I think if the Steelers had another timeout in that goal-to-go situation, maybe that would have helped them with play calling. Maybe it would have made something a little bit different, or the way that they manage the clock.
There's so many things that could have changed the outcome of the game. That's what we're trying to describe here for you guys, and that's it. This game could have been a win in so many different ways.
The
failure
Metcalf
to capitalize was critical.
This DK Metcalf situation has really screwed them, hasn't it, Bob?
Yeah, it is. And he's going to be responsible if they don't get in, largely for what's happened here, because it's changed everything they do offensively.
By my own ignorance, I didn't think that there was much of any chance that they lost this game in Cleveland, and I understood what the history was, of course. I thought they were different. But no, they're the same
I thought
old
they were
X
too. And just as you
that
said,
hasn't changed.
Cleveland, as good as their defense has been, they did give up 31 points to Tennessee. They did give up 20-some points to Buffalo. They to get no touchdowns against, given what was at stake in that game, is just something that's I never would have thought that would happen. I really was convinced somehow, just because more of Cleveland's terrible offense, they'd win that game.
How about they went at Denzel Ward like 3 times in that series too? So
I thought Tyson Campbell was probably their best corner yesterday. He was all over the place early in that game.
He played very well, but Denzel Ward's a guy. Like, he's a dude. He's a great corner. You don't go at him in that situation.
With Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Again, a good player in his prime, but this is past his prime. 12:50 mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. Over 50 years for that. And today's weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh choice for affordable legal solutions. High of 33, Merrill Hodge. We've changed from that one. Low of 23. We stick with Joe Hayden on that one. When we come back, we're going to have one of our favorite guys, Rob Long from Baltimore, weigh in. And again, those of you who've called and held on, I appreciate you doing that. I just wish we had more time to get into your calls. We may at the end of the Rob Long interview, but that's coming up in the 1 o'clock hour right here on the Pomp and Joe Show. Back with more after an Austin headline after this.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football, catch it right here on the Fan as the Rams will play against Atlanta. 8:15 kickoff, 7 o'clock is when the NFL on Westwood 1 will begin. The Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood 1. Penguins winners yesterday against the Chicago Blackhawks, 7-3. The Penguins are back in action tomorrow at PPG Paints Arena, 7th place in the Metro. They will play against the Carolina Hurricanes at 7. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Just when all the gifts are bought and you don't have another cent, suddenly you see the car of your dreams at the Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Wrap Up the Year event. Up to $13,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. Oh, yes, it's true. And here we always stock more while others have few. Big discounts and trade values. Any competing offer we will beat. Don't waste your time shopping when no others can compete. So stop by today for all the deals that you crave. CrownJeep.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holidays. See dealer for details on all offers.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Barry and Steve Aronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
My name is Brian. I've lost 42 pounds on Awaken 180. I had a triple bypass in 2018. I had a hip replacement 2.5 years ago. My focus was just getting healthy and being consistent. With this plan, once you establish yourself, if I decide to cheat, I can cheat. I'm burning enough calories a day. I don't have any fear. You know, it's not really a diet. It's a lifestyle change. It changed my perspective on how to eat better and just kind of control yourself. And I hope what this does, I hope it enables somebody in their 60s that has poor health and no hope, that gives them hope. That's my goal.
Thank you so much, Brian. This is Chris Muller. Brian sharing his Awaken 180 story is the exact reason I continue to share my story with all of you. There's hope, there's a plan, and you will succeed with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lay an egg and lose in Cleveland, where they did not even post a touchdown in the loss to the Browns, 13-6. So it sets up a winner-take-all matchup against the Baltimore Ravens, who beat Green Bay without Lamar Jackson. Snoop Huntley going on the road and winning against Malik Willis and the Packers. Steelers, Ravens, Sunday Night Football, the final game of the NFL regular season. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines that are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Rob Long joins us next.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, fourth and final hour of the Pomp and Joe Show. Joe Starkey called in as John from Kennedy, but he'll be back on Wednesday. Tomorrow, Austin will be in the hot seat taking you through the day. In the meantime, we're talking about the winner-take-all scenario coming up at Acrisure Stadium on Sunday night, 8:20 on Sunday Night Football. And we bring in a man who has been really good about analyzing the Ravens throughout the season when we've had him on from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, Mr. Rob Long. How are you, Rob? How's everything down there in BLAT?
Doing well right now, man. I got a chance to get into the playoffs, winner take all. Ravens versus Steelers. You couldn't have it better than this. I actually just stepped out of basketball practice to come. But before practice, all my girls were talking about this game coming up.
So what was the thought going into Green Bay, and what's the thought now? Did people think this was actually going to happen, the scenario? Because if you look at the metrics on it, it was like 88% Steelers were going to win this division without ever playing a meaningful game on Sunday.
Well, let me take you back to the very beginning. I can't speak for people. I'll speak for myself. The Ravens would beat Green Bay on Saturday at all. But when that happened, then I had a lot more confidence in this happening right here because, you know, I didn't know the Steelers were like 1-6 in the last 7 in Cleveland, but I knew they hadn't been good recently. So I started getting a little more confidence. There was some anxiety. There was. But once the Ravens won Saturday night, I felt a lot more confident. So, but to get back to your original question, I didn't think we would be here because I didn't think the Ravens would hold up with their end of the bargain.
Yeah, and especially without Lamar Jackson, although it turned out, as I said this to Austin Bechtold over here, and he'll get into this conversation with us, but I thought the best thing that could have happened that night was no Lamar Jackson. They had to do what they haven't been willing to do, and that's feed Derrick Henry consistently all season long. He's the difference maker. Although I do know when he fumbles, he seems to get his mind in different places, and the Steelers forced a fumble last year in that game, but they kind of made it simple on John Harbaugh. Just give him the ball and say, Patrick Ricard, just go lead the way, and we're going to beat you that way.
I agree, but why does it take getting Lamar out of the game to do your job?
Or you tell me that. Why has it been the case?
I'll take you before we blame our offensive coordinator. We've been here before. We've been here multiple times with this team who forgets to run the football. And to me, I've said it to you before, the responsibility is at the top, and that's the head coach. Your head coach wears a headset. At some point, you got to say, we're not going to run
Exactly.
Hall of Fame running back. And even before we had Derrick Henry, there were times this team forgot to run the football. Why? I have no clue. So I don't blame just the offensive coordinators. I think that the responsibility is at the top. Same thing with the defense. We've been talking for years, decades even. Why do we get soft on defense? Why do we play prevent defense? We've gone through multiple defensive coordinators, and we've asked the same questions. So when I'm going through multiple coordinators and I'm asking the same question, it means maybe the coordinators are going based on the policy and procedure manual. Maybe they're doing exactly how it's supposed to be done in this organization. There's some Raven fans, honestly, and it sounds silly, but I got to say it, who don't want the Ravens to win this game on Sunday because they believe it'll be the end of John Harbaugh. I'm not gone that far. And at the same time, if you're going to make this move, a 9-8 season should not save him from this move being made. If you're going to make the move regardless of what the results are Sunday. However, there are some who are done with it and ready to move on.
Who do you think gives the Ravens a better chance to win, Rob? Snoop Huntley or Lamar? Lamar in his current condition he is right now.
Well, naturally, he's a current condition because he's not medically cleared. So naturally it'd be Huntley because, Lamar is not medically cleared. If Lamar Jackson is okay to play, he's a two-time MVP, and the year Josh Allen won it, some thought he should have won it that year. To me, it's not even a question.
But he's not going to be 100%. But he's not going to be 100%. And that's my point.
No one's going to be 100%.
No, but
no one's going to be 100%.
Apparently, he's not even 50-50 at this point. So if they force him to play, I think they'd be better off with Tyler Huntley.
Well, again, if we're saying in Lamar's current state, Lamar's current state, no one should play because you're not medically cleared to play. But if Lamar's cleared to play, then I'll take Lamar Jackson. Put it this way: if my job was on the line, and I'm not saying Harbaugh's is, but if my job was on the line, you got a healthy Lamar, meaning he's cleared to play, and you decide to go with Huntley and you lose that game, your job might be on the line then.
Right. Sounds like a similar situation that's up here. The expectation level is so high because of what the Steelers were looking at, which is a game against Cleveland. When you watched that game, you said your expectations went up because you thought it would be difficult, but that's a Cleveland offense that just can't get out of its own way, and somehow they won that game. Did you really think that the Steelers would lose it, given a golden opportunity to wrap it up before this game ever became meaningful?
Honestly, going into that game, I thought the Packers, the Browns had a better chance of beating the Steelers than the Ravens did at beating the Packers. I wouldn't have put money on either one of those games, but just because of the history of Steelers in Cleveland, I thought maybe the Browns had a better chance of winning that football game. Once the Ravens won it, it just felt like it was one of those things that was just bound to happen. The NFL is crazy. I'm not one of these conspiracy theorists, but the NFL just has a way. Look at how many, not winner take all, but how many divisional championship games are next weekend. It's just the NFL is the luckiest league in all of American sports. It just seemed that once the Ravens won, I thought, yeah, we're going to have a winner take all matchup on Sunday.
Yeah, a lot of people came to that same conclusion. Rob Long from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore joining us. I want to get back to the first game of the year between the Steelers and Baltimore. The ending, Isaiah Likely, looked like a touchdown, and it was ruled an incompletion. What was your thought on that? And did the Ravens talk a lot about that after it was over?
Ravens did. The fans did. I did. What's the catch?
I agree. I thought it was a catch, too.
In the end zone?
You don't?
How do you make a football move in the end zone? It's called the end zone. There's no moves to be made. 1-2, but it's a catch. It's the end zone. It means that's the end. There's no other place to go. So what is a football move? I'm not catching it and looking to advance. That's it. That's over with. Why is it that when I cross the pylon and the ball gets knocked out of my hand, it's a touchdown? But if I put 2 feet in the end zone, the ball gets knocked out of my hand, it's not a catch. Any place else on the field, 2 feet down is a catch. On the sidelines, 2 feet down is a catch. So in the end zone, 2 feet down, ball knocked out of your hand should be a catch.
I agree. I thought so as it played out. I thought they were going to lose that game.
Yeah, I thought the same exact thing, that was a catch. There was the controversial Aaron Rodgers catch on the deflected, batted ball. I wanted to get back to the Henry situation, though, Rob. Like, why was it a couple weeks ago that he did not even play in the last 8 minutes or so? They just depended on Keaton Mitchell to be the main guy. I don't understand why John Harbaugh, is it a coordinator issue? Is it a Harbaugh issue as to why they are so dependent on Keaton Mitchell in moments like that and not Henry, not counting last game?
I don't want to hear nothing about no coordinator. Your head coach has a headset on. Hey, dude, why is Derrick Henry not on the field? You can run whatever play you want as long as 22's on the field. You're the head coach. Like we said, the end zone, you're the head coach. You are the boss. You know what I mean? Things come through you. They basically said to us it wasn't Henry's turn. What is this, flag football? What is this, Pop Warner football where everybody has to have a certain amount of snaps? It's not his turn. He was asked, well, who made that decision? Well, basically the players made that decision. I don't believe any of it. And then Harbaugh says to us, we're only talking about 6 plays. Well, it was only 6 plays because you didn't have 22 on the field, and it probably could have been more than 6 plays because you would have gotten first downs. The first series of the game, the Ravens only ran 6 plays. You know what they did on play number 6? Scored. So are we only talking about 6 plays? It's the most ridiculous thing ever. I'm telling you, man. You got me riled up. You know, I'm trying to be a good guy, but you got me riled up because I'm so tired of the answers. I want you to do me a favor. You can find this online. And my co-host, Jeremy Kahn, you guys have him on from time to time on your station. He pointed this out. Listen to John Harbaugh's post-game press conferences after a win, and then listen after a loss. After wins, he wants to be thankful to the guy who made this all possible, the creator. He wants to be this, he wants to be that. And I'm all for that. I love that. But you don't hear that too much when he loses. When he loses, it's short answer, quick answers. Why you guys asking that? When we ask those questions when they win, that's a good question. Okay, answer the question, man.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm really done with the act. I'm done with the act.
It sounds like similar situations because you hear a lot of that up here in Pittsburgh about the future of Mike Tomlin. But I want to get back to Henry. I've noticed when he fumbles in a game that he's not the same running back. It happened last year in Pittsburgh and I don't know if they stay away from him as a result. Does Harbaugh penalize him when that happens? Because to me, he's still a guy that you got to get out there 36 times. That may be excessive, but they needed it the other night. But why is it that, or does he just get psyched out of situations when he loses the football? I see a huge difference there when that happens, or am I just delirious?
I don't think you're delirious at all. I can't answer the question about being punished. I know in the past, John Harbaugh has punished running backs for fumbling the ball. I don't know if you do that to a guy who has an easy pass, in an express lane to Canton. I don't know if you do that to him, but I also noticed that too. Henry seems to be a different guy. I don't know whether it's a matter of him not being used to being that guy who fumbles and gets in his own head, but he does become kind of a different guy after he fumbles. And this year, he had some problems with the fumble a little more often than we're used to.
Have the Ravens fixed their defensive problems, Rob, especially the ones that were more so prevalent early on in the season?
No. No, they have not. No, they have not. The secondary is horrible. Let me ask you a question. How does Odafe Owe have 0 sacks in Baltimore?
Yeah, he turns into a difference maker.
And then he goes to the Chargers. He had, 7, 8? That's the same dude.
Yep.
That's the same dude. So I don't know. They have not. Nate Wiggins looks like a shadow of himself, a shell of himself, and he's only in his, second year? Marlon Humphrey, I love Marlon Humphrey, but Marlon Humphrey doesn't look the same. They need to put Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton does not need to be at the line of scrimmage. You do not make Kyle Hamilton play in a role based on your deficiency. He's lanky. You're going to ruin this kid. Play him, back him off the line of scrimmage. No, they have not. They've been very fortunate, I think. They played some teams that probably can't exploit them, and they scored 41 points on Saturday. And I don't think Pittsburgh is a team that can really exploit them, especially without DK Metcalf. So, no, I don't think they've fixed anything. I just think they've been really fortunate that they haven't faced teams that can really exploit them.
Rob, what was your position on the DK Metcalf situation in total, but also the fact that he got a 2-game suspension where we've seen other incidents similar, maybe not with a punch involved or a swipe or whatever you want to call that, but the NFL did not penalize different people who've been involved with fans, and yet this one results in 2. who's to blame? And to me, it's strictly Metcalf for going over there. He shouldn't have even done it. What was your take down there when you saw it? And do you think that's
my take.
punishment fits the crime?
That's my take. Him going over there is bad optics, because now you're telling fans that they're not safe from being approached by players. And fans are your customers. A 2-game suspension I thought was a little much. I expected it to be a 1-game suspension, and I'm floored that the suspension was upheld. I thought for sure this is just window dressing. They'll suspend him for 2. He'll appeal, and they'll peel it back to 1, because there's no way they're going to make him miss week 18. I'm shocked that they upheld that 2-game suspension. The problem is this, and I'll say it. In my career, I've been called some things that I wouldn't repeat on radio, but there's never a reason to turn verbal into physical. There's never a reason.
Yeah.
If you decide you want to do that, then fine. You're going to suffer the consequences. There's no justification to turn verbal into physical. I don't care what's being said. If you feel that's the line, then fine. You go ahead and cross that line and you deal with the consequences. I think that's what DK Metcalf did. Whatever was said to him, he considered that to be the line.
Right.
That guy crossed the line, and he decided to retaliate. But there's never a time where physical retaliation is justification for verbal.
Especially when you have so much to lose, not just your own money, but also your team and what they're trying to do, and you're the number 1 receiver. But I also think the NFL should have done more, too, knowing that this guy was brought up to them a year ahead of time, and they're back. But he should have just alerted someone to say, go over and get him out of here. He's been doing this for 2 years, and you have it on record that I've done that. So I think there are mistakes on both ends.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I wanted this also. There was a security guard over there.
He didn't do much.
Like he didn't respond at all when the fan was talking. So I wonder if the NFL asked him what was said, and they deemed it not to be as offensive as DK Metcalf thought it to be. Because I'm sure if it was offensive language, the NFL would have walked it back a little bit. So maybe the language wasn't as harsh at that time as Metcalf made it out to be. Maybe there was a buildup of some things that were said in the past.
Yeah,
I don't know. Well, I'm just saying that, it's just odd to me that the security guard that was there never at any time physically or even looked in shock to anything that was said or done over in that area.
Well, and it seems different, too, than when Lamar had that altercation with the fan. I think that was in Buffalo, because the fan kind of went at Lamar first. And
went at Lamar, and I believe D-Hop as well was over there. I think he reached at them, and that's different. And I'm not saying it because it's Ravens versus Steelers, because I told you I thought the 2-game suspension was too much on DK Metcalf. But I think the difference is if DK was walking by that fan and that fan reached at him and DK reacted to it, I think you'll probably have a different reaction by the NFL.
No, I agree with that. I think it's strictly because he went and took it upon himself, and no one knew the backstory here or whatever. It does not matter. You cannot put yourself in that position in the middle of a game, no less. And I can tell at the end of that that he wasn't the same player on the field. He had a couple of drops as a result. You can tell that guy had gotten into his head. So that affected that.
Well, did he get into his head, or did he realize that he screwed up?
One of the two.
He said, I think DK Metcalf looks to me to be one of those guys, man, I screwed up. And maybe he can't get it back. I thought it was – maybe you're right. But the first thing I thought was he knew he screwed up, and now it's in his head.
In a season as unpredictable as both have been for the Steelers and Ravens, what do you expect to happen in this one, Rob?
I honestly believe that this is one of those games that for one day the Ravens get it. Sweeps don't happen often in this series. And if ever there was a time when the Ravens maybe be glad that they lost to the Steelers, it's right now, because sweeps don't happen too often in this series. I think the Ravens go up to Pittsburgh and win a very low-scoring game. I'm hoping for some snow. That will only make it even more dramatic.
Yeah, it's going to be cold. I don't know about the snow, but we may get a little bit there. Anyway, hey, Rob, it's always a pleasure talking to you, man. Thanks for taking some time away from basketball.
Always, guys.
But you're always the great guy to talk to down there. So thanks, and Happy New Year to you.
Hey. Have a happy New Year, guys. You guys are the best. Always love coming on with you.
All right, that's Rob Long, 105.7 The Fan, joining us down in Baltimore. So that's interesting, and he expects a low-scoring game. I don't know about that. I can expect some points in this game. Normally, we say it's going to be 6-3, 9-6, 13-10, that kind of stuff. You may see a little bit more offense in this game, and maybe the Steelers want to do that given what they just did in Cleveland. So That'll be interesting. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Rob was on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We have more coming up until the PM team, which starts at 2. In the meantime, I'm telling you about West Shore Home. Home remodeling should not be stressful. West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. By cutting-edge technology, they use that. They use real-time scheduling. They use precision scan to plan measurements. All these things make it stress-free for you. They do all the work, and they get it done the way you want. West Shore Home makes your remodel fast. They make it easy. They make it convenient. You may need a tub-to-shower conversion, a walk-in tub installation, a full bathroom. Who knows? Or maybe new windows. They do that. How about an entry door, a patio door? How about full house flooring? Hundreds of thousands, 60,000 five-star reviews. Homeowners have trusted West Shore Home with their projects. Why? Because they use teams of highly trained employee installers. No subcontractors here, and this ensures a consistent world-class experience every time they do it. And right now, listen to this. When you buy a full bathroom model, you're getting a second shower absolutely free. Plus, you'll get an extra $500 just for being a fan of our program. You need to schedule that, however, at westshorehome.com/fan. westshorehome.com/fan. Buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, difficult end to Pitt football season as they lose in the Military Bowl against East Carolina, 23-17. East Carolina with a backup quarterback, without their coordinators, without their top running back, and their top wide receiver, as well as the Panthers did have Mason Heinschel, who went 25 of 40, 256 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. But the Panthers lost it a couple of times. Ja'Carrion Turner, 2 fumbles, did run for 93 yards on the day. But Pitt not able to come out with the win. Penn State beats Clemson in the Pinstripe Bowl, both games starting just an hour apart from each other. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Aaron Rodgers Report. Following the loss to Cleveland, A-Rod said he didn't have a good game. The quarterback was 21 for 39 for 168 yards with no touchdowns. A-Rod could not orchestrate a late comeback for his team. Pittsburgh had multiple chances in the fourth quarter. A-Rod drove the ball to the 7-yard line with a half-minute remaining, but tossed 3 straight incompletions to derail the comeback. A-Rod said he has full confidence the team will win this week at home versus Baltimore, citing they handle adversity well. The Aaron Rodgers Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding. Secure, on-site, 100% recycle. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Aussie Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move.
Staying with a crazy theme of the NFL lately, the 49ers outlasted the Bears in the game of the weekend, 42-38, with 3 future Hall of Famers in Trent Williams, George Kittle, and Fred Warner on the sidelines. Can Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers keep this Houdini act up all the way to a home game for the Super Bowl? I'm John Lund.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR, 4247, or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
They got a good defense, but yeah, we didn't execute very well on third downs. I didn't have a very good game, and I didn't run the ball early like we wanted to. Pretty bad on third down. I have full confidence we'll go home and win next week because we've done it all season. We've handled adversity well, and we had to play our best ball. We did, other than today.
Aaron Rodgers, other than today, which was yesterday. Yeah, that's the biggest one. That's the takeaway that they needed to have for a 3-win Browns team that came in with nothing to play for other than spoiling their season, and that's what they did. It is currently 1:36. The time is brought to you by Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. I look at this and say to myself, missed opportunity. Can they make up for it? We'll find out. The odds makers don't think so, as the Ravens have been installed as 3-point favorites. And we have one guy who's been very patient, Limits on the line here, right? Darrell, he stayed on for a long time, and we're sorry we had so much other business to take care of, but man, Nice to get to him on the air because he's shown a lot of patience for the program. Darrell, what's up?
Oh, no. Darrell, are you there?
Oh, all that build-up, and he's can't. Oh,
Well,
my.
it's very nice of you, Bob, to build it up that
Build
way.
it up. All right. While we wait, perhaps we'll get that rectified. Let's talk about what happened around the league. And there were some very impactful games yesterday. There were games on Thursday. There were games on Saturday. But we're talking about Sunday. Not Saturday. We're talking about Sunday. We'll begin with the Bengals and the Cardinals because that was just one of those throwaway games. Who wanted to watch that? But the Bengals scored 37 points, and they seemed to have fun, and they got a big offensive lineman the ball, and he almost rumbled, dumbled, and stumbled to a touchdown.
The Bengals are very good when Joe Burrow is healthy, can play, and their defense plays against an offense as bad as Arizona. Who's their quarterback now? Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah.
Same guy that beat the Steelers with Cleveland a couple of years ago. Arizona, man. Kyler Murray's going to be gone, probably. They're going to look to move off of him.
A lot of people picked that team to win.
Joe picked them to win the division.
Yeah.
And they're the only team from that division that won't make the playoffs.
That's how the NFL is, very unpredictable. Yeah, the Bengals. This is why what's happened to the Steelers can, if they don't, complete this mission on Sunday night, look back at this season with an ailing Lamar Jackson, a 1-5 start for the Ravens, and no Joe Burrow for 3 months, and they couldn't take advantage of it. That's not what you wanted to see. All right, the Saints and the Titans, another meaningless game. Although, if you're the Titans, do you feel pretty good about your team? With Cam Ward now, a full season, you saw him. Do you think they can build around him? And what about Tyler Shuck? Is he also the guy who will be their future guy? I don't know. I still haven't made a conclusion on that.
New Orleans has won 4 games in a row? Don't let the Saints get hot, Bob. The Saints are marching in. I can't believe that.
They're 6-10 still.
Yeah, but I mean, think about what they were. I thought they were going to get the number 1 pick and draft Fernando Mendoza. Now, maybe Tyler Shuck could be a guy that they roll with for another year.
I think Mendoza's going to end up with the Raiders as the number 1 pick, right?
He probably will. They have 2 wins on the season. They've lost 10 in a row. On Tankathon, they like to highlight all the records with their winning streak and their losing streak, where they put the losing streaks in green. And the Raiders have the shiniest green, like it's a Christmas tree, losers of 10 games in a row.
Pete Carroll. People thought that, and that combination with Geno Smith, they're going to be good. They've been far from anything, and they're going to end up with the number 1 pick in the NFL draft coming up here in Pittsburgh.
The Giants botched it again. How about New York? The Giants are picking second, and the Jets are picking third. Yep. Isn't it crazy what can happen?
Year after year.
Well, it's also funny what can happen in a cap system and with a floor system compared to baseball, where the Mets can just spend as much money as they want. Sure, they did miss the playoffs in the final day, but the Yankees can be the Yankees.
Yeah.
Where, sure, the Jets and Giants are also very poorly run organizations right now, but it just makes the structure so much fairer. When you look at markets like Washington, both New York teams aren't very good. Atlanta, Miami,
there is no big market. There's no small market.
It's all
the
about
same
drafting,
market.
development, who's your coach,
decisions,
and the decisions that you make. It's not about the money you spend, because everybody can spend the same amount of money.
This is why a team like Jacksonville, which had fewer than 4 wins, I think, or 4 wins total last year, they make a coaching change. Liam Cohen comes in, and they're 12-4 now. They won yesterday at Indianapolis. How about the Colts? They start 7-1. Here they are 8-8 out of the playoffs with 44-year-old Old Man Rivers as your quarterback. Does he come back? Doubtful. What do? They still have Anthony Richardson there, and I don't know if they're going to waste him. But the Jags have been one of the best success stories of the year.
One funny thing about the Jags is I'm still looking at Tankathon. Remember when Jacksonville traded up to pick Travis Hunter, who is unfortunately hurt and out for the year? Mm-hmm. And everybody was like, wow, Cleveland is going to have like 2 top 5 picks next year. What is Jacksonville doing? The Jags pick right now would be like 28th in the NFL.
That's
going
Cleveland.
to Cleveland.
That's what they deserve.
So Cleveland will be picking in the back end of the NFL, trying to outsmart everyone. Where the Browns pick right now is 6. But yeah, I would like to see Phillip Rivers come back for another year. It's not going to happen.
I don't want to watch that.
No, you don't want to watch it?
I don't want to watch it. He should. He may have done it for financial benefits that you get from the NFL with all those kids. But man, I would have just continued to do what I was doing, which was being a stay-home dad or whatever, and then get to the Hall of Fame, because I think he had a pretty decent shot of making it this year. Now he's got to wait 5 more years.
I don't think he's the reason why they lost those games.
Yeah,
though.
But he's not the guy who's going to deliver wins either.
He's not.
All
also,
right.
Bob, if the draft was today,
what are
guess where the Steelers would be picking?
20.
Yes.
Again.
Again.
Buccaneers, Dolphins. Now, Tampa Bay, it's unbelievable what's happened to them. They started, and I thought Baker Mayfield, who was my pick for being the MVP of the league, started that way for sure. Now they've completely crumbled apart. They have all sorts of problems. They're 7-9, but they still have a chance. Dolphins beat them yesterday 20-17 with Quinn Ewers as their quarterback, and that leads to the question about Tua Tagovailoa. Is he back, or do they move away from him?
No, Tua should not be back. Like, you could give Quinn Ewers a chance if you want, but no, there's no reason why Tua, after benching him and making him the third-string quarterback, should be back in Miami next year. Buy him out, move on, make it like the Russell Wilson thing in Denver. Draft a quarterback. It's worked well for Denver. Maybe it can work for Miami.
Yeah, I mean, Tampa Bay, they still have a shot here, but man, what an ugly division that's turned out to be, although Carolina is certainly somebody we'll talk about here shortly. But before that, Patriots go into New York, and it was 35-3 at halftime. They win 42-10. Interesting thing about them, they're still in a position maybe they can get the number one seed, but they're 13-3. They're 8-0 away from Foxborough. At Foxborough, they have suffered 3 losses.
And that, it's a very odd thing, but it makes me think that they are vulnerable at home, where typically with Brady and that horn going off that was always so annoying in Foxborough every time you heard it on the broadcast, that sound, I know you know what I'm talking about.
I do. But, that's kind of hard to explain how good they've been away from home, and now here they are, a team that could lose at home, and the Steelers beat them there as well. All right.
If they get the 2 seed and Buffalo goes to New England, I think the Bills will beat they'll beat the Patriots.
They could take out all their frustrations on losing their first division in like 6 years in that game. Panthers, Seahawks. Panthers had high expectations at home against this team. Seahawks have aspirations for the number one seed. Seahawks win 27-10. And how about this? There have only been 5 quarterbacks that have posted 5 or back-to-back 13-plus win seasons, and now one of them is Sam Darnold. And he did it with 2 different teams. Yeah, we'll see what he does in the playoffs, where he didn't have success last year with Minnesota. The Seahawks have a chance to win the number one seed at home against San Francisco on Saturday night.
Yeah, and the other names on that list are, Brady, of course, Peyton Manning. I think Elway might have been on it. Rodgers did it 3 years in a row.
Right.
And then it's good old Sam Darnold.
Hey, it was a good signing for them, for sure. They're going to I don't think people thought Seattle would be 13-3 right now with a chance to get the number one seed. Panthers, on the other hand, still can win the division. They take on Tampa Bay. They're 8-8. If you had to pick one of those games, it's Saturday at 4:30. What do you take?
I'm taking Carolina. I like Bryce Young. He's not been good in big games. He just hasn't. But they did beat the Rams earlier this year.
They did. Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting.
I don't know what's going on with Tampa Bay, Bob.
They can't run the ball all of a sudden. Their defense is not as good. They've had some injuries to offense, but still, they're capable of being. Baker Mayfield threw for almost 350 yards yesterday.
Yeah, they get McMillan back. Mike Evans is back. Godwin's playing,
right?
I like Kate Otten.
Don't understand, but they have lost like 7 out of 8. I didn't see that coming.
All
Giants did it again. They spoiled their chance to get a number one pick by beating the lowly Raiders in a battle of 2 teams that were 2-13 and 2-13. So the Raiders are going to get that pick at this point. They lose 34-10 to Jackson Dart, Joe's guy.
You know how the NFL loves to put together games late in the season that are going to be so entertaining that you want to watch, like in prime time or the main window games at 4:25? Do you think the NFL schedule makers just make a game so that like the Giants and the Raiders play against each other just to find out who the number one pick is, and it has some intrigue with it?
You know what? I don't. I think a lot of people thought the Raiders would be better than this. I really do. I think people had picked them. I saw Nick Wright. There was a thing where he had the entire division upside down. He picked Kansas City to win it. They're in last place. He picked Denver to finish next to last. He finished the Raiders to win
He picked the Raiders to win the division? No, he definitely had the Chiefs to win the division.
Chiefs win the division. Raiders second. Denver third.
Raiders second?
Yeah, he had something like that, but he was wrong on all 4. But that's the thing about this league, as you said. It's pretty even in terms of how you do your business. It's about the execution of your decision-making and your development, and the Raiders have just completely tanked.
Did you see Max Crosby? They shut him down for the season due to injuries, and he posted a video like on his Instagram story of him shooting at his home basketball court.
His little daughter, right? He's running around on a trampoline. He's doing everything they didn't want him to do because he was mad about that decision. So,
did you notice that he has advertisements at his home basketball court, too?
He has advertisements on his body, it looks like. His entire body's tattooed. He probably has some advertisements there, too.
What is he, Devontae Adams with the Taco Bell in his house?
I don't know. All right, Eagles-Bills. This was a very interesting game, and it came down to Eagles leading, and I thought really shutting down the Bills 13-0 through 3 quarters. Bills score 12, and they go for 2 and a chance to win the game and get to 12-4. They miss fire, and it looked like Josh Allen had an open receiver, and Khalil Shakir at the end of the end zone. He missed him.
He was open.
He was.
That was just a throw that Josh usually always makes. And he kind of went back to first year Josh Allen, where he was wildly inaccurate, not one of the best passers of the football in the NFL now. I was okay with the decision. It's always, hindsight's always 20/20 in those moments, but like we saw a couple years ago, Steelers-Ravens, where Lamar overthrows Mark Andrews and they don't win. Same thing with Josh Allen with Shakir. A lot of it just comes down to execution. They were able to execute. They had all the momentum.
Right.
You could say that's why you go into overtime, but I think that going to win the game there and ending it after you were dominated from 3 quarters until the 4th, I was fine with it.
I think you got to watch out for the Eagles. They have a kind of team makeup that they can win these games in the playoffs, and they may go back-to-back. Who knows? And the game of the night, maybe the game of the year, at least one of them, 49ers beat the Bears. It came down to the final play of the game where the Bears are knocking on the door. The only time a field goal was kicked in this game was when Chicago took the lead at 38-35. There were those who thought maybe they should just try for a touchdown at that point. They didn't. They took the lead, but San Francisco came right back and scored. Brock Purdy's been unbelievable, accounting for 10 touchdowns the last 2 games. Bears lose, I should say. 49ers win 42-38, setting up that number 1 showdown. I like the Bears, though. I think they could be a dangerous team in the playoffs.
Colston Loveland, who I gave some flack to for not being as good as Tyler Warren. Man, does he look good.
He's been terrific.
Man, he looks really good. And the hook and ladder play that they ran to Swift, and he almost scored, was fascinating in the final couple of seconds. What this game said to me, though, Bob, look at Shanahan and what he's doing with Purdy, and look at Ben Johnson and what he's doing with Caleb Williams. This game told me that the Steelers are continuing to be bypassed by the NFL because offensive coaches are running the game. Sure, you'll have your Vrabels, but for every Vrabel, he has a Josh McDaniels that has been able to develop Drake May. Look at Ben Johnson. Look at McVay. Look at Shanahan. Look at LaFleur. Look at what Ben Johnson's like. All these offensive coaches, they are the main threats to go with Sean Payton to win the Super Bowl. And defensive coaches now, there's a lot of questions about Buffalo. Is Jim Harbaugh considered a defensive coach? I would think not. He played quarterback.
No,
he's an offensive coach.
I think both, but he's known for his defenses. Although they've been better of late, they're still not great.
You're better off with an offensive-minded coach.
And that's why, when it comes down to it, there are a lot of them out there. They just need opportunities, as we've seen this year with Liam Cohen and also Ben Johnson in Chicago. So we'll see what happens there. But, man, you can give a lot of credit to Kyle Shanahan in going through this season where there's still opportunity to get a number 1 seed with all these injuries they have had. They've done a terrific job. And, the Bears, man, look out for them. They can do some damage in the playoffs. I think it's going to be fascinating to watch them. So it comes down to Sunday, Pittsburgh and Baltimore. You heard Rob Long say he expects low scoring. Most people would when these two get together. I just don't. First of all, if it is low scoring, who does it benefit, do you think?
Oh, man, that's a great question.
Because it would be field goal kickers then, I think, if we're going to go in that direction. And Boswell's missed 2 in a row, or 2 weeks in a row, which is unusual for him.
I would say the Ravens, because they can control the clock and control the tempo with Derrick Henry, like they did a year ago late in the season against the Steelers when they dominated Pittsburgh in the 2 games in Baltimore.
But I will say this about the Steelers. They have put together, especially in the third quarter the last several weeks, dominant third quarters with time of possession. When they get into that mode, they can do it too. So, it's still going to – although the turnover thing, we talk about it all the time. It's one of the things people talk about. The Steelers lost yesterday, even though they won the turnover game.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't score after they got the turnover.
They were given an easy pick for Kyle Duggar. They were given a pick 6 for Jack Sawyer. He was never able to get in. What did they get? Did they get any points on that drive?
No.
Nothing.
And
then they get nothing on what should have been a pick 6 for Nick Herbig as he completely jumped the route and didn't even take his eyes off the ball. And
right in his hands.
It was like a meme of the ball just going right through your hands, and the true definition of butterfingers.
No question about it. Well, that game is going to be interesting to watch on Sunday night. It'll be the last of the slate. In the meantime, I'll be back on Monday next. We'll talk about what happens and whether or not there's a postseason game, and if so, who it might be against, because right now there are 4 different options that could take place. If it's up to me, I would rather take on Jacksonville here if I had a choice.
So those, like Jacksonville, the Chargers, Houston,
although the
and
Chargers'
Buffalo.
offensive line is such shambles right now.
Yeah.
Herbert's getting hit all the time.
Right. I'd rather play them. And I like Justin Herbert. I'd rather play them or Houston. Jacksonville right now is just a well-oiled machine. Oh, how about that Jacoby Myers fella that
How about
people
that?
said the
And he
Steelers
signs
should
a new
trade
contract,
for?
right?
I went and watched the highlights last night of that Jacksonville game. It seemed like Jacoby Myers was catching the ball on almost every other play, it seemed
It's
like.
incredible. Austin, thanks for your work today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob.
You'll be here tomorrow riding solo, so give him a call. Keep him some company here for the 4 hours. Joe will be back on Wednesday, and we'll see you again when the new year begins on Sunday after the Steelers and the Ravens do battle on Sunday night. In the meantime, the 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And, well, we got snow here. I don't know if I want to say thank you to the weather forecast because now it looks like snow will be moving in. Winds are high, 15% chance of snow, high of 33. Frenchie Fuqua, low of 23. Mike Wagner. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. The PM team is coming up next. And Happy New Year, everyone. Wish you the best in 2026, and it'll start hopefully with a win on Sunday night to get you off to a good mood. That's going to do it as Andrew Filipponi just wrecks my cardboard cutout and puts it in. Now he's kissing it. That's not good either. It's all caught on camera on the YouTube page. Have a good day, everyone. We'll see you later.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lose 13-6 against the Cleveland Browns. They've lost 4 years in a row to Cleveland. They've lost to quarterbacks Jacoby Brissett, DTR, Jameis Winston, and Shadur Sanders. So that, there really is no words for that. So it sets up Baltimore and the Steelers. Winner take all Sunday Night Football at Acrisure Stadium this week. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager. It's Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give you his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
I'm Jim Rodriguez here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Indianapolis Colts have lost 4 in a row. They host the 49ers on Monday Night Football, who have won 4 straight and have already clinched a playoff spot. But the Niners have allowed 5 of 8 opponents to rush for more than 100 yards, including each of the last 2 weeks. Loving Jonathan Taylor for the Colts, over 100 rush yards tonight. I'm Jim Rodriguez from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
As players fight to avoid mistakes on the field, remember to make smart choices off the field this holiday season. If you decide to drink and drive, you could get a DUI or worse. That one decision to drive impaired could change your life and the life of others forever. If you're going to drink, the only way to be the MVP this holiday season is by planning a safe and sober ride home. Don't risk it. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
We're closing out the year, so here's a little test. Who carries the best SUVs and sells them for less? It's Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, of course. Biggest discounts of the year. Stop by to grab yours before they all disappear. 7-passenger Outlander with savings over $5,000 or 0% financing. Yes, the best deals in the land. Come find the Mitsu that fits you. All the deals that you crave. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. Just point, click, and save. Happy holiday. See below for details on all of them.
'Twas the night before Christmas, no action to be had. Mrs. Claus bought you new flow, boy ain't you glad.
Guys, receive the gift of confidence in a bedroom this year.
New Flow Men's Health is Pittsburgh's leader in treating ED successfully. No pills, no injections, no games. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from New Flow. Call 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Hey, anybody see Mrs. Claus?
I'm right here, big boy.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? I did that my first 4 weeks. Have more? Do the math. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi, my name's Robin Fletcher. I've smoked for 46 years. I went to a seminar in March of 27 and seen Mark. My best friend came with me. We both went to it, and neither one of us smoked a cigarette in almost 7.5 months. I took my 3 sisters and my brother-in-law and my sister's best friend and them went. None of them have smoked a cigarette, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
My name is Jen Carpenter. I went to a Mark Patrick seminar, the Stop Smoking, and it worked. A friend of mine also went, and he still no longer smokes, and it was just amazing.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to work without anxiety, irritability, or weight gain. Only $59.99. Become a non-smoker. That's right. Hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Greentree. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Tap Brick Oven and Poorhouse Greensburg. Enjoy Sunday brunch, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. For all the marbles, Sunday night at Acrisure Stadium, Steelers, Ravens, the game flexed to prime time because the Ravens took care of their end of things Saturday in Green Bay, and the Steelers played like a-holes in Cleveland yesterday. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Black and Gold Loser Monday.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone.
Rodgers to throw, fade, right side, incomplete! No flag! Denzel Ward on the coverage. Play your guitar, Pro Bowler. Browns 13-6. They're taking over on downs, and they can take a knee. 4 consecutive wins for Kevin Stefanski over the Pittsburgh Steelers at Huntington Bank Field. Shedeur Sanders takes a knee, and that will do it. 13-6. The Browns beat the Steelers. I don't care about the draft. I care about beating the Steelers. And it always feels good to beat the Steelers. I don't care where we do it and what's at stake.
AFC North matchup. We certainly didn't make enough plays, and they did. You got to compliment those guys on an outstanding winning effort, but it's back to work for us. We've been here before, and so certainly we got a big week ahead of us, man, in a big game in Acrisure next weekend.
Yeah, I'm not ready to talk about the game on Sunday yet. Maybe you are at 412-928-9370. You know, it doesn't feel good driving 137 miles to Cleveland with Mulsey, although that part was fun. Then sitting in a seat that was so high up, I felt like I could throw a rock at the KeyBank building, the top of the tower, and looking down like a bird, a pigeon, and watching the Steelers do something which, in the end, is very predictable. Because they showed their ass yesterday. They showed their true colors. This is who they've been now for almost 10 years. They're not a real contender. They're not a team to be taken seriously. And they win 3 in a row. They get everybody's hopes up. Hey, the AFC's down. Aaron Rodgers has won a Super Bowl. Look at these other quarterbacks. They can't be trusted. The Steelers went to Cleveland yesterday and scored 6 points, people. 6 points. Shedeur Sanders had 21 passing yards in the second half. For the last 30 minutes of the game, he looked like Duck Hodges. Actually, for the last 45 minutes of the game, he looked like Duck Hodges. No offense to Duck.
He threw more good passes to the Steelers in the last 45 minutes of the game than he did to the Browns.
Yes, and you couldn't do anything with it. This is who they've become. And we were both worried. We were talking about the game, driving up, and then we happened upon a Steelers tailgate because we got horrible directions on where to go before the game from
Ken Carman, who doesn't know his own city. And might have tried to sabotage us. We don't know.
It was definitely a possibility that we were going to drive there and watch the Steelers barf all over themselves, crap their pants, pee down their leg, all of those scandalogical things that teams do when they blow in a big game.
Deliver one of, frankly, the most flaccid offensive performances I have ever seen. And no, there's not a Blue Chew read today. It was pathetic. You and I knew this. We knew it on the ride up. We were chatting with each other.
We thought
yes,
that
and
would
we
be
kept
the difference.
And honestly, he was bad enough to validate that.
They don't have an NFL quarterback. They're the Browns. They're 3-12.
He was bad enough to validate that, and they still couldn't take advantage. And we had people yelling Super Bowl, Super Browns at us, especially at you, after they put the finishing touches on their 4th win of the season. It was entirely too predictable, and yet it feels like still, even with what we know they do in this situation, it actually still feels like something worth getting mad about because it was that bad.
Even though it's the same bad movie over and over again. Should have known better, though, because this team has been this way under Mike Tomlin since Ben Roethlisberger retired, and even going back to before retired in terms of blowing opportunities. I mean, this team really, now that we think about it, I think about how silly last week sounded. We really thought with this team it was going to be easy, where they were going to have possibly 2 weeks to kick up their feet and relax. And then the Ravens won. Okay, we'll take care of business tomorrow in Cleveland.
It's just the Browns.
And then,
they don't have a real quarterback.
And then we'll really get everybody the rest they need and go into the wild card weekend ready to go. Metcalf off his suspension. Hopefully TJ Watt's lungs work. And we'll be ready for the Chargers or the Texans or the Bills. You name it. And hey,
this team's riding high. They're playing their best ball.
Who knows? Maybe they'll win Sunday and they'll host the playoff game and they'll win a playoff game. I'm not really ready or in the mood to talk about any of that yet because they don't deserve. This team and this franchise and this head coach, frankly, they do not deserve the fans to just turn the page. They don't deserve let's just go out and take that tape from this game, bury it 6 feet under, and pretend or act like it never happened. Because this happens to this team all the time.
And it's always a different, you say to yourself, so much stuff would have to happen for them to lose a game like this.
Aaron Rodgers makes them different. This team,
no, not even that.
But that's what people were saying.
That's what it was supposed to be, the narrative. But
Aaron Rodgers makes them different. This offensive line is coalescing. Look at the diamonds in the rough they've found. Kenneth Gainwell might be the team MVP.
They're going against one of the worst starting quarterbacks in the league.
Joey Porter hasn't given up a touchdown in two years. Blah, blah, blah,
Derek
blah,
Harmon
blah,
is
blah,
back,
blah.
and no one can run on them when Derek Harmon is here. The one thing that I keep falling victim to with a Steelers game of any consequence like this, where they're playing a team that I know they were only 3.5-point favorites. Part of that might have been the weather equalizing some things, whatever. One of the things I fall victim to that I'm going to try to remind myself not to do in the future is to assume that because it feels like it would take a series of unusual events for the opposing team to beat the Steelers, I need to stop assuming that won't just keep on happening. To wit,
the line was only 3.5.
I said that,
the odds makers didn't think this was going to be a walk.
And I thought that was a
Huntington Bank Park or whatever they call their stadium now.
I thought that was a weather-related line. I thought it was maybe a Metcalf-related line because he is their only wide receiver.
Well, guess what? We were there. They don't get the weather excuse in the second half of the game. The weather was fine.
The wind was there, but Rodgers still has a strong arm. He's supposed to be able to cut through that. Here is my problem. I always tell myself, I fall victim to this. I say, they could lose this game, but man, a lot of weird stuff would have to happen. Allow me this. Shedeur Sanders, on one of, objectively, I think his worst throws of the day, gets a touchdown because Harold Fannin makes like prime Willie Mays on the ball, and Kyle Duggar, who has in balance been very good for the Steelers and made a pick later in this game where he did the right thing. He just played center field.
Well, the ball was thrown right to him. That helped.
Still,
but not every Steeler caught a ball when that happened.
This ball, I'll get to that. Hold on.
Like Nick Herbig.
I'll get to that. Hold on. Just let me cook here for a second. Let me do what Aaron Rodgers didn't do and cook a little bit. Okay, you have that play. On that play, Kyle Duggar, you can see it when you go back and watch it because you're watching it in the stadium. It doesn't kind of hit you like this. He's dropping his shoulder to try to nuke Harold Fannin. If he looks to see where the ball might be, worst case scenario, he probably bats it down. Maybe he picks it. Okay, so take 7 off the board right there. All right? Now you've got Nick Herbig getting a ball thrown directly to him. More to him than to the Browns' intended receiver. Clank right off his hands. Not done. You have Jack Sawyer. I'm sure Barber Football Focus is thrilled with his interception. You know what I'm not thrilled with? On watching it back, Jack Sawyer, a not fast player, but a faster player than an offensive tackle, running towards the one Browns player ahead of him who could make the tackle.
I mean, we've seen him score defensive touchdowns in big games before. Look at his college football playoff resume.
I don't even remember what 72's name is on the Browns. Leviston, thank you. He ran at him. He had about 6 yards of space to the sidelines to try to make more out of that play. He ran at him. This doesn't even get to Aaron Rodgers sucking. Terrible. He was ass. Capital A, capital S, capital S.
Shedeur Sanders had a better passer rating than him in this game.
And you know what? I can't even say in good conscience Shedeur played better than him because they both sucked, but Shedeur got away with one, and Rodgers never found a way to get one done. And so you tell yourself, if you're me, oh man, all these weird things would have to happen for the Steelers to actually, like Boswell would have to miss a field goal that you would assume he makes.
Yep.
All these, I always tell myself, there's no way one after the other can keep happening to cause this. It did.
Well, think about just the stakes of the game. Steelers win. They lock up the division. They relax week 18.
Everyone gets to rest.
Having to sweat blood to beat the Ravens.
Everyone gets to rest.
You're playing a team that frankly has a front office that wants them to lose. And an owner who probably wants them to lose.
I think a fan base that was very conflicted about whether they wanted them to win that game. That knocked them, I think, fully out of contention for the number one pick.
You have everything to play for. They're not even sure they want to win the game. Your quarterback plays worse than their quarterback, which is almost unfathomable. Your coach gets out-coached by their coach. Your kicker, who we have talked about how he's the best Steelers kicker of all time, hands down, gets outperformed by their guy, who used to kick in a dome in college.
Mm-hmm.
Your defense, yes, it only gave up really 10 points in the game. But it still got outplayed by the Browns defense. I mean, just they lost. It was close. But this Browns team that just gave up 31 to Tennessee at home a couple of weeks ago, they outplayed you.
Yep.
They out-schemed you. Your coach had more brain farts than their coach. Your offensive coordinator had more moronic decisions than their offensive coordinator. Your quarterback with 4 MVPs and a Super Bowl MVP came up small in big situations more than Shadur Sanders did. I mean, there's no short week excuse. I don't even want to hear no TJ Watt, no DK Metcalf. I don't want to hear about Darnell Washington breaking his arm and, oh no, there goes the jumbo package. They ran the ball fine. That was not a problem yesterday. They lost to Cleveland with everything on the line, Chris. And we were the idiot saps that went there and watched it for 3 hours.
Yeah, no, I know. Shared miserable experience for me and you. I just, you know what I'm having a very hard time shaking off right now? The fact that the Steelers, with their backs against the wall, at least needing to try to force overtime, if not just say, screw it, if we score a touchdown here, we're going to go for 2 in the win, okay? The Steelers actually come alive. Rodgers hits Scotty Miller. Rodgers hits Freiermuth with probably the best throw-catch combo of the whole day.
Yeah, Freiermuth only gets thrown to in Ohio when they need
when they desperately need something to happen.
That's he's a zone beater, and apparently he can make plays against the Browns and Bengals with less than 2 minutes
throws
left.
Another clever one off a little RPO to Freiermuth, gets him inside the 10.
Unbelievable.
Then they throw another one to Adam Thielen to advance it a couple more yards. 3 cracks at what would be a potential tying or even winning touchdown if they wanted to go very bold at winning the game right there. MVS, MVS, MVS.
Yeah, this isn't throwing to Santonio Holmes after he drops the ball in the end zone of the Super Bowl. Let's go back to our guy who was the best receiver for us in the playoffs leading up to this game. And in this game, you went to a practice squad receiver who's probably only on the team because he has a friendship with Aaron Rodgers. Hell, if we're going to go that route, why don't we get Alan Lazard in uniform? I'd rather have him get the ball thrown to him 3 times at the end of the game. Interference probably, but
should not have gotten to that point. And why the hell are you throwing him the ball 3 times? By the way, he's one of Aaron Rodgers.
By a Pro Bowler who's actually a legitimate Pro Bowler.
Their best corner. And Campbell was really good, but Ward's their best corner. Pony, not only did he throw MVS the ball 3 times in a row, the first one of those, you could say, oh, he's Rodgers' buddy because he knows where to be. Isn't that the whole thing? Anybody Rodgers likes, it's because they run the right routes. Would you like to know why the game almost ended on 2nd down there? Because MVS ran the wrong route.
Yeah.
Turned outside, didn't turn inside. If he actually turns inside, that might have been a game-winning catch or game-tying catch. He just went right back to the well of crap. 2 more plays.
I cannot believe it.
I can believe it, and what I am trying to tell myself on the air is to stop thinking that it's unbelievable when it happens.
But what I can't believe is the Steelers' propensity to let us down in playoff games or playoff-like games like yesterday, where if you win, you're in. That stench, that disgusting, nauseating musk that has lingered around this team since 2017. That trickled down to Aaron Rodgers yesterday. Aaron Rodgers, who's supposed to be, he's new to this. He's supposed to be able to overcome it. He's making brain-dead decisions at the end of the game.
He's the biggest reason they lost the game.
On 4th and 1, he threw it to Scotty Miller in the end. He threw a go ball to Scotty Miller. He probably thought, well, I saw Tom Brady do this against me in a friggin' playoff game. Why the hell not? I mean, we've run the ball basically at will on this team. Who gives a crap that we're not doing a tush-push play here? We can't get
He
a
also
yard with
had
Jalen Warren?
He's Mr. Short air yards this year. He had Adam Thielen on that play. If he holds his gaze and holds the ball, and no one was near him, Pony, for an eighth of a second, Adam Thielen running completely uncovered.
I actually think Scotty Miller on 4th and 1 is worse than the plays in the end zone at the end of the game.
It is. It is because we actually know on that play. All you have to do is watch it back. It doesn't like show up in the stadium when you're trying to watch it all at once. Thielen's wide open underneath. It's an easy pitch catch first down. Aaron Rodgers is the reason they lost that game. I know we have patented the saying that Tomlin lost. There are many such examples of it. And if you really wanted to go 35,000 feet, you could say, well, Tomlin's the reason he's here, and therefore it becomes a Tomlin loss because he sucked. But we're looking at one game. We're not looking at who brought who here. The reason they lost that game was because Aaron Rodgers laid a giant turd at midfield in Cleveland. He was their worst player, and he is a 4-time MVP. You expect to be the reason you don't lose these games.
I'll take it a step further. I think he wanted to be the reason why they won the game. He wanted to make the plays.
He was the reason a team won the game. It was just the wrong one.
Here is Dylan to lead us off. Hello, Dylan.
Hey, guys, couple points here. Darnell's going to be out. Metcalf's going to be out. TJ's going to be a question mark. Defensively for Baltimore, I think if they sell out on the run and really crowd the line, paired with covering Freiermuth well, it's going to be tough. And, MVS, he didn't do exactly what Rodgers described. Quality route running, good footwork, the release on the route. I mean, my God, it was terrible. That's specifically why they brought him in.
Dylan, if he was any good, the 49ers wouldn't have cut him. They've had wide receiver injuries the whole year. Brandon Ayuk can't get healthy. Pearsall can't get hurt. They had him. There's a smart offensive coach. He said, we don't need this guy. Yep. He's not any good. He bounced around last year with 2 or 3 different teams. He was in camp with Seattle. There's a reason why he's on like his
He played in an
now.
NFL game yesterday for one reason. Aaron Rodgers is a big fan of his.
Patrick Mahomes didn't want him anymore in Kansas City. Josh Allen didn't want him anymore in Buffalo. And that's the guy we're going to with the season on the line? Ridiculous.
Exactly. It's really a shame. You win that game and so many different things happen. In this point in the season, 3 straight pass plays to what we had out there.
And
just embarrassing.
And what a friggin' blowhard Tomlin is. Shooting all kinds of rainbow and sunshine up Roman Wilson's ass. Another man's a man's misfortune is another man's opportunity. I can't wait to see what Roman Wilson does with this, man. This is the biggest game of Roman Wilson's life. He's been toiling. You guys haven't seen him, but the amount of copious hard work this young man has been putting in. I actually flipped on to Pompiani's Tomlin show was on at like 1 o'clock in the morning on Saturday night. And before I got in the car to come to your house, I'm watching this. And Tomlin's sitting on his stool next to Bob. And he's like, this is so important for Roman Wilson. I am so proud of this guy. And then he went out and played what? 6 snaps?
Tomlin doesn't like him. Tomlin doesn't think he's worth a crap
Chris,
at this point.
You just said this Aaron Rodgers loss. Aaron Rodgers doesn't like him.
No, and by extension, Mike doesn't.
Right. Here's your 3rd-round pick. Here's a guy they were supposed to be developing.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's in Aaron's doghouse, we're throwing the ball to a guy that was on a practice squad for a month. And I'll say it, Steelers reporters watched MVS in practice and were like, yeah, I don't think this guy's got it anymore.
He's slow. Slow.
I think he's kind of lost it. There's a reason why nobody wanted him but Aaron Rodgers' team. And Aaron, after the game, gets asked, actually it's Marquez, gets all up in arms that somebody pronounced the guy's name
shut
wrong.
the F up. No one cares.
Yeah.
No one cares. It's pronounced loss. Okay? You going to spell RELAX for everybody this week, Aaron?
Yeah.
It's just shut the hell up, dude.
412-928-9370. We can't shut the hell up because we're here until 6.
No, this is therapeutic for me. This is I you know what I did yesterday? I wore the Steelers sweatshirt. Now, we were wearing rain gear for good reason.
Yes, you were very into the game.
And I was signaling first downs. I was being obnoxious.
Yeah.
People wanted to know, is Mahler going to be an actual Steeler? Yes, I was more obnoxious than you, arguably, when things were going well.
Because I had a sense of dread.
You were taking broadsides, though, from people, too.
From Browns fans. They knew who I was, and they hated me, and then they loved the fact that the Steelers lost, which adds to my misery.
I like that we get to come in and do this. I like that we get to come in and just say what we thought about that absolute dog crap performance in the dog pound.
412-928-9370. I'll get to your calls next. That is the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. Let's get to Chaz's first headline. We'll get to Donnie's game balls. We will hear from you, and we will hear from Mike Tomlin and some others along the way as well. Yippee. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers fall 13-6 to the Cleveland Browns. In Cleveland, the Steelers were the lowest scoring team in the NFL, even being outscored by the Pittsburgh Penguins, who won 7-3 against the Blackhawks yesterday. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
Thank you so much, Chaz. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've got college football playoff games going on all this week, and FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost on every college football playoff game day. That means more chances to level up your picks and turn big moments into even bigger wins. So you can ride with the favorites. Ohio State is a big favorite on New Year's Eve against Miami, or you can take a shot on the underdog like Ole Miss against Georgia on New Year's Day, or build a parlay, then apply your profit boost and go for bigger winnings. FanDuel, the best place to get in on the football action all playoff long. And when you win, guess what? You get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get your college football playoff profit boost today. 21 plus in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issued is now drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The AFC better not let the Ravens into the playoffs. Game 272 will determine their fate Sunday night. If they beat the Steelers, the inexperienced teams at the top of the AFC may have a short playoff run. I'm John Lund.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's our Wrap Up the Year sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Need 10 for a first. Rodgers pass deflected. And the Browns stop them. 4 straight plays.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Steelers now backs against the wall. It looked like they were in total control of the division. Their odds to win the division went from 96% Saturday afternoon down to 48% as we sit here today. They are a 3.5-point underdog at home.
That's how you cut some odds in half. Woohoo! Wonderful.
Let's get to you wherever you are, watching, listening, YouTube, on X. We have our show pinned there on our Twitter page, 93.7 FM here in Pittsburgh, the Odyssey app if you are listening somewhere around the country, as many Steelers fans are. Here is, oh boy, here's our guy Paul in Washington. Hello, Paul.
How are you, Mr. Filipponi and Mr. Mueller? Merry Christmas to you.
And Happy New Year, Paul.
I'm glad you guys survived your trip to the Mistake by the Lake. But did you actually expect anything different from Mike Tomlin? I called you a few weeks ago. I told you this was fool's gold. We're not going to beat the Ravens. Derrick Henry's going to run 20 times. God knows how many yards he's going to gain. It's a wrap. If Dan Rooney Jr., that's his name, the son of Art, if he's listening, you should fire your father before Sunday because what's his name got fired after the debacle at Cleveland a few years ago. What was his name?
Matt Canada.
Or the other. Matt Canada.
Yes.
That Art decided to wake up from his slumber and make sure he was fired. Well, the kid of Art, Dan, you're supposed to be the heir apparent. Well, why don't you do what your daddy's not going to do and fire everybody? Clean the house. Enough is enough. Your grandfather and your great-grandfather would be embarrassed by what they saw. And Aaron Rodgers is who Aaron Rodgers is.
Thank you, Paul.
Actually, his great-grandfather would have probably been like shepherding over a team that was worse than this. It's kind of the whole thing with the Chief.
Yes.
Yeah, Dan Rooney Jr., Danny would be the one. He goes by Danny. If you're looking for a band to fire his father as owner, that would be the one you're going with there.
People have
By the way,
this
is Brooke going to ask Tomlin tomorrow? Because I think she should.
Oh, yeah.
If she does not ask him what gives you confidence that you will be able to come back from this, I will be very disappointed because he wanted to rub her nose in it a little bit when they beat Detroit. I want her to fire back tomorrow.
I'm not going to sit here and lie to everybody and say I predicted the Steelers were going to lose because I didn't. I thought that this game might not be aesthetically pleasing, but I thought in the end they were going to be better than a team quarterbacked by Shadur Sanders. So that's my bad. That's on me.
Okay.
All right? I have heard people say things like if Dan Rooney were still running the Steelers, he would clean house. I don't really agree with that. I mean, you lived through 98, 99, 2000. There was a front office change.
Bill Cowher.
And there was a front office change mostly because there was not like a symbiotic or synergy between the head coach and
it was a
GM.
power struggle between Cowher and Tom Donahoe, and Cowher won the power struggle. Very simple.
But like, it was not the feeling of this is a disaster, we need to let everybody go. No, the owner doubled down on the head coach.
Correct.
And
did not exactly get rewarded for it like instantly either. I mean, there was what? I guess Colbert's first draft was 2000. Like, it still took them 9-7 year and some other stuff happening.
I mean, any kind of adjective that people want to throw out there to describe how awful it was watching that game yesterday and how ashamed they should be is right. But I don't think this game alone is going to spur the type of action that people want. I think right now the most likely scenarios are Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back and Terrell Austin gets scapegoated, even though his defense only gave up 13 points and wasn't the real reason why they lost yesterday. They didn't really help, but if we're power ranking reasons why they lost, the defensive performance is not number one. But his contract is up, and the Steelers don't like to fire coaches.
Well, hold on. That's a very good point. If Terrell Austin had a year left on his contract
he would
after
not be
this
fired.
year, it would be Aaron Rodgers likely doesn't come back. That's it.
Yeah. Yep.
So really, I point that out.
What makes the 2026 Steelers difference? Willis, Malik. And that's what they would do, and that's what they still might do.
Pony, I would just want to say the important part there is we both agree that if Austin wasn't on an expiring deal, he would be back next year, no matter how bad their defense has been at times this year. That just proves, at least our assumption proves, that what has been important to this ownership group or this owner is still what's important. We don't pay people to not work unless it's in the most extreme of circumstances. And you know what else he'd probably say if people ask, why did you retain Terrell Austin? Well, we did finish above 500 for the year, 9-8. You know that thought has already bubbled into Art's mind already.
That's the Jim Rooney above the mean remark.
In fact,
better than more than half the NFL.
I said off the air to Jack, and I mean this. If the Steelers were the team heading into this Week 18 game at 8-8 in the win-and-you're-in situation as opposed to them being 9-7, I'd probably bet the mortgage for a month that they were going to win. Because they'd not only win the division, they'd make sure they avoided a losing season.
And I still think they can win on Sunday.
So do I, because the other coach might be an even bigger dumbass than anybody on the Steelers sideline.
Paul said, look out for Derrick Henry. John Harbaugh has a propensity for icing Derrick Henry on his own.
You should be,
games like this.
If you are a Steelers fan.
Saturday, but he could easily do it here.
There's a reason. If you're a Steelers fan, you should be hoping Lamar Jackson, they decide, and he decides he's going to play in this game at like 80%, because that creates a much greater likelihood that John Harbaugh inexplicably stops giving Derrick Henry the ball, and they try to justify Jackson's existence. If it's Snoop Huntley, I would feel very confident that the Ravens are going to win.
That's working under the assumption that Steelers fans still want them to win on Sunday, which I don't think is 100% feeling amongst the fan base right now.
Is it even better than 50%, man?
Here is Ray in Louisiana. Hello, Ray.
Okay, just give me 1 minute.
All right, you're on the timer. Go ahead.
Y'all. A few weeks ago, I called y'all, and I was rooting for the Ravens, correct? For the next 3 weeks, I rooted against the Steelers. They beat Baltimore, they beat Miami, and then they beat Detroit. This week, they sucked me in. Although full disclosure, I told everybody I don't feel good about this game. These are the games they lose. And sure enough, when Baltimore beats Green Bay with Snoop Huntley, I knew it was coming. I not only hope that they lose this week, I hope it's over by halftime. I hope the boos rain down on Tomlin. The only way this could be better is if we could go back to the Cleveland game and T.J. Watt, who he wanted paid more than a player who at this point is twice the player he is. He would have had to watch Garrett get that sack record.
Ray, do you even like the Steelers?
I was going to wonder the same thing. Are you a fan of this team?
Do you actually, like, in the broad sense, want good things to happen to the Steelers?
I love the Steelers. I've been a Steelers fan since I was a child. It is the one thing that I have from my grandfather.
So are you treating them kind of like a family member that you think needs an intervention here, and it's time for true tough love from Ray in Louisiana? Am I interpreting this correctly?
I think Steelers fans need an intervention. There's no way this will get better. That game yesterday was an example. Even after they won 3 straight, they turn around and
Ray, humor me, because I'm a pretty fatalistic guy, and we gave you well over the minute, so that's why I'm cutting in again here. I'm a pretty fatalistic, cynical Steelers fan about this current way they do things. But they did beat a desperate Detroit team. I know it looks less impressive because Minnesota put them in a vice. They hammered Miami, and they did beat Baltimore in Baltimore to show a little proof of concept that there's something better than what they did yesterday.
But you said that on the drive to the game. You admitted. You said, I watched the Lions on Christmas, and I don't feel as good about that win anymore.
No, that was the best of the 3, I thought.
And I said last Monday, this is an interesting time for Steelers fans to get on this bandwagon because they've beaten 3 teams that are combined 6 games under 500 right now, and none of them are technically playoff teams. And yet everybody looked at the Detroit, not everybody, but most fans who had been on the fence looked at that Detroit win as enough to say, all right, I'm on board now.
Well, when we look at
Ray
Vegas,
just admitted that.
Tony, when we look at Vegas lines, there was reason for that. They were a 7-point underdog in that game. They were a 3.5-point favorite in this one. By rights, that's a more surprising and impressive win, at least according to the Vegas folks, than this was a surprising loss. Which I know seems absurd given the particulars involved here.
Yes.
But that's how the lines at least made it look.
But built into that line, I think, I'm not going to profess to know everything that goes into a line's manufacturing. But we're talking about a team that has a history of losing games like yesterday.
I know. But some people
don't handle prosperity well, man.
Some people would say that, yes, the coach being the same is very relevant to that kind of dynamic. But when the players are different over and over again, and it's new people doing it.
But here's the bottom line, though. Whether it's the roster and the coach, whatever one you put more emphasis on, the coach not being as good as he's made out to be, or the roster being overrated, what they did yesterday is what average teams do. Average teams just don't alternate win-loss, 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 and beat all the bad teams they play and lose to all the good teams they play. They get to 8-9 or 9-8 or 10-7 by having 2 or 3 games where they beat teams they're not supposed to, and having 2 or 3 games where they lose to teams they should beat. And that's been for almost 10 years now, the story of Mike Tomlin's teams. They're mediocre. He's mediocre Mike. They're just...
They find ways to play down to the situation, and they absolutely did yesterday.
And he's talked about steady Eddies with players. He's steady Eddie as a coach. You can set your watch by the kind of team they're going to be. And they're not good enough to rest starters in Week 18. They're not the type of team that takes care of business and is buttoned up and wins the game they're supposed to win to get themselves built-in buy into treat a game like a preseason game.
They're not the kind of team that's good enough when they have some adversity that really one guy out of 53 created, which is Metcalf getting himself suspended, that can come up in 1 week with a nice, solid offensive game plan that utilizes the parts they have that work.
Or how about the other thing that wasn't the player's fault? It was the organization's fault. They punctured a guy's lung. They punctured their highest paid player, and arguably, although he hasn't done it this year, best player's lung. They did that.
Yeah.
You're right. It looked for a couple games like, hey, they don't really miss Watt.
They could have used everybody in that game yesterday. Watt, the whole bit. You know what? I'll say this. If Watt picks off the pass that Jack Sawyer picked off,
touchdown.
He probably scores, but he definitely doesn't run into the arms of the Browns offensive lineman who has a chance to tackle him.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can watch our show on our X page. It's pinned there to the top. Follow along when you get out of your car. You're done with the work or running errands today, and we'll be there for you. All right, coming up next, our PM team plays of the game and more of your calls at 412-928-9370. We were there and lived through the misery. Maybe you were too. Maybe you watched at home and wanted to break stuff. Either way, call us and give us your thoughts. But first, a headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football tonight via Westwood 1 on 93.7. The Fan will begin at 7 o'clock, where the Atlanta Falcons will host the Los Angeles Rams. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Only $59.99. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking. In addition, lose all the weight with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop Smoking Hypnosis, 2 p.m. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Happy holidays. Enjoy the City of Pittsburgh's annual Gingerbread House competition presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible masterpieces on display in the City County Building's Grand Lobby through January 2nd. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghpa.gov. Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with A La Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, diavolo, and bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at alafamiliafinefoods.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is Jeff Michael from Smale Kia, wishing you smooth travels and happy holidays from all of us at Smale.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, it's time for PM Team. Plays of the game. Donnie is driving back. He watched this game in Maryland with his dad. And there it is. And his mom, who sometimes gets in our YouTube comments and rips the Steelers. So if you're there, hello, Mrs. Football.
I don't think she's there today.
The YouTube
she's
comments
too sullen and too
are going wild right now.
She's too hurt, scarred by what she watched yesterday. Or maybe she's numb to it by now. Either way.
Yesterday showed us, maybe it was because we were there and, like, hearing Browns fans be happy in living color is, like, really infuriating. Yesterday cut through my my armor of nihilism and what you might call cynical indifference, where I try to be above it all. I got actually pissed watching that yesterday. I'm not ashamed to say it. I got legitimately pissed off.
I also think it's super embarrassing that they celebrate wins when they're 3-12.
I went back on YouTube and watched Ken's morning show up there in Cleveland, the Ken Carman morning show. And within the first 10 seconds of him saying something, he played Andrew Siciliano's final call, and he went, calls courtesy of the University Health Systems Browns Radio Network. Super Bowl! Super Browns!
I don't even think that was the worst thing that got said, because I also got clips sent to me, too, because they talked about us a lot.
Yes.
He said, I think we have our guy in Shedeur Sanders. Now, Ken is a high school football savant. He's on the Browns radio network.
Yeah.
He coaches his kids' football team.
He loves football.
How do you watch that game? And your takeaway as a football guy is, we have our quarterback?
I know. Dude, I know. He was I'll give Shedeur Sanders credit for two things. Early in the game, I thought he made probably 3 or 4 good NFL plus level throws, okay? And then I do think the guy is tough. He tried to run for a couple first downs and got clobbered and gets right up. 2 objective, nice things I can say. Other than that, he sucked. He was horrible.
I think he's cut from the cloth of, here is kind of cult the personality guy like a Tim Tebow, Johnny Manziel, to a much lesser extent Duck Hodges. And these guys are folk heroes who get big followings, but the problem is they can't play.
I actually am going to say something that'll surprise you. I think it's legitimately unfair to Manziel from a strict talent perspective to lump him in with those guys. Hodges, I like Duck, but I think Duck kind of knew where his NFL career is headed. Tebow was not good enough to be quarterback in the NFL. Manziel probably had the talent, but just as, head up his ass. Shedeur Sanders isn't good enough. I just don't think he'll ever be good enough. Except he was yesterday. He was.
Here's Mulsey's play of the game.
Here's a 2nd and 8. This pass to Fannin. He caught it, and he rolls in untouched. Harold Fannin Jr. with his 71st catch of the year.
I have thought Harold Fannin was going to be a pretty interesting pro from the moment I saw him go off against Penn State as a member of Bowling Green.
Yes, I thought the same thing watching that
I thought that dude's like every bit of 6'4", 240, and he's like getting his against a power conference team. He hurt himself on that play, Pony. He was, and probably is, even when Judkins is healthy, the best offensive player the Browns have.
Yeah, so they lost that guy within the first 15 minutes of the game.
Correct.
And that was throw to a tight end named Sal Manila the rest of the game.
Correct. That was the winning points in the game, by the way. That is not why I'm highlighting it. Kyle Duggar's been a shockingly good addition to the Steelers. I still cannot get over how he did not put a hand on that football. And why a guy who has been so heads up and made so many good plays, and actually made good plays later in this game, decided that was the time to try to decapitate Harold Fannin. The ball on the replay, Romo's trying to say, wow, what a play, Jim. They're showing the ball in the air practically spinning sideways. It's getting hit by so much wind. Just look and find it. Try to hit the ball with your helmet. Do anything, and he doesn't score. And guess what else happens? They don't score. Because that was the only way they were getting in the end zone short of a defensive touchdown. That is why it's the play of the game, because the Steelers screwed it up more than the Browns made a play.
There's going to be a T-ball team that practices for the first time next spring that's going to have kids
who have more awareness of the ball in the air. Yes, thank you.
I don't have the clip of my play, but I do have a player talking about it afterwards.
I was an option, and we have a concept on the backside of that play. I was singled up. We knew I had one-on-one with number 7. He was pressed on me, so Aaron had trust in me. We just couldn't connect. I thought I had a step on him. We just couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, you couldn't make it happen because Rodgers threw the ball basically like off Elfie, the Browns' stupid mascot's ass.
Did you go look at his passing chart yesterday? Do
I
you
don't
know
know.
what do you want to know
I
what
don't
it
want
looked
to
like?
look at it.
It looked like some Trubisky-ass stuff, some Pickett-ass stuff. It looked emphasis on the word ass because it was terrible.
Cursive Ben. They can't win in Cleveland without Ben.
He threw.
Thank you, Ben.
He threw, I think, 3 or 4 passes that he completed down the middle, Pony. 3 of them were on the final drive of the game. Everything else was all short, okay? And then anything up the sidelines was basically a my guy or nobody. He missed a pass, I think, to maybe it was to Miller again, Pony, in the first half. You and I were sitting with a good vantage point to, see the ball coming at us. He might have missed him by 4 feet.
Yeah.
He was wretched. I'm running out of words to describe how bad Rodgers was.
Those were our PM team plays of the game. Here's Aaron in Uniontown. Hello, Aaron.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, so a couple comments about the game, then I got a question for Pony at the end. First of all, 39 times. They had 39 pass attempts against the number 1 passing defense. And Kenneth Gainwell, Jalen Warren had, 14 carries, 12 carries at 5.3 yards a carry. He didn't even touch the ball the last 2 drives of the game. It's insane to me. I don't know how anyone's surprised that they lost the game. I'm not. Do I blame Aaron Rodgers? Yeah, he played like crap, but overall, I blame the coaching staff for that.
Wait a minute, but that's using, I think, the excuse that those plays that were passing plays and not run plays came from Arthur Smith, and that Aaron Rodgers didn't change a lot of those runs to pass plays, which I absolutely 100% believe that he did in this game.
Could have been the case, but who's the coach of the team, Aaron Rodgers or Mike Tomlin?
I think on the offensive side of the ball, Mike Tomlin allows Aaron Rodgers to function as a de facto coach.
Sure, but at the end of the day, if it's not working.
So what's the threat from Mike Tomlin? Hey, I'm going to pull you off the field, and I'm going to put Mason in?
No, that's not what I mean. But, you know what I mean? The Browns were the number 14th ranked rushing defense, and Jalen Warren was averaging 5.3 yards a carry. Well, look what the Ravens did without their starting quarterback. Dude had 34 carries. I'm not saying give Jalen 34 carries, but
I agree.
Well,
no, they absolutely should have. They absolutely should have had a better game plan.
I'm just telling you, I don't think that's all on Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith. I think the quarterback had a lot to do with it. That's all.
But the problems that we're seeing extend beyond Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith. These are the same kind of problems that existed before. So that's why I lean more towards blaming Mike Tomlin than Arthur Smith than Aaron Rodgers because it's the same.
So is it Mike Tomlin's? Is it Mike Tomlin's doing when Rodgers plays well, like he did for pretty much the last 3 games and shreds defenses? Is that credit to Mike?
Well, but I think it is because the reason why Aaron Rodgers is here is because
I'm asking Aaron because I know you give Mike credit for that stuff. Do you, Aaron, think that it's to Mike's credit?
I think Aaron Rodgers executed.
Okay, so let me be very clear. I just want to make sure I'm getting this. When it goes well with Aaron Rodgers, it's because Aaron Rodgers did something good and executed a good game plan. When it goes poorly, it's because Mike Tomlin didn't figure out a way to make Aaron Rodgers do what he wanted him to do better, correct?
No, when it goes well, when Aaron Rodgers plays well, Aaron Rodgers plays well. When he plays bad, he plays bad.
I know, but you're trying to slough off a horrible performance and say that it was really the fault of the head coach.
I think the game plan was the fault of the head coach.
The game plan is something that Rodgers has a good amount of leeway in changing, especially at the line of scrimmage. He has absolutely their blessing to change plays as he sees fit.
Let's see how we come down on this one. I just picked that Scotty Miller pass as the play of the game. Who do you blame for that more, Tomlin or Aaron Rodgers?
Which one's the
4th and 1 play to Scotty Miller where Rodgers threw it roughly 5 yards out of bounds?
I'll be honest with you, I might have missed that one.
That's like the biggest play.
One of the literal biggest plays of the game, Aaron. He also had Thielen running about 3 yards clear of the sticks, wide open on a shallow cross, the kind of pass he loves throwing.
Aaron, my bad. Whatever the question was for me, you can text it in, and Chaz can ask me when we come back. Tomlin did say, I'm talking about blaming people. Tomlin did say something after the game that I heard driving home that is completely ridiculous. And honestly, if he believes this, is grounds for termination. He should be fired if he actually thinks this way. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather.
Brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Warm again today, and things will definitely cool down tomorrow, and will cool down for Sunday. Steelers and Ravens now at night at Acrisure. All right, more of your calls coming up as the Steelers lose a disappointing game. We're not replaying stuff. We are live here until 6 as the PM team.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082 cents. VIN 5YFB4 MDE5TP 390565. 39 months. $49.99 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 10/15/2026.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband. He lost weight. More important, cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend went, and she lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months. So does Mark Patrick hypnosis work? Oh yeah, it works. Nothing has changed my life more. Well, except maybe my husband. He's so proud of me. Makes me cry.
What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking or your money back. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Horrible loss for the Steelers yesterday in Cleveland. Now they have to regroup. Winner go home scenario against the Ravens Sunday night at Acrisure. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a black and gold loser Monday on the PM team.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And now one kneel down, and Cleveland will have the victory, and we'll head to Week 18 for the Steelers and the Ravens. Game 100 for Stefanski is one of his best. two-time NFL Coach of the Year. Meanwhile, Mike Tomlin, who got his 200th last week, his team never found the end zone today. 2 field goals, both coming in the second quarter. That's it.
I didn't think we played poorly. We just didn't make enough plays. I thought they played well. I thought the game was kind of unfolding in the way that you would anticipate, but we never made that signature play that kind of got us over the hump. That generally is the deciding factor in games like this, and we generally make them. We didn't make them today.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't actually mean that because I know you're not having a good afternoon. None of us are. Mulsey and I made the trip to Cleveland and had to watch that up close and personal. I cannot believe, and I am disappointed in Steelers media on this one. I just am. There's got to be a follow-up to that. What do you mean by we didn't play poorly?
And they played well?
You scored 6 points, man. You just heard Nance in the final call there. You didn't score a touchdown. I believe you were the only team in the NFL. Charlie, give me a thumbs up on this. I believe the Steelers are the only team in Week 17 so far to not score a touchdown in a game. Yes.
Jets scored one.
Brady Cook and the Jets scored a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
You let Harold Fannin catch a dying quail for a touchdown.
That's actually an insult to quails.
Geno Smith orchestrated a touchdown drive for the Raiders before he got knocked out of the game and Kenny Pickett had to come in again.
Mm-hmm.
All of these horse bleep teams scored touchdowns, except you. You scored 6 points in really a gotta-have-it game because the best chance of winning in the playoffs for the first time since 2016 was giving your team a chance to regroup and relax this Sunday. Instead, you're going to have to try like hell to beat the friggin' Ravens and then turn back around and beat a good team the following week at home if you win. And he's got the balls and the audacity and the nerve to say, we didn't play poorly? Your quarterback got outplayed by Shadur Sanders, of all people. You had your leading receiver in the game was Pat Freiermuth with 63 yards, but in terms of catches, it was also Jonnu Smith with 5 for 18. Jonnu Smith led your team in catches with 5 for 18 yards.
He also said that the Steelers didn't make the plays they usually make. They did pick off Shadur Sanders twice. Jack Sawyer was running down the field in Browns territory with the football.
You were +2 in the turnover margin, which is something
he always cites.
Yes.
Always cites. How could he forget about what he said about the Steelers? How could he say that the Browns played well when they realistically scored 10 points? The Steelers gave them 3 because of their decision, which I think was right to go for it, but whatever. They turned it over twice. You didn't turn it over at all. How would you say in that setting, you won the total yardage battle, you narrowly won the time of possession battle, how would you give your opponent flowers when they did things that you usually would say are marks of a bad team playing a bad game? I don't believe him, for the record. I don't think he's being truthful. I don't think he's being honest. I do think Mike, even more now than earlier in his career, Pony, and maybe this time because he knows what's still at stake for them and they have to put this one behind them, I think Mike either likes to try to keep his team mentally feeling good about themselves, even when he knows they shouldn't be. And I think he also, at this point now, has enough spite towards, like, maybe local media. We saw him take a shot at Brooke Pryor with, that gives me belief, Brooke. I think he doesn't like to let anybody have a pound of flesh on the outside. So I think he will say things like this that are asinine to the point of absurdity rather than ever tell the truth. Our guys stunk. Our offense was awful. We should not have lost this game. It was a terrible effort at the worst possible time, and there's no excuse for it.
If the owner of the team has a pulse and knows even a smidgen about football, you don't F with the coach now because he's got to prepare for basically a de facto playoff game on Sunday. But if the Steelers were to lose it and I were the owner of the Steelers, one of the things we would talk about right off the bat at the end of the season, and this would help determine, it would be very important for me in like making a decision on what was next for the betterment of the franchise, would be, can we just rewind back to the Browns game and revisit when you said you didn't think this team played poorly in a game that meant the world to you and nothing to them? Just help me understand that better, please. as the guy that puts my name on your checks that's roughly $20 million a year. Because I watched the game in my nice heated owner's box, and it sure looked to me like you guys played like ass in this game.
Seemed like, well, he wouldn't say that, Artwood. It looked like pretty bad football to me, Mike. Can you tell me what parts about it from your guys were good?
And I just think sometimes, once in a while, he falls back into the trap of being a defensive guy. And when he said, I didn't think we played that poorly, he is viewing it through the lens or prism of his unit, his defense.
Well, then the whole thing becomes true, because then he would also be looking at their defense, the Browns, which did play pretty well.
And he came out and said, look at this Browns unit, man. They're the best in the North.
And then
They're the absolute best in the AFC North. Don't spit on the Browns defense. It's a Jim Schwartz coached unit, Mulsey. Remember that?
Yes. Jim Schwartz, Jesse Minter for the Chargers. He loves
Jim Schwartz is friggin' Dick LeBeau in Tomlin's mind.
He would never hire him, though, because that would involve Jim Schwartz actually running the defense. Anyway,
correct.
If you're going to use the defense prism, him also saying we didn't make the plays we usually would make is probably a Nick Herbig, pick the ball off and score. He has said that before.
Yeah.
Like, that is how he coaches. That is what he expects. To defend 1% of this otherwise absurd commentary by him, Nick Herbig, frankly, should have picked off that ball and scored a touchdown.
Yep.
Like, that can be true. And Tomlin evaluating the game publicly like he did can also be preposterous, bordering on laughable.
It's comments like this after games where his team plays like crap, when they're supposed to win and when they need to win, and he needs to have his team up for the game and ready to go and all of those things. That just, it just reminds you not to get too caught up in the little winning streaks he has during a season that propagate the mythology of him being a great coach, like what he did against the Ravens,
the mythologizing too,
and the Lions.
The mythologizing too continues when you do have a loss like this, because I frankly, you can tell me if I'm wrong here. I haven't had time to watch all the usual talking head shows just to see like what the tastemakers on the national things are saying. But like what little I've caught has been, maybe Mike wants to go and try a new challenge like TV or something else. It's never framed as, boy, Mike Tomlin's team just lost a game you simply cannot lose. Bad job, coach. It's always, maybe Mike's just tired. Maybe Mike just wants to try something new. To be fair, the next most tenured coach in the league is John Harbaugh. When his team, and they do this somewhat often because he is very minimally, if at all, better than Mike, when he screws up, like doesn't give Derrick Henry the ball in the fourth quarter, you can hear the sound of metal hitting metal while people sharpen their knives, and they should be. When Mike's future Hall of Fame quarterback delivers one of the biggest stinkers you've ever seen, and he loses to a quarterback that he has no business losing to.
Yep.
It's maybe Mike's just tired. Maybe Mike just wants to do
Chris,
something else. It's never just what it should be.
Even Roethlisberger walked it back. He didn't even have the conviction to stand on his comments. He went to that Hall of Honor bit and said, well, basically, you guys took me out of context on this. I said it should be totally up to Mike, whatever he wants. If he wants to go do something else, go ahead. He completely tried to do a backpedal job on that thing. His own players that are critical of him can't even get their stories right on it.
God, I would love to hear like what a Harrison type of guy or player who won these games with ease pretty much every time they needed to win them. I know there's some obvious like crossover there with Ben being there, and Ben never lost in Cleveland, essentially. I would love to know what they would think about the coach saying we played pretty well after you lose a game like this. That was this consequential. Honestly, if you lose this game in like early October and it's a weird weather game and you drop to, I don't know, 4-2, you're mad. But you go in knowing that there's 11 more games left, Pony.
Yeah.
You lose this game when it is the obvious, clearest, easiest way for you to get to the playoffs is to just score more points than Shadur Sanders and his team for 60 minutes, and you don't do it.
He tried to make it. I mean, if you take him at face value for what he said after the game, it would almost lead you to believe that he would go into the locker room after a loss like this immediately
slap
say,
backs. Hey, attaboy, guys.
Keep your
Good
chin
effort.
up. Keep your head up. We didn't just lose to a bad 3-12 football team. This team's actually good. There's no shame in coming here and losing.
Guys,
this game.
we tried hard.
It happens.
I'm proud of you guys because you tried hard. Apparently, Harrison's already done a reaction to this. Here's one from Fitz on the YouTube comments. This is a good one. This show over the past 2 weeks and Steelers media is why this franchise is in the shape it's in. Handing out trophies and building statues for beating 3 subpar teams in a row. Pony, they've found the real killers. It's me and you.
Adam is on the fan. Hello, Adam.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
You bet.
I don't know if you guys mind, but I need to complain about this real quick.
Sure.
Tomlin's got to go. And listen, we say it all the time. I understand. I mean, we've been doing this all season, even last season. But you know what? I thought about it, and this is the truth. No one's going to fire him. He's not going anywhere. The guy gets paid millions. He's not leaving. So, I'm asking you guys, what do you think happens whenever we lose against the Ravens this week?
I think if they lose to the Ravens, it will lead to Aaron Rodgers' career coming to an end, and Terrell Austin will be scapegoated as the defensive coordinator.
I think if they if they beat the Ravens, Austin's not coming back.
And we will hear like some rhetoric from Art Rooney after the season about how this season was a disappointment. There needs to be more urgency, but he'll also sneak in there. Hey, we did win 9 games.
9-8,
yeah.
and we were there at in the last game. Art hates primetime games, but I'm sure he likes the attention of the football world being on Pittsburgh. They are getting the primo slot. I am sure that Art likes that. Although I will tell you this, Pony, I have found an interesting silver lining get brought up by some enterprising fans really going deep. There are people who are happy this game happened this way because now if it really gets away from them and the Ravens just run them over, it will be a national audience hearing probably the most hostile crowd in Acrisure Stadium history towards the home team. And Mike Tirico and Collinsworth aren't going to be able to ignore it. Collinsworth might be able to do his usual, be careful what you wish for. You could not, you could miss Mike Tomlin and then he'll go coach Patrick Mahomes or something. But they won't be able to say it's not happening. That's what I've heard people say.
This guy, Mike Tomlin, just loves football.
Did you have that game on last night? He made a Mahomes comment and stopped mid-sentence and said, you know what, I'm going to get killed on the internet for
Yep,
this.
I did see that. That was great. Here's Lou in Staten Island, who always has a nice thing to say about Mike Tomlin. Hello, Lou.
Hey, fellas. Belated Merry Christmas, man, and Happy New Year to both you guys, all right?
Lou, you probably felt like this was
you
gonna
sound kind of chipper. I'm not going to lie. You sound kind of pleasant right now, like you were hoping this outcome would manifest.
No, I definitely was not hoping for that, but am I surprised? No, I mean, come on, guys. We've been watching the same story now for how many years?
Yep.
This was to be expected.
You didn't even feel like that Shadur Sanders was so lacking in accomplishment and skill that this would even be different because he was there. You didn't even feel like the Shadur factor would help the Steelers.
Definitely, it wouldn't be normal. You wouldn't be human if you didn't think that. Yeah, but he tried to give us the game, Chris.
I know.
He did his job.
I know.
He tried to give us the game.
He definitely did.
We did everything. I wrote these things down. It's insanity. Okay. Shut out in the second half. We won the turnover battle. What about that roughing the passer call on Cam Hayward? That was a joke.
Yeah, it was.
Right?
Yep.
It was terrible. What about the offensive pass interference call, which was a phantom call? That hurt us a lot, right? The one on MVS when Scotty Miller was running down the sideline. People haven't mentioned that. The dropped interception by Herbig was disastrous. How does he not catch that ball? But these are all the things that happen to average teams. The fact is this, Pony, I love you, man. We are always, and recently me and Chris have been agreeing a lot more, but Andrew, me and you have always agreed over all these years. But they got you, man. They got you. You've been so optimistic. I've been trying to absorb your optimism, bringing it into my heart.
Yeah.
But they finally got you. And you know what? And that's how they repaid you.
I know.
This is what this man does.
Yep.
We're going to be 9-8. Right? We're going to be 9-8, like I've been saying for the last month. And all of these people who went crazy over the 3-game win streak, and me for a moment too, got somewhat sucked in, but not as much as you guys. At the end of the day, it's the same story with just different players and parts in the game.
If it were a movie, the director would be the same, and he'd be making the same movie with new actors, is what you're really saying.
That's it. Pretty much, right? I think you agree with me on that.
Yeah, I do.
No, I do. Owner.
Of course.
Right?
The owner is he's the executive producer.
The guy that finances
the
film and the directors keep coming back and trying to put out good movies together, Oscar winners, and they don't even
like the
come
Fast
close.
and the Furious over and over again. Yeah.
Exactly. And we're the suffering pawns in the game. But at the end of the day, right? Seriously, guys, think about that.
No, I know.
If Henry goes crazy on us, and they boat race us for another 300 yards rushing. I'm just saying, if we really don't know what's going to happen, let's say that does happen, and the crowd's booing, the season ends, and let's say we lose, 24-10, 24-14. And we give up 300 yards rushing again with the season on the line, especially if Jackson don't play. Actually, rather Jackson play, believe it or not.
We would too, because he's not healthy.
Preaching to the
and that's when
choir on
Harbaugh gets real dumb when Jackson's in the lineup.
I agree with you on that.
Exactly. If Huntley's there, they'll just run Henry right over us, and that would be the end of that.
Correct.
But that would be another collapse at home and to the Browns back-to-back the last two games of the season. And where the Steelers fans and me at the top of the list just want to go crazy is what you guys just said before you put me on. The owner will find a way in his weird brain to justify another collapse because we're 9-8 and we're in it. And that is the number one problem that plagues the franchise is Art Rooney is cool with 9-8, don't make the playoffs or win and get your doors blown off in week one of the playoffs. He's cool with it for some strange reason.
No, I can already tell you what the rationalization will be.
Thanks, Lou.
The rationalization, from Art would be, hey, we play every game mattered this year. Obviously, it didn't end the way we wanted, but we were playing for the division in Week 18. You know what he will say this year? This will be his new wrinkle. You ready? Go look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Were they playing in Week 18 for their division?
Or the Lions?
Were they playing in Week 18? Yeah, and he'll bring in maybe he might not name them by name, but he'll allude to it, and he'll say something about this. He'll say, and we didn't have T.J. Watt, but he will conveniently leave out for why they didn't have T.J. Watt, unless somebody says, Art, wasn't that something that happened at the facility during a routine treatment?
Or he'll bring up Metcalf and find a way to either blame Metcalf, scapegoat him, or scapegoat the people that were involved in that whole situation.
Correct.
When people show you who they are, believe them. They suffered this embarrassing loss at the end of last year to Baltimore, your arch rival, where they gave up all those yards, and Kirk Herbstreit is saying on TV, the Steelers have no life. They look listless in this playoff game. It was 5 straight losses in a row. Guess how many coaches got fired? None.
Zilch.
Not a single guy. You had a linebackers coach leave for another job with the Jets because he thought he had upward mobility. Silly him. And you had the Steelers swap out secondary coaches, DBs coaches. That's all they did. And they lost 5 in a row and got embarrassed by their arch rival in a playoff game. And the owner was like, hey, we made the playoffs without Big Ben. That's still pretty good. So why would I think this is going to be any different? Like, does part of me have a curiosity where if they lose, I'd love to see what happens? Yes. But do I actually think what I want under the proverbial Christmas tree is what I would get in this situation? No, I don't. I don't think the owner has the balls to do that. He's under contract. The last thing he wants to do, I believe, I don't think he wants to pay Mike Tomlin $18 million a year or whatever it is to go do
something
TV.
else.
Or something like that.
Because it would not only be a large amount of money, it would be a massive admission of failure on his own part as the owner. Like, I gave him this contract, and I now realize because what you're saying is the contract I gave him, I now see as a big enough mistake that I am willing to make it go away to pay. That all just is come back and look in the mirror as to whose fault that is.
Mike Tomlin, I didn't think we played that poorly. After the Steelers scored 6 points and lost to a 3-12 Browns team with the division on the line. What's your reaction at 412-928-9370? That's also the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get an intern Jack headline. Charlie will answer your phone calls. We'll come back with more Steelers fan reaction to what was an awful game. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers went into Cleveland yesterday and fell 13-6 while failing to score a touchdown in the second half. That'll set up an essential AFC North Division Championship game in Sunday Night Football.
You don't sound excited about it, Jack. There's no yippee in your voice when you say that.
Yeah, I was really hoping to avoid the scenario where this had to happen, but it happened. So we got Steelers-Ravens Sunday Night Football for the division. I wouldn't want to have it any other way. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Jack. Let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. And we're in the New Year's resolution talk. We're in that time of year right before January 1st comes here and trying to improve things and make things better in life. Homeowners out there, don't wait like I did and make the call to Comer and Cross today. New garage floor coating. I've got an extra room in my house now to do things. My garage floor was gross before. I wouldn't let my daughter out there. Now, if she wanted to go out in bare feet, she could. Because of the great job Comer and Cross did. There's a fridge in there now. There's a dartboard. There's a TV. And I owe it all to Comer and Cross. Right now, get their phenomenal garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. They'll take the stuff out of your garage. If you're a hoarder, they'll take the stuff out for you. They're going to fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. And then in one day, in less than 24 hours, you're going to have a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. So call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it, just like I did. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move.
The NFC's top seed is going to go down to Week 18. And who's going to win it? Well, the trendy pick is Seattle. But if quarterback Sam Darnold keeps serving up turnovers like he's a bakery, my pick, the Rams, who are a more complete team, or the resilient 49ers will take the top spot like a Darnold pick 6. I'm John Lund.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top-shelf spirits served over ice balls. Plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks' drink menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Expect slow-moving traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. Parkway North 279. Inbound is moving well. Outbound looks good and smooth as well. Parkway West, slow to moderate traffic moving inbound at Green Tree Hill towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Outbound is moving slow to moderate as well. With AAA traffic, I'm Trevin.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with a solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The start doesn't determine anything other than the start. I doubt that any of us got uncomfortable. It's the nature of kind of how these games go. I thought our ability to put some points on the board prior to the half and then have the ball coming out the second half really kind of made anything that transpired in the first half irrelevant.
Wait, what?
Well, they scored the winning points in the first half, Mike, so how was that irrelevant?
Because the other team was getting the ball. Because the Steelers were getting the ball to start the third quarter, he thought trailing 10-6 was irrelevant?
Mike.
You've scored 6 points in 30 minutes against a 3-12 football team.
How the game started was very relevant because the game-winning points were scored in the first quarter of the game.
And they've also now gone 66 games without scoring more than 7 points in the first quarter of a football game, which is an NFL record.
Did you think Mike caught like the beginning of Niners Bears last night and thought he was watching a different sport?
You know who I wish saw that more than Mike? Art, but he was probably in bed by 9 o'clock, Chris.
Glass of warm milk.
And you know what's actually mind-boggling?
Little nightcap.
Yeah. Was he like
an actual nightcap?
Was he like the dad in A Christmas Carol?
Yes, exactly.
Or not A Christmas Carol, The Night Before Christmas.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
The Bears, it sounds like, wanted Mike Tomlin more than Ben Johnson.
Not anymore.
Their first call was to the Steelers, allegedly, to see if they could pry Tomlin loose. Could you imagine in some alternative universe, the Steelers say, great, you can have a lightly used Mike Tomlin. Give us a first-round pick. And then the Steelers say to Ben Johnson, hey, we never, ever, ever fire coaches. You can come here and be our head coach for 20 years if you want. Here's $15 million a year. He probably would have taken that.
He would have done it for 10.
And we would have that guy running our team right now. What would the Bears' record be with Mike? He probably would have benched Caleb Williams because he didn't like Caleb Williams' attitude or something, and they'd have whatever that weird backup is there.
Tyson Bagent.
Tyson Bagent would be playing something, but you know what? They'd still find a way to get to 9 wins.
The Bears are 11-5 right now. They'd be 8-8 right now, and cruising towards a victory over the hapless Lions suddenly to get to 9-8. And the national media would say, he got Caleb Williams from this many wins in year 1 to this many in year 2. They are headed in the right direction.
And look at even the 49ers side of the equation. Not to make the show about what happened in a football game last night and not the disaster we watched at 1 o'clock, but I do think it's relevant. The 49ers have had tons and tons and tons of injuries. Nick Bosa's not playing. Fred Warner's not playing. Brandon Ayuk's not playing. Trent Williams got hurt early in that game last night. Brock Purdy missed a ton of games. They had to play Mac Jones.
Fred, did you say Fred Warner?
Yes, I did.
Just making sure.
They are playing Sunday for not just the NFC West. They're playing for the number 1 seed.
Yep, and they're in a division that has the Rams and the Seahawks in it.
Yeah.
2 of the 3 probably best teams in football.
So Steelers fans aren't doing this, so this is not me. This is not an accusatory comment at you. This is to the national media. Don't make excuses for Mike if this team goes 9-8 and misses the playoffs. Because other teams with less have done more this year. 412-928-9370. Let's get back to the calls. Here is Tyler on the fan. Hello, Tyler.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Merry late Christmas.
You too.
God is good. The Steelers are bad. Yeah, no, a lot of what you're talking about with the 49ers and the Bears, I've been talking about with my family for quite some time. You look at the consistencies here as far as the head coach is concerned, making these, being the offensive guy. I mean, the Bears turning it around in a year. Robert Saleh comes in as the defensive guy for the 49ers, but there's still that consistency. And you look at Pittsburgh, what have we done consistently?
Win 9 or 10 games and get our asses kicked in the playoffs?
Yeah. But, the Bears, I mean, how quickly you can turn it around with the guy at the helm that knows what he's doing offensively. I can't wrap my head around our defense, though, if we're shifting gears here. You watch these games and you see us drop back in coverage, and the last time we saw guys making plays defensively that were reactionary, I mean, that was like Troy Polamalu era. I just don't understand how you can have your defense play the same simple drop back, go to your spot, and keep the ball in front. Are you relying that heavily on your pass rush to where that's inconsistent in most cases against a crap team in Cleveland?
Their defense is underachieved this year. They're 15th in scoring defense. They've been rated near the bottom of the league against the pass almost the entire year. They've had games as a run defense where they've given up over 200 yards multiple times. That all being said, you scored 6 points against the Browns. A whopping 6. And
Correct.
Aaron Rodgers was playing his quote-unquote best football of the year at the right time.
Picked a bad time to stop doing that.
So I like the first part of your call better. The offensive head coaches that are out there, like Shanahan, like Johnson, where players go down, backups go in, they don't skip a beat. There's continuity there where if the offensive coordinator gets hired as a head coach, no big deal because that head coach is still really the guy calling the shots there.
And probably has somebody anyway waiting in the wings to help become like the next prepper of the offense, too. Like, I think that turns itself over easier. It really does.
And we've got a situation where it's probably a lot of Aaron Rodgers, some of Arthur Smith, Mike Tomlin supervising the whole thing. And
I thought I saw Mike with his headset off on the Steelers' last drive of the game briefly.
Well, it was not on his ears.
It was
so
on,
I don't know what he was listening to.
It was around his neck. Scotty Miller does not get his second foot in down, I believe, on their second down play. Maybe they're at midfield. So Miller had already caught one. Just to say, just about his role in the offense. It's the 2-minute drill. It looked like
he was probably saying, let's let Aaron do his thing.
Yeah, it looked like he was just basically letting Rodgers handle the entire situation.
He threw it to MVS.
It was very weird to see on the replay. Very weird.
Here's Daryl and Elizabeth. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, man.
I can't bring myself to hope the Steelers lose. I'm 52 years old. I can't do it.
That's fine.
But I tell you what, Pony. I seen your tweet today about what Adam Schechter said on Pat McAfee.
Yes.
And I felt relief. That this finally could come to an end.
Well, so Daryl, thank you. I'm gonna use what you
Very
just said
useful
there.
call because you spun us forward.
Because
here.
now I can thank you for that. Because now I can actually play what Schefter said about Tomlin and to a lesser extent Harbaugh today on McAfee's show.
I think that somebody's going to lose that game, and when they do, there are going to be conversations that occur all around the organization. What went wrong? Look, there have been questions about both coaches' futures. That both these coaches, Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh, for all they've done, for all they've meant to their respective organizations, for all they've meant to the National Football League, they will have a big say. I think these guys will go in there and say, okay, you know what? It's been a great run. One of them may go in there and say, it's been a great run. Might be time to go try something else, whether that's TV or another job somewhere else. Like, those things are possible. They're within the realm of possibility for the wide range of outcomes after Week 18.
So they're on the board. They're not taking off as favorites, but pretty much what Schefter described is it's not out of the question that if the Steelers lost, Tomlin would essentially fire himself after the game.
Yeah, I'm done with this. I want to do
Art
something
won't
else.
do it, but Mike might come to that conclusion on his own.
It almost creates the picture of Mike going into Art's office and saying, you know what, I think I'm done, and Art being so flabbergasted and taken aback. Like, I can imagine Art saying, but Mike, you went 9-8. What's wrong?
Art would probably try to talk him out of it.
Mike, please stay. I've never conducted a coaching search.
I think
what are you even supposed to do?
I think what Daryl was getting at is he was relieved in that maybe Tomlin
Just
would
won't
come
wanna
to
keep
this
doing
conclusion on his own.
Yeah, I think there's a greater chance that he would come to that conclusion than Art would come to it for him. I still don't think he will. I think he wants to coach at least one more year here. This is season number 19. I think he wants to coach 20.
Well, he needs it now to pass Noel. If
yes,
he had
but
won
I think
the
he just
last
also
2 games of the season, he would have passed Chuck.
I think he wants to be able to say.
Coach.
I think he wants to be able to say, "I coached 20 years in the same place."
Well, that's what Anthony in Oakland called in and said weeks ago. Did you agree with him when he said that?
Actually, kind of did.
Here is Ollie in Washington. Hello, Ollie.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, man.
You know, guys, it's ironic. I'm reading an article from the Associated Press from 10 years ago, December 27th, 2015. And do you guys remember? Because this thing with Tomlin is so funny because I'm reading an article about a game where the Ravens beat us.
I was there.
And at the time,
Ryan Mallett started.
It was the Ryan Mallett, right?
Yes, Ryan Mallett started. So I have now, the one thing I have in common is I go apparently to these games in the division where the Steelers embarrass themselves.
10 years.
Yeah.
10 years to the day.
They lost that game, and then they came back the next week and won and needed the Bills to beat the Jets.
Right?
And the Bills beat the
They
Jets.
needed help.
Yep. And they got in.
They needed help. So I'm like, I'm with you guys. I really don't care about the game on Sunday, man. I mean, this is...
Wow.
Like, I'm tired. I mean, look, I'll be frank with you guys. I've become apathetic towards the Steelers for a long time now. I mean, it's the same thing year after year. It's like banging
But
your
you're
head
still
against
reading
the wall.
articles about him from 10 years ago, Ollie.
He's thinking about the good old days.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the good old days and how they never changed. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
I mean, the good old days, 2015, what did they do? They beat the Bengals in the playoffs and then got knocked out by Denver.
You just said it. They beat the Bengals in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That automatically constitutes good old days right now.
Yes, it does now. 412-928-9370. I get it. Steelers fans. That last guy's incredible. He just said, I don't care about Sunday's game. Is that how you feel?
I'm apathetic is what he said.
After what the Steelers put on display against the Browns. But hey, Mike said we didn't play poorly. 412-928-9370. We also have breaking Penguins news. Big breaking Penguins news. Plus Donnie's game balls from Steelers Browns. I wonder if any Steelers made their way into his game ball presentation from this one. You can watch on Twitter, and you can follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Right now, an intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The 49ers outlasted the Bears in what was maybe the game of the year yesterday on Sunday Night Football. Brock Purdy had 5 total touchdowns, and Caleb Williams also played very well in a great quarterback duel. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Jack. Shorkey, Mitsubishi, North Huntington. That's where you got to go right now. You can still take advantage of this today and tomorrow. It is the holiday exchange season still which means there are still great deals to be had at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, the place where they've got the best Mitsubishi inventory of anywhere in Western Pennsylvania. Holiday exchange season, among other things, also means you getting $500 more for your trade, which makes it even easier to get into the Mitsu that fits you. The one that fits me is the 7-passenger Outlander, and new 2025 Outlanders are available right now with 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% financing for 60 months. You also get all-wheel drive, that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, and all the bells and whistles that you want and deserve in a new ride. So take advantage, okay? You've got other great deals as well, Outlander Sport, Eclipse Cross, and Mirage. But take advantage of these deals before they are gone at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
At JeepOfPittsburgh.com, it's our Wrap Up the Year sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepOfPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The season of performance is happening now, and Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next holiday adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with holiday perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Eliminate your ED issues long-term. Call Newflow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Boney and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
3:45. Time to make the smart call to the Buell Insurance Agency, 724-443-5610. Donnie Football is driving back from Maryland, where he spent the weekend after Christmas with his mom and dad and fiance. He did submit some game balls. The game was broadcast almost nationally yesterday, Steelers-Browns with Nance and Romo there, so we did get a chance to watch it without having to use any of these pirate websites to stream the game. We'll get to that. We're playing NHL 94 music for a couple of reasons. NHL 94 always holds a soft spot in my heart because it helped me get through my parents' divorce when I was 7 years old. And, yeah, that's true. And the Penguins have just made a trade, and our resident hockey guy, Charlie Borges, who writes about hockey as a side hustle. That's how much he is ingrained into the hockey culture in the NHL. Has a would you say like a synopsis of what happened here in this deal? What just went down?
A blurb.
Well, blurb is written.
A bit of a nugget.
So what happened in the last 10
They
minutes?
got a kid that's been wanting out of Columbus for like the last 4 years. Ever since he got drafted there, he never wanted to go. Yegor Chinakov.
Okay, so he's a Russian guy, I take it?
Yeah.
Yes, from Omsk.
One of those guys that could never really stay healthy in the lineup. And when he is, he's either a healthy scratch, doesn't really produce. But this is a Magic Beans trade. Give up a couple draft picks for a guy that...
A Magic Beans trade.
That really didn't do anything with his development in one place, gets traded.
Decent size
play with
for
Sidney Crosby and ended up getting Malkin. There you go.
Decent size for a guy who plays wing. He's 6'1", touch over 200. The 1 year.
Where would you put him in the lineup, Chaz?
I probably put him in the middle six. I mean, put him with a fellow countryman. Put him with Malkin
when he gets back. When Malkin gets healthy.
Yes.
His 1 year after his rookie year. So his rookie year, he played the most games he's ever played in the NHL in a season, which was 62. The 1 year after that, and the subsequent 4, counting this one, where he's played at least 50 games, he did have in 23-24, 16 goals and 13 assists. So there's something a little bit in there, I would think. There's first-round talent to have been, one of the top 20 picks in his year's draft.
He was a reach, too, though.
Okay, I mean...
See, that's the kind of analysis we get from Charlie. He's
a reach in what way?
He's remembering that draft. He's remembering the 2020 COVID draft and having takes on whether
Okay,
or not...
let me ask you this, Charlie. Was he a reach because he was
a good pick at 21?
Because Yegor Chinakov was a lower ceiling player who should have just been taken later, or because he actually had a lot of talent, but there were just way too many question marks? There's two types of reaches.
So, okay, 2020... Russia was the KHL was the only league that was actually playing, so a lot of Russian players were looked at more than other players.
Yes.
Who was the guy that the Steelers picked in the first round that somebody had that
Terrell Edmonds.
Kuiper had like 142 or something?
Terrell Edmonds.
It was like that. When he got drafted, everyone was like, we have to go to our third page to find out who this kid is. So he was definitely a reach, but I mean, definitely a Magic Beans kind of pick or trade. And I don't know what the 2 draft picks are because Pierre LeBrun.
Well, the Penguins have about 99 of them over the next 3 years, so they're okay with that part of it.
Yeah.
What's his contract situation?
He's going to be a restricted free agent after this year. It's like I said, Magic Beans. He's like $2.5 million.
Humor me, Pony.
Yep.
Would this mean if they're presumably going to try to put him with Malkin, might jumpstart him, that they think Malkin might be back for longer than just?
I don't think this guy means enough to the Penguins where it would mean something about Malkin's
You can understand
future.
where my brain would at least drift in that direction.
I think Charlie's analysis, for as much as I want to usually bring him on the air to dunk on him and spark some kind of debate or argument with him because I just think it's entertaining and fun.
Thanks, bud.
I don't see any holes in what he said. I think it's just a low risk, potentially high reward trade.
Pony, if before the show,
tons of these GM, if he's in a job for 5 years, will probably make 10 of these trades, and he hopes one of them hits.
Pony, would you say that if I had said the name Yegor Chinakov to you before today's show started, you could have told me what hockey team he played for?
I honestly don't think I could have done that.
Now, Charlie, before you saw the name in the trade, if I had just said Yegor Chinakov, you'd have been like, "Oh,
he
yeah,
would have been
Blue
on it
Jackets,"
because he remembers the draft pick. He gave us a draft.
He was picked right after the Devils picked Shakir Mukhamadullin, another guy from Russia that nobody knew that was going to be taken in the first round.
Let's get to Donnie's game balls, folks. All right. So I always play along with Donnie's game balls. I have 3. I have a spiteful 3. There's one guy who should absolutely be there, but I could not bring myself to put him on the list. So we'll see.
I know who that person has to be.
We'll see if Donnie elected to put that guy on there somewhere. Intern Jack, you have the honors, 3-1 here. This is like 3 stars at a hockey game. Who was Donnie's third ball recipient for Browns 13, Steelers 6?
Donnie's third ball recipient in this one was Corey Bojorquez.
I feel like you didn't have to go to the punter necessarily.
Okay, I do think the punter made some.
He had a net of almost 49 yards.
plays.
That's good. Yeah, he was good. I would not call him like a game ball recipient, even in a field position slog.
So I did have a special teams guy in my game balls. I put Schmidt second. He made a 50-yarder. The second one was not nearly as hard, but in a one-possession win, their guy made a long kick.
Boswell
and our
missed.
guy whose money missed one.
Also, Boswell's, I think, would have been short even if it wasn't wide.
And the first one that he made was an all-time start it left and bring it back right, like he was playing a huge break on a crazy green.
No, Andrew Siciliano called it well on the Browns radio network. He called it a pull cut in golf, and if you've ever golfed for any length of time, you know exactly what that is. If you're a righty, you start the ball well left, but because you're slicing it, it actually ends up looking good. It goes to the middle of the fairway. That is exactly what Boswell did.
Game ball number 2.
Game ball number 2 goes to Alex Wright.
I had Alex Wright number 1. He got my number 1 game ball from the game. I agree with it. That sack that Jim Nantz got wrong when he thought it was Myles Garrett was one of the biggest plays of the game. It was before Boswell missed that kick.
I think that's right.
The sequence there by the Steelers on second and reasonable and then what ended up being third and long, a tight end screen to Jonnu Smith where, of course, MVS couldn't block. That went for a loss. And then the next play, Wright sacks Rodgers. And Mike, and I don't even really blame him for this, is like, yeah, Boswell never misses. But it turned I would say with Boswell, a 90 to 95% kick into one he makes 70% of the time.
That amount of distance would have been at least enough for it to have the leg. It did not look like it had the leg from where I was standing or sitting.
Yes, which was right next to me, Malsey.
It looked like it would have been a yard or two short in the wind. And, yeah, maybe Boswell just has a completely different strategy on it if he gets it there. Nantz, by the way, was so gassed up to call a record-breaking sack. And, man, Jim almost never gets it wrong, but he had the voice go up and everything. And that's a sack by Alex Wright.
A sack and 2 tackles for a loss for
No, he was very good.
Alex Wright.
He was very good. He was the beneficiary of them paying a good amount of attention to Garrett, probably more so than even they normally would have.
All right, let's see if he did it. Game ball number 1.
Game ball number 1 goes to Denzel Ward.
Oh, I thought, Pony, on 3, ready? 1, 2, 3, Devin Bush.
That's who I thought he was going to give it to.
I thought Devin Bush had a whale of a game.
He punched that ball out early in the game.
Could have created a big turnover. I thought he was playing active, good football.
Yeah.
Got some words into Aaron Rodgers, too, after the game.
Yep. Which, again,
he had 9 tackles, which coincidentally is how many lives a cat has.
I put Fan in third, even though he only played about 10 minutes of the game. He
made the play. He's the only person in the game who made a play that ended in the end zone. Literally. I would not have had
you know what, though?
Bojorquez in
I
there.
like the comedic value of putting a punter on there. Like, that's the kind of game
Do you think Donnie had that in mind? So he had Denzel Ward number 1, though, huh?
Well, he made the plays at the end of the game. Then again, look at who he was matched up against. And I also don't think he gave up a catch the entire game. And he also was questionable, and I'm surprised that the front office didn't force Kevin Stefanski to bench him to try to lose the game and get a better play.
Wait a minute. You said he didn't give up a catch-all game. How impressive is that, really, given that Aaron Rodgers could barely complete a pass?
Those were Donnie's game balls. All right. More of your calls coming up at 412-928-9370. I get it. This sucked. Chris and I were there. We want to get Steelers fans' reactions to what they watched and how they feel about the Steelers and how they feel about Mike Tomlin and this team coming out of this game at 412-928-9370. We also have what Myles Garrett said about the Steelers' loss and whether or not all of us agree with what he said. 412-928-9370. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather sponsored by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Temperatures will be colder tomorrow in the 20s. We'll be right back. It's the PM Team.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Much colder this evening with temperatures eventually falling into the upper teens. Wind chills in the single digits and snow showers will start to kick off. Most areas an inch or less, but you could see more up in the ridges and north of I-80. For tomorrow, we're looking at some scattered snow, still on the windy side with a high in the mid to upper 20s. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Steelers now have a make-or-break game against the Ravens Sunday night at Acrisure Stadium. John Harbaugh addressed reporters a short time ago and said that Lamar Jackson's still very much up in the air for this one. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Black and Gold Loser Monday on the PM Team.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Play around him, how much is it finding that balance of trying to limit Garrett, but at the same time still getting it going?
We had the similar game plan as the first time. We just executed better in the first game.
We didn't do anything against Miles that we don't normally do against Miles. The sack record's irrelevant. We got to minimize him if we want to engineer victory. We did the same thing last time we played him. I didn't think he had any sacks in that game either. And so we didn't take a different approach because of the gravity of the record. It's just standard business when you playing these guys and him.
All right, so this has obviously turned into a huge story because of what Myles Garrett said after the game. Myles Garrett did his press conference and said, congrats to them. They prevented me from getting the sack record today, but they were more consumed and concerned, the Steelers, with stopping me than winning the game. And a lot of Steelers fans have gotten very defensive about this, and I understand why. We don't like Myles Garrett in this town. He took Mason Rudolph's helmet off and then tried to smack him in the head with it repeatedly in a game. We have someone who competes with him for the status of best edge rusher, best defender in the entire NFL. So we're parochial and provincial about that. Every fan base, for the most part, is. And that manifests itself in the way we talk about things. My take on this is I don't see how anybody could come out of this game and hold up as like a trophy that the Steelers kept Myles Garrett from getting a sack. And the defense mechanism of the Steelers are using, objective number one, is to make sure Myles Garrett doesn't wreck the game plan. Okay, if that's your objective, great. But it now, in retrospect, looks like a pretty dumb game plan. And I know I would have agreed with them going into the game. But at some point, when you only have 6 points scored, and you are putting forth one of the worst offensive performances by a Mike Tomlin coach team, I would think there has to be some kind of pivot like, all right, we don't have enough guys getting open. It's 11 on 11, but it's really more like 7 on 10 because we are dedicating so many resources to stopping Garrett. Maybe if we do less to stop Garrett, it'll allow for more of our guys to get open. At least try it. And if it doesn't work and Garrett gets a sack, well, great for him. Maybe you try it and it doesn't work. But the whole idea of, hey, this is what we do against Myles Garrett because when we stop him, we usually win and score points. Well, that didn't happen in this game. It's like Mike always clinging to, as long as we win the turnover battle, we're going to win. It does seem to me, and having been there, like their chief goal in this game was to make sure that Garrett didn't get a sack. I'm sorry, it just did. And for some Steelers fans, and especially Steelers media now, that seems to be like this verboten thing to say or feel, but it does for me. Garrett, Chris, we were there. He kept lining up farther and farther away. Like he was out as wide as I've ever seen a pass rusher. And they still were making massive concessions to make sure that Garrett didn't get to Aaron Rodgers. And Rodgers was getting rid of the ball while being brought down, even sometimes by people not named Myles Garrett, to make sure that a sack didn't happen. And sometimes those plays he tried to make actually cost them more yards than the sack would have cost them. So, I don't know, man. I throw my hands up in the air because this whole Steelers media thing and fan thing of, well, what do you want the Steelers to do in this situation? I don't know. Devise a game plan that scores more than 6 points? That would be nice.
I thought it was pretty self-aggrandizing by Garrett to say that that's why it happened, because I'm sure he wanted to get the record against the Steelers.
Of course, but we know that's par for the course for that guy.
I'll also say that my joking tweet about just make Will Howard active, make Rodgers the backup, and make Rudolph the third stringer, and then have Howard take the first snap, drop 3 steps back, and let him get sacked by Garrett, then get it over with, and then run your game as normal, said as a joke, probably would have been better than whatever the hell happened. I have a theory on this, though. The game plan, yes. This is going to sound a lot like my who do I blame for this loss. I think the game plan took what should normally be a reasonable way of going to business against the Browns, which is minimize Garrett's impact, took it to the nth degree, took it to the extreme, probably to their detriment. But where I guess I would part ways a little bit or go out on an island is this. I think it is, again, almost all Aaron Rodgers doing. I think he has a lot of input in, am I going to scan the field and actually hold on to the ball to put myself in position where I might get sacked on like a coverage sack.
Yeah.
Now, he did that a couple times, but then he would still get rid of the ball and like throw it into the ground, whatever. Aaron Rodgers is extremely aware of history, extremely aware of perception, extremely aware of everything that goes along with just football in general. He loves football. He also, I suspect, wanted to come to a place like this or wanted to keep playing after last year because he didn't want to have his career end in chump fashion. Do you know whose career did end in chump fashion, Pony? Brett Favre's. Do you know what Brett Favre is also very well known for?
The Strahan thing.
Going down and huddling, basically curling up in the fetal position so that Michael Strahan could get a record. I would not put it even one iota past Aaron Rodgers to not want to do what Brett Favre did, even if, and obviously if, it was a legit sack. I think there's no way in hell Rodgers sees Garrett coming if it's like a 31-0 Steelers lead and just turtles. He doesn't want to be associated with that. He knows Brett Favre is associated with that. I think that this is way more on the quarterback-made decisions within the scope of each play that resulted in their game plan looking so Garrett-averse than it is Arthur Smith literally sitting there going, I can't let this guy get the sack. As a matter of fact, if we believe Smith does do the game planning and Rodgers has his input, but whatever, of Smith, Tomlin, and Rodgers, Smith has the least connection to giving a rat's ass whether Garrett gets this sack or not. Tomlin doesn't like him because he tried to bash one of his players' heads in.
Yep.
Rodgers doesn't like him, I think, just because on general principles, he doesn't want to be associated with being the record sack for somebody. It's like a pitcher giving up 756 to Bonds. Smith, I think, probably came up with what I would imagine is close to the normal Arthur Smith game plan, and I think especially his quarterback chose to execute it with the utmost level of deference to Garrett.
I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if our listeners saw this. So there's a guy who works for something called the Steel Curtain Network. His name's Kevin Smith. He's this guy that purports to be a former, I think, high school football coach and football offensive coordinator. I don't know about all his credentials, but he put up the 3 throws at the end of the game to MVS and offered some commentary on each clip. And I think people are asking, well, what do you want them to do against Myles Garrett? Here is something they did that I agree with him on and disagree with the Steelers on. Gainwell chipped Garrett on every single one of those throws.
Mm-hmm.
So he starts the play as a blocker, and then eventually he's going to get out and do his pass route. But we know Rodgers gets rid of the ball faster than any quarterback in the NFL. And it's consolidated space down there and everything else. So the ball's going to come out fast. By the time, if you watch these clips, by the time Gainwell gets out into his route, the ball's already gone. So here is a guy that has pretty much been, I think, DK's out.
He's been your most consistent offensive
He's your best
performer.
Washington's out, so you can't just post a guy up down there either. Your best playmaker gets turned into a blocker for the biggest plays of the game. Like, to me, that's what do you want us to do against Myles Garrett? You've got to make sure he doesn't wreck the game plan. Fine. But in that situation, do you want Kenneth Gainwell to be blocking Myles Garrett? Or can for 2 seconds you just say, you know what, Dylan Cook?
Hold up.
For 2 seconds, do your job.
Hold up.
And let's get the ball to Kenneth Gainwell and watch him make a play because he's done that all year. And by the way, you pointed this out on the 4th down play, and some other people have. You know, if Rodgers isn't so quick to go to MVS, Gainwell is open.
So on the very last offensive play of the game, Rodgers gets it. He holds it for probably 2 flat, right, which is still ultra fast time to throw. Gainwell chips Garrett a little bit, then releases very clean into the flat. If Rodgers turns his head, he's got not only Gainwell open, he does not have. I'm watching it on loop because Damashek is tweeting it out.
Yes.
He doesn't even have a Browns defensive lineman in the way who could get his hand on a pass, Pony. And it is the closest Browns player is Schwessinger, who's really good, but was playing the game on a limp. Like, he was limping for the whole second half. He was hobbling around
in the middle because he couldn't really move.
Gainwell probably, if the throw is where it should be in that setting, walks into the end zone with a touchdown. Not like runs, not has to take a hit, walks in. And you've got other people saying, oh, no, he wasn't open. Yes, he was. He was the definition of open, and Rodgers didn't want to look for him. Rodgers took 2.39 seconds on average to throw the ball yesterday. I would suspect that was actually goosed up a little bit because on the last drive, he finally held onto it to try to make some plays. His average time to throw this year, 2.61. You know this as well as I do, but in case people don't check that stuff regularly, even a 0.2 of a second difference is a large one in the NFL. He's already the second fastest time to throw guy in the league. The only dude yesterday, that was faster was Phillip Rivers, who's also coincidentally the only guy older in the NFL than Aaron Rodgers. He absolutely, of his own volition, was taking, I think, extreme measures to go one read and done and get the ball out. And also the way he reacted when he thought other guys who might be Garrett were closing in, isn't that the biggest tell of all, that he really did not want to be the guy sacked unless he absolutely had to be?
Well, he had one where he was bobbling it and, still tried to
He got hit so hard that Jonnu Smith ended up catching a ricochet. Now, that got called a sack because he didn't make a throwing motion. He was in the grasp of somebody else and kind of flung it at, I think, Jonnu again, or maybe it was Hayward or somebody.
Yeah.
He absolutely, even more than he usually does, was treating any situation where the pass rush was getting to him as an opportunity to try to get the ball to anywhere but the ground.
Whatever they did was wrong because they scored 6 points. Joe Thomas, ex-Brown, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest offensive tackles of all time. I don't think he's someone that just throws crap against the wall. He's, generally speaking, I think a pretty cookie-cutter, boilerplate NFL analyst. Tweeted out, sure seemed like the Steelers were happy to lose the game if it meant keeping Myles Garrett from setting the NFL single-season sack record.
Well, they also probably thought they weren't going to lose the game, and we're going to have it both ways. Here's a thought, by the way, for a team that ran the ball for 5.5 yards a carry, Pony. Just a thought. What is one of the classic ways people say you neutralize a great edge rusher?
Run at him.
Why not just keep running the ball at Myles Garrett?
That's another confounding thing from that game, how little they ended up
Why not line up and find where he is, since Rodgers can check to whatever running plays he'd like, I think, and within reason, try to run the ball at 95 a whole lot to make him tired, to give whoever's blocking him the offensive kind of, the initiative.
Now, the Browns are trying to preserve a lead, so that's why they ended up running the ball, I guess, more than you, but they ran it 25 times, 3.1 yards a carry. It's 10-0, but still, it's early in the game. You don't have to abandon the run.
Steelers ran 24 for 131.
Yep. And Warren averaged 5.3 a carry.
Their numbers got a little goosed
by that Connor Hayward play.
Gainwell was under 4 yards a carry. Rodgers actually had a 6-yard run where he still went down a yard before he should have. He should have
still, Chris, your primary running back averaged over 5 yards a carry.
When he got the ball, he was churning, and it looked like it was working. And whenever they would pass the ball, though, until it became life or death, basically, so to speak, the quarterback was looking for swing passes. God, he almost got Gainwell killed on one of them. It was basically functioned as like a 2-yard loss because he throws it out in the flat, and Gainwell, or maybe it was actually Jonnu, I'm sorry, is getting hit as soon as the ball touches his hands.
Here's Rick in Squirrel Hill on the Steelers. Hello, Rick. Rick, you're on the air.
Rick.
Goodbye, Rick. Mm-hmm. Here is Bill in Uniontown. Hello, Bill.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, man. Not good.
I hear you. Hey, you know what? I was listening about an hour ago, and then I had to check out the grocery store. But anywho,
okay.
One of you said, call in and give us an adjective of how you thought the game went. And
I don't think we quite said that, but whatever word you want to
use that the FCC approves of here.
Yeah, we're fine with that.
Here it comes. Bleh. That's my adjective. Now,
how would you spell that?
Well, it starts with a B. I don't know the rest
B-L-A-G-H, I think I'd go with, Pony. Blah.
Yeah. But anyhow, what you're saying, and I thought it was my imagination. I swear to God, I've been watching the Steelers since the Immaculate Reception. Of course, those days are over. But anyhow, what you're saying, I thought was my imagination because it looked to me like on every pass play that Rodgers was hoping he had eyes in the back of his head to avoid that sack.
He absolutely thought Garrett was the one tracking him down on certain plays, and it seemed like he got extra jittery.
Well, I watched the game back. It certainly seemed like Romo felt that way. I
but
don't
with
always
Romo, you
treat
never know.
Romo is like the end-all, be-all. He's not John Madden. It's not like I hold him in that esteem, per se.
I think he also
but
could
as
have
a
been.
former quarterback, that was his take on it.
He was grafting onto the narrative maybe a little bit, but yeah, he says it enough. When he wants to be, he can be very smart and can put you inside of a quarterback's brain. I think it's human nature, but I think I put this more on Rodgers. I want to be very clear. If there was any kind of conscious or unconscious tendency, I guess what they're accusing is conscious tendency. There was a conscious effort to put keeping Myles Garrett off the sack sheet for the game over other plans. I think it was the part of Aaron Rodgers,
But I don't think it was just him, though, Chris, because of what Tomlin said on Tuesday.
But I think it was predominantly him. I think like anything where he might have been able to hold the ball for an extra quarter second and didn't is because he didn't want to be sacked.
I think his message to the team was, as long as Garrett doesn't beat us like he has the last couple of games here, we'll be fine.
Okay, but that's extremely different than saying priority one in the game was don't let him get the sack record. If you say don't let Myles Garrett wreck the game, that is a completely different statement than, hey guys, let's make sure he doesn't get to 23 in this game. Those are two very different things. One is a common sense approach to football against Myles Garrett. The other is saying this is actually the most important thing for us to do today.
And you think that they actually felt the latter?
I think Rodgers, I think there's a little voice in Rodgers' head saying, do not be the guy that gets the all-time sack record put on you. Keep that in Brett Favre's domain. Because you know he absolutely does stuff like that. You know it's not beyond his ego to do that either. The guy corrected somebody for saying Marquez Valdez-Scantling's first name wrong when the guy played horrible.
I know, but he's also a guy that, has not taken sacks all year and because of his age hates being hit. So I think all of those things are working together here.
I'm just saying, if you are asking me who of the Steelers' big brain trust, which would be their head coach, their OC, and their QB, really.
Yep.
Who was most motivated to not have Myles Garrett get the sack record? I'm saying it's the quarterback, and I'm not sure that either of the other two is close.
One more question on this theory of yours. If Garrett gets the sack early in the game,
I think Rodgers just says, screw it.
You think Rodgers plays better after that?
Yes. Because he says, well, screw it, it happened, but at least I can get us into the playoffs. I absolutely do.
Wow.
Why do people, I know you're saying, well, maybe half seriously. Why is that an insane thought? If the guy gets the record on the first series, he just
because
beats
you're playing
Dylan
to
Cook
win the division and allowing for a guy to get a sack record should be so secondary.
If he puts an unbelievable move on Dylan Cook, and he gets there and just wraps up Rodgers, doesn't even pummel him with a hit, but he gets him. Then everyone just says, all right, he's got the record. They can't take it away from him. Let's just play.
Let's just play.
Yes.
And you think it was consciously on Rodgers' mind the whole game?
I actually do, yeah. Until the last drive. And what do we know about the last drive until the very final 3 plays? He was better. He actually made throws. He stood in and I know the Browns probably were giving up chunks of the field they otherwise wouldn't have. But he made his best throws of the game on that last drive.
I think there's evidence in your favor because he did things more frenetically to avoid sacks in this game than he has all year. Here's Jim on the fan. Hello, Jim.
Hello.
Hi, Jim. You're on the air. Yes. Jim in Columbus.
I just wanted to talk about Tomlin a little bit.
Please.
I do believe Tomlin should go, but I'm going to defend Art Rooney a little bit and maybe understand why, for a couple of reasons, he's been reluctant to do anything. He remembers the dark days back in the early 60s and the mid-60s when the Steelers were really bad.
Okay.
When they were irrelevant. So he may be reluctant to risk going back there. And the other reason is, I think, over his history as being running the Steelers, he's been involved in some bad or questionable decision-making that, again, would make him feel maybe he's going to pick somebody not so good. Remember, the Steelers were offered a number 1 draft pick for AB by the Patriots, and they decided, well, we don't want to give the Patriots an edge on us. Well, that was pretty bad thinking there. And then the Bruce Arians deal, when they fired him, or not fired him, according to him. And then he was even involved in the fiasco when they hired Tomlin back in the early 2000s when Russ Grimm thought he had the job. So I'm not convinced that – I'm not really looking to get rid of Tomlin because I'm afraid he'll do something worse.
Okay, that to me – so the first – I don't even remember the first part of the call now.
I thought he said he wanted to say something about Tomlin, but really it was about Art.
Okay. He was saying, Art thinks this is fine and dandy because he remembers Bill Austin or whatever.
Cool.
The point there about how Art might not trust himself or have confidence in himself hiring a suitable replacement that lives up to the legacy of the other head coaches they've hired. The last three are probably all going to end up in the Hall of Fame and all won Super Bowls. And him as Bill the caller not having confidence in Art to find the right guy, I do think is valid and probably an opinion shared by a lot of people, including me.
I mean, who's one guy that most people seem to be connecting where I think people would be happy and it would probably be on Art's radar? Marcus Freeman.
He just announced he's going back to college.
Not after this year, after next year.
Yeah.
You're the one who tweeted that.
Yes.
I think that is the one situation where I think most people really like Marcus Freeman. He coaches at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, I think all of those boxes would check things for Art.
But my point
would be checked for Art.
Do I think the Steelers could hire a head coach who's going to win more than one playoff game over an 8-year period? Of course.
Be hard not to.
Do I think Art could blow this and hire a bad coach to replace Tomlin? Absolutely.
I mean, who do we think Art would even be like talking to about, like, who would be on his radar?
The one thing Art has as a feather in his cap, I would say, as far as like being able to find quality people to do fairly important jobs, because Tomlin wasn't his hire, is I do think that Todd Haley was his decision more than it was Mike's, clearly.
And that lengthened Ben Roethlisberger's
And I think Todd was
career.
a pretty good offensive coordinator, even though he didn't get along with the quarterback.
Who cares? He was in the right more often than not, and Ben hated him, but Ben was kept upright by a strategy that allowed the Steelers to still be explosive and also kept him from getting his teeth knocked out every game.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a personal law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 412-928-9370. Get your take on the Steelers' loss yesterday. Yeah, it blows. We're sitting here trying to, again, deal with the reality of a mediocre Steelers team. They had the division in the palm of their hand, and they let it slip away to a lousy-ass Browns team quarterbacked by Shadur Sanders. How does that make you feel at 412-928-9370? Intern Jack has a headline, and we're right back with your calls next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football tonight, the Los Angeles Rams will head into Atlanta to take on Kirk Cousins and the Falcons. Coverage will begin at 7 p.m. via Westwood 1. That game begins at 8:15. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Jack. So you know what's heading down the pike here later this week. It's 2026, steamrolling right at you like a train or something coming down the tracks. And it is cliche to say, oh, new year, new me. But sometimes when you give into the cliche and you decide I'm going to make big changes starting on January 1st, sometimes that can actually work. And if you've been trying to lose weight and you haven't been able to, then make the new year for you. Make 2026 the year of Awaken 180 weight loss. Become like me or like Donnie Football, people who have both lost a ton of weight. Me, 35 pounds in 6 weeks. Donnie, I think it's well over 50 now that he's lost with Awaken 180. Find out what it's like when you have somebody in your corner helping you lose weight. Your coach with Awaken 180, who comes up with a plan, who supports you week in and week out while you're on the program, whose support is free, by the way, even after you reach your goal weight for life. Find out how life can be when you finally lose the weight you want to lose with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. After 5 touchdown passes on Sunday against the grounded Jets and leading the Patriots to a 13-3 record, Patriots second-year standout Drake May is the NFL MVP. Sorry, Matthew Stafford. May has done more with less. I'm John Lund.
At Smale Kia, there's lots to celebrate. For example, our brand new showroom, our 20th anniversary with Kia, plus incredibly low and nearly no interest APR financing on select 2025 and 2026 Kias during our Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. Go to smalekia.com. Low and nearly no interest APR with approved credit. Not all will qualify. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 1/2/26.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The accident reported earlier in the 100 block of Highland Avenue, Stone Township, that's been cleared. Meanwhile, there was an accident at 59 Oregon Trail in the Bethel Park, PA. We'll keep an eye on that. A multi-vehicle crash reported on I-79 northbound at exit 99, US 422. That's in the Newcastle Butler area. There is a ramp closure there. We'll keep you posted. Expect slow-moving traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
They had a lot to do with it. They made some plays. And I'm never one not to compliment worthy opponents, man. And certainly they made plays today.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can listen to us on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts. You can also watch us on YouTube. Big numbers there today and also on our Twitter page. Quick point on Tomlin there. He did not sound that disappointed, angry with the loss at all. Like, I'm still listening to these post-game comments now almost 24 hours later, and I'm like, he's just writing this one off to, it's in the division, it's on the road, and these things happen. Like, they've got pros too. Take.
Why do you think that is? Because my working theory that I'll say for, I don't know, 70th time on this show is I just think he refuses out of principle to ever give, like, the fans, the media, whatever it is, what they sometimes obviously want, which is a coach doing the tear the paint off the walls kind of reaction. Which, by the way, most pro coaches don't do anyway. They don't. It's more of a college coach thing. But I think he especially just does not want to be seen as that guy that is going to lose his temper in front of the mic. Think about the fact that it's not unique to him. Remember Dan Campbell? You know what's going around about what he said a couple years ago? His team blows a huge lead in the NFC title game on the road. They're totally in control.
Yep.
He goes, yeah, I told our guys we might never get back to this point. This might be our only shot. And he said it in he said it in this ultra calm tone, this philosophical tone.
I remember that.
If there was any situation where you think this is the guy's reputation, this is what just happened, he's going to go crazy, it would have been that one, and he wouldn't even do it. So I think it's partly NFL head coaches in general, broadly speaking, do not want to do that. In Mike's case, I just think he's never going to give people what they want. Because he also probably figures this, too, and I'm not trying to, run cover for him here. He says, all right, on the outside, they're all killing us for this. I'm not an idiot. I know that, we played a bad game. I'm not going to say that, but I know we did. We should have beaten that team. They have Shadur Sanders. He's not good. He also knows he's got to get the same group ready. They're not getting DK Metcalf back for a prime time, everybody's watching you game that determines if you're going to go to the playoffs or not. And in his case, also get double-digit wins or not.
I agree with that. So he's trying to keep their confidence up.
Yes, yeah. I really do believe that, and
he's
I'm not going
to keep the belief there. And if he rips them for their performance and the way they played, he thinks he might lose.
And he would much rather have the people who work for the Steelers, whose job it is to listen to what we say, report back. Yeah, those guys were ripping you for not sounding mad enough after the game, and he'll say, "I'll make that trade." I'm not even going to kill him for this because I think it's just kind of how he coaches.
I don't know. I think it depends. I think it's result oriented.
Well, if they go into the Ravens game, yeah, and they lay an egg and they look even worse, then you're like, well, yeah, you could have used a little piss and vinegar after the Browns game. But if they go in and win 27-17 and just shut down Derrick Henry, I don't care who quarterbacks them at that point.
I mean,
he looks genius.
He's been on the job for almost 20 years. He should have a handle on what his team needs. But then again, whatever he evoked this week to try to get his team fired up for and up for this game did not work. I also wonder, too, and this is, again, not an excuse for them at all. Don't even try to twist it or try to, take my words and make it into something that it's not. I really wonder if the admission he made last Tuesday, yeah, I'll have to consider it. What happens if the Packers beat the Ravens? I don't know. You've got guys this week who are practicing thinking, talking about star players, I don't even know if I'm going to play in this game. So I'm getting ready for it, yes, but I'm studying for a test that might not even happen. I'm showing up to work if I'm Aaron Rodgers on Wednesday and, all right, here's the game plan and everything else, but if a team that's favored wins Saturday night against a backup quarterback, I might get told at midnight on Saturday, hey, we're shutting you down and you're not even playing. And I could understand if it was human nature for some of these guys to allow for that to affect how they got ready for this game.
So that's when I actually I don't put Tomlin's up in the air kind of answer there on him. If you're making money, if you're a pro athlete, in fact, I could almost guarantee, I'd have to go back and actually look at it. I'm sure there has been a time in Aaron Rodgers' career where he was the starting quarterback for a team that had a situation like that, where if one thing happened, his game would matter. If one thing happened, it wouldn't. That's on you guys. You go out there and prep like the Packers are going to – you prep like the Packers are losing that game and the Ravens are going to force you to handle your own business. That's how I would look at it.
Sure, but I think it is kind of a unique circumstance. Well, I'll give you an example of something that did happen to him where it backfired. How about when the last time he was in Green Bay, Week 18, Seattle wins earlier in the day, upsets a team. All of a sudden, because of that, Detroit can't get in. And they're playing a game now. They thought they were playing a game Sunday night as a win and in like this game's going to be. But instead, the only team that had stake on the game was Green Bay. And the Packers lost. And the Lions spoiled it for them. Isn't it reasonable to think in that circumstance, all right, they let their guard down. They figured Detroit was probably not going to be as charged up for the game because they had been
That was what
out.
Campbell's second year?
Yeah.
I think that was a game. I don't know about you. I was looking at that like Campbell looked at that as a major culture builder game, though. I would have had the
after
antennas.
the fact when they won it, or I was watching them, and I felt that
going
way.
into that game, I thought of that. I said that guy is a psycho coach. He is going to look at this as a real Super Bowl for them because of like the little brother routine.
Sure, but like an hour before the game, they found out that it didn't matter to them anymore. And I think it would have been human nature for that team to just go in and be
roll over
zombies.
Yeah, maybe not. I guess I remember just liking that team so much in the way they were trending that I thought they were going to go in there and play like their hair was on fire. I don't exactly have that. I don't exactly have like that kind of excuse or that kind of feeling about a lot of other teams.
Here is Tony in Butler. Hello, Tony.
Hey, how you guys
doing?
Tony! Hi, Tony.
Hey, what's up? So, to me, this obviously it falls on the offense. If you don't score a touchdown, you're not going to win many games. But as much as we've praised Rodgers over the last 3 weeks, and he deserved it, I'm putting this loss on him. I mean, he made some bad decisions And like Malsey said, that last play, Gainwell comes open. I mean, that's a walk-in touchdown. But I have a question.
Tony, he made some just flat out, and you could see him in the stadium. I agree with you, obviously, because that was my thesis here.
Fourth and 1 to Miller was just a
horrible decision
bad.
And a horrible throw. He made some other throws that just sucked, too. Like, just some really bad throws.
He didn't have it yesterday. I guess that happens when you're 42 years old. He said some days you get out of bed and you just don't have it. I think that might have happened.
It was a little chillier, and it was rainy. Those old bones were probably creaking around all over the place.
But then again, he was good when it was 10 degrees against the Dolphins 2 weeks ago.
Right. But here's my question, you guys. So it's Tomlin's decision to go for that 4th and 1 in that first quarter when they 100% should have just kicked the field goal. Now, when he tells Arthur Smith, look, I want to go for this, do you think Tomlin said to him, I want to throw this or I want to run it? Or is that on Arthur Smith?
I think initially, and thanks, Tony, I think initially the plan was to run the ball. Didn't a timeout get called there? They come back out. They ended up throwing it.
He's talking about the Scotty Miller play.
Yes.
That's Tomlin's decision to go for it, and then here's what I think happened. Smith probably gives Rodgers multiple plays he can go with.
Based on what the defense tells him, and he picked
trusts
that play.
Rodgers to pick the right play, and then probably within that pass play, trusts Rodgers to make the right read. That play bothers me. Like, I can forgive a physical error from a 42-year-old guy who probably has the most talented arm who's ever played quarterback. I can actually forgive the idea that he's not going to make every throw perfect, Pony. I'm imploring people, go watch that playback. Realize how quickly the ball got out of his hands still. Watch Adam Thielen lining up in the right slot pretty tight to the formation. Tell me if you think he was merely wide open or really wide open if Rodgers just turns his head about 2 inches back to the right and throws the ball.
I had no issue with them going for it because I thought in the moment that they were going to run the ball and get a first down. And they were going to use the Hayward play.
Or just line up and run the ball.
Yeah.
Or use the Hayward play, turning it into the Jonnu Smith run, which has actually worked.
It's 10-3. I thought they were going to finish that drive with a touchdown. They've been great in the red zone this year and tie the game and go on to win the game, honestly. But the play...
Such a low percentage play, man, even for Rodgers.
The decision was horrible.
He's throwing it... Here's something else. He's throwing it to Scotty Miller.
Yeah.
Not Calvin Johnson, not Randy... Frankly, not even Antonio Brown. And I don't know who's the tallest receiver who's ever played
Chris,
football.
all the more reason to run the ball there. They didn't have the receivers at their disposal to do crap like that yesterday.
I know. I know.
It's just, and you could say, well, I mean, the Browns were geared up to stop the run. They were the whole day, and they gave up over 5 yards a carry to Warren. Here is Steve in Ohio. Hello, Steve.
How you guys doing today?
Hey, man.
It's like living Groundhog Day all over again, right?
Yeah, it is. You're right.
Yeah, it's an absolute dumpster fire. I watched the game with a really good friend of mine that's a Browns fan, and we were watching it. He and I both had the same reaction that one of you guys was just talking about. Rodgers absolutely had the yips yesterday, and he was definitely trying to avoid being that guy with the sack record. I mean, if you watch the game, watch it on TV. I'm sure it's different live, but you could see that he wanted no part of getting.
Steve, that was my take live, and I thought maybe because I was in the stadium, like I was hyper-focusing on something.
Steve,
but
it was
felt
egregious
to me,
live.
watching it in the stadium, like he was doing things outside of his norm. People say, well, they blocked Myles Garrett the same way. It's not just about the way they blocked him. It's about the way the quarterback navigated his way around the pocket and tried to make plays.
Yep.
He looked like he was looking for one specific person and when he was scrambling around in the pocket. Usually you're just looking for an exit point, right? He looked like he was looking around for the serial killer in the slasher movie.
Yep, the whole game. And it just got worse as it went forward, and I don't care who was calling the plays. The play calling was abysmal anyway. But he wanted no part of anybody touching him, and he did that to the detriment of them winning a game that should have been so winnable. They should have been able to sail this one in without even trying.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to say, or out of bounds to say, Rodgers could have absolutely played more like he did on their final drive, and they probably score 17 to 20 points, and they probably win. Pony, I'm going to give somebody in the YouTube comments their day in the sun and allow you to quickly respond. There is a guy going by, hi, my name is Aaron, who has been apparently haunting the chat for hours, saying, is Pony going to tell us that we should still apologize for booing Tomlin as fans? Does Pony still think we should all apologize?
Well,
this guy has been hung up on something you said 3 weeks ago and has been pounding his fists metaphorically in the chat demanding an answer. So I will give you the floor.
2 things. booing. It's not booing. It's saying fire Tomlin. And I said for 3 games, those chants aged poorly. They did. All of the goodwill, all the equity that he built up over that 3-game winning streak, he flushed down the toilet yesterday. And if they come out, it's the last game of the year. If they come out and lose and play like crap against the Ravens, I hope he hears the same fire Tomlin chants again in that stadium.
And those will not be in bad taste.
No.
Those will be in righteous taste.
Yes, because he'll have missed the playoffs again, and that'll be 9 years. It's a good question by Aaron. Yeah. The story changes because of the result yesterday.
Oh, I guess you said this last week, people. Yes, this was.
It is one of the, and I know the point spread doesn't back this up, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of his worst losses because of what was at stake, clinching a division, making up your own bye in week 18.
Against who you got to take. You got to put
who they were playing.
No,
yes.
specifically who the quarterback was, since it's a quarterback league. Has he had a worse one in the regular season, given all that stuff? I don't think when you actually add up all the variables that would be ingredients in a bad loss that there's been a worse one.
I mean, the 2009 team was made up of Super Bowl champions, and they went to Cleveland and lost to Brady Quinn. And no offense to my guy Bruce, but they also got beat by the Raiders at home.
I know,
think
but
those two are pretty
were
bad.
either of those games where they could have clinched a playoff, the division?
No.
And then we're put in this. I think this is the worst one. Then.
No, but they needed those games in December to make the playoffs, and they lost them.
Well, he very famously unleashed hell in December's past, and he's unleashing it on us all again.
But here's the thing about him now. There have been so many of these games. Like, I had somebody text me, is this Tomlin's worst loss? And I said, I don't even know if it's in the top 5. Because there are just a lot of these now.
This one just felt more surreal, I guess, than anything. To watch it unfold.
In 2023, they lost back-to-back games to 2-10 teams.
Oh, wait, I love that stat.
And they weren't even competitive in those games.
Did you see
to
that
the Cardinals
stat that was
Patriots.
floating
yes.
around? What a delight.
The last 5 years, Tomlin against teams 8 games under 500 or more is what, 0-4-1?
He's got the tie against the Lions with Rudolph, and then I think it's either 4 or 5 losses. It's the worst such stretch for any team ever.
In NFL history, yes.
Pony, you know what, though?
He got to a winning season, and he's never had a losing season, and that's the longest streak to start a career.
And guess what would
history.
happen if the Steelers fired him?
There'd be a line around the corner trying to hire the guy.
A conga line, maybe dancing.
Teams would fire their head coaches to get him. Listen to Starkey on Wednesday to hear about his card of the week if he's in. I think it might be someone else talking about it from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Joe takes time off this time of year. Why not? We'll be off on Wednesday. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 937thefan.com contesting page. We're not done today. We're here until 6, and we'll be here tomorrow to break down Mike Tomlin, too. Let's get to Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can also watch the show there. Intern Jack has a headline, the biggest football topic of the day in the Donnie Football Debrief, plus more breaking news on the Penguins. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers took an early 10-0 deficit to Shadur Sanders yesterday and could not recover. They fell 13-6 to the Cleveland Browns. In Cleveland, that'll set up a Week 18 showdown with the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday Night Football at Acrisure Stadium for the AFC North. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Jack. Let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. Comer and Cross in one day changed my house. The worst part of my house by far was my garage. Garage floor was gross, stained, disgusting. Other than keeping things in there and parking my wife's car in the garage, it was of no use to me. And that all changed when I got a garage floor from Comer and Cross. Garage floor coating, don't do it yourself. Don't try to do an epoxy job. Trust the experts at Comer and Cross, and in one day, you could have the garage floor you've always wanted. They're going to fill the cracks and pits perfectly. If you've got a lot of stuff in there, if you're a hoarder, that's okay. They'll take it out for you, even in the winter, and move it around. Comer and Cross, the gold standard. They do this job themselves, no subcontractors. And right now, if you call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, you can lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. So that's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Truck, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
Windy with snow showers tonight, the low 21.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Donnie is driving back from Maryland, where he watched the Steelers suffer this deplorable loss with his dad, who's a diehard Steelers fan, and said that the human species peaked in the early 1980s.
83 to be very specific.
Segment is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Charlie Borges is here. Charlie is our resident hockey expert. He also has more on the breaking news. The Penguins made a trade, a low-risk, high-reward trade with the Columbus Blue Jackets in the last hour or so. And we didn't know what was going back to Columbus in the deal, but we do now. Do we like the trade less now with this news? We can't.
Hold on. Let's get his mic up there. You do. Charlie, now you're up.
Yep. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
I like the trade less now.
How much less? What was it on a
we
1
need
to
to
10
know
scale?
what it is
So
first.
it's
What's
1 to
going
10
back?
scale first. Before you knew the full details, what did you think of the trade? Grade it.
7.
7?
It was
Okay. Like a B plus,
Yeah.
B, whatever. What is it now?
3.5, 4.
Wow.
Did you hear him, expel all the breath in his lungs?
They gave up Dan Heinen, which is fine. He's been on waivers a lot this year.
He's a body.
So who cares?
Just a guy.
The third-round pick, who
Yeah,
cares?
just an
You have
NHL
so
30.
many.
Yep.
But the 2026 Blues second-round pick that they gave up, the Blues are a bottom 5 team in the NHL, so that pick could be anywhere from 33 to 39. That's a borderline first-round pick. You're going to give up a borderline first-round pick for a guy who may crack the lineup and chip in a few goals?
Can I offer
And
one counterpoint,
is,
though?
on a contract that is
He's
up
an
at the end of the
RFA.
year, and it's going to be restricted. And
So you
to
have
make a
team
decision.
control over him, but
You got to make a decision on
Yeah.
it.
You have to figure out if you think he's good enough to keep.
Right.
Blank or get off the pot. At this point in his career, 25 years old, first-round pick, come on.
Let me ask you this, though. My devil's advocacy position here would be as follows, and I freely admit that of the three of us in here, although Pony knows a ton of hockey, he puts that in the deep storage part of his brain. I try to watch as much as I can when I can, but you're the guy who writes about it for a living. Could I not fire back with, yeah, but really, how many of picks 33 to 37 in most drafts, how many of those guys ever materialize into anything? Let alone an NHLer of any substance, anything.
It's a good rebuttal. I mean, picks 1 through 12 in the draft are guaranteed to at least crack the lineup within the next year or two after the draft, but
it's the weirdest draft once you
Yeah.
get past that lottery-ish portion. It becomes not a crapshoot.
If
But
you
Hank
dra-
Zetterberg
yeah.
was the last guy in a draft. Hornquist, a Mr. Irrelevant.
But maybe you
That
could.
took was a
But
seventh
maybe
round
you
pick.
could have used that pick if they're going to pick ninth. Maybe you could have used that pick
to move around,
to move from 9
Yeah.
to 6 or something
or
like
to,
that.
or to get a player.
Right.
No, that part's better, but they're also not the team. What's weird about this is I thought they were the team that wasn't going to use draft picks of any substance to try and get better at the deadline, for example, right?
Yeah.
And they're using it, it sounds like you're saying, for a, as you put it, Magic Beans trade still.
Correct, Magic Beans.
That part of it, that very basic principle, why give up any picks if you're not really trying to contend this year, makes this
What
weird.
is the best case scenario for this guy they got back for Columbus in this trade?
He scores 15 goals this season, and he becomes a 25, 30 goal scorer for the next 5, 10 years.
Best case
That's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario, he scores 2 goals the rest of the season, and you don't qualify him, and he walks in free agency, and the Blues pick somebody, or they flip him for somebody that they use for good.
I would like to just prostrate myself here and apologize. I got something wrong there. Prostrate.
What'd you get wrong?
Zetterberg was not a Mr. Irrelevant. Hornquist definitely was. Zetterberg was the mere 210th pick out of 272. Datsuk, however, you got it wrong. 6th rounder. 171 overall.
One round off.
Well, how about Gensel? He was a third-round pick.
He was. He's like
So
one
was
of those.
Rust.
Yeah, they've actually had
all credit to
decent
Ray
run.
Shiro. R.I.P.
That's right. The Donnie Football Debrief is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Chaz?
The debrief, December 29, 2025. The AFC North is not the only division up for grab, fellas, this weekend. My beloved Buccaneers are fighting for their lives in the NFC South. However, I know it is
What is
laughable.
this, Buccaneers Junction here?
No, but here's the thing. If the Falcons win tonight and the Buccaneers win against the Panthers on Saturday.
Yes.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
then the Falcons have to.
The Falcons then need to beat the Saints on Sunday. So even though the NFL scheduled the Bucs and Panthers to decide the NFC South on Saturday, people may be having to tune in to the Falcons and Saints.
Well, they're banking on the Rams to win tonight, which I think is a pretty safe bet.
But there would still be a three-way tie for the NFC South at 8 and 9 in what would be the NFL's worst division
ever
since I believe 2011, when the last 8 and 9 tie
and the
was.
Panthers win no matter what in that setting.
It was the Chargers,
I thought it was
Broncos,
the Panthers win.
and somebody.
I thought we listened to that on the radio last night, that if the Falcons win their last two...
No, we did, but I'm saying he's saying it's the worst.
Oh,
We've seen
okay.
7-win teams make the playoffs. The,
the 7-9
Commanders team
Seahawks.
that your Bucks beat with Tom Brady in the first round of the playoffs were a 7-win team.
No, I'm saying the worst division total, like all around, ever.
In terms of total wins?
In just
Point
pure
differential?
play. Team.
Oh, you're just saying
I'm just saying
subjectively it's been awful.
Here is the worst division in NFL history when there's three teams tying for 8 and 9.
If they had a tournament, like a blind draw in that division right now, 1 through 4, and they just have 2 semifinals and then a division championship game, who do you think would win?
At this point in time?
Yes.
Probably the Saints.
Well, they're playing the best football, and their quarterback looks like he might be closer to the answer than maybe people thought when he was 28 years old and getting drafted after 19 years of college football.
I feel like he's been the exact same player as Spencer Rattler by a lot of metrics that people care about.
Well, defensive guru Todd Bowles made him look like prime Dan Marino.
Didn't Todd Bowles just say it was the player's fault and not his own, though?
He also said that there was no finger pointing, and there's a video going around of Bucky Irving literally pointing the finger at the offensive line, and Todd Bowles said there's no finger pointing on our team.
He's not long for that position.
Oh, no, Ian Rappaport said that he is in no danger of losing his job, and I'm ecstatic about that, gentlemen.
Well,
man, that is grim to hear you talk about that.
I actually think that if the Bucs win, and they're favored to beat the Panthers.
I don't know why.
I think if they win and go 8 and 9, I do think they're another one of these teams like the 2010 Seahawks where they could upset. They've already beaten the Seahawks this year.
Okay, I'm going to make a crazy statement, though. I think that either team of those two that wins, I know that like one of the matchups that could happen here is 4-5 Panthers-Saints again in Charlotte.
You mean Panthers-Rams?
Panthers-Rams, thank you, sorry.
Yeah.
Saints on the brain.
And the Panthers won that game.
Panthers won that game because they were like superlative on 3rd and 4th down. They just kept going for it, and Bryce Young was awesome.
Deep balls.
I still absolutely think both of those teams are good enough to throw a major scare, if not pull a huge upset in a 4-5 game. I actually do. I actually think I have more faith in Carolina because Mayfield has just turned into a corn cob.
I have more faith in the light bulb going on for Tampa because they're just a better team, I think.
Bryce
Especially
Young,
offensively.
yes, but Bryce Young's got kind of like a little bit of.
Chris, he threw for 54 passing yards yesterday.
He's also thrown for 440 in a game this year.
So you trust Bryce Young more than Baker?
I think right now at this point, for volatility's sake, yes, because Baker's just largely looked like crap lately.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan weather sponsored by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Temperatures will be in the 20s again starting tomorrow. All right, coming up next, we heard excuses from the Steelers after this horrendous loss to Cleveland. Are you buying any of them, including what's going on with DK Metcalf now? Quick timeout, and we're right back. It's the PM team.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your wrap-up the year sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back, only $59.99. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also, lose all the weight you want, only $59.99 with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating, and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
If you're struggling with weight and frustrated with dieting each and every year, Mark Patrick Hypnosis can help. Join the over 500,000 people who have attended Mark Patrick Hypnosis with great weight loss results. Mark Patrick Hypnosis will be in Pittsburgh on Sunday, January 11th.
After this hypnosis, I want to eat good food.
Since August, I can honestly say I have not had one potato chip.
It was life-changing for me.
And I don't think about desserts like I used to.
Bridget, how much have you lost now?
I have lost a total of 83 pounds.
Holy cow.
It's easy, it's fun, very relaxing, and very successful.
And I would just say go for it.
Only $59.99. Lose all the weight you want. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Attend this program and find out how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your weight loss goals. There's limited seating, so get there early. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com. Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're keeping an eye out on two accidents. One was a multi-vehicle crash, I-79 northbound at exit 99, US 422, Newcastle Butler. There was a ramp closure there, so we'll keep you posted. Also, the multi-vehicle pileup that involved up to 20 cars on Interstate 80 eastbound earlier between exit 64 and exit 78. That crash occurred around mile marker number 69. PennDOT estimates that roadway may reopen by 6 p.m. Closer to home, expects slow-moving traffic on the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. Route 28 moving well with AAA traffic. I'm Trevin.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers season now comes down to Sunday night in Baltimore. Win and you're in. You'll host a playoff game the next week. Lose, and it's another collapse to end a season. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a black and gold loser Monday on the PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Take a deep breath, Baltimore. 3 on the play clock. Rodgers out of the gun. Looking to the end zone, and it is incomplete. Incomplete and no flag. The Browns have pulled off the upset.
The last couple was their long route in the second and third down plays in the last series. Then I assume the last play.
That's definitely interference. I'll have to look at the film on second and third down. One-on-one.
All right. Excuses. They're like, what's the expression?
Anuses.
Everyone's got them?
Yeah. And they all stink.
So, we've not heard a lot of this on our show today, but I'm going to open up the phone lines at 412-928-9370 to see if anybody wants to play ball here. Are there any Steelers fans, after you score 6 points in Cleveland and lose a game to a Shedeur Sanders quarterback team and a 3-12 team that had a front office that was rooting for them to lose and a fan base that partially was rooting for them to lose? How do I know that? Because we talked to these people yesterday at the game. Are there any Steelers fans out there who want to take the cheese here and say anything about this game being rigged and about the play, the lack of a flag on the last play of the game?
Wait, who want to say things about it being rigged?
Yes. Yes, and that was the NFL in the ear of the officials there that said, keep that flag in your pocket because we need Steelers-Ravens Sunday night. I do think there are Steelers fans that believe that, and I wonder if any of them have the courage to call in and say, yeah, that's why the Steelers lost, because the NFL wanted Steelers-Ravens in prime time.
I'm going to be very blunt here. I love taking calls in this job, on this show. It's one of my favorite things. Sometimes one or both of us gets really into it with a caller. Sometimes callers say hilarious things. We have a whole set of drops because our callers are often very entertaining and a huge part of the show.
Yeah.
This is one of those times I hope not one soul calls in and actually says with a serious tone and means it that the NFL rigs these games. Because that has long been one of my litmus tests of, are you actually kind of a dumb person who thinks you're smart? If you say full-throated the NFL rigs games, here is always my A1 argument against it. If the NFL rigged games, why are routinely the New York Giants and New York Jets two of the worst and most inept franchises in the entire sport? They are in market one.
Yep.
Okay? I know it's a different TV contract.
I'm listening.
They are in market number one, where if things are big in New York, they are big everywhere, and it's always good business. Why are they Jets, a tire fire every year, who had a kid named Brick making personnel decisions, and the Giants so inept that they might get their first-round quarterback killed if they can't get out of their own way or out of his own way?
Because the refs can only do so much. So the refs can't make a team good, but the refs can, when teams are close, the refs can make a difference.
Okay, second argument. Now, this is a guy named Robert who says, I'm on a call at work, but to deny that it's not a possibility that these games are fixed is to be ignorant. Cash rules all. Do you know how much money the NFL now makes because of legal sports betting?
Tons.
Do you know how much of that money would go away if a plurality, a majority, or even a decent chunk, like 25% of bettors, really thought they were betting on games that are fixed?
Maybe it doesn't have to be said, but it's implied. And what I mean by that is, let's use the Kansas City example. So the Chiefs get calls, and it's subconscious. It's not something the NFL sent out a memo on. There's no Roger Goodell edict but the refs know it's good for business if the Chiefs win.
Then why weren't they pulling the Buffalo Wild Wings button on the Chiefs all year this year to make sure they won?
Because of what I just said. When a team's not good, the refs can't make them good. But when it's close, they can make a difference. I mean,
the Chiefs lose a bunch of one-score games this year?
Yes, I'm saying this year they weren't good enough.
The refs weren't.
The
fixing wasn't.
No, the Chiefs weren't good enough.
Oh. But if they were in a bunch of one-score games, the refs could have easily just pulled the Buffalo Wild Wings lever and helped them because they went undefeated in those games last year, and they regressed to the mean, Pony.
Good point.
Why would you ever let the Chiefs regress to the mean?
Because maybe this year they felt like, all right, the shenanigans from last year, we couldn't get away with it 2 years in a row. I don't know.
Yes. We couldn't get away with it 2 years in a row, or it's time for some new blood. Let's get that football hotbed of Jacksonville activated and make sure they make it in.
The Jags are good.
Let's get the Chargers in there, the team that L.A., Market 2, doesn't care about, but that we insisted would end up there instead of the place that actually liked them.
All right. Would you at least admit, though, that the NFL was pleased that the Ravens won and the Steelers lost?
Right, yes, because they were still going to have, Niners and Seahawks for the division. But and that's a monster game between better teams.
But they needed 3 standalone games. They needed 2 for Saturday, and they needed Sunday night. And they got 3.
Do people also realize how many other things had to go a certain way up until this point to get it to where they have 3? Like other games throughout the season. So do they have the old script, and it is the most detailed thing of all time?
All right, I'm going to ask you another question. Ready? Do you think if the season's over and Aaron Rodgers is doing a Joe Rogan interview or he's with one of his podcast hosts that he's comfortable with, and they catch him on the right day where he's doing a podcast voluntarily, so he's not going to clam up and wants to talk, and his career is probably over. So there's no ramifications or consequences that he has to worry about anymore because he's not pulling a Phillip Rivers and coming out of retirement.
Okay.
And that person said to him, so, your honest opinion, do you think that missed pass interference call at the end of the Browns game might have been a part of a greater conspiracy by the NFL to make sure that Steelers-Ravens game mattered? Are you 100% sure that Aaron Rodgers scoffs at that and says, no, there's no
I'm not 100% sure because Aaron Rodgers likes to say a lot of things that are, broadly speaking, I would think, headline grabbers. Can I offer you what I would do if I were somehow transported into that podcast with a live mic? I would say, Aaron, did your decision to throw the ball 4 yards over Scotty Miller's head while Adam Thielen was running wide open underneath
on 4th and 1?
Were you a part of this greater conspiracy and scheme? Aaron, was your inability to hit Kenneth Gainwell, who was wide open for a potential game-tying touchdown on that very same play, was this part of the script that you needed to throw the ball so that the NFL couldn't throw the flag? Are you a paid actor in this situation?
Do you think that any of this factored into Metcalf being suspended for this game?
I think if the NFL
and the Steelers wanting to make sure that the Steelers lost it to set up a Week 18 with stakes?
I think if the NFL, now I think all of this is of course nonsense, the idea of scripted rigged games.
Yep.
If the NFL wanted Steelers-Ravens to have as much juice as humanly possible and could act as the invisible hand of God, they knock Metcalf's suspension down to 1 game, making sure he's ready for a Week 18 game, and then make sure that the Steelers somehow biff this one.
Are you seeing...
Now the Steelers are going with a bunch of old guys and crappy guys at wide receiver.
Are you seeing on our YouTube page that most people agree with you, or are you actually seeing some rigged takes out there?
I think this has turned things into just an absolutely, like a minefield. Here we go. I don't take fan claims of this seriously because every time a team loses, a bunch of their fans claim it's rigged. Boy who cried wolf. You can't trust humans, Broseph. The NFL makes good money, huge money without the New York teams being good. Hold on. Brandon, this is the dumbest conversation ever. I can't believe Pony has actually decided to open this door. Trash Pandas 420 says this. This is very philosophical. Jack, listen up. You're young. Life is rigged. Ooh. Mongo only pawn in game of life. If this was rigged, the NFL would have the 42-year-old poster boy pre-ayahuasca Rodgers hoisting the Lombardi and walking into the sunset in February.
All right. I mean, I just wanted to see if we were going to get a reaction from people and if that excuse was out there, that this game was part of a
I like this one the
greater
most.
plot by the NFL to make sure that they had Steelers, Ravens, and Sunday Night Football.
I understand this one the most. The same guy who said some other stuff about it being rigged and how I'm a dummy for thinking the New York teams matter in the NFL. We understand. You're protecting your job, Mulsey.
You've been told there's going to be the NFL is going to come after
all of you guys
with all its might.
All of you guys couldn't talk on and on for 7 days a week if everyone knew the games are rigged. I'm going to ask Fish this question respectfully.
Wait, so he thinks we know the results in advance?
He thinks that the games are rigged, but that it can't be made too obvious because if everyone figured it out like he has, no one would listen to our shows.
Oh, gotcha.
So then I would raise this question, two of them, to Fish. Do you still watch the games? And why do you listen to this show if we're just talking about rigged, preordained events?
Who was the NFL player who said that the scripts come out before the season?
Probably Chad Ochocinco. I don't know if it actually was him, but it was
Arian Foster.
Arian Foster, another guy who cosplays as a really intelligent, thoughtful guy. Although he probably is smarter than Rodgers.
He didn't he do a whole spoof of this? Like, yeah, about a month before the season, we'd get it.
Yeah, I think he was being somewhat tongue-in-cheek.
Of course
Rodgers might actually believe it.
Taxes on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Come back with some of your calls. If you want to chime in on this, you can. Excuses from Sunday's loss. Are there people out there that actually think the NFL colluded against the Steelers, and that's why they didn't call pass interference at the end of the game? 412-928-9370. More of your calls on anything from that game that still has you ticked off now more than 24 hours later. 412-928-9370. Are any of you mad at DK Metcalf? We'll talk about him coming back, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers went down 10-0 early to the Browns yesterday and never recovered. They failed to score in the second half as well.
Jack, why are you getting nervous during that fan headline? Did somebody almost walk out of the studio who wasn't supposed to for a minute here?
No, definitely not.
Just checking.
But, the Steelers fell to the Browns. They now take on the Ravens next week at home on Sunday Night Football. That will decide the AFC North. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Oh, hey, thanks, Jack. I don't know why anybody would have thought anything but this was going to be me telling you about Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. They've got the best inventory when it comes to Mitsubishi in the area, and that's why you've got to get there right now if you need to find the Mitsu that fits you and get your deal your way. What a great day. They've got the holiday exchange season still happening, so you still got a couple days to take advantage of these deals today and tomorrow in particular, and New Year's Eve till 5 p.m., by the way. And they've got $500 more for your trade lined up as part of the holiday exchange season. They've also got phenomenal deals on Mirage, which is already the lowest priced new car on the market, Outlander Sport, Eclipse Cross as well, and then my go-to, my number one in the rotation. It's the one I drive, 7-passenger, third row capable. New 2025 Outlanders are available with 0% financing for 60 months. You get all-wheel drive. You get the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty with Outlander. You get a lot of good stuff. In other words, and right now the deals have not been better. So take advantage, okay? Find the Mitsu that fits you at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Only the Raiders could lose but actually lose again. They've got the inside track and the number one pick in the draft after losing to the Giants, but Max Crosby wants out. Typical Raiders, one step forward, two steps back. I'm John Lund.
Upgrade your sleigh on a brand new GMC at Joe Ball GMC.
JoeBallGM.com.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
2300 block of Bigelow Boulevard, there was an accident reported there. So if you're on Bigelow Boulevard, traffic is moving slow. Also on the Parkway North, 279, that looks like that's moving pretty good in both directions. It's slow as you work your way out of the city, though. Route 28 is still looking good. And with AAA traffic, I'm Trevin.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the Shorkey-Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pittsburgh probably wins this game if DK Metcalf is out there because the coverage that you see, they press on the outside with no safety help. Usually there's a safety that comes over and wants to help double team when Metcalf is out there. They got to put him down in there and help on everybody else and in the run game, and he just couldn't quite create those big plays on the outside the numbers. And I think that was kind of the difference in the game, and they kept trying to at the end. It's like Aaron knows that's where the ball should go versus that coverage, but they couldn't make the play.
5:16, time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. Tony Romo blames DK Metcalf's suspension for the loss.
It's looking worse and worse and worse and worse for DK Metcalf. Because while I think Rodgers still could and should have been able to do enough to get that win for them, like, I don't know, throw to a tight end other than Darnell Washington or Jonnu Smith on a dump-off before, like, 1 minute was left in the game, I think it's pretty inarguable that Metcalf's mere presence makes it easier for everybody else, and that Metcalf's playmaking ability that he has flashed probably would have shown up at some point in this game.
It's history.
A huge story.
It's history repeating itself. This was a big reason why the Steelers lost 5 in a row at the end of last year. They lost their number one wide receiver. Pickens got hurt. Did a lot of things stupid, but didn't do something stupid enough to get suspended. And they had no answer. Now Metcalf, on his own volition, own free will, own stupidity, gets himself in trouble. Can't play in the last 2 games. And this was always the kind of red alert situation. What happens if DK Metcalf gets injured? Because your wide receiver depth stinks. And it has for 2 years. And I hate it because it was preventable. You could have traded for Jacoby Myers. You could have gone out and traded for Shaheed, who's played well in Seattle.
By the way, Jacoby Myers has unlocked Trevor Lawrence, just period. So if Mark Cabali's listening here going, oh, Jacoby Myers, that is probably the single biggest individual reason that Trevor Lawrence suddenly looks like a world beater.
I mean, it's mainly Metcalf's fault because this is not an injury. This is not something that you just chalk up to. It's football. He could have kept himself from doing this.
Lost his cool.
But the Steelers not having a plan B is on Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin. And their hubris in going with young guys like Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson is the guys behind Metcalf. And then feeling like Adam Thielen in his mid-30s and Marquez Valdez-Scantling could come off the practice squad.
Don't forget Scotty Miller. And if Ben Skoranek didn't have a broken hand, he would be getting targets too.
And actually, as Tomlin has pointed out multiple times, guys, it's not just wide receivers. We've got tight ends.
That they don't throw to.
Well, your best pass receiving tight end, you only go to
when the game is like on the line.
Desperate situations, yes.
You sit there and make him just become like a guy doing cardio, if even that, and then you throw him the ball and good things happen and you like have the memory of a goldfish about it and forget to do it again.
I think Tomlin will be the guy who catches the most bleep if they miss the playoffs, and he should. But honestly, guys that aren't far behind, DK Metcalf and whoever the dry needling expert is for the Steelers.
How much?
Those two people are the next ones on the list for me,
I'll
man.
say another thing. This probably isn't going to go over well with people because I think so many people ascribe any discipline issue any Steelers player has and say, well, that's Mike Tomlin. It never would have happened under Chuck Noll. That player would have just done something reasonable like fired an assault rifle at a police helicopter instead. Or under Bill Cowher that, no one ever got in trouble like Bam Morris for having how many pounds of weed in his trunk when Bill Cowher was the coach. Like, I could go on and on. To me, I think you're trying too hard to make it about Mike Tomlin if your answer to the DK Metcalf stuff is Mike should have had him reined in better. For the love of God, at this point, you can say DK Metcalf is getting paid $31 million a year. Among other things, that should guarantee that he has his head on his shoulders enough to not go over to a fan whose entire animating purpose in this world was to agitate DK Metcalf.
I know.
A guy who had a press conference that looked like something from like Tim Robinson's mind.
It looked like
I
a
think you
Saturday
should
Night Live
leave. Yes,
sketch.
it looked like an SNL thing. If Chris Kattan had showed up as Mr. Peepers, I wouldn't have been surprised in the middle of that thing. So I think it is incumbent on DK Metcalf to just not put himself in that spot to begin with. I don't think that reflects on the coach.
But here's what I think does, Chris. They have a type. They go for these high-end talent guys with volatile personalities.
But, I mean, was Metcalf's – the whole thing, and I think it was fair to say it at the time, was I was giving Metcalf some praise early in the season when they could not sort out their passing game at all.
Yeah.
He was generally just going to work, doing the job, punching the clock, and not bitching about it like Pickens would have.
Yes, so, degrees of, problem players, you don't have to worry about them off the field. That's not true of some of these other Steelers wide receivers that have screwed up, like Martavis Bryant, for example. And he doesn't have the Antonio Brown, George Pickens, Deontay Johnson flip out or sulk when I'm not getting the ball. His issue in terms of the volatile personality seems to be that guys can get under his skin, both opposing players and now, as we've learned, fans.
Mm-hmm.
And he blows his top sometimes, man. And he did in Seattle. There's all kinds of video of him with Jalen Ramsey when Ramsey was with the Rams and not the Steelers of stuff like that. He just has a tendency sometimes, and I think it's probably maybe at the end of the day a good problem because that competitive spirit probably fuels him, has made him a pretty good player. But at times he does fly off the handle, and it seems to be because guys trash talk him and get him super annoyed. And he wants to lash out and take it out on them.
The fact that bled over, though, to an interaction with a fan
is unacceptable.
It's just, I can't, even though that might be the Steelers' type and they'll always bet on talent, if we're talking about him blowing a game for them with a 15-yard penalty or something like that, that puts them out of field goal range, that's one thing.
That's still bad.
No, my point is that would be more their type coming back to bite them. I'm saying what he did in going over there and engaging in that situation is so out of left field and out of bounds, and you couldn't predict it is my point. Yeah, he's a volatile guy on the field. He can get trash talked and respond. You don't expect some moron with blue hair under a blue wig to get under his skin and be like the MVP and derailing your season. You don't.
You don't, but wait a minute, though. The only thing I'll say about that is if he knew there was a guy in Detroit who always trolled him.
Say something to the team security people and all that.
Beforehand.
Yes, no, I agree with that.
Not even on Sunday.
But that's why I'm saying it is completely incumbent on him. None of the stuff that involves a fan getting so in your kitchen that you go over there and get yourself suspended, to me, reflects back on Tomlin. That's where I just say there should be a base level of expectation that a player doesn't act like a complete doofus in this setting. From start to finish.
Here's Sean in Newport Beach. Hello, Sean.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, listen, a lot of what you guys are saying, talking about, obviously makes a lot of sense. But here's my take. Aaron Rodgers has happy feet. I mean, the guy is never calm in the pocket. I I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was the injury from the Jets. But, man, the guy is
He's
never
42.
solid in the pocket.
He's 42 is generally what happened, I would say.
I don't think that's I don't think that's like a every game thing with him though. I don't think that he looks like he's about to panic.
No, there are times when he looks fine and he looks completely at ease with what he's doing.
You know, you said that it was an obsession on their part to not let Myles Garrett get the sack record. I think Starkey, who didn't host a show but felt the need to call in, which I actually respect today on his show, made a very good point. We posted this video on our Twitter page. And it's less about what you said, Rodgers on his own, like not wanting to be the guy that's on the wrong side of history and gets sacked by Garrett for the record. It is more about their obsession all week being we can't let Garrett beat us. So it was more about that, and this is what he said. They ran a 3rd and 4 toss play to Kenneth Gainwell away from Myles Garrett's side of the field. And his take was, if they weren't so deathly afraid of Myles Garrett, not only is that, you know, a run play that might go to the other side of the field, to Garrett's side, it's probably a pass play.
In an obvious passing situation, they wouldn't pass the ball because they were worried he'd have his ears pinned back, and that would be that.
So they ran it. And it just spoke to like a larger, from not just Rodgers' part, but the whole team, scared of Myles Garrett yesterday.
Scared of, and not, I will say again, though, because I feel like I just have to keep saying it. Scared of him and not want, and specifically doing things to prevent him, like spitefully almost, from getting the sack record, because like in the normal course of events, he was probably going to get one, are two very different things. It's like healthy, smart offense to game plan in a way that displays maybe not fear, but an appropriate respect for him.
Okay, but how about that specific play call?
Just a crap-ass play call.
But do you agree with Joe that it's motivated by not letting Myles Garrett?
I think it's motivated. I think it's motivated by like saying, yeah, we're not gonna. I think that one though is still easier to pass off, as we just think this might catch them off guard and it nullifies him, than it is to say they ran this specifically so he wouldn't have a prime opportunity at a sack.
More of your calls coming up, plus PM Team Professors. We will grade what Adam Schefter said today about Mike Tomlin's future. Follow us on Twitter. You can watch us there, too. Several thousand are. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's another Intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins were the highest scoring team in Pittsburgh yesterday, outscoring the Steelers 7-6, actually. They took down the Blackhawks 7-3 in Chicago. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? I did that my first 4 weeks. Have more? Do the math. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait, you're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit smaleacura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. Ends January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, it is time for some PM Team Professors. We grade some things that not only happened in Steelers-Browns, but a couple of consequences or fallout things from this game. Let's start with Adam Schefter, who went on Pat McAfee's show earlier today and had to say this about Mike Tomlin's future.
I think that somebody's going to lose that game. And when they do, there are going to be conversations that occur all over the organization. What went wrong? Look, there have been questions about both coaches' futures. That both these coaches, Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh, for all they've done, for all they've meant to their respective organizations, for all they've meant to the National Football League, they will have a big say. I think these guys will go in there and say, okay, you know what? It's been a great – one of them may go in there and say, it's been a great run. Might be time to go try something else, whether that's TV or another job somewhere else. Like, those things are possible. They're within the realm of possibility for the wide range of outcomes after Week 18.
Malzy, grade that report from Schefter.
I'm going to go like C- still. Below average. I just do not believe in specific. You're talking about specifically the Tomlin side of it?
Yes, I don't care about Harbaugh.
Yeah. To me, the fact that they have a 9 in the win column, and the fact that Mike wants to pass Chuck Noll, and the fact that I think Mike wants to say he coached a team here for 20 seasons, which would be next year, all of that would happen next year. I usually laugh at people who are like, the only thing that ever matters to Mike and to everybody else is getting 9 wins in a year. But I actually think that win being on the ledger right now makes his return next year a near certainty.
I give it a B. The reason why I give it a higher grade is knowing how plugged in Schefter is and the fact that he works for ESPN. When he brings up the TV thing, I just wonder, what does he know that we don't know? On his end, he knows, and he said this before, that ESPN or any of these other networks would pay Mike Tomlin a lot of money. If Mike Tomlin never, ever, ever wanted to go work in TV, I think Schefter would say that, right? Because Schefter has said on TV enough that Tomlin would get paid a lot of money to go do TV. You'd think by now someone in the Steelers organization who Schefter is close with, Omar Khan, for example, or maybe Tomlin or Tomlin's agent would say, Schefter, just pipe down with that. That's never going to happen.
Who's Mike repped by? Because Schefter's under the Creative Artists Agency.
It's a good question. I should know that answer, but I don't off the top of my head.
Well, I was trying to run through that just because that's how my brain works these days. Is there any of this Adam Schefter doing some sort of personal